परिवार के साथ हुई है, तो हम ऐसा चाहते हैं, निवेदन करते हैं सरकार से कि हमारे बच्चे शुभम का हमें पार्थिव शरीर दिया जाए और हमारे परिवार को सकुशल यहाँ कानपुर तक पहुंचाया जाए, जिससे कि हम उनका अंतिम संस्कार कर सकें।
Well, Gesu, it's not just about one or two families, but several families from across India had been to those meadows. A peaceful afternoon turned into chaotic one, and they didn't expect this, with the TRF, rushing from the forest and raining bullets at them, leaving some of these family members alive, only to tell the story.
Yeah. Deepak, in fact, we have exclusively spoken to some of these bereaved family members, completely distressed family members, especially at a time which is so difficult as such. Listen in to what their ordeal looked like.
पहलगाम में आज जो आतंकवादी हमला हुआ है, इस आतंकवादी हमले ने पूरे देश को झकझोर के रख दिया है। पुणे के करवे नगर से जगदाड़े फैमिली के साथ हैं हम। संतोष जगदाड़े जी पर भी ये हमला हुआ है। ताई, क्या मैसेज आपके पास, क्या मैसेज आया है और आपको क्या बताया गया, कैसी तबीयत है उनकी, अभी पूरा परिवार कैसा है?
जो मेरे देवर हैं वो थोड़े से इंजर्ड है, उन पर इलाज चल रहा है, और उनकी वाइफ जो प्रगति जगदाले है और उनकी बेटी आशावरी जो है वो सेफ़ है। वहाँ पर जो लश्कर कैंपस है वहाँ पर उनको रखा गया है, और सीएम साहब ने कहा है कि हम जल्द से जल्द आपके परिजनों को घर पर।
सीएम देवेंद्र फडणवीस, उनकी आपसे बात हुई? चंद्रकांत दादा की भी बात हुई है?
हाँ, दोनों की बात हुई है।
इसमें ये जो पूरी घटना है, इसको आप एक विक्टिम की फैमिली, तो आप कैसे देखते हैं? ये पूरी घटना का निषेध करने को लेकर आप क्या कहेंगे?
मैं अभी तो कुछ नहीं कहना चाहूँगी।
ठीक है, कोई मैसेज पब्लिक के लिए आपको?
Moving on, viewers, we are tracking multiple angles of this particular terror attack. While you heard the testimonies of the families of those victims who lost their lives in the dastardly terror attack, Kesu, what we are trying to uncover at the moment is the religious angle that is involved. Because these terrorists are enraged at the demography change of Jammu and Kashmir after the abrogation of Article 370. Here's the report.
Shubham Dwivedi, a newlywed from Kanpur, was among those tragically killed in Pahalgam. He was visiting the scenic Baisaran meadow, often referred to as mini Switzerland, with his wife and in-laws when armed terrorists opened fire on unsuspecting tourists.
क्या हुआ इसको, क्या हुआ?
In a chilling account, Shubham's wife recounted that terrorists demanded to know their religion before open firing.
मुझे
पर थी, क्या बोलते, भेलपुरी खा रही थी, मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी। यहाँ पे उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी। नहीं, आप टेंशन मत लो, अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो, हम साथ में। मैडम, ये जो वहीद साहब है प्रेसिडेंट, आप टेंशन मत लो, मेरे पति का बचा लो, हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं। बेहतर करेंगे फोन, भगवान के लिए बचा लो। दब सिमन युवा डिजाइन क्या है? ठीक है, हम बचा देंगे ना, आप टेंशन मत लो, मैं आ रहा हूँ। मैं कहाँ पे आपका ये हस्बैंड? क्या हुआ इसको, क्या हुआ? Please ask for help. We don't need.
Okay, don't worry. You okay? You need a water, sir?
Sir, we'll manage. Just ask for help.
Okay, you first you give the hands water, drop of water. Take a drop of water, sir, please.
Shubham's brother revealed that the terrorist asked him to recite the kalma and upon his refusal shot him dead in the head.
It was more like an execution. शुभम भैया से वहाँ पर उन टेररिस्ट ने उनका नाम पूछा, उनसे बोला कि अगर आप कलमा पढ़ दो तो हम आपको गोली नहीं मारेंगे। उसके बाद उन्होंने वहाँ पर उनको गोली मार दी और उनकी वाइफ से कहा कि आप जाकर के अपनी सरकार को बताना कि हमने आपके साथ क्या किया है।
Bitan Adhikari, an IT professional residing in Florida, was also among the victims. He had travelled to Kashmir with his wife and their 3-year-old child for a family vacation. The joyous trip turned tragic when terrorists targeted their group. From Karnataka, Shivamogga district, 47-year-old Manjunath Rao lost his life in the attack. He was on holiday with his wife Pallavi and their 18-year-old son. Eyewitnesses reported that the terrorists dressed in civilian clothes opened fire indiscriminately, leaving families devastated. This heinous act of terror has left a scar on nation's conscience. As families mourn the loss of their loved ones, the demand for justice grows louder.
Viewers, the completely cowardly attack in Pahalgam has now triggered a global response of condemnation. World leaders from each corner of the globe, across diplomatic equations, have stood in solidarity with the people of India. From Trump to Putin, from UAE to Iran, and from Italy to Japan, there is a resounding condemnation against Pakistan's terrorism.
That's right, Gesu, and this is one of the most deadliest attacks that India has seen since Pulwama, and perhaps the world will remember after the harrowing memories of 26/11 or even the October 7th attacks of Hamas in Israel in recent memory.
Yeah.
And these parallels are very stark, viewers. The intent was clear, political act of terrorism. Here's a report.
Cold, cowardly,
मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान आया, उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे।
उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी
and calculated.
मेरे पति का बच्चा लो,
हम बचा देंगे, कोई बात नहीं, हम आ रहे हैं, आप टेंशन, कोई बात नहीं, हम हैं।
The dastardly attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam echoes the same heinous template used by terrorists as was seen on October 7th by Hamas when they attacked unarmed civilians at the Novo Music Festival. Instead of the music festival, it was a popular tourist spot in Pahalgam. Instead of Hamas fighters flying in from across Gaza, it was Pakistan-backed Lashkar terrorists creeping through the international border. Just like how President Putin put it, this brutal crime had no justification whatsoever.
उमरा चलना यार, ओए था कोई दिसता जहांगीर तो यार, बिहारियां पीछे जुलदे यार, तुम मौत ही कश्मीर की है।
Just like on October 7th, women remained a major target of this terrorist attack.
यहाँ पर थी, क्या बोलते, भेलपुरी खा रही थी, मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान आया, उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे।
उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
नहीं, आप टेंशन मत लो, अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो, हम साथ में। मैडम, ये जो भीड़ सब है प्रेशर, आप टेंशन मत लो,
मेरे पति का बच्चा लो,
हम बचा देंगे, कोई बात नहीं, बेहतर करेंगे फोन।
प्लीज भगवान के लिए बचा लो।
दब से मन युवा डिजाइन किया है, ठीक है, हम बचा देंगे ना, आप टेंशन मत लो, मैं आ रहा हूँ। मैं कहाँ पे आपका ये हस्बैंड, क्या हुआ इसको, क्या हुआ?
Please ask for help. We don't need.
Okay, don't worry. You okay? You need a water, sir?
Sir, we'll manage. Just ask for help.
Okay, you first you give the hands water,
Yes.
drop of water. Take a drop of water, sir, please.
Instead of abduction, the Pakistani Lashkar terrorists killed their loved ones right in front of their eyes with a heart-wrenching message.
जिस बंदे ने मेरे पति को मारा ना, वो वही जा रहा था। मैंने उसे बोला मुझे भी मारो, तूने मेरे पति को मारा। मेरे सन में भी बोला, तो उसने हमें नहीं मारा, उसने बोला मोदी को बोलो।
उसने क्या बोला?
उसने बोला नहीं, मोदी को बोलो, कहकर चला गया वहां से।
When the women pleaded for death after their husbands were shot dead right in front of their eyes, the terrorists replied back with the words, "Go, tell Modi."
शुभम भैया से वहाँ पर उन टेररिस्ट ने उनका नाम पूछा, उनसे बोला कि अगर आप कलमा पढ़ दो तो हम आपको गोली नहीं मारेंगे। उसके बाद उन्होंने वहाँ पर उनको गोली मार दी और उनकी वाइफ से कहा कि आप जाकर के अपनी सरकार को बताना कि हमने आपके साथ क्या किया है।
This was not just another terrorist attack in Jammu and Kashmir. This was a well-planned terrorist attack with one political objective, just like October 7th in Israel. And just like in the aftermath of October 7th, the world is standing in solidarity with India.
We still have messages coming in. We have seen certain messages from world leaders. We will update you as and when we get to know of more.
Things have escalated quickly. Even Prime Minister Narendra Modi was forced to cut short his visit from Saudi Arabia. The Home Minister is already in Srinagar, and so is the Army Chief. The Pahalgam attack is the worst terrorist attack in Jammu and Kashmir since the Pulwama attack of 2019. It took Israel 20 days to retaliate after October 7th. It took India just 12 days to retaliate after Pulwama with Balakot airstrikes. And the surgical strikes after Uri took place just after 10 days. The clock is ticking. The India-Pakistan border is on high alert. The only question remains, when and how will India retaliate?
Viewers, at least 28 civilians, most of whom were tourists, were killed and several others were injured in a deadly, ghastly terror attack in Pahalgam district in Jammu and Kashmir just yesterday. Now, this is one of the deadliest attacks that the valley has seen since the 2019 Pulwama strikes. In fact, also, viewers, it's very vital to remember this comes at a time when US Vice President J.D. Vance is in India and all global eyes are on India.
That's right, Gesu, and these innocent tourists who were in the Baisaran meadows, where a group of tourists had gone visiting tourist spots, had gathered at these meadows, were from several states, including Karnataka, Maharashtra, Gujarat, and many more. But a chilling video has also come out in the aftermath, Gesu, which captures the exact moment the terrorists opened fire on tourists in Pahalgam as gunshots and panic screams tear through the air, while visitors also scramble for cover. The survivor moments after the attack recounts the sheer terror and the moment of the attack.
Moments of horror captured on camera. A tourist recording himself amidst the serene landscapes of Pahalgam inadvertently documented the sudden eruption of gunfire.
यहाँ पर अटैक हुआ आतंकवादियों का, हम लोग बाल बचे हैं, मगर परमात्मा रक्षा करेगा। भगवान की कृपा से जरूर बचेंगे हम।
Another chilling video. A survivor recounted how the attackers demanded to know their religion before opening fire. A woman tourist, visibly shaken, describes that how she was asked about her religion by the gunmen. Her testimony underscores the calculated nature of the attack.
मुझे पर थी, क्या बोलते, भेलपुरी खा रही थी, मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी यहाँ पे। उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी। नहीं, आप टेंशन मत लो, अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो, हम साथ में। मैडम, ये जो भीड़ सब है प्रेशर, आप टेंशन मत लो, मेरे पति को बचा लो, हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं। बेहतर करें दब से मन युवा डिजाइन किया है। ठीक है, हम बचा देंगे ना, आप टेंशन मत लो, मैं आ रहा हूँ। मैं कहाँ पे आपका ये हस्बैंड? क्या हुआ इसको, क्या हुआ?
Please ask for help. We don't need.
Okay, don't worry. You okay? You need a water, sir?
Sir, we'll manage. Just ask for help.
Okay, you first you give the hands water.
Yes.
Drop of water. Take a drop of water, sir, please.
A mother clutching her child was seen sobbing as security forces escorted them to safety. The trauma etched on her face reflects the terror that unfolded. In another video, tourists were seen crying for help, with their voices echoing the chaos and the fear that gripped the area during the assault.
बिहारियां पीछे जुलते यार तुम
The Pahalgam terror attack stands as a grim reminder of the persistent threat faced by civilians in conflict zones. As the nation mourns the loss of innocent lives, there is an urgent call for unity, resilience, and decisive action against such acts of terror.
Arawat is also live with us this morning from Pahalgam. Arawat, are the security agencies who are probing this particular incident also, putting their lens on the local angle? Because how can the terrorists, get so close to that tourist spot, so much so that they can open fire on these innocent tourists? So is there a local angle that is being probed?
Yeah, Deepak, absolutely. We are here at the outside the GMC Medical College. I will request my VJ to take you through these visuals. This is the outside the medical college here in the South Kashmir, Anantnag, where the injured were brought yesterday. Also, a few of the injured are still here admitted, and you can see the huge deployment of the forces. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will also visit here in some time, and you can see the deployment of the forces outside the GMC. Also, a Bandh call was given by the various political and the separatist leaders today to completely for the Hartal call today. In fact, you can see here this is the early morning and the shops are completely closed, and you can see the senior officials are reaching here at the GMC Medical College, where the Home Minister Amit Shah will arrive after some time, and you can see the deployment of the forces. Also, senior officials are going inside to Medical College, and you can see that there is no public transport here on the ground. Also, the media has also been restricted today. You can see the forces of the Jammu and Kashmir police are saying that the media is not allowed from beyond this point. Also, you can see here in the visuals that the deployment of the forces here in the Government Medical College Anantnag, the Home Minister Amit Shah will also come here anytime from now. Also, he is going to meet the various individuals who have received the various kind of the injuries, bullet injuries and the splinter injuries. Also, we have been told by the sources that the Home Minister Amit Shah will also visit to the attacks at Pahalgam in the today afternoon. Also, we have seen that a lot of happenings is gonna today happen. Also, there are the series of the meetings of the security officials which will also take place, and we have seen that the cordon and search operation is not only happening here at the spot where this incident happened, but we have seen that the nearby areas like the Shopping and the Pahalgam and the Pulwama area where the massive search operations have been going on. Yes, back to you, Deepak.
Rawat, in fact, while that was about Home Minister Amit Shah's visit that's slated later today, also speak to us about what is the response from the state government, fresh at the heels of the election, when Jammu and Kashmir was finally looking up. This attack came and it tried to suspend all of that looking up that was being carried out in Jammu and Kashmir. What is the state government's response?
If we'll talk about, we have seen that the peaceful elections in the Kashmir Valley, then after we have seen there are a lot of the inputs from the various intelligence agencies that terrorists might try to infiltrate to this side to do any untoward happening in the Kashmir Valley. But we have seen at the same time when this intelligence reports came, also we have seen that the good numbers of the tourists have visiting to Kashmir. It is very impossible for the terrorist organizations to digest this thing. That's the frustration among the terrorist groups, which you can see here in the yesterday what happened in the Pahalgam. Then after earlier we have also seen that sometimes these terrorists target the forces, but this time they have targeted the tourists in the Pahalgam, where we have seen that the 28 tourists have lost their lives in this deadly terrorist attack. Also, we have been told that many of the tourists are still who have been told by the officials from the hospital who are still in the critical. There is possibility and that the figures may go up. Yes.
Right, Rawat. Thanks very much for getting us those key details and for joining in with those details on the broadcast. Viewers, in fact, this is the worst attack that the Valley of Jammu and Kashmir has seen in the last 20 years combined. In fact, after Pulwama, this is the attack that is being seen of one of the most ghastly major scales to have hit India.
That's right, Gesu. Nearly 28 people were killed in this particular attack, and the world is now condemning Pakistan's heinous act of not just sheltering terrorists but also pushing them across the border to disrupt peace. And this is what happened yesterday, viewers, from 3 p.m. when the attack took place to the midnight meetings.
22nd April 2025. The time was 3 p.m. The location, Pahalgam. Kashmir saw the biggest terrorist attack it has seen in the last 5 years.
A firing incident has been reported in Pahalgam, which is 2 hours drive from Srinagar, and here in Pahalgam, a Baisaran village where the tourists had come from the Rajasthan are being targeted.
From 2 killed, the death toll rose to nearly 30.
8 terrorists, 4 in army fatigue and 4 were keeping a watch on when these terrorists were firing indiscriminately on these tourists who was almost 70 in number, and then it took a lot of time to evacuate those injured or those who lost their life. As of now, the toll that stands here is 26 casualties are coming from Pahalgam, in which the 2 foreign nationals, 2 have been killed.
Videos showed the dastardly attack by Pakistan on unarmed civilians.
यहाँ पर अटैक हुआ आतंकवादियों का, हम लोग बाल बचे हैं, मगर परमात्मा रक्षा करेगा। बुजुर्गों का आशीर्वाद, भगवान की कृपा से जरूर बचेंगे हम।
Eyewitnesses say Hindu tourists were targeted.
यहाँ पे नहीं, आप टेंशन मत लो, अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो, हम साथ हैं।
मुझे पर थी, क्या बोलते, भेलपुरी खाली से मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी। यहाँ पे उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
नहीं, आप टेंशन मत लो, अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो, हम साथ में। मैडम, ये जो भीड़ सब है, प्रेसिडेंट, आप टेंशन मत लो।
In just moments, Prime Minister asked Home Minister Amit Shah to rush to Srinagar.
ये गृह मंत्री का जो काफिला है उनकी आवाज से निकला है। गृह मंत्री देखिए, गृह मंत्री जो है वो बैठे हुए थे और आप देखिए गृह मंत्री अमित शाह निकल चुके हैं, और ये तस्वीरें हमने आपको दिखाई थी जहां पे गृह मंत्री बैठे हुए थे और वो अपने आवाज से निकले हैं और अब वो श्रीनगर पहुंचेंगे।
Additional security was rushed immediately.
More forces are being rushed. The deployment number in Pahalgam has been increased. The Naka points have also been enhanced because in the upper regions the operation has been launched to see that the terrorists, the Pakistani terrorists who carried this very attack, they are at least nabbed or neutralized. So all the forces are in action.
Ambulances started evacuating the injured from Pahalgam.
GMC अनंतनाग में हम इस वक्त मौजूद हैं। किस तरह से यहाँ पे जो है सर्च के साथ साथ अब यहाँ पे रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन जो है लगातार चल रहा है। जितने भी घायल हैं उनको यहाँ पर शिफ्ट किया गया है। कितने लोग थे, आपने देखा कितने लोग थे, कितने आतंकी थे, क्या उनके चेहरे खुले हुए थे या बंद थे?
आंखों बंद था, खुला नहीं है, बंद होगा।
कितने लोग थे?
मैं नहीं देखा, वो भागा, फौजिंग थे ना, वो भाग गया बताए।
Helicopter carrying the injured rushed the victims to the hospital. At around 9 p.m., Home Minister Amit Shah landed in Srinagar.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah chaired a high-level meeting in Srinagar's Raj Bhavan. Quite clear directions to the security forces to neutralize the threat that is on ground and also to neutralize those who have carried this drastic attack.
A high-level security meeting was held between Omar Abdullah, top intelligence officers, and Home Minister Amit Shah. Candle marches and protests were held in Pahalgam.
दुनिया में सबसे बुरी सजा जो उससे भी बुरी भी इनको देनी चाहिए कि इन लोगों ने जो आज जिन लोगों ने ये हरकत की है, मैं समझता हूं कि ये इंसानियत का कत्ल है।
हमारे मेहमानों पे जो अटैक हुआ है ये अनएक्सेप्टेबल है। हमारा सर झुक रहा है शर्म से, ये अनएक्सेप्टेबल है।
At 11 p.m. came the news that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has cut short his visit to Saudi Arabia and will be heading back to New Delhi.
So that's a breaking news development coming in. Prime Minister returning to India, cutting short his visit to Saudi Arabia. He skipped the formal dinner. It was hosted in his honor by the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman.
The cowardly attack by Pakistan has killed 27 people. Prime Minister has assured that no one will be spared. As Kashmir remains tense, security has been tightened up in the valley.
Well, viewers, the Prime Minister has immediately cut short his Saudi Arabia diplomatic visit, and he has landed in the national capital, and this is a clear message that is being sent that there will be zero tolerance and action, swift action will be taken.
Yeah. In fact, Deepak, he cut short the visit just yesterday. You know, around 11 p.m. is when the news came. Now he's supposed to chair a CCS meeting, and he's in fact landed in New Delhi. Now, viewers, remember, the ghastly terror attack, the cowardly attack comes at a time when Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in Saudi Arabia. The Prime Minister of the country was not here. And on the other side, US's Vice President J.D. Vance was on a 4-day official visit to India. Joining back is my colleague Airavit, who joins us on the broadcast to get us more details. Airavit, speak to us about the crucial meeting, you know, that is supposed to take place between Home Minister Amit Shah and the state authorities, now that the Prime Minister has also touched down in New Delhi. Airavit.
Yeah, absolutely. We have seen yesterday when the Home Minister Amit Shah has taken the meeting with Manoj Sinha here in the Srinagar. Also, we have seen that a lot of the people from the various intelligence agencies has discussed the various things. Also, we have seen that the investigation is also going on. How this attack happened, was any local support involved in this attack? How it's possible? Because we have seen in these kind of attacks are not possible without any formal recce was done by the terrorists. That's the part of the investigation which is being done. Also, we have seen that there are the forces who are getting some technical support from the various telecom companies to access the details who was there present at that very time. Also, we have seen that the senior officials are on ground from yesterday late night. We have seen that the air surveillance is also being done. We have seen that the forces deployment. Also, if we'll talk about the yesterday's meeting which Home Minister Amit Shah has taken at the Raj Bhavan Srinagar, they have given the clear instructions to deal with the terrorists. Also, we have seen that the tweet was also came from the various top political party leaders and other persons in the Kashmir. Also, we have seen that the Chinar Corps have also yesterday tweeted about the ongoing operation. In fact, the massive search operation is on as of now, as we have seen that the clear instructions was given from the Home Minister yesterday during the meeting to deal with the hard and strict with the terrorists and the supporters. Whosoever is involved, he will be dealt very tough, has given by the... also, we have seen that the... I will request my VJ to take you through these visuals. This is a development here outside the GMC Medical College here in the South Kashmir, Anantnag, where the injured are. The Home Minister will also reach here in some time, and you can see that the security level of here, and these are the visuals here outside the government medical college here in the Anantnag, where you can see the lot of the happenings is going to happen today. Also, the couple of meetings will take place that the National Investigation Agency teams will also from the Delhi and Jammu will visit to the spot where this incident happened yesterday. And you can see here that the Jammu and Kashmir police and the special forces have been deployed. These forces comes only when you can see, if my Vijay can pan camera to this side, you can see these are the tallest buildings here outside the GMC, where the deployment of the forces and the senior officials have reached here. And anytime from the now, Home Minister will arrive here at this spot. Also, he will meet the various individuals who have received the multiple injuries. Yesterday, some of them have been shifted to Srinagar. One of the injured have been airlifted to Army Hospital here in the Srinagar, where his condition is told that he is critical. Also, we have seen that the figures of the injured persons are still not confirmed how much as of now, but we have seen yesterday that the 28 is the figure of the persons who have lost their lives in this deadly terror attack. As of now, we can see that a lot of happenings is going to happen today, that the Home Minister will visit here at the medical college. Then after in the afternoon, he'll also go at the spot where this terror incident happened. Back to studios.
Right, Arawat, stay on with us as you get us those details. The Union Home Minister will be arriving in Anantnag at the GMC Center to inquire about the condition of these injured tourists. Now, let's also tell you about the families, Kesu, because a lot of chilling testimonies and heart-wrenching ones coming to the fore.
Yeah. In fact, Deepak, a resident of Karnataka, was among the tourists who was killed in the terrorist attack at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, his wife and son, who witnessed the horrific first-hand incident, survived the attack themselves. Now, in a conversation with Republic, his wife shared the details of the horrific ordeal and the incident. Listen in.
A tourist from Karnataka Shivamogga district, 27-year-old Manjunath Rao, was among those killed in the terrorist attack in Pahalgam. Manjunath was on a holiday in Jammu and Kashmir with his wife Pallavi and their 18-year-old son. In a conversation with Republic, Manjunath's wife recalled the horrifying moment and said one of the terrorists told her, "Go and tell Modi."
जिस बंदे ने मेरे पति को मारा ना वो वही जा रहा था. मैंने उसे बोला मुझे दे मारो, तूने मेरे पति को मारा. मेरे सन में भी बोला तो उसने हमें नहीं मारा. उसने बोला मोदी को बोलो.
उसने क्या बोला?
उसने बोला नहीं मोदी को बोलो, कहकर चला गया वहां से.
The family had left Shivamogga on April 19 and was scheduled to return on April 24. Shivamogga SP GK Mithun Kumar said that coordination is underway to bring the body from Srinagar back home. Reacting to the incident, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah said he had held an emergency meeting with senior state officials and dispatched multiple teams to Jammu and Kashmir. As the family prepares to bring Manjunath back for his final rites, a scene of shock and grief hangs heavy on the town of Shivamogga.
Well, these are the pictures of from the moment of the attack. There you can see, in fact, this is just after the attack, viewers. There you can see tourists, helpless tourists, their family members killed by these terrorists are crying for help, and then they're narrating the entire turn of incidents. In fact, this is exactly where the dastardly attack took place. These are the meadows where the terrorists were enjoying a peaceful afternoon, but later it turned out to be a deadly one with the TRF terrorists coming in from the woods and opening fire at 28 tourists.
मेरे पति को बचा लो. हम बचा देंगे, कोई बात नहीं. प्लीज भगवान के लिए बचा लो.
Chilling eyewitness accounts show Indians crying for help, their voices echoing the chaos and fear that gripped the area during the attack.
In one of the deadliest attacks in Jammu and Kashmir, Lashkar-linked terrorists opened fire on a group of tourists in Pahalgam, killing at least 28 people, including foreign nationals.
Amit Shah rushes to Srinagar, chairs high-level meeting with LG Sinha and top cops. He's all set to visit Pahalgam today.
Prime Minister Modi cuts short his Saudi Arabia visit, lands in New Delhi, will chair the Cabinet Committee on a security meeting.
Countries from US to Iran extend support to India to fight against the terror and bring down the perpetrators of one of the deadliest attacks in Kashmir's history. So thank you for tuning in to Republic TV viewers. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar and alongside me is Gesu Anand Bharadwaj. Gesu, this is one of the most deadliest attacks that India has witnessed in the last decade or so, especially after the abrogation of Article 370.
In the last 20 years, in fact, Deepak.
That's right.
Yeah.
Take us through the details that are coming in.
Viewers, now at least 28 people, 28 innocent civilians, most of whom were tourists, have lost their lives to this ghastly and cowardly terrorist attack. In fact, the TRF has taken full responsibility, which is an offshoot of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, has taken full responsibility of the ghastly terror incident that shook the Pahalgam district in Jammu and Kashmir yesterday. This attack began at around 3 p.m. And Deepak, remember, it comes at a very crucial time for India when all the global media lens is on India at a time when US Vice President J.D. Vance is also visiting India. This is not just a terror attack, it's a clear political signaling, Deepak.
That's right, Gesu, and although this time is not just for mourning, but it's also the time for sending a strong message to those across the border that the era of theirs where they could disrupt peace in the valley at their will is over, and India will take swift and strong action against all those who are involved and bring the perpetrators to book. That's the priority. But right now what we understand is that the Prime Minister has landed in the national capital. The Union Home Minister is in Srinagar, and the PM will be chairing a CCS meeting with his cabinet to review the security, and the Union Home Minister will also be arriving in Anantnag also, Gesu, later in the day to take stock of what exactly happened and also to inquire the injured tourists.
Right, Deepak. In fact, it's also very important to understand that the attack also came at a time when Prime Minister Modi was on his Saudi Arabia visit. Just yesterday in the night, around 11 p.m. is when the Prime Minister cut short his Saudi Arabia visit. Global condemnation over the ghastly terror attacks have been pouring in ever since 3 p.m. yesterday in the evening. Viewers,
that's right.
Yeah.
That's right, Gesu. Now, armed terrorists opened fire on tourists at the Baisaran meadows in Pahalgam, resulting in at least 28 fatalities and numerous injuries, to say the least.
Yeah. In fact, the Resistance Front, which is an offshoot of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, has claimed full responsibility of the attack, citing opposition to the demographic changes in the region of Jammu and Kashmir following the revocation of Jammu and Kashmir's special status in 2019. Deepak.
That's right. Here's a report that narrates the timeline of events and what exactly happened in Pahalgam.
Moments of horror captured on camera. A tourist recording himself amidst the serene landscapes of Pahalgam inadvertently documented the sudden eruption of gunfire.
यहाँ पर अटैक हुआ आतंकवादियों का, हम लोग बाल बाल बचे हैं, मगर परमात्मा रक्षा करेगा। बुजुर्गों का आशीर्वाद, भगवान की कृपा से जरूर बचेंगे हम।
Another chilling video. A survivor recounted how the attackers demanded to know their religion before opening fire. A woman tourist, visibly shaken, describes that how she was asked about her religion by the gunmen. Her testimony underscores the calculated nature of the attack.
यहाँ पर थी, क्या बोलते, भेलपुरी खा रही थी, मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी। यहाँ पे उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी। नहीं, आप टेंशन मत लो, अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो, हम साथ में। मैडम, ये जो भीड़ सब है प्रेशर, आप टेंशन मत लो, मेरे पति को बचा लो, हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं। बेहतर करेंगे फोन, भगवान के लिए बचा लो। दब सिमन युवा डिजाइन किया है, ठीक है, हम बचा देंगे ना, आप टेंशन मत लो। मैं आ रहा हूँ, मैं कहाँ पे आपका ये हस्बैंड, क्या हुआ इसको, क्या हुआ?
Please ask for help. We don't need.
Okay,
please,
don't worry, don't worry.
please.
You okay? You need a water, sir?
Sir, we'll manage. Just
Huh?
ask for help. He's
Okay,
gunshot.
you first you give the hands water,
Yes.
drop of water. Take a drop of water, sir, please.
A mother, clutching her child, was seen sobbing as security forces escorted them to safety. The trauma etched on her face reflects the terror that unfolded. In another video, tourists were seen crying for help, with their voices echoing the chaos and the fear that gripped the area during the assault. The Pahalgam terror attack stands as a grim reminder of the persistent threat faced by civilians in conflict zones. As the nation mourns the loss of innocent lives, there is an urgent call for unity, resilience, and decisive action against such acts of terror.
Viewers, in fact, we're quickly cutting across to more hostilities that are rising. Deepak, we're getting in a fresh breaking development, and the ceasefire has been violated by Pakistan in the Poonch line of control. Unprovoked firing by Pakistan in the Tatapani sector of the line of control. A huge breach right after the terror attack that struck Pahalgam yesterday at around 3 p.m. Deepak.
That's right, Gesu. Now the terrorists are opening up multiple fronts. First in Pahalgam, the offshoot of the LET, and now Pakistani terrorists have violated the line of control, the ceasefire agreement along the Poonch line of control, and this is unprovoked firing that has been reported close on the heels of the deadly Pahalgam attack.
Another ceasefire violation. This is not the first one, Deepak. It's very vital to remember that this is a repeated incident. One after the other, multiple breaches of the ceasefire along the line of actual control.
That's right. Arawat is joining us to give us more details. Arawat, tell us about the latest ceasefire violation by Pakistan, because this comes just after the Pahalgam terror attack.
Yeah, absolutely, Deepak. As we have seen yesterday that this deadly attack took place, but as of now, if we'll talk about the Poonch sector, where Pakistan once again violated the ceasefire violation, and we have seen that the Indian Army is giving the befitting reply to them. Also, if we'll see the happenings here in the Anantnag, I'll request my Vijay to take you through these deployments, that the action is here outside the government medical college in Anantnag, and you can see the huge deployment of the forces here, that the paramilitary forces are here, that it's being told by the sources that the Home Minister Amit Shah will also visit here at this location, and he will also meet and interact with the individuals who have received the various kind of the splinter injuries yesterday and the bleed injuries. Also, the CRPF, Jammu and Kashmir police, and other paramilitary security forces are here, and you can see that the huge deployment of the forces from the yesterday late night. We have seen that the sensitive areas have been monitored continuously. As of now, we have, as you can see here in the visuals, that the huge forces are moving outside the medical college here in the Anantnag district. As of now, we have also seen that the ceasefire violation in the Poonch sector, in the Tatapani sector. Also, we have seen that the Indian Army is giving a befitting reply to the Pakistani ceasefire violation. Also, as of now, we have seen that the lot of happenings is happening today. As already I have mentioned, that the Home Minister Amit Shah will also visit here at the GMC Anantnag in the afternoon. He'll also visit to the spot where this incident happened yesterday, in which we have seen deadly terror attack, where we have seen that the 28 lives have lost their lives in the deadliest terror attack. Also, we have seen that
Viewers, getting in the fresh visuals, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has touched down in the national capital. He, in fact, cut short his Saudi Arabia visit just yesterday in the night around 11 p.m. in the wake of the ghastly terror strikes that have hit the Pahalgam area in Jammu and Kashmir. These are the live visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Air India 1 landing back in the national capital at the Pahalgam Air Base.
That's right. The gruesome attack, Gesu, now confirmed as the deadliest since scrapping of Article 370, has sent shockwaves through the nation, and the Prime Minister is wasting no time. in taking stock of the situation. There you see NSA Ajit Doval briefing the Prime Minister while he exits the Air India One aircraft after he cut short his visit to Jeddah late last night, skipping an official banquet hosted by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And this is a clear message that the Prime Minister has sent, Gesu, that India's response will be swift and unforgiving.
Yeah. In fact, Deepak, this is a reiteration of Prime Minister Modi's response to terrorism. Like you said, zero tolerance policy. Deepak, in fact, we're also being joined by Riyanka and Harsha, both of whom join us from the national capital to talk to us about the key details. Harsha, coming to you first, speak to us about Prime Minister Modi cutting short his visit to Saudi Arabia. He's touched down in the national capital. Harsha.
Yes, you rightly pointed out, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was supposed to be in Saudi Arabia for 4 days. It was a 4-day visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But after yesterday's incident in Pahalgam, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had cut short his trip from Jeddah and has, arrived in India. And we have got to know that earlier his scheduled arrival was after tomorrow night in India. But now Prime Minister has cut short his schedule regarding the terror attack which has happened in Pahalgam, where more than 28 people have lost their, were killed in a terror attack in Pahalgam. Also, we have got to know once Prime Minister arrives in India, there will be a cabinet committee meeting on security, which is a CCS meeting in national capital, which will take place at Prime Minister's residence, where in detail with the security officials and the other officials of the country, it will be discussed exactly how to cope up and how India now has to retaliate from this incident where more than 28 people were killed in a terror attack. So we have got to know that this entire trip of Prime Minister was shortened because of the terror attack. Also, Prime Minister, when was there, only that time only he spoke to Home Minister Amit Shah and also told him to visit to Srinagar immediately once the meeting at HM's residence was concluded. Yeah. So right now we are getting to know, as soon as Prime Minister lands in India, the first thing he's going to do is meeting with the officials of IB, of RAW and the other forces and the security officials to take the stock of situation. What is right now the situation in Pahalgam in Srinagar? Back to you.
Well, stay on with me, Harsha. We have Riyanka also. Riyanka, tell us about the CCS meeting that the Prime Minister will be chairing with his cabinet to review the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir. What time is that meeting expected to begin? And we also saw NSA Doval briefing the Prime Minister as he got down from Air India One.
Well, absolutely a very, very crucial briefing there from the side of NSA Doval, who went on and spoke to Prime Minister Narendra Modi as he got down off his Air India One, as he landed in the national capital after cutting short his trip to Jeddah. Even we understand at this point in time how there is going to be another very important meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security, which will be in fact chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi in order to see the situation, or rather take a stock of the situation and understand the aftermath of the ghastly terror attack that took place in Pahalgam yesterday, killing nearly 28 people. And in this particular meeting, he will in fact be getting the important briefing from the side of the officials, the senior top officials who will be coming forward and giving him each and every detail of how the security arrangements are in Pahalgam, the area where the terrorist attack took place. In fact, Prime Minister had dialed Home Minister Amit Shah yesterday and asked him to take stock of the situation of where the exact site of terror attack had happened. In fact, Home Minister Amit Shah will be visiting that area. We are still yet to confirm the time of the CCS meeting. As of now, there is no official announcement of the timing of that particular meeting that is going to be happening at Prime Minister's residence. But we will be keeping a very, very close eye on every detail that flow in from that end.
Right. In fact, Riyanka, Harsha continued joining us on the broadcast. We're also being joined by Gursimran and Rawat from Jammu and Kashmir. Gursimran, coming to you first. Speak to us about the major ceasefire breach that we just saw from the side of Pakistan in the Poonch line of control area. Unprovoked firing from the side of the Pakistani authorities.
Yes, we are confirming that there has been a ceasefire violation from the Pakistan side, and this is in the Tattapani sector, which falls between the Rajouri and the Poonch district. There has been a violation by the Pakistan side as they resorted to unprovoked firing, first close to the post of Indian Army, and then it was an inch closer to the post to which the Indian Army has retaliated. That is what we are getting a confirmation from the officials on ground, that there has been heavy, loud firing that was heard late last night. But after the India's retaliation, there has been a lull that is prevailing on ground. So this clearly shows that how desperate Pakistan is. Like we saw that late night meetings that were taking place at the police control in Jammu, they were aimed at this provocation only, because it was very clear with the Jammu and Kashmir police and the intelligence agencies that Pakistan will try to use this opportunity when the entire focus will be on the Kashmir Valley to carry out some mischief in the Jammu region. And that was why there was a high alert that was sounded yesterday night. It was somewhere around close to 11:15 when we broke the news that LOC and the IB has been put on alert after the inputs that suggest that Pakistan may try to foment the trouble. And what we witnessed late last night, the intense provocation from the Pakistan side on the line of control says so that the Pakistan is trying to disrupt peace in Jammu and Kashmir and to push more and more terrorists into the Indian territory.
Right, Gursimran, thanks very much for getting all those key details in place for us. In fact, also joining us on the broadcast is our colleague Zeenat. Deepak.
That's right. Zeenat is en route Pahalgam. Zeenat, tell us about the cordon and search operations that are currently underway in the aftermath of the terror attack, and where have the forces reached as far as these operations are concerned? Have they tried and located these terrorists?
See, this is quite a thick jungle where the operations are going on since yesterday, and not only we see the Jammu and Kashmir police or the army, but yesterday only the elite commandos, the para, was pushed in the pine forest area of the Baisaran area of Pahalgam, South Kashmir. In fact, the tourist resort is wearing a deserted look here, where we see also the movement of the civilians has been restricted. The vehicles that are coming down from Pahalgam are allowed to touch the Anantnag and the other places, but the vehicles coming from Srinagar or from the Anantnag are being stopped, and they are not being allowed to move towards Pahalgam. Only the security vehicles are being allowed to move towards the tourist resort, where we also see the shops have been shut, not only in Pahalgam but in the entire Kashmir Valley, as the political and the social organizations today have called for a shutdown in the valley against the terror attack in Pahalgam. You see the deployment on the ground, but as we are expecting that the Home Minister Amit Shah is going to tour the area where this attack has taken place, with the results, men and the machinery in huge number have been deployed. He is expected to meet the victims also, and also to meet the families of those who have lost their life or who have suffered injuries. The families have been are staying at a Pahalgam club, which is around 4 kilometers from the very place that the attack took place yesterday afternoon, when the terrorists, 8 in number, came out from the grassland in Baisaran in upper meadows, and they targeted the tourists who were in huge number present there. Almost as the count settles, it's somewhere around 26 in number that the people lost their lives, and a number of people in double digits have received the injuries. Some of them have received the gunshot wounds, some have received the bruises, and all of them are being treated at the multiple hospitals in the Kashmir Valley. It depends on the kind of injury that they have received. This is one of the drastic attack that has taken place after 2019, when the Jaish-e-Mohammed targeted CRPF convoy in Letpora, Pulwama, and then after that we have recently witnessed one of the attacks that took place in Gulmarg, and also in near to tunnel of Sonmarg tunnel, and one of the ones in kind, and one which has really rattled the entire country, is coming this time from the Baisaran Pahalgam, where the terrorists, as per the inputs that we are gathering, it is the Lashkar Toiba, who has also owned that attack through their mouthpiece Kashmir Resistance, that the attack was carried by the Pakistan-based terror outfit in the Kashmir Valley. Now we are seeing the fringes are being searched, and also to see that the terrorists who have carried the attack are neutralized. In fact, the aerial surveillance continues in the entire Pahalgam, where the chopper services have come from the army to navigate the entire area. So see that if the terrorists who have carried this attack, as the input suggests, that they are still in the very forest area where they have taken, where they have appeared yesterday in the afternoon. This is one of the gruesome attacks that Kashmir has witnessed. Not only the condemnation is coming from the political leaders, but we're seeing the social organization, every Kashmiri coming on road yesterday evening. Candlelight vigil was witnessed also in multiple locations from North Kashmir to South Kashmir in order to condemn the attack that has definitely not only hit the humanity but also the livelihood of the Kashmiris.
Right, Zeenat, Gursimran, Arawat, Riyanka and Harsha, please stay on with me because we also have some chilling testimonies that we'll have to take our viewers through because a resident of Shivamogga's Karnataka was among the tourists who died in the terror attack at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir. His wife and son, who witnessed the horror firsthand, survived the incident, and in a conversation with Republic, his wife shared the details of the horrific incident that took place right before her eyes.
A tourist from Karnataka Shivamogga district, 27-year-old Manjunath Rao was among those killed in the terrorist attack in Pahalgam. Manjunath was on a holiday in Jammu and Kashmir with his wife Pallavi and their 18-year-old son. In a conversation with Republic, Manjunath's wife recalled the horrifying moment and said one of the terrorists told her, "Go and tell Modi."
जिस बंदे ने मेरे पति को मारा ना वो वही जा रहा था. मैंने उसे बोला मुझे भी मारो, तूने मेरे पति को मारा. मेरे सन में भी बोला तो उसने हमें नहीं मारा. उसने बोला मोदी को बोलो.
उसने क्या बोला?
उसने बोला नहीं मोदी को बोलो कहकर चला गया वहां से.
The family had left Shivamogga on April 19 and was scheduled to return on April 24. Shivamogga SP GK Mithun Kumar said that coordination is underway to bring the body from Srinagar back home. Reacting to the incident, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah said he had held an emergency meeting with senior state officials and dispatched multiple teams to Jammu and Kashmir. As the family prepares to bring Manjunath back for his final rites, a scene of shock and grief hangs heavy on the town of Shivamogga.
Also, Deepak, again joining us on the broadcast is our colleague Arawat. Arawat, you are continuously tracking the situation on ground. Speak to us about the moments that are following up to the meeting that, Home Minister Amit Shah is supposed to hold in Jammu and Kashmir. Arawat.
Yeah, yesterday we have seen that the Home Minister Amit Shah has taken the first meeting when he landed here in the Srinagar. He has taken the first meeting when Umar Abdullah and Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha and other top officials from the intelligence were present at the Raj Bhavan Srinagar, and they have discussed how this attack happened and what measures need to be taken immediately. As of now, we have seen from the yesterday that during the night hours we have seen that the multiple meetings are taking place. Also, we have seen early morning that the DGP Nilan Prabhat has instructed the forces on the ground to deal tough against the terrorist groups. Also, you can see here in the visuals of, if my Vijay can pan camera from my left side, and you can see here that the lot of happening is here at the medical college in the Anantnag, where Home Minister Amit Shah will also arrive in some time, and he will also meet the individuals who have received the injuries yesterday. And you can see here in the visuals that the forces deployment. Also, we have seen that yesterday the discussions during the meeting that the Home Minister have given the clear instructions to deal tough against the supporters of the terrorists. How this attack happened, was any local support involved in this? Because we have seen that without local support, these kind of attacks are not possible because of the deep and the dense forest in the Pahalgam, where exactly this incident happened. All the factors are being verified by the various security agencies, that the National Investigation Agency teams and the Jammu and Kashmir police officials, State Investigation Agency and other sister concerned security agencies are also conducting the tough investigation against the matter how this attack happened, how many terrorists was involved in this incident. Also, we have seen from the yesterday that we are being told from the sources that the 3 to 4 terrorists of the Lashkar-e-Taiba are involved in this. We have yesterday seen that the responsibility was also taken from the terrorist organizations after this attack happened, and Republic will get you all the details from the various locations of the GMC Anantnag and the Pahalgam, where Republic is reporting right now. We will be right back after a short while break. Keep watching the Republic TV.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
मुझे
पर थी, क्या बोलते भेलपुरी खा रही थी, मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे।
उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
नहीं, आप टेंशन मत लो, अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो, हम साथ में। मैडम, ये जो भीड़ सब है प्रेशर, आप टेंशन मत लो,
मेरे पति का बच्चा लो,
हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं। भैया जब से मन युवा डिजाइन किया है, ठीक है, हम बचा देंगे ना, आप टेंशन मत लो। मैं आ रहा हूँ। मैं कहाँ पे आपका ये हस्बैंड? क्या हुआ इसको, क्या हुआ?
Please ask for help. We don't need.
Okay, don't worry.
Welcome back, viewers. In the aftermath of the terror attack, we showed you some of the chilling testimonies of the family members who accompanied the victims who were killed by these terrorists. But let's now take you through those conversations coming in from the homes of these innocent tourists who were stranded in Pahalgam, even as their loved ones were taken away by the terrorists. Here are testimonies from across the country from the families of these tourists.
सर, आप बराबर संपर्क में थे, क्या आपसे बात हुई, क्या कन्वर्सेशन थी लास्ट?
करीबन 3 बजे जब मेरी बात हुई तो मैंने भाभी को फोन किया, तब उन्होंने बताया कि भैया को गोली मार दी है और सर पे गोली मारी है। उसके बाद करीबन 2-3 घंटे बाद एक वीडियो वायरल हुआ जिससे हम लोगों ने उनको पहचाना, जिसमें ये दिख रहा था कि उनके सर पे गोली लगी है जी।
उसके बाद आपकी जो कन्वर्सेशन अभी भी मैंने देखा लैपटॉप पे बात कर रहे थे, तो क्या परिवार वालों कहना है, क्या वो
परिवार वालों के साथ ये बातचीत हो रही है? उनको वहां पर ये जानकारी दी जा रही है कि अभी 2 से 3 दिन लगेगा क्योंकि सारी फॉर्मेलिटीज पूरी करने में। इसलिए मैं आपके माध्यम से सरकार से यही दरख्वास्त कर रहा हूँ कि जल्द से जल्द जो भी हमारा वहां पर जो भी भैया के मॉर्टल रिमेन्स हैं उनको जल्द से जल्द हम तक पहुंचाएं।
आपके भाई की जो वाइफ थी, अभी नई शादी हुई थी, क्या बात थी उनसे, क्योंकि वो घटना के वक्त मौजूद थी?
ऐसा बताया जा रहा है कि उनके जस्ट बगल में ही गोली मार दी गई और जब उन्होंने कहा कि हमको भी गोली मार दो, तो जो टेररिस्ट थे उन्होंने कहा कि हम आपको गोली नहीं मारेंगे, हम चाहते हैं कि आप अपनी सरकार को जाकर के बताएं। तो मेरा सरकार से अनुरोध है कि जिस तरीके की ये हत्या हुई है, एक तरीके का जेनोसाइड वहां पर हुआ है और उसका बदला सरकार ले, लेकिन अभी पहली प्राथमिकता के तौर पे हमारे भाई का शव हमको, आप लोगों के माध्यम से मैं यही रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी, हमारे भाई का शव हम लोगों को बस दिलवा दिया जाए।
कलमा पढ़ने की कुछ बात आई?
हाँ, ये बात आई कि जब ये घटना हुई बहू के सामने, तो ये चूंकि बहुत बड़ी घटना थी, अभी 2 महीने पहले ही फरवरी में ही शादी हुई, तो उसने कहा कि नहीं आप हमें भी मार दीजिए। तो उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं हम आपको नहीं मारेंगे, आप देखिए और जाके सरकार को बताइए। और ये भी बात आई थी कि उन्होंने कहा था कि अगर आप कलमा पढ़ देते हैं तो हम आपको छोड़ देंगे। और इसके बाद फिर उन्होंने,
परिवार के कितने लोग सर गए हुए थे?
भाई साहब का पूरा परिवार था, भैया, भाभी, शुभम, बहू और भतीजी हमारी जो बिटिया है भैया की, आरती, उसकी फैमिली थी। और शुभम की जो ससुराल पक्ष के लोग हैं वो भी गए थे। कुल 11 लोग गए हुए थे।
बाकी लोग क्या सुरक्षित हैं? वो लोग कहाँ हैं? आप लोग के संपर्क में बात हो रही है उनसे?
हाँ, संपर्क में हैं और सुरक्षित हैं। उनको वहीं पे अभी बोला गया है रुकने के लिए और लगातार ये प्रयास है। हमारा भी सरकार से निवेदन है कि बहुत बड़ी घटना हमारे परिवार के साथ हुई है, तो हम ऐसा चाहते हैं, निवेदन करते हैं सरकार से कि हमारे बच्चे शुभम का हमें पार्थिव शरीर दिया जाए और हमारे परिवार को सकुशल यहाँ कानपुर तक पहुंचाया जाए, जिससे कि हम उनका अंतिम संस्कार कर सकें।
पहलगाम में आज जो आतंकवादी हमला हुआ है, इस आतंकवादी हमले ने पूरे देश को झकझोर के रख दिया है। पुणे के करवे नगर से जगदाड़े फैमिली के साथ हैं हम। संतोष जगदाड़े जी पर भी ये हमला हुआ है।
In fact, viewers, quickly shifting focus now, Deepak. Immediately after his arrival, the Prime Minister has took a briefing meeting with at the airport with the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, and even the Foreign Minister to discuss the situation in view of the terror attack in Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir. The first action after Prime Minister Modi's touchdown in New Delhi has been taken in connection with the terror case in Pahalgam. He's met with the National Security Advisor. In fact, Deepak, those were also the visuals when he had just, deboarded. He deplaned his Air India 1, and we could see NSA Ajit Doval discussing the matter with Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
That's right, Gesu, with the terror attack fresh and the nation on the edge. The message is clearly visible. It is that there is no time to waste, and the Prime Minister was briefed by NSA Ajit Doval, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, and the Finance and the Foreign Secretary while he was on his way to his convoy from Air India 1. And the Prime Minister there cutting short his Jeddah visit and arriving in the national capital shows the gravity of the situation and also the importance that the nation needs PM Modi at the moment. And the Prime Minister also held a key meeting. These are the pictures of the Prime Minister's first engagement upon touchdown in the national capital. There you can see External Affairs Minister, the Foreign Minister, Foreign Secretary, as well as NSA Ajit Doval. They're briefing the Prime Minister, Gesu.
Yeah, in fact, Deepak, since we also spoke about the Finance Minister, she's also cut short her trip to the US and Peru, and she's returning to India at the soonest. That's what the Finance Ministry has said. And just moments ago, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also touched down at the national capital in the Pahalgam Air Force Station. He was being escorted by NSA Ajit Doval. These are the visuals of the meeting that happened fresh at the heels of his arrival in the national capital. In fact, also being joined by my colleague Riyanka and Harsha to get us more details into the matter. Riyanka, coming to you first, speak to us about the key details of the meeting. We saw the first pictures. The government has completely swung into action. Prime Minister is back on the soil.
Well, the message is already clear from the side of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, as his first move was to cut short his Jeddah trip and come back to India in order to take several meetings and take the stock of the situation in Pahalgam. In fact, as he landed in the national capital, he immediately went on a first meeting with NSA Ajit Doval as well as External Affairs Minister, is what we understand at this point in time from the information that we have received. And in this particular meeting, we also understand that the key briefing of what the situation was yesterday, the number of people who have died at the terrorist attack, the number of people who are injured and currently getting their treatment in the hospital is also one of the data which is being shared with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Also, the arrangement of security and what are the
we have our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor also joining us on the phone lines. Abhishek, we have pictures of the Prime Minister's first engagement with NSA Ajit Doval, EM, as well as the Foreign Secretary. And this clearly goes on to show the priority of the Prime Minister is to take swift action without wasting any time.
Well, yes, absolutely. So he just landed, and we've seen the visuals that he's asking the NSA to come along, and he walks, he tells the SPG that he's not sitting in the car as yet. Then he walks along with the Foreign Secretary and NSA, and then in the picture we can see he is listening with intent as Foreign Secretary and the NSA brief the Prime Minister on whatever has happened since the terror attack happened in the afternoon of yesterday. We remember he had already spoken to he had already spoken to the Home Minister and instructed him to visit the spot and come back and brief him. We are told that anytime now the Home Minister should be on his way to Pahalgam, and then he will be returning to New Delhi, and then there would be a cabinet committee on security where whatever important decisions need to be taken would be taken in terms of India's response. We have seen that this had happened immediately in the aftermath of the Pulwama attack also, and then of course Uri. So I think this is building up to a crucial decision being made in whatever form, but a hectic day of parleys from here on, but Prime Minister kicking it in immediately on landing, not even going to the local landmark residence or waiting for all the formalities at the airport itself. He has taken the briefing. Remember, he cut short his visit to Saudi Arabia last evening, ending it immediately after his bilateral with the Saudi Crown Prince. There were more than a couple of engagements lined up for today, including one business summit. All those cancelled, and he immediately rushed back overnight. And now, of course, we are waiting for the Home Minister to return from Srinagar after his visit to the Pahalgam terror attack spot, and then there would be the Cabinet Committee on Security. Deepak.
That's right, Abhishek. And this the timing of the terror attack also, Abhishek, is very important because the Vice President is in India and the Prime Minister was in Saudi Arabia. He cut short his visit, a message that even the UAE has also received, and the West is also closely monitoring the situation back home as well, and they've extended support. How do you look at this situation as far as the geopolitical scenario is concerned, Abhishek?
Well, you see, you have obviously this world leaders have immediately responded with statements and comments condemning and standing with India. And we have seen President Trump making a phone call last evening. All this coming when U.S. Vice President Joe Biden, U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance is in India. I think obviously the Pakistanis perhaps have bitten more than they can chew this time, and there would be a global response. Look at the last count, about 45 nations have, and this is what I have counted, 45 nations have come out with their statements or of condemnation and support for India in its fight against terror. And the fact that one Nepali citizen has also perished in the attack, clearly, Deepak, this is time for a global response to terrorism and to make sure that this time at least an example is set of what kind of response to terrorism should get, particularly that born out of foreign soil. The terrorists, a hunt is on for them. The area is sealed. We are told that the agencies are very close to getting to them, and then we will see an operation. But what is important is for now, of course, in terms of administrative arrangements for getting the mortal remains of those victims who died in the terror attack back to their families in the soonest possible time. That's the focus. And all the meetings we are seeing are a combination of that administrative response and, of course, the larger response to terror that India has to give, supported by the world.
Yeah. Abhishek, thanks very much for getting us those details, viewers. That was our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, on the phone line. In fact, viewers, it's also vital to remember that this comes at the backdrop of a ceasefire violation by Pakistan in the Poonch line of control. Unprovoked firing by Pakistan in the Tatapani sector of the line of control. The fresh breaking development that's coming in, and this is not for the first time. In fact, the terror strike itself, Deepak, is a lead on to after multiple ceasefire violations from the side of the Pakistan at the line of control at different borders, including the Poonch border today.
That's right, Gesu, and this comes after back-to-back meetings that were held, flag meetings that were held between India and Pakistan in April and March and last year as well. In fact, Gursimran is also joining us live. Gursimran, close on the heels of a deadly terror attack in Pahalgam, what we understand is that Pakistan is continuing with its nefarious design by violating the ceasefire once again. This after many and multiple rounds of flag meetings that were held between the two nations.
Yes, Pakistan has once again violated the ceasefire, and this time it is in the Tatapani sector of the Poonch. This is the Mindra sector of the Indian Army, the areas between the Rajouri and the Poonch district. Now coming to the incident, it was reported late last night, somewhere close to 2, when the unprovoked firing was reported from the Pakistan side. First it was at a distance from the Indian post, but then it inches closer to the Indian post, after which the Indian Army has retaliated effectively to the Pakistan's fire. Now what we are picking up from the officials on ground, that the Pakistan side was given a befitting reply by the Indian Army, post which there has been a lull that has been prevailing on ground. But if you see of the past, if we speak of the 21st February, when the first flag meeting was requested by the Pakistan that they want peace on the borders, that was held, attended by a brigadier rank officer of the Indian Army. Second flag meeting was held, it was on the 10th of April in the same Chakandabag area, where the Pakistan requested the ceasefire be abided by both the sides, because they have been hit very hard on their provocation by the Indian side. So now once again there has been a major provocation by the Pakistan side, but India has given them a befitting reply, and as we speak we are told that the situation continues to be lull but tense on the line of control in the Rajouri Poonch districts.
Right, Gursimran. In fact, continue being with us. Prime Minister Modi has now returned to New Delhi. He in fact held a key meeting at the airport upon his arrival. And in fact, now Prime Minister Modi will also hold a cabinet committee on security meeting at about 11 a.m. today morning at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. His official residence and also the working office of the Prime Minister. A huge development that's getting in. The government has swung into action as soon as Prime Minister Narendra Modi touched down in the national capital. Also being joined by my colleague Riyanka, who will get us more updates into the matter. Riyanka, speak to us about the key meeting, the key CCB meeting which will be held. 11 a.m. has been chalked out as the time at 7 LKM. Speak to us about it, Riyanka.
Well, that is coming in the official timing of the meeting, of the crucial meeting that will be chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi at his residence in 7 LKM, where the talks about security will be in fact underway post 11 a.m. is what we understand. The Prime Minister has already swung into action along with top officials of the country, and then he will go ahead and hold a very important security meeting at his residence at around 11 a.m. and thereafter decisions and deliberations will be made in order how to go about with the situation, what will be the response of the country, as well as the security arrangements that need to be further heightened in particular spots of Kashmir, where at this point in time it is very clear that there are several infiltrations and several terrorists who are currently at the hideouts, and also he will be taking stock of the security arrangements in terms of the terror hideouts that are currently in Pahalgam at this point in time, which we understand that the security has in fact gone ahead and they cordoned off, and they are of course on the search of all these terrorists who were involved in the killing of the 28 people in Pahalgam yesterday. And all these lines will be briefed to the Prime Minister in terms of what is the security that is being maintained at this point in time.
That's right, Riyanka. The CCS will include key decision makers like NSA, Ajit Doval, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, and many others as well. Now let's take you through another set of breaking news that we are tracking at the moment. Security has been heightened in sensitive areas of Jammu, and the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the ITBP have been deployed at these sensitive places to ensure that no untoward incident takes place. And this comes even as the cordon and search operations are currently underway by the Joint Security Forces, the CRPF, Jammu and Kashmir Police, all of them working in tandem in these operations. And right now what we understand is that Jammu has been fortified after the dastardly attack.
Also being joined by my colleague Gursimran to get us more updates into the matter. Gursimran, speak to us about the security situation that's ongoing in Jammu and Kashmir.
See, the security has been beefed up in the Jammu region. Right now we are in the Shahidi Chowk area, and here you will see that the concertina wires have been placed, and there has been a massive deployment of the Jammu and Kashmir police. At multiple locations there have been deployment. If we speak of the Gujar Ragat, there has been a deployment of the Indo-Tibetan border police, and not all the vehicles are being allowed. Only after due checking the vehicles are being allowed, those who are having the essential commodities. Otherwise rest of them have been asked to move towards the other side, because keeping in view the communally sensitive nature of this stretch of the Jammu, because this area has been prone to the multiple incidents of such communal linked incidents that have taken place. That's why the concertina wires have been put in place, and only vehicles are being allowed after thorough checking that is taking place. It's important to mention that this decision was taken late last night during a security assessment meeting that was done by the IG Jammu and the Divisional Commissioner of Jammu, wherein some key decisions were taken that how the security and law and order situation will be maintained, and wherever it is required there will be some hard steps that will be taken. And that's why we are witnessing that the concertina wires have been placed at many locations in Jammu, with the active deployment of the Jammu and Kashmir police as well as the Indo-Tibetan border police and CRPF at the multiple locations, so as to ensure that there is no violence or law and order situation or any kind of a communally sensitive issue that irks up, that can be detrimental to the harmony of the region. And that's why we are witnessing that this kind of deployment that was seen last post abrogation of Article 370 and 35 alpha is being witnessed against at multiple locations in Jammu.
Right, Gursimran, thanks for joining in with those details. In fact, viewers, we're also shifting focus now, and Deepak, it's time to speak about the ordeal of the families who've been at the center of this entire tragedy. They've seen their loved ones getting shot in front of their eyes.
That's right, Geswan. One particular family that was cowering in fear inside a tent when the terrorists came, they asked Santosh Jagdale, a 54-year-old, to come out and recite an Islamic verse. And when he couldn't, they shot him thrice, once in the head, then behind the ear, and then his back. And this is the horrific account, Gesu, that has been shared by Shubham's wife. Let's take our viewers through this report.
Shubham Dwivedi, a newlywed from Kanpur, was among those tragically killed in Pahalgam. He was visiting the scenic Baisaran meadow, often referred to as Mini Switzerland, with his wife and in-laws when armed terrorists opened fire on unsuspecting tourists.
क्या हुआ इसको क्या हुआ?
In a chilling account, Shubham's wife recounted that terrorists demanded to know their religion before open firing.
यहाँ पर थी, क्या बोलते, भेलपुरी खाली थी, मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
यहाँ पे
उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
नहीं, आप टेंशन मत लो, अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो, हम साथ में। मैडम, ये जो भीड़ सब है प्रेशर, आप टेंशन मत लो।
मेरे पति को बचा लो।
हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं। भैया तो करिए फोन।
प्लीज भगवान के लिए बचा लो।
दब से मन युवा डिजाइन क्या है? ठीक है, हम बचा देंगे ना, आप टेंशन मत लो। मैं आ रहा हूँ, मैं कहाँ पे आपका ये हस्बैंड? क्या हुआ इसको, क्या हुआ?
Please ask for help. We don't need.
Okay, don't worry. You okay? You need a water, sir?
Sir, we'll manage. Just ask for help.
Okay, first you give the hands water, drop of water. Take a drop of water, sir, please.
Shubham's brother revealed that the terrorist asked him to recite the Kalma, and upon his refusal, shot him dead in the head.
It was more like an execution. शुभम भैया से वहाँ पर उन टेररिस्ट ने उनका नाम पूछा, उनसे बोला कि अगर आप कलमा पढ़ दो तो हम आपको गोली नहीं मारेंगे। उसके बाद उन्होंने वहाँ पर उनको गोली मार दी और उनकी वाइफ से कहा कि आप जाकर के अपनी सरकार को बताना कि हमने आपके साथ क्या किया है।
Bitan Adhikari, an IT professional residing in Florida, was also among the victims. He had travelled to Kashmir with his wife and their 3-year-old child for a family vacation. The joyous trip turned tragic when terrorists targeted their group. From Karnataka, Shivamogga district, 47-year-old Manjunath Rao lost his life in the attack. He was on holiday with his wife Pallavi and their 18-year-old son. Eyewitnesses reported that the terrorists dressed in civilian clothes opened fire indiscriminately, leaving families devastated. This heinous act of terror has left a scar on nation's conscience. As families mourn the loss of their loved ones, the demand for justice grows louder.
Prime Minister Modi holds a key meeting at the airport. Upon his arrival to New Delhi, he will chair the CCS meeting at his official residence at 11 a.m. today. Tracking those details very closely for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आप मुझे बताइए, क्या आप बताना चाहेंगे जो इस तरह के टूरिस्ट पर जो है अटैक किया गया?
ये बुजलाना हरकत जो उन्होंने की। मेरा नाम राकेश कोल, बीजेपी डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रेसिडेंट। पेशेंट के लिए मैं श्रीनगर में था तुरंत। ये कुछ लोग रहे हैं जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर्ड है, जो नहीं चाहते कि जो नया कश्मीर का आगाज हुआ है। आपके चैनल के माध्यम से उनको कहना चाहता हूं, मौत के घाट उतारेंगे, उनकी छोड़ेंगे नहीं। हमारे जेके पुलिस, हमारी आर्मी, हमारा आज का यहाँ यूथ इनके खिलाफ है, क्योंकि नया कश्मीर जो नया कश्मीर बना ये कंडेमबल है। और उनको चेतावनी दे रहा हूं, अरे गिदड़ो, गीदड़ की मौत मरोगे जितने बाकी लोग आप गीदड़ के लोग मर गए, जैसे आप भी मरोगे। ये वादा है हमारी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का, LG साहब का ये वादा है। मौत के घाट उठाएंगे, आप निहत्तों को मारेंगे। ये किस कुरान शरीफ में लिखा है, किस भगवत गीता में लिखा है कि जो टूरिस्ट आ जाए तो ये करे, उनके साथ ऐसा करेंगे आप। आपको वहां के दरवाजे बंद हो चुके, अल्लाह ताला ने आपके वो दरवाजे बंद किए हैं। और ये बुज़दिलान हरकत मत करो, हटो इससे। आपको कब्र भी नसीब नहीं मिलेगी, आपको कब्र भी नहीं नसीब मिलेगी, क्योंकि अल्लाह ताला का भी सब कुछ है। इनको जमीन दोज करेंगे हम। हमारी गवर्नमेंट, हमारी आज मीटिंग हो रही है, अमित शाह जी हमारी मीटिंग ले रही है। तुरंत हमें आना पड़ा, हम इनके साथ हैं। हमने कहा गुजरात से परेशान मत के। मैं बहुत ही यहाँ के जो हमारे स्टाफ है, जो नर्सिंग स्टाफ है, डॉक्टर्स है, आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल टू ऑल ऑफ यू, दे आर ट्रीटिंग वेरी वेल।
आप मुझे बताइए एक्चुअल क्या हुआ वहां पर, आप कितने लोग?
Welcome back, viewers. Nepal Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli has also expressed his deepest condolences to the victim of the terror attack in Pahalgam. Nepal stands firmly with India and strongly condemns any and all acts of terrorism. Close coordination is established to verify reports of a Nepali national among the victims and will provide all necessary assistance. This is KP Sharma Oli's social media post. And this comes, that's right,
statement from the side of KP Sharma Oli, especially at a time when about 2 of the tourists who were killed at the hands of the bloody terrorists are foreign nationals. In fact, one is, as per preliminary reports, we're learning that one of them is from Nepal. And now KP Sharma Oli has extended his condolences over the attack on Kashmir. Viewers, Prime Minister Modi holds a key meeting at airport. Upon his arrival to New Delhi, he will chair the CCS meeting at his official residence at 11 a.m. Closely tracking all the details into the attack and the action that's following after for you only on Republic TV. Stay tuned.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
माही सर, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
मुझे
पर थी, क्या बोलते भेलपुरी खा रही थी, मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे।
उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
नहीं, आप टेंशन मत लो, अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो, हम साथ में। मैडम, ये जो भीड़ साहब है प्रेसिडेंट, आप टेंशन मत लो,
मेरे पति को बचा लो,
हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं। बेहतर करेंगे फोन। जब से मन युवा डिजाइन किया है, ठीक है, हम बचा देंगे ना, आप टेंशन मत लो। मैं आ रहा हूँ, मैं कहाँ पे आपका ये हस्बैंड? क्या हुआ इसको, क्या हुआ?
Please ask for help. We don't need.
Okay, don't worry. You okay? You need a water, sir?
Sir, we'll manage. Just ask for help.
Okay, you firstly you give the hands water, drop of water, take a drop of water. हम आ रहे हैं, आप टेंशन, कोई बात नहीं, हम आ रहे हैं, आप टेंशन मत लो मैडम, हम आ रहे हैं। मैंने खुदाया, कहाँ पे आपका बेटा, कहाँ पे है? कोई बात नहीं, हम इनके साथ है, ये प्रेसिडेंट है ना, वही साहब, ये यूनियन का प्रेसिडेंट है, ये साथ में।
Welcome back, viewers. This was indeed a targeted attack because Gesu, when the terror attack took place, the terrorists were scanning the ID cards of each and every tourist, and one person in specific, 54-year-old Santosh Jagdale, he was caught by the terrorists and he was asked to recite an Islamic verse, and when he failed to do that, he was shot thrice right before his family, and his wife and son have survived to tell the tale.
Shubham Dwivedi, a newlywed from Kanpur, was among those tragically killed in Pahalgam. He was visiting the scenic Baisaran meadow, often referred to as mini Switzerland, with his wife and in-laws when armed terrorists opened fire on unsuspecting tourists.
क्या हुआ इसको, क्या हुआ?
In a chilling account, Shubham's wife recounted that terrorists demanded to know their religion before open firing.
मुझे
पर थी, क्या बोलते भेलपुरी खा रही थी, मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे।
उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
नहीं, आप टेंशन मत लो, अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो, हम साथ में। मैडम, ये जो भीड़ साहब है प्रेसिडेंट, आप टेंशन मत लो,
मेरे पति को बचा लो,
हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं। बेहतर करेंगे फोन। जब से मन युवा डिजाइन किया है, ठीक है, हम बचा देंगे ना, आप टेंशन मत लो। मैं आ रहा हूँ, मैं कहाँ पे आपका ये हस्बैंड?
Prime Minister Modi holds a key meeting at the airport upon his arrival to New Delhi. Will chair the CCS meeting at his residence at 11 a.m. We're tracking all those details for you very closely only on Republic TV. Stay tuned.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
आप मुझे बताइए, क्या आप बताना चाहेंगे जो इस तरह के टूरिस्ट पर जो है अटैक किया गया?
ये बुजलाना हरकत जो उन्होंने की। मेरा नाम राकेश कोल, बीजेपी डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रेसिडेंट। पेशेंट के लिए मैं श्रीनगर में था तुरंत। ये कुछ लोग रहे हैं जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर्ड है, जो नहीं चाहते कि जो नया कश्मीर का आगाज हुआ है, आपके चैनल के माध्यम से उनको कहना चाहता हूं, मौत के घाट उतारेंगे, उनकी छोड़ेंगे नहीं। हमारे जेके पुलिस, हमारी आर्मी, हमारा आज का यहां यूथ इनके खिलाफ है क्योंकि नया कश्मीर जो नया कश्मीर बना ये कन्यामुल है। और उनको चेतावनी दे रहा हूं, अरे गिदड़ो, गीदड़ की मौत मरोगे जितने बाकी लोग आप गीदड़ के लोग मर गए, जैसे आप भी मरोगे। ये वादा है हमारी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का, एलजी साहब का ये वादा है। मौत के घाट उठाएंगे, आप निहत्तों को मारेंगे। ये किस कुरान शरीफ में लिखा है, किस भगवत गीता में लिखा है कि जो टूरिस्ट आ जाए तो ये करे, उनके साथ ऐसा करेंगे आप। आपको वहां भी, आपको वहां के दरवाजे बंद हो चुके, अल्लाह ताला ने आपके वो दरवाजे बंद किए हैं। और ये बुज़दिलान हरकत मत करो, हटो इससे। आपको कब्र भी नसीब नहीं मिलेगी, आपको कब्र भी नहीं नसीब मिलेगी, क्योंकि अल्लाह ताला का भी सब कुछ है। इनको जमीन दोज करेंगे हम। हमारी गवर्नमेंट, हमारी आज मीटिंग हो रही है, अमित शाह जी हमारी मीटिंग ले रही है, तुरंत हमें आना पड़ा, हम इनके साथ हैं। हमने कहा गुजरात से परेशान मत के। मैं बहुत ही यहाँ के जो हमारे स्टाफ है, जो नर्सिंग स्टाफ है, डॉक्टर्स है, आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल टू ऑल ऑफ यू, दे आर ट्रीटिंग वेरी वेल।
आप मुझे बताइए एक्चुअल क्या हुआ वहां पर, आप कितने लोग वहां पर मौजूद थे जब ये इंसिडेंट हुआ?
मानसो बहुत है यार।
Viewers, thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar and I'm being joined by my colleague Gesu as well. Gesu, it's a very dark day today.
Yeah.
A day after the terror attack in Pahalgam where 28 tourists were shot dead by terrorists. The TRF has claimed responsibility. In fact, we have more breaking news also coming in.
Yeah.
Gesu.
And Deepak, that's not it. In fact, multiple attempts of infiltration are being foiled across the valley of Jammu and Kashmir, across borders of the state. The recent most infiltration bid has been foiled by security forces in the Poonch district, where at least 2 to 3 Lashkar terrorists attempted to infiltrate into Jammu and Kashmir. Now an encounter is also underway in Baramulla by the side. Multiple points of action in Jammu and Kashmir. An infiltration bid has been foiled by security forces in the Poonch district, where at least 2 to 3 Lashkar terrorists attempted to infiltrate. That's what we're learning from the first sources. In fact, another encounter by the side is underway in Baramulla. Now viewers, this comes closely at the heels of a breach of the LOC which took place in the Poonch district just moments ago. And of course it comes closely following the ghastly terror strikes that hit the Pahalgam district in Jammu and Kashmir yesterday, where at least 28 innocent lives were lost. And after a grave ceasefire violation and infiltration bid, another one has been foiled by security forces in the Poonch district. At least 2 to 3 Lashkar terrorists attempted to infiltrate into the Jammu and Kashmir territory. In fact, an encounter is also underway in Baramulla. Being joined by my colleague Rawat live on the broadcast to get us more details. Rawat, speak to us about these back-to-back incidents. You know, first a ceasefire breach in Poonch district and now an infiltration bid which has been foiled by security forces in Poonch. Rawat.
Yeah, absolutely. If we'll talk about the incident which has started yesterday in the Pahalgam, where we have seen that the tourists were targeted by the terrorists in the Pahalgam area. Then after we have seen this morning, we have seen another in the Poonch sector, where we have seen that the Baisaran violated ceasefire violation. Seen that the 2 to 3 terrorists try to infiltrate to this side in the Uri sector, but we have seen that the attempt have been foiled and the exchange of fire is on in the Uri sector as of now, as we have been told by the officials from the Indian Army that exchange of fire has seen that the already that the have told that there is from the various terrorist organizations from the various launching pads to infiltrate to this side, but we have seen that the alertness of the forces, but we have seen this time that the exchange of fire is on. We have seen that the motion was detected through the motion sensors of the Indian Army, which is deployed at the line of control area in the sector. Also, we have seen that these kind of operations, also we have seen yesterday that the high alert has been sounded not only here in the Anantnag district where we are reporting right now, but across the Jammu and Kashmir districts. We have been told that there are desperate attempts by the terrorists to create a disturbance in the Kashmir Valley, but as of now we have seen that the major success for the forces, that the infiltration bid has been fallen in the Uri sector, where we have seen that the 2 to 3 terrorists try to infiltrate to this side because of the fog there and taking the advantage of the fog. But we have seen that the thermal cameras and the latest equipments of the Indian Army helped in the foiling this attack in the Uri sector. It clearly indicates that the frustration among the terrorist organizations, that how desperately they are trying to create a disturbance in the Kashmir Valley.
Stay with us. We are tracking the latest, getting in more details of the cabinet security meeting that is going to be held in a short while from now. At 11 a.m. is when the Prime Minister will be chairing that meeting. Some more details that we have picked up right now. The Prime Minister will convene the Cabinet Committee on Security. 11 a.m. at 7 LKM, the official residence of the Prime Minister. The Cabinet Committee on Security meeting will be attended by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, Cabinet Secretary T.V. Somanathan, Defence Secretary Rajesh Kumar Singh, MOS Minister of State Home Nityanand Rai, likely to attend the cabinet meeting as well. Riyanka is live with me, and we're going across to Riyanka to get more details. Riyanka, the Prime Minister was briefed, but it is the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting where any decision will be taken on a response that will have to now be given to Pakistan.
Well, absolutely. A very, very important meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security will be taking place at 11 a.m. today at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, which is the official residence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And, the top leaders of the country, that include the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. We also see that External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and as well as, Defence Secretary Rajesh Kumar Singh and Cabinet Secretary T.V. Somanathan will be in attendance of this particular meeting. On the other hand, the Finance Minister is also a part of the Cabinet Committee on Security, but Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is on a US payroll tour, and she has also she has also cut short her trip and is going to be returning to India very, very soon. On the other hand, MOS Home Nityanand Rai will also be likely to be attending the meeting with the Home Minister Amit Shah in Kashmir today, taking stock of the situation. But this meeting is very crucial given the fact that the response of India is going to be decided, and also the arrangement of security and the process further will be briefed at this particular meeting. And Prime Minister chairing this meeting also shows the message very, very clear that India is not going to stay silent, and a very strong action will be taken against the perpetrators, something that we have seen the Prime Minister assuring the citizens of the country.
Yes, stay with us. I have Gursimran joining us live from Jammu as well. I'm going across to Gursimran now. Gursimran, across Jammu and Kashmir, security has been tightened in the wake of possible terror alerts. We just heard of another ceasefire violation. In the last few weeks, in fact, Gursimran, you have been reporting about the increased terror infiltration attempts along the line of control, and we've caught pictures. In fact, we've caught these terrorists red-handed on camera, right, trying to infiltrate at the LOC in the last few weeks. It was clear that they were planning something big.
Yes, Niranjan, there is absolutely no doubt to it that the Pakistan is trying to disrupt peace. And even as we speak, an encounter is underway. An infiltration bid has been foiled by the Indian Army in the Baramulla sector of the Uri in the Kashmir line of control, because 2 to 3 terrorists of Lashkar-e-Toiba, they were attempting to infiltrate into the Indian territory. So this shows the magnitude. There has been a ceasefire violation in the Tatapani sector of the Mendhar in the Poonch district of Jammu that has also been reported late last night. So this shows that the Pakistan is looking for every possible attempt. But now if we speak of the ground situation, you see that the Special Operations Group of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they have been deployed here. These are the specialized groups of the anti-terror unit of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, and they primarily focus on the anti-terror operations. They have been deployed here to ensure that there is no untoward incident. Reason being that there is all likelihood that the Pakistan will try to foment the trouble, because they will take it as an opportunity that the entire focus is in the Kashmir Valley, so they will try to hit here in Jammu, and that is what the inputs were actually based on. Yesterday, a meeting that was shared at the police control room in Jammu that discussed all these inputs, and after that there has been decision that there will be additional deployment of the forces on the ground. SOG will be placed at all important places in Jammu region, and also the deployment of the paramilitary forces to avoid any law and order situation, because what the terrorists want, they want the Indians to fight, they want them to fight on the religious lines, they want them to fight for any reason, and that is what the security forces do not want.
Right, Gursimran. In fact, continue joining us on the broadcast. We're also getting in some fresh breaking development. Now, security, viewers, has been completely beefed up across multiple points in Jammu and Kashmir in the wake of the terror strikes that hit the state yesterday. In fact, security has been upped at several points across the borders also of Jammu and Kashmir. The Jammu and Kashmir police, along with the ITBP, have been deployed at sensitive areas in Jammu. Now, this also comes as political parties in the state have called for a bandh over the terrorist strike. Gursimran continues to join me on the broadcast. Gursimran, speak to us about the security situation. What is the action that's being taken looking forward?
See, if we speak of the present security scenario, the security has been beefed up. There have been an additional deployment. I'll request Sarjeevan to show you a 360-degree view, and you will be able to see the concertina wires that have been placed on the roads. These concertina wires have been placed so as to ensure that in case of any law and order situation, this area can be cut off, because these are some of the sensitive areas where we have seen that it takes almost no minutes to get things to the communal angle, and we have witnessed it in the past as well, after the Pulwama attack in 2019, when how the stone pelting, and there have been mass vehicles that were torched by some miscreants, and to avoid that situation, the security has been beefed up. Also, the concertina wires have been put in place by the authorities.
Yeah, Gursimran, thanks for getting us those vital details into the case. In fact, viewers, we're also getting in more information on the matter. Now, tourists are also being escorted out of the Pahalgam district in the wake of the attack.
I believe Zeenat is live with us right now. Zeenat is live from or rather close to the attack site. Zeenat is in Pahalgam, has been there for the last almost 14-15 hours. I'd like to go across to Zeenat, who's joining us live. And Zeenat, if you can hear me, what is your current location? You spoke to most of the tourists who were leaving Pahalgam last evening, hearing that more tourists who were possibly still in that region also are now leaving. What is the situation there? Zeenat, over to you. Can you hear me? Okay, I think we are just about to get her connected. Some more inputs that we're picking up right now from Zeenat, and even as we go across to her, getting in some breaking news updates right now. Infiltration bid has been foiled in Baramulla, and encounter is underway in Baramulla as we speak. That was the last breaking news update that we had. 2 to 3 Lashkar terrorists attempted to infiltrate, and they are being given a befitting response. This is Uri area of Baramulla, line of control. Approximately 2 to 3 terrorists try to infiltrate through general area Sarjeevan at Uri Nala, Baramulla. The alert troops on the line of control have challenged and intercepted them, resulting in firefight. An operation is in progress. So infiltration. So the encounter is underway. It is an ongoing operation in Baramulla. It has already started as forces retaliate and try to hunt down these terrorists who have tried to cross over from the line of control. Meanwhile, getting in pictures of protests against Pakistan by citizens in Jammu. Zeenat, if you can hear me, trying to come across to you. Zeenat is very close to that area which was referred to as mini Switzerland, where the attack took place. Zeenat, hearing that some more tourists who are perhaps there are being escorted out of Pahalgam. Is that correct? Can you give us a full report of what is going on around you?
See, Niranjan, we are right here at the Pahalgam market, and my VJ Mubashir is showing you the exact track where from this track takes you to Baisaran village, and these are the mountains just behind this very mountain. The Baisaran tourist spot is where this attack has taken place, although a few kilometers from here is a motorized and then it's a Kacha road, and that is one of the reasons for the operation that took long yesterday for the evacuation. As you see, the vehicles they are being sent only to escort those trapped terrorists in the Pahalgam, and they are being escorted out. Many of the visuals that we witnessed being on the ground, that the tourist vehicle were escorted by the security forces. They're being taken out from this place. In fact, the market usually used to witness hustle and bustle, but it is more like a deserted look that we see here on the ground. Only the police officials, the traffic police department, and the vehicles that you see mostly are with the tourists who are moving out from Pahalgam, or the vehicles are being escorted by the tourists. It is 95% of the tourists have left the Pahalgam. So you see one of the vehicle carrying the luggage, and the tourist is again moving out. It's again being escorted by the security forces. This is all for the safety and the security of those tourists who have been here in Pahalgam since yesterday. During the night also the evacuation was done, and still the medical teams are reaching to Pahalgam. Just few meters from here, the civil hospital hospital is also here, and the Pahalgam club where the victims, relatives and the families are staying. In a way, deserted look. Otherwise the market would witness a lot of hustle and bustle, and then we see the shops in the Kashmir Valley and also in the Pahalgam where this incident has taken place are shut. It is in the mark of the protest against the killings of the tourists yesterday. Overall, the market life is dead. Similarly, the tourist number not only in Pahalgam but also in Gulmarg, Sonmarg and the other tourist destinations like Dodpatri, the visibility is zero. Although the condemnation is coming from majority of most of the corners, be it the political or the social circles. In fact, the cluster university in Srinagar has also postponed examination for today. The private and the public schools in the Kashmir Valley are closed. So all this is coming in the mark of protest against the terror attack. This is one of the gruesome and one of the horrific terror incident that has taken place after 2019 when Jaish-e-Mohammed targeted CRPF convoy at Letpora in Pulwama. You see more and more forces, the visuals that we are beaming here, that tells you and also depicts the picture of the scenes on the ground where you see the vehicles coming, they are escorting the tourists. Majority of the forces are reaching here only to take those tourists out who are still stuck, because there has been hue and cry from the tourists and also to take us out from this place. So vehicles, most of the vehicles that are coming here, they are only coming to take the tourists out. So apart from yesterday's attack, the Kashmir has been witnessing a kind of a peace where livelihood was thriving and the tourism was on a big surge. But now that the dent has come to the tourism industry, it is going to take a long time for the industry, for the administration to revive, because the message has gone very strong. It has gone even to the will it impact the bilateral relations of the country, because two of the foreign nationals have also been killed in this attack. Well, that needs to be seen how the country is going to deal with the bilateral relations with the other countries. But as of now, the major importance for the Jammu and Kashmir administration is that the tourists who are stuck in, they are given a safe passage. In fact, the dead bodies who lost their lives yesterday in the terror attack, they were shifted from Pahalgam somewhere around 12:30 in the morning. During the midnight, the transfer was done, and again in escorted vehicles of the security forces were witnessed. So only those people who are having their security I-cards who are coming here. The deployment of the Jammu and Kashmir police, the CRPF, even the army is here, and you see the ridges that connects you to the Baisaran. There you have the elite commandos coming from the para have been deployed for the operation to see the terrorists who have carried the attack. Will they be neutralized? Because a lot of push has been coming from the administration that the terrorists who carried this attack needs to be neutralized. In fact, the NIA teams, also National Investigating Agency teams who were based on Srinagar, were also seen yesterday who visited the spot. So you see the deployment, the visuals that we are beaming here. This is the QRT, quick response team of the CRPF that is again showing their presence here in Pahalgam again. The bulletproof vehicle is escorting them. So these are the scenes that we see here in Pahalgam. Obviously, a day before, there was a complete difference where the life was thriving, the shops were bustling with the tourists, the customers. But now today, it is all opposite, where you see the shops closed. There is no movement of locals. Most of even the staff based in hotels, they have left the spot. Even the Maura, which is one of the village some 4 kilometers from here, where usually a tourist fall is more, again that village also witnessed a deserted look. More like frisking points have been increased, checking points have been increased, and those who are crossing this very juncture have to pass and go through many layers of the security. That is the situation on the ground. We are seeing the figure has settled somewhere on 26, when some 17 people have got grave injuries, the bullet injuries. They have been hit by bullet. They are being treated. Some of them was hit at arm, some at the neck. All this is happening presently at the Kashmir Valley. One of the bus that you see on your screen again is taking the tourists out of the Kashmir, out of this Pahalgam resort. That is the main situation here on ground, is that to evacuate those who have been stranded here since yesterday. Most of the police and the deployment is helping them to take them out. Then we are going to witness a VIP visit in some time from now. We are being told that the Home Minister will be going to the spot where this attack had taken place, for which the arrangements have been made. Even the deployment has been increased, and also to see that no untoward incident this time takes place. The deployment number has gone very up. And
I'm sorry to interrupt you there. I think we will let you go right now, because it is important for you to go to the attack site, the exact location where the attack took place. So we will look forward to that report, so that you tell our viewers firsthand from the site of how the attack took place. 28 victims of terror. Many heartbreaking stories. One story of Manjunath, his wife Pallavi, and their son were in Pahalgam, their first visit to Kashmir. It was to be their last day in Pahalgam, and they were leaving back from there when Manjunath went to a stall at the attack site to buy snacks. His wife heard a bullet sound. She looks back, and Manjunath was lying on the floor. She told the terrorists, "Kill me as well." They said, "Go and tell Modi." This is the story of Manjunath, shot dead by terrorists at the Pahalgam site.
A tourist from Karnataka Shivamogga district, 27-year-old Manjunath Rao, was among those killed in the terrorist attack in Pahalgam. Manjunath was on a holiday in Jammu and Kashmir with his wife Pallavi and their 18-year-old son. In a conversation with Republic, Manjunath's wife recalled the horrifying moment and said one of the terrorists told her, "Go and tell Modi."
जिस बंदे ने मेरे पति को मारा ना, वो वही जा रहा था. मैंने उसे बोला, "मुझे भी मारो, तूने मेरे पति को मारा." मेरे सन में भी बोला, तो उसने हमें नहीं मारा. उसने बोला, "मोदी को बोलो."
उसने क्या बोला?
उसने बोला, "नहीं, मोदी को बोलो," कहकर चला गया वहां से.
The family had left Shivamogga on April 19 and was scheduled to return on April 24. Shivamogga SP GK Mithun Kumar said that coordination is underway to bring the body from Srinagar back home. Reacting to the incident, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah said he had held an emergency meeting with senior state officials and dispatched multiple teams to Jammu and Kashmir. As the family prepares to bring Manjunath back for his final rites, a scene of shock and grief hangs heavy on the town of Shivamogga.
Viewers, getting in a fresh breaking development now. Immediately upon his arrival to the national capital, the Prime Minister has took a briefing meeting at the airport with the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar and even the Foreign Secretary to discuss the situation in view of the terror attack that shook the Pahalgam district. 28 innocent lives lost at the bloody hands of terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir just yesterday, and the government has swung into action. The message is clear: zero tolerance for terrorism. Immediately on his arrival to New Delhi, Prime Minister Modi swung into action. He in fact took a briefing meeting at the airport with the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. In fact, his first pictures after his Air India One touchdown at the Pahalgam Air Base, we could see the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval escorting the Prime Minister and also debriefing him over the terror incident in Pahalgam and all the actions that have followed since. Viewers, these are the visuals on your screens of the crucial meeting between Prime Minister Modi. You can see External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, NSA Ajit Doval and also Foreign Secretary sitting in the meeting, which happened right at the airport after Prime Minister Modi touched down in New Delhi. In fact, what's very important is that another Cabinet Committee of Security meeting is also all slated for 11 a.m. later today, which will be held at Prime Minister's official residence at the 7 local landmark in the national capital.
Okay, getting in details of the security operations also ongoing in different parts of Jammu and Kashmir. We're fighting an infiltration attempt at Baramulla, and the Prime Minister has held a meeting after landing. He cut short his visit to Saudi Arabia, landed earlier this morning, took a review meeting at the airport. He will be meeting, or rather convening, a CCS meet in a short while from now. We are live and rolling non-stop on Republic. Stay tuned.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me I thought.
Cricket fans.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
मुझे पर थी क्या बोलते भेलपुरी खाड़ी से मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान है उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे।
उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
नहीं आप टेंशन मत लो। अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो, हम साथ में। मैडम ये जो भीड़ सब है प्रेशर, आप टेंशन मत लो।
मेरे पति को बचा लो।
हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं। भाई तो करिए फोन दब से मन युवा डिजाइन क्या है। ठीक है हम बचा देंगे ना, आप टेंशन मत लो। मैं आ रहा हूँ। मैं कहाँ पे आपका ये हस्बैंड?
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. We are live on the aftermath of the Pahalgam attack. 28 Indians, there were also foreign nationals there. 28 of them killed by Pakistani terrorists. We have some breaking news inputs coming in on the identity of these terrorists in the next 1 minute. Here are the headlines this morning.
28 unarmed civilians killed by terrorists in Pahalgam terror attack, one of the deadliest terror attacks post Article 370's abrogation.
Prime Minister Modi lands in the national capital, holds a key meeting at the airport. On his arrival, will now chair CCS meeting at his residence at 11 a.m.
A day after a deadly terror attack in Pahalgam, Pakistan violates ceasefire in Poonch along the line of control.
Amit Shah in Srinagar chairs high-level meeting with the Lieutenant Governor, Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. Top security officials will visit Pahalgam shortly.
Countries from US to Iran extend support to India to fight against the terror and bring down the perpetrators of one of the deadliest attacks to hit the Kashmir Valley.
Okay, getting in some breaking news updates right now. We are hearing that US made M4 rifles, and this is a breaking news update. US made M4 rifles, AK-47-56 rifles used in the attack. Pakistan-based Lashkar commander executed the attack. We have details and more details of the attackers, their identities, how they carried out the attack. US made M4 rifles, AK-47-56 rifles used in the attack. Pakistan-based Lashkar commander is believed to have executed the entire attack. One of the terrorists had a sturdy built with 4 ears pierced. Another had just 1 ear pierced. Both wore small circular earrings. 4 of them were dressed in army camouflage, while the others wore black uniforms. They wore military fatigues, as detailed by some of the eyewitnesses in Pahalgam last evening. They all spoke Majhi, a dialect commonly used in Pakistan. These are critical details we're picking up about the identity of these attackers. Gursimran and Zeenat continue to be live with us. Let me go across to Gursimran. Gursimran, we know it was a Lashkar attack executed by a Lashkar commander. There are more details of the kind of weapons that they carried as well.
Yes, Niranjan, the details that we are picking up from the investigating agencies that there have been use of 2 types of weapons that the terrorists have used in carrying out these attacks. One was the AK rifle that uses the ammunition of 7.62 mm. It could either be a AK-47 or a AK-56. That is yet to be ascertained, because the analysis of the rounds that have been recovered from the attack site, they are yet to be done by the forensic teams. Second, the weapon that has been used has been confirmed that this is a US-made M4 rifle that is mostly used by the commanders of the Lashkar and Jaish in Jammu and Kashmir, because 5.56 mm rounds have been recovered from the bodies and near the ground where this attack has taken place. This has a confirmation that we are getting from the investigating officials that are there on the ground. So there lies every possibility that, as being told, that there was a senior commander of Lashkar who was part of this team that carried out the attack. The number of the terrorists that is being ascertained, but we are told that out of 3 to 4 weapons that were used, 1 was or 2 could be the M4 US made, and rest of them were AK-57 or AK-56 or AK-47 rifles. This has been trend because see what this M4 gives us scope to, because these terrorists can use this to look into the areas even during the night, because this comes with a night scope and this provides an extra edge to the top terror commanders to evade from the security forces. Niranjan.
Okay, I'm going across to Zeenat. She's very close to the attack site right now, and we will get a report in a few minutes from now. Zeenat, has everyone moved out of that area? What do we know about the attackers themselves, about the operation to eliminate?
See, as far as the attackers are concerned, Niranjan, we have been
See, as we have been maintaining since yesterday that it is the attack carried by 8 men. It was a group of 8 people. 4 were in the army camouflaged uniform, and while the 4 people were in black dress that they were wearing. One of the terrorists had a study belt with both ears pierced, while the other had only one ear pierced. Both wore the circular earrings, and also as per the intel reports that suggest that they all spoke Majhi, a dialect which is commonly used in Pakistan. They were speaking in Majhi, a form of Urdu, but it's a Majhi dialect that is usually spoken in Pakistan. That also tells you that yes, the Pakistan hand in yesterday's attack. As far as the Baisaran village is concerned, in the upper meadows of Pahalgam, most of the evacuation is done till midnight, and now the administration is trying to evacuate all those passengers who have been stranded here, who got stuck because since yesterday their evacuation is being done. They are being escorted by the Jammu and Kashmir police, CRPF, all the security agencies on the ground, and trying the best to see that either the terrorists are nabbed or neutralized. But see, since this is a thick jungle, the foliage is so thick that it will take days for them to see that whether they are able to neutralize or nab. Meanwhile, you see the aerial service, the choppers are doing the monitoring of the very ridge where this has happened. Chopper services have been pressed in with fitted with drones to get the exact location of these terrorists who carried the attack, because in the thick foliage it is usually difficult to track and then to locate the people in these jungles. So the machinery and the modern equipment is being used to track and also to spot the terrorists who have carried the attack, because these were the Pakistani terrorists who had come and attacked the tourists who were yesterday in the Baisaran somewhere around 3 o'clock. This attack was reported when a distress call was received by PCR, Police Control Room, Kashmir. And since then, we see movement of the security forces, police officials, the administration geared up, and also the VIP visit was witnessed in Srinagar yesterday when Home Minister Amit Shah landed around 8 o'clock. And he also chaired the meeting at Raj Bhavan. So this is what is happening on ground. The Baisaran track is being continuously being monitored by the Indian Army, because these are the choppers. Our service have also been pressed in. The drones are usually fitted to navigate through the entire area to get the exact location of the terrorists, because it's usually difficult for the security forces to track this kind of area. That is why the elite commandos have been chipped in. Yesterday only the para commandos were dropped here by the Indian Army to navigate and to locate those who carried this barbaric attack in Kashmir. The Kashmir is shut. The Band call has been given by the political and the social organizations, and also it is being supported by every local. Yesterday, candlelight vigils were witnessed at multiple locations, multiple places in North to South Kashmir and Central Kashmir. Everywhere the candlelight vigil, and people have openly condemned this attack, which was carried by the terrorists in Baisaran of Pahalgam in South Kashmir's Anantnag.
Yeah, right. Thanks very much for getting us those details, Zeenat. In fact, continue being with us. Gursimran also joins us on the broadcast. We have more key details of the case.
In fact, one of the most shocking aspects of this attack was how it has been captured on camera. In fact, the first video that came out last evening was of an eyewitness account moments after the killings had taken place, after the 28 tourists were shot dead. Many such videos continue trickling into our newsrooms all of last evening. At least 5 to 6 videos that give you a sense of how that situation. It was supposed to be a happy time for everyone who were visiting this location, specific spot that is referred to as Mini Switzerland. All was well until this happened. Here are the videos that came in last evening.
Moments of horror captured on camera. A tourist recording himself amidst the serene landscapes of Pahalgam inadvertently documented the sudden eruption of gunfire.
यहाँ पर अटैक हुआ आतंकवादियों का, हम लोग बाल बचे हैं, मगर परमात्मा रक्षा करेगा। भगवान की कृपा से जरूर बचेंगे हम।
Another chilling video. A survivor recounted how the attackers demanded to know their religion before opening fire. A woman tourist, visibly shaken, describes that how she was asked about her religion by the gunmen. Her testimony underscores the calculated nature of the attack.
यहाँ पर थी, क्या बोलते, भेलपुरी खा रही थी, मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
यहाँ पे
उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
नहीं, आप टेंशन मत लो, अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो, हम साथ में। मैडम, ये जो भीड़ साहब है प्रेसिडेंट, आप टेंशन मत लो,
मेरे पति को बचा लो,
हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं। बेहतर करेंगे फोन,
प्लीज भगवान के लिए बचा लो।
दब सिमन युवा डिजाइन क्या है, ठीक है, हम बचा देंगे ना, आप टेंशन मत लो, मैं आ रहा हूँ। मैं कहाँ पे आपका ये हस्बैंड, क्या हुआ इसको, क्या हुआ?
Please ask for help. We don't need.
Okay, don't worry. You okay? You need a water, sir?
Sir, we'll manage. Just ask for help.
Okay, firstly you give the hands water, yes. Drop of water. Take a drop of water, sir, please.
A mother clutching her child was seen sobbing as security forces escorted them to safety. The trauma etched on her face reflects the terror that unfolded. In another video, tourists were seen crying for help, with their voices echoing the chaos and the fear that gripped the area during the assault. The Pahalgam terror attack stands as a grim reminder of the persistent threat faced by civilians in conflict zones. As the nation mourns the loss of innocent lives, there is an urgent call for unity, resilience, and decisive action against such acts of terror.
Okay, getting in some more breaking news inputs right now. Once again, putting out the details of what we know about the attackers, how they came in, what they looked like, what arms they carried with them. And as those details trickle in, one aspect becomes clear: the role of Pakistan and a failed state called Pakistan. And that is why there is anger across Jammu and Kashmir, across India, protests being held. These are pictures of protests being held. In fact, there's a bandh called in Jammu and Kashmir. In Jammu, those were pictures on the left of your screen against Pakistan. On the right, pictures from Patna in Bihar, where there is anger over Pakistan. And Gursimran is joining me live over these pictures. Bandh call also given. Gursimran, what is this bandh? Right? There's no point of giving a bandh. Parties like National Conference also called for the bandh. There's no point calling for a bandh until they kept asking for talks until 2 days ago with Pakistan. The same parties that are calling for bandh wanted talks with Pakistan until 2 days ago.
See, yes, it was very clear, but now the public sentiment, keeping the public sentiment in view, they also have to toe the line. Even it was, you will be amazed, Niranjan, that it was Mehbooba Mufti. She came out on Twitter and said that the bandh call that has been given by the Chamber and Commerce in Jammu, this should need to be supported by all the Kashmiris. These are the same people who used to give a bandh call for the one reason or the other, but not for the killing of the people by the terrorists. But now the things have changed on ground, and that is actually the change that the Jammu and Kashmir has witnessed in last 5 years post abrogation of Article 370 and 35 alpha, that everyone knows that their future lies in the mainstream. There cannot be a soft separatism or hard separatism or pro-Pakistan line that you can toe. So that is what the reason is. But when it comes to the Jammu bandh call that has been given by the Chamber of Commerce and Industries, supported by the Bar Association region of Jammu, and also the school associations. Jammu University too has been called to be closed by the authorities, and this clearly means that there will be a visible impact on the movement of the vehicles. But yes, if we speak of the this call that has been given, this is to ensure that this was the main motive, to show solidarity with those who have lost their life in this brutal terror attack, and also to send a message that entire Jammu stands firm with the people of Kashmir, with the people of India at this time of grief.
Right, Gursimran, thanks very much for joining in and getting us those details into the matter. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, the cowardly attack in Pahalgam has now triggered a global response of condemnation. World leaders from each corner of the globe, across diplomatic equations, have stood in solidarity with the people of India. From Trump to Putin, from UAE to Iran, and from Italy to Japan, there is a resounding condemnation against Pakistan's terrorism. This is one of the deadliest attacks that India has seen since Pulwama in 2019, and perhaps the world will remember after the harrowing memories of the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, or even the October 7th attacks of Hamas in Israel in recent memory. The parallels are stark. The intent was clear. Political act of terrorism. Here's a report on that. Take a look.
Cold, cowardly,
मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे।
उसने बोला कि ये शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
and calculated.
मेरे पति का बच्चा लो।
हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं, हम आ रहे हैं, आप टेंशन, कोई बात नहीं, हम हैं।
The dastardly attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam echoes the same heinous template used by terrorists as was seen on October 7th by Hamas when they attacked unarmed civilians at the Novo Music Festival. Instead of the music festival, it was a popular tourist spot in Pahalgam. Instead of Hamas fighters flying in from across Gaza, it was Pakistan-backed Lashkar terrorists creeping through the international border. Just like how President Putin put it, this brutal crime had no justification whatsoever.
उमरा चलना यार, ओए था कोई दिसता जहांगीर तो यार, बिहारियां पीछे जुलदे यार, तुम मौत ही कश्मीर की है।
Just like on October 7th, women remained a major target of this terrorist attack.
यहाँ पर थी, क्या बोलते, भेलपुरी खा रही थी, मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे।
उसने बोला कि ये शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
नहीं, आप टेंशन मत लो, अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो, हम साथ में। मैडम, ये जो भीड़ साहब है प्रेसिडेंट, आप टेंशन मत लो,
मेरे पति का बच्चा लो,
हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं, बेहतर करेंगे।
भगवान के लिए बच्चा लो।
दब सिमन युवा डिजाइन किया है, ठीक है, हम बचा देंगे ना, आप टेंशन मत लो, मैं आ रहा हूँ। मैं कहाँ पे आपका ये हस्बैंड, क्या हुआ इसको, क्या हुआ?
Please ask for help. We don't need.
Okay, don't worry. You okay? You need a water, sir?
Sir, we'll manage. Just ask for help.
Okay, you first you give the hands water,
Yes.
drop of water. Take a drop of water, sir, please.
Instead of abduction, the Pakistani Lashkar terrorists killed their loved ones right in front of their eyes with a heart-wrenching message.
जिस बंदे ने मेरे पति को मारा ना, वो वही जा रहा था। मैंने उसे बोला मुझे भी मारो, तूने मेरे पति को मारा। मेरे सन में भी बोला, तो उसने हमें नहीं मारा, उसने बोला मोदी को बोलो।
उसने क्या बोला?
उसने बोला नहीं, मोदी को बोलो, कहकर चला गया वहां से।
When the women pleaded for death after their husbands were shot dead right in front of their eyes, the terrorists replied back with the words, "Go, tell Modi."
शुभम भैया से वहाँ पर उन टेररिस्ट ने उनका नाम पूछा,
उनसे बोला कि अगर आप कलमा पढ़ दो तो हम आपको गोली नहीं मारेंगे। उसके बाद उन्होंने वहां पर उनको गोली मार दी और उनकी वाइफ से कहा कि आप जाकर के अपनी सरकार को बताना कि हमने आपके साथ क्या किया है।
This was not just another terrorist attack in Jammu and Kashmir. This was a well-planned terrorist attack with one political objective, just like October 7th in Israel. And just like in the aftermath of October 7th, the world is standing in solidarity with India.
We still have messages coming in. We have seen certain messages from world leaders. We will update you as and when we get to know of more.
Things have escalated quickly. Even Prime Minister Narendra Modi was forced to cut short his visit from Saudi Arabia. The Home Minister is already in Srinagar, and so is the Army Chief. The Pahalgam attack is the worst terrorist attack in Jammu and Kashmir since the Pulwama attack of 2019. It took Israel 20 days to retaliate after October 7th. It took India just 12 days to retaliate after Pulwama with Balakot airstrikes. And the surgical strikes after Uri took place just after 10 days. The clock is ticking. The India-Pakistan border is on high alert. The only question remains, when and how will India retaliate?
Home Minister Amit Shah will reach Pahalgam shortly. He will also hold a meeting with Lieutenant Governor Sinha, Chief Minister Omar Abdullah and the top cops in the capital of Srinagar. Getting you all the details into that right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
आप मुझे बताइए क्या आप बताना चाहेंगे जो इस तरह के टूरिस्ट पर जो है अटैक किया गया?
ये बुजलाना हरकत जो उन्होंने की। मेरा नाम राकेश कोल, बीजेपी डिस्ट्रिक्ट अनंतनाग। पेशेंट के लिए मैं श्रीनगर में था तुरंत। ये कुछ लोग रहे हैं जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर्ड है, जो नहीं चाहते कि जो नया कश्मीर का आगाज हुआ है, आपके चैनल के माध्यम से उनको कहना चाहता हूं, मौत के घाट उतारेंगे, उनकी छोड़ेंगे नहीं। हमारे जेके पुलिस, हमारी आर्मी, हमारा आज का यहां यूथ इनके खिलाफ है, क्योंकि नया कश्मीर जो नया कश्मीर बना ये कन्यामुल है। और उनको चेतावनी दे रहा हूं, अरे गिदड़ो, गीदड़ की मौत मरोगे जितने बाकी लोग आप गीदड़ के लोग मर गए, जैसे आप भी मरोगे। ये वादा है हमारी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का, LG साहब का ये वादा है। मौत के घाट उतारेंगे, आप निहत्तों को मारेंगे। ये किस कुरान शरीफ में लिखा है, किस भगवत गीता में लिखा है कि जो टूरिस्ट आ जाए जो ये करे, उनके साथ ऐसा करेंगे आप। आपको वहां भी, आपको वहां के दरवाजे बंद हो चुके, अल्लाह ताला ने आपके वो दरवाजे बंद किए हैं। और ये बुज़दिलान हरकत मत करो, हटो इससे। आपको कब्र भी नसीब नहीं मिलेगी, आपको कब्र भी नहीं नसीब मिलेगी।
Getting in some breaking news and initial investigation details that my colleague Shawan Sen has accessed. The initial probe suggesting that the terrorists crossed over from Kishtwar. I have some more details with me. One, that they crossed over from Kishtwar and reached Baisaran, where the attack took place via Kokarnag. Local terrorists, local operatives who are helping the Pakistani terrorists move from Kishtwar to Baisaran. Agencies have now been tasked to find the handler who helped conduct recce for the attack for the Pakistani terrorist. false claim was made that there was no intel alert. The alert, however, was of an IED attack. And these are some details that we're picking up. I'll go across also to my colleague Shawan, who will be joining us live in just a few minutes as we track more details of the investigation and the clear role of Pakistan emerging with every breaking news input that's now coming in. We'll take a break now. Back with the headlines in just a few minutes. Live coverage from Pahalgam continues here on Republic TV. Stay tuned.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
मुझे
पर थी, क्या बोलते भेलपुरी खा रही थी, मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे।
उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
नहीं, आप टेंशन मत लो। अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो, हम साथ में। मैडम ये जो भीड़ सब है प्रेसिडेंट, आप टेंशन मत लो।
मेरे पति को बचा लो।
हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं। बेहतर करेंगे फोन। दब सिमन युवा डिजाइन किया है। ठीक है, हम बचा देंगे ना, आप टेंशन मत लो। मैं आ रहा हूँ। मैं कहाँ पे आपका ये हस्बैंड? क्या हुआ इसको, क्या हुआ?
Please ask for help. We don't need.
Okay, don't worry. You okay? You need a water, sir?
Sir, we'll manage. Just ask for help.
Okay, you first you give the water, drop of water. Take a drop of water. हम आ रहे हैं, आप टेंशन, कोई बात नहीं, हम आ रहे हैं, आप टेंशन मत लो मैडम, हम आ रहे हैं। मैंने खुदाया, कहाँ पे आपका बेटा, कहाँ पे है? कोई बात नहीं, हम इनके साथ है। ये प्रेसिडेंट है ना, वही साहब, ये यूनियन का प्रेसिडेंट है, ये साथ में।
Watching Republic TV, and I have my colleague Gesu also live with me right now as we get you more breaking news inputs. Gesu, we have another video coming in of the attack site, the aftermath.
Yes.
This is a latest video of the Pahalgam attack site shot this morning. Let's go across straight to that. It's a full frame. It's a short video that we accessed. Can we please play that video out? This is a picture. This is how it is this morning after the attack at the attack site. You can see that poster outside the site, what many tourists described as mini Switzerland. Baisaran picnic spot entry fee was charged. You can see there security officials inside, investigation underway, and it's been cut off for the media. But we are getting you these first pictures from the attack site as investigation gets underway. These are pictures this morning. In fact, what we will also do is we'll put it in two windows. On the left, moments after the attack. On the right, video this morning, just so that you get a sense of the situation at that site last afternoon, 2 o'clock when the attack took place. We'll take a break. We'll come back with these pictures and much more. Stay tuned.
Home Minister Amit Shah will be in Pahalgam very soon, will hold key meetings with Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, also Lieutenant Governor Sinha and the top cops in Jammu and Kashmir. We're tracking this and a lot more for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me
नहीं आए तो और
क्रिकेट फैंस
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
आप मुझे बताइए, क्या आप बताना चाहेंगे जो इस तरह के टूरिस्ट पर जो है अटैक किया गया?
ये बुजलाना हरकत जो उन्होंने की। मेरा नाम राकेश कोल, बीजेपी डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रेसिडेंट अनंतनाग। पेशेंट के लिए मैं श्रीनगर में था तुरंत। ये कुछ लोग रहे हैं जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर्ड है, जो नहीं चाहते कि जो नया कश्मीर का आगाज हुआ है, आपके चैनल के माध्यम से उनको कहना चाहता हूं, मौत के घाट उतारेंगे, उनकी छोड़ेंगे नहीं। हमारे जेके पुलिस, हमारी आर्मी, हमारा आज का यहां यूथ इनके खिलाफ है, क्योंकि नया कश्मीर जो नया कश्मीर बना ये कन्यामुल है। और उनको चेतावनी दे रहा हूं, अरे गिदड़ो, गीदड़ की मौत मरोगे जितने बाकी लोग आप गीदड़ के लोग मर गए, जैसे आप भी मरोगे। ये वादा है हमारी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का, LG साहब का ये वादा है। मौत के घाट उठाएंगे, आप निहत्तों को मारेंगे। ये किस कुरान शरीफ में लिखा है, किस भगवत गीता में लिखा है कि जो टूरिस्ट आ जाए जो ये करे, उनके साथ ऐसा करेंगे आप। आपको वहां भी, आपको वहां के दरवाजे बंद हो चुके, अल्लाह ताला ने आपके वो दरवाजे बंद किए हैं। और ये बुज़दिलान हरकत मत करो, हटो इससे। आपको कब्र भी नसीब नहीं मिलेगी, आपको कब्र भी नहीं नसीब मिलेगी, क्योंकि अल्लाह ताला का भी सब कुछ है। इनको जमीन दोज करेंगे हम। हमारी गवर्नमेंट, हमारी आज मीटिंग हो रही है, अमित शाह जी हमारी मीटिंग ले रही है, तुरंत हमें आना पड़ा। हम इनके साथ हैं। हमने कहा गुजरात से परेशान मत के। मैं बहुत ही यहाँ के जो हमारे स्टाफ है, जो नर्सिंग स्टाफ है, डॉक्टर्स है, आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल टू ऑल ऑफ यू, दे आर ट्रीटिंग वेरी वेल।
आप मुझे बताइए एक्चुअल क्या हुआ वहां पर, आप कितने लोग वहां पर मौजूद थे जब ये इंसिडेंट हुआ?
मानसो तो बहुत है यार, बहुत मानसो है, थोड़ा मानसा नहीं है। वो गाड़ी है ना, गाड़ी, उसको से फायरिंग हुआ तो उसको से बाहर निकला और बाहर से फायरिंग शुरू हो गया। तो ये
Okay, we're getting in some more details of the Prime Minister who cut short his Saudi trip. He returned to India. The Prime Minister's plane did not fly over Pakistan while returning from Jeddah. It avoided Pakistan airspace completely. This is the breaking news update that we have. Completely avoided Pakistan airspace. The Prime Minister's plane did not fly over Pakistan as he landed this morning. En route India from Saudi, completely avoided Pakistan airspace when he departed from Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, and landed in the national capital. That was a quick news alert that we had. Details coming in and a confirmation also. That was the Prime Minister who landed this morning, and pictures of him landing and immediately holding a security review meeting with key officials. That's NSA Ajit Doval, who was at the airport while receiving the Prime Minister. Okay, let's go across to the pictures now coming in from Pahalgam as well. In a short while from now, there will be a wreath-laying ceremony of the Pahalgam terror attack victims at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. in PCR Srinagar. The wreath-laying ceremony of the Pahalgam attack victims, 28 of them. Home Minister Amit Shah will be there to attend the wreath-laying in Srinagar in a short while from now. And these are pictures of the Prime Minister landing. The Prime Minister has also... Okay, first pictures coming in. First picture of the terrorists as confirmed. I'm going across to those pictures. This is the picture that we had received a short while back. We had the picture since this morning, but we wanted to get a confirmation from our reporting teams and from our reporters on the ground, and a confirmation now coming in from official sources that this is the photo of the terrorist, one of the terrorists who carried out the attack in Pahalgam this morning, the last afternoon. This morning we have the first picture. I want to go across to Shravan. Shravan, we have a confirmation. We had this picture, but we were waiting for an official word on whether this is the picture of one of the terrorists. He's seen clearly, Shravan, if I'm not wrong, that is a picture of a man, a terrorist holding an AK-47/56.
Well, in fact, the estimate that we have right now, at least 4 terrorists who had basically entered the Baisaran pine forest area. That's the trekking route. In fact, what you see right now on the screens, this is one of the terrorists, is what we are being told. There were others who were in camouflage, and when they entered, the moment they entered the area, they started taking the tourists as hostages. In fact, they targeted the men. The women were basically let off. In fact, there was a messaging that they were basically trying to do across. Now, what's important to point out here is that there are 4. In fact, the route is from Kishtwar, is what we are being told. Kishtwar via Kokarnag is where they entered. There is a possibility, Niranjan, that the agencies believe that they may have been helped with local operatives. They're essentially working on who these local operatives are, whether at all they had carried out any sort of recce. Now, these are some aspects that the security agencies are already looking into, but the first picture of the terrorist armed with an AK-47, at least 4 is what we are being told. The possibility of that increasing to 6 also, but right now we are waiting for an official confirmation to come up from the security agencies. What they have done so far is they have taken into account the eyewitness account. Secondly, what they have essentially done is, with certain reports, there was an intel alert, in fact, the agencies had, but remember that alert was of an IED attack, but that alert was also specific that non-locals would be targeted. Now, that's the intel that they already had. But having said that, this has come across as a surprise, because remember, tourists haven't really been targeted in Jammu and Kashmir. This perhaps is one of the worst attacks that we are looking at, where tourists have been targeted.
Shawan, I'm getting in more details of the identity of this particular terrorist and what this picture shows. The first pictures of the terrorist on the right of your screens. We have a confirmation from police sources that this is a terrorist, one of the 4 terrorists perhaps, at the attack site in Pahalgam. You can see behind him, that seems to be the exact area where the attack took place, that is in Pahalgam. And the Pakistani terrorist carried out the attack with help from local terrorists. Getting in more breaking news right now. I'm going across straight. Pakistan terrorists carried out the attack. A terrorist spoke with a Kashmiri victim in the local dialect. I have Gursimran joining me with the details of the investigation. The terrorist seen in the video, likely a Pakistani Punjabi, established by his style of the kurta. Now, these are details coming in as police officials look at the picture, study the picture and the proof of what happened yesterday. They're piecing every evidence there to nail Pakistan's role in this attack. I'm going across to Gursimran.
What we are getting to know from the sources in the Jammu and Kashmir police, that after this photograph was shared with the top officials from the districts to all, that this terrorist is one of those who has been behind this gruesome terror attack that has taken place in the Pahalgam. Now what we are getting to know, that some details with regards to this terrorist that has been spotted in the photograph. This, as per the officials, they say that he's a Pakistani Punjabi terrorist, because his style of the kurta, this is not the style that the Kashmiri or local terrorists or the terrorists from other sides of the Pakistan do wear, because this style and also the broad shoulders, these are not of any local terrorist, but this is a Punjabi Pakistani terrorist. That is what the officials say. Now they are looking into every possible angle when it comes to the terrorists, those who were involved in the attack. It is the handiwork of the Pakistani terrorists in coalition with the local terrorists that were there, because one of the terrorists, local terrorists, when he spoke to a Kashmiri victim, it was in the Kashmiri dialect he spoke to, and then from that victim, there has been a confirmation the victim is injured. The police got the confirmation that one of them was local, at least one of them. It cannot be verified whether it was 2 or a single one was local, but yes, it is a mixture of a Pakistani and the local terrorists that have carried out this attack, and this group is of Lashkar-e-Toiba.
Yeah, Gursimran, we have to focus on the role of Pakistan here, and we're getting in more details, clear details that we have established of a Lashkar commander who executed this attack. So there will be all attempts made to try and blame a local terrorist. I mean, this is not what we need right now. Major General Sanjay Soy also joining us live. General Sanjay Soy, Before I come across to you, sir, I had a video that is coming in of the mortal remains of the victims that was brought to PCR Srinagar. If we have those pictures, I'll play that out as well. Those are live pictures of the protest, the anger against Pakistan across India. We saw pictures coming from Patna, Bihar, pictures from Jammu, pictures from Pahalgam, a candlelight march that was held late night, early morning as well. And I want to go across to the pictures also coming in, because we are expecting the Home Minister Amit Shah to also come to PCR Srinagar. There will be a wreath-laying ceremony in a short while from now. So we're waiting for those pictures. If we have those pictures, we're going to put them out right now. We have those pictures that came in some time back of the mortal remains of the 16 people brought in different ambulances who were killed by Pakistani terrorists, arrived at PCR Srinagar for the wreath-laying ceremony. And Home Minister Amit Shah will be there in a short while from now. Wreath-laying ceremony in Srinagar at 10 a.m. Meanwhile, the first picture of the terrorist. Can we please keep the picture of the terrorist on air as well? General Sanjay Soy, we're getting in the first picture of the terrorist at the Pahalgam site. Yes. So what do you make of all the details we have this morning so far?
Brought out, there is a mix of Pakistan terrorists and of local terrorists, because keeping with the distance from the border, they would have got some local support. Some small number of sympathizers are still there who are supporting the terror activity. That is why this local terrorists would have been taken with them. And yes, I would say that what is the reason, what are the timing? We have been discussing since yesterday. In fact, this is very heart-wrenching pictures which you are showing. And timing, because J.D. Vance was there, Prime Minister was in Saudi Arabia. They wanted to internationalize the Kashmir issues again, because Pakistan had lost the narrative of Kashmir. Second thing which you were highlighting, why Pakistan is getting involved, is the internal situation in Pakistan. Asim Munir had mentioned about last week, his statement was quite disturbing for everybody. I think it was more like a political statement than a statement by Chief of Army Staff. And he had also tried to incite the Muslims of India. He had also spoken of two-state theory, and he also spoke of Kashmir as a jugular vein. I mean, that is where probably the indications were there. Ceasefire violations were already taking place. That's where probably under their cover they were trying to infiltrate. So that was one thing, that if they wanted to divert attention of people from the economic problem, from the problem in Balochistan, from their failures in TTP, whenever there are large failures of army or army loses respect, that is where probably they try to create something in Kashmir, and they try to again highlight the Kashmir issue. J.D. Vance's visit, yes, was very important, because this is the timing, probably it was very well planned. And last time also earlier, whenever some high-level visit takes place, they try to carry out some sort of attack, some sort of activity, again to show that it is a messaging, or to show that yes, we are trying to internationalize the issue. Third thing is that I'm happy that if the peace in the Kashmir, the Aman in the Kashmir, the number of tourists which are going. Now this attack is actually attacking on the local Kashmiris, because their main source of income is tourism. If the people cancel their booking, people don't come there, who will run the cabs, the ponies, the tattoos, the restaurants, the hotels, the guides, porters? Their livelihood depends on tourists. And the tourists don't come. I think it is an attack on Kashmiris, because they were supporting, after 370, removal of 370, they were supporting security forces, they were supporting the government, they wanted the children to do well, and that is where probably they wanted them to again starve, without job, without work, and so that they can again get them back into their fold. This was, I think there's another strategy, 3-4 points I thought I'd share with you. Yeah.
Getting in some more breaking news right now. I in fact have the first pictures of the mortal remains of at least 16 of the tourists. Unarmed tourists were shot dead by Pakistani terrorists. I'm going across to those pictures because the wreath-laying ceremony will take place in a short while from now. And among the 16, we are also told that the mortal remains of Shri Manish Ranjan, an officer of the Intelligence Bureau posted at Hyderabad, have also been transported from Pulwama to GMC Hospital, Srinagar. The government of Jammu and Kashmir is coordinating the arrangements for the repatriation of the mortal remains to his native village in Bihar. Details regarding the same will be communicated as soon as they are finalized. Wife and 2 children are in Srinagar. Every story we are hearing this morning, every single story that is coming in of men who were shot dead were accompanied by their family members, wife, children. Clearly planned, targets handpicked in this particular case. We have another breaking news update coming in. Zeenat is coming in. I'll go across to Zeenat. But once again, I'm repeating the details. These are pictures of the mortal remains of 16 tourists, unarmed tourists who were shot dead in Pahalgam last afternoon. The mortal remains have been brought to PCR in Srinagar, where the wreath laying ceremony will take place in a short while from now. I want to go back to Zeenat because I'm getting in another breaking news update, Zeenat, right now from the Indian Army. Indian Army update coming in. They're calling it Operation Tikka. Operation Tikka in Baramulla, and Operation Tikka ka update ye hai ki heavy exchange of fire between security forces, terrorists. 2 terrorists have been eliminated. I'm getting in a breaking news right now that 2 terrorists have been eliminated in the Baramulla operation. There is a big breaking news update. Heavy exchange of fire continues between security forces and terrorists. 2 terrorists have been eliminated. Infiltration bid that was foiled by the security forces in the ongoing operation. A large quantity of weapons, ammunition, other war-like stores recovered from the terrorists. Operation is in progress. It continues. But the key information, 2 terrorists have been eliminated. There was an infiltration attempt at Baramulla, and we are getting a confirmation now that 2 of them have been eliminated. Game over. I'm going across to Zeenat joining us with more details. Zeenat.
See, Niranjan, this is an area quite close to the line of control. This is the Baramulla sector in North Kashmir, where the infiltration bid has been foiled by the Indian Army. And in this attempt that was made by the Pakistani terrorists, the 2 Pakistani terrorists have been neutralized, and also the huge quantity of arms and ammunitions have also been recovered. This is an ongoing operation. As of now, the 2 bodies have been recovered in this operation. The Indian Army has named this operation as Operation Tikka, as this is one of the places quite close to the line of control. We are seeing since morning the Pakistan trying to escalate the situation. First in Pahalgam yesterday, and then in the morning Punch, and later today in Baramulla, where the 2 Pakistani heavily armed terrorists were neutralized by the Indian Army. This is an operation that was carried by the Rashtriya Rifle along the line of control in North Kashmir's Baramulla sector, where the 2 terrorists have been neutralized, and also the operation still continues. Although a body blow to those who have been trying to infiltrate on the Indian soil, but that also tells you that how the Indian forces are on alert after what happened in Pahalgam yesterday.
Okay. And looking at the details, if Gursimran is also with us, we can try and go across to him, because we have details of that operation. For the last few days, there has been an increased activity at the line of control. Different infiltration attempts, some of which have also been captured on camera. We've seen some of these infiltration attempts captured on camera when Pakistan has tried to push these terrorists, and perhaps this was the plan all along. Those are pictures of the operation that is underway, pictures of earlier this morning of the operation in Pahalgam. General Sanjay Soy, Pakistan Army Chief's comment was planned. It all adds up when you look back at what he said. General Soy.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, that was planned, and that was because they wanted to distract attention of the local people from their own problems, and they wanted to highlight. Second thing is, Niranjan, I would like to say that army or armed forces, I mean the security forces, foil 100 attempts. But if militant is able to succeed once, that makes him a headline. That is why probably this is what has happened every second day, every day we are fighting, we are killing militants on the border during different encounters. But unfortunately, this Pahalgam incident has taken place, and which has taken a huge toll of life. 16 dead is not a small number, and they're all unarmed and innocent civilians have been killed in cold blood in well-planned manner. So what I'm saying is this Operation Tikka and their other Operation Punch, Then there have been other operations on the LOC, which have been where number of militants have been neutralized. But this is one incident probably which has taken the highlight. And this is a planned one. This is not a isolated one. This is a planned one. And Asim Munir, I would say the army, Pakistan Army and ISI is there. Here I would like to highlight the two things quickly. I would say that urgency of the Indian government. The Home Minister rushed, leaving everything to Srinagar. Last night only had late night meetings, early morning meetings. Prime Minister left his program in Saudi Arabia and landed back in India. A state of a CCS committee meeting is there. So there are two things. One is these two terrorists have to be neutralized. Second thing, the more important is who is sending them? Who is the Pakistan, ISI, the LET? They have to be taken care of. They have to pay price for the dastardly act they have done. Otherwise, they'll keep doing. They are just pawn. These terrorists are pawn in their hand. They are just small little things. They don't care if they lose their lives. That is where probably very, very important what actions will take. I'm sure, I'm very confident action has to take place. Action will take place. Deliberations are going on. But when and where, yes, it will be of our choice. And what kind of, I'm sure, keeping with the earlier one, when they thought that we'll ban cricket match, we carried out surgical strike. When they thought we'll carry out surgical strike, we did Balakot. Now I am thinking something bigger has to be there to send a appropriate message to Pakistan. Niranjan.
Sir, we're getting in some more breaking news updates right now. I'll quickly take the breaking news updates and hand it over to my colleague Gesu with the details of the attack. Now, highly trained terrorists have been killed in Uri in the infiltration attempt that has just been reported. These terrorists who've been eliminated in Operation Tika are getting in details that they were highly trained. And this was the infiltration attempt by terrorists in the Uri sector. We have some more details of these terrorists who have now been eliminated. Gesu, while we get those details, a report that she has for us.
Right. And viewers, the families of the victims were cowering in fear inside a tent when terrorists came. In fact, one of these victims, Santosh Jagdale, a 54-year-old, was asked to come out and also recite an Islamic verse. And when he could not do it, they shot him thrice, once in the head and then behind the ear and then also on his back. This is the horrific account, the audio shared by Shubham's wife. Take a look at this.
Shubham Dwivedi, a newlywed from Kanpur, was among those tragically killed in Pahalgam. He was visiting the scenic Baisaran meadow, often referred to as mini Switzerland, with his wife and in-laws when armed terrorists opened fire on unsuspecting tourists.
क्या हुआ इसको क्या हुआ?
In a chilling account, Shubham's wife recounted that terrorists demanded to know their religion before open firing.
यहाँ पर थी क्या बोलते भेलपुरी खाने से मेरा पति साइड में था एक इंसान है उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे
उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है उसने उसको गोली मार दी
नहीं आप टेंशन मत लो अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो हम साथ में मैडम ये जो वहीद साहब है प्रेसिडेंट आप टेंशन मत लो
मेरे पति को बचा लो
हम बचा देगा कोई बात नहीं बेहतर करेंगे फोन दब से मन युवा डिजाइन किया ठीक है हम बचा देंगे ना आप टेंशन मत लो मैं आ रहा हूँ मैं कहाँ पे आपका ये हस्बैंड क्या हुआ इसको क्या हुआ
Please ask for help. We don't need.
Okay, don't worry. You okay? You need a water, sir?
Sir, we'll manage. Just ask for help.
Okay, you first you give the hands water, drop of water. Take a drop of water, sir, please.
Shubham's brother revealed that the terrorist asked him to recite the kalma and upon his refusal shot him dead in the head.
It was more like an execution. शुभम भैया से वहाँ पर उन टेररिस्ट ने उनका नाम पूछा उनसे बोला कि अगर आप कलमा पढ़ दो तो हम आपको गोली नहीं मारेंगे उसके बाद उन्होंने वहाँ पर उनको गोली मार दी और उनकी वाइफ से कहा कि आप जाकर के अपनी सरकार को बताना कि हमने आपके साथ क्या किया है
Bitan Adhikari, an IT professional residing in Florida, was also among the victims. He had travelled to Kashmir with his wife and their 3-year-old child for a family vacation. The joyous trip turned tragic when terrorists targeted their group. From Karnataka, Shivamogga district, 47-year-old Manjunath Rao lost his life in the attack. He was on holiday with his wife Pallavi and their 18-year-old son. Eyewitnesses reported that the terrorists dressed in civilian clothes opened fire indiscriminately, leaving families devastated. This heinous act of terror has left a scar on nation's conscience. As families mourn the loss of their loved ones, the demand for justice grows louder.
Okay, I'm getting in some more breaking news right now. Union Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu takes swift action to support tourists and victims affected by a Kashmir terror attack. Getting in details of steps being taken by the Civil Aviation Ministry. Ram Mohan Naidu, the Minister for Civil Aviation, has moved swiftly to ensure the safety and well-being of affected tourists and victims. The Minister has spoken to Home Minister and is monitoring the situation round the clock, working in close coordination with relevant authorities. As part of immediate relief measures, 4 special flights from Srinagar, 2 to Delhi and 2 to Mumbai have been arranged, with additional flights kept on standby to cater to further evacuation needs.
Air India and Indigo respectively have started 2 flights each, 2 to Delhi and 2 to Mumbai. In fact, cancellations for all the flights will also be available at free of cost, and in fact refund will also be made without any cost till the 30th of this month in terms of cancellation for all flights that are headed to Srinagar and even Jammu and Kashmir, in fact. And this comes as the Union Minister has now spoken. Union Minister for Civil Aviation, Ram Mohan Naidu, has now moved swiftly over the attacks that shook Pahalgam yesterday in the afternoon. In fact, he has said that he's spoken to the authorities. He will also ensure the safety and the well-being of the affected tourists and the victims. In fact, the minister personally spoke to Home Minister Amit Shah and is monitoring the situation round the clock, working in close coordination with relevant authorities.
Okay, Riyanka is also joining us live as we build up to that 11 a.m. Cabinet Committee on Security meeting. Riyanka, in a short while from now, the Prime Minister is expected to convene that meeting. Riyanka, if you can hear us, who's expected to be present at that meeting with the Prime Minister?
Right. Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be chairing a very crucial meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security today at around 11 a.m. is what we know from the official timing given, and this meeting is going to be happening at Prime Minister's official residence at the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. And the people who will be attending this particular meeting are the members of the Cabinet Committee on Security. That includes Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. Also from the side of, the Defence Secretary will also be a part of the meeting. Rajesh Kumar Singh. On the other hand, there will be attendance from the side of the Cabinet Secretary TV Somanathan. On the other hand, we are also going to likely see the meeting attended by the Ministry of Home Affairs, the MOS Nityanand Rai in presence of that particular meeting. And on the other hand, we also understand how Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is also part of this particular committee. But she is, she was on a tour of the US, and she has also cut down her trip short and is likely to be reaching India as soon as possible. So the top officials, including NSA Ajit Doval, will also be part of the meeting, as well as External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. All the top leaders of the country will be attending this meeting, where there will be a brief discussion and deliberations made on the security assessment of the country after this particular attack of the terrorists in Pahalgam. We will also be giving in more details once the meeting begins at the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg at 11 a.m. But viewers, stay tuned with us. We will come right back after this very, very short break.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
मुझे पर थी, क्या बोलते भेलपुरी खा रही थी, मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान है उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे।
उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
नहीं आप टेंशन मत लो। अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो, हम साथ में। मैडम ये जो भीड़ साहब है प्रेसिडेंट, आप टेंशन मत लो।
मेरे पति को बचा लो।
हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं। भाई तो करेंगे फोन। दब सिमन युवा डिजाइन क्या है। ठीक है हम बचा देंगे ना, आप टेंशन मत लो। मैं आ रहा हूँ। मैं कहाँ पे आपका ये हस्बैंड? क्या हुआ इसको, क्या हुआ?
Please ask for help. We don't need.
Okay, don't worry. You okay? You need a water, sir?
Sir, we'll manage. Just ask for help.
Okay, you firstly you give the hands water, drop of water, take a drop of water. हम आ रहे हैं, आप टेंशन कोई बात नहीं। हम आ रहे हैं, आप टेंशन मत लो मैडम। हम आ रहा है। मैंने खुदाया, कहाँ पे आपका बेटा, कहाँ पे है? कोई बात नहीं, हम इनके साथ है। ये प्रेसिडेंट है ना वही साहब, ये यूनियन का प्रेसिडेंट है, ये साथ है, आपको कोई टेंशन नहीं मैडम।
Getting in breaking news right now, the first pictures of the two terrorists killed in the Uri sector. In the pictures, you can see the terrorists who were neutralized following the infiltration attempt near the line of control. Okay, I'm getting in some more breaking news. As we look at these pictures, and in these pictures, you can also see the arms and ammunition that were recovered following the infiltration attempt by terrorists in the Uri sector. They were highly trained from the details that we're picking up. And as we get you those pictures, some of these terrorists also in their hand, you can see AK-47, AK-56 rifles, pistols as well. And we're getting in more details. More and more breaking news updates coming in, fast-paced developments from Jammu and Kashmir. As we bring you the details of the Jammu and Kashmir police shifting its force from North Kashmir to Pahalgam amid security concerns. This is an update that's just come in. The Jammu and Kashmir, the JKP has shifted its force from North Kashmir to Pahalgam amid security concerns. I'd like to go across to my colleague, Jammu correspondent. We have Gursimran and also Zeenat for more clarity on this aspect. We'll go across to them. First up, a report, and my colleague Gesu is getting you that report.
Yeah. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the cowardly attack in Pahalgam has triggered a global response of condemnation. World leaders from each corner of the globe across diplomatic equations have stood in perfect solidarity with the people of India. From Trump to Putin, from UAE to Iran, Italy and Japan, there is a resounding condemnation against Pakistan's terrorism. This is one of the most deadliest terror strikes that India has seen since Pulwama in 2019, and perhaps the world will remember after the harrowing memories of the 26/11 Mumbai terror strikes or even the October 7th attacks of Hamas in Israel in recent memory. The parallels are stark. The intent was clear. Political act of terrorism. Here's a look into what unfolded. Take a look.
Cold. Cowardly.
मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान है उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे।
उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
And calculated.
मेरे पति को बचा लो।
हम बचा देंगे, कोई बात नहीं। भाई तो हम आ रहे हैं, आप टेंशन कोई बात नहीं, हम हैं।
The dastardly attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam echoes the same heinous template used by terrorists as was seen on October 7th by Hamas when they attacked unarmed civilians at the Novo Music Festival. Instead of the music festival, it was a popular tourist spot in Pahalgam. Instead of Hamas fighters flying in from across Gaza, it was Pakistan-backed Lashkar terrorists creeping through the international border. Just like how President Putin put it, this brutal crime had no justification whatsoever.
उमरा चलना यार ओए था कोई दिसता जहांगीर तो यार बिहारियां पीछे जुलदे यार तू मौत ही कश्मीर की गेंद है उमर ओ ताजुल दे यार
Just like on October 7th, women remained a major target of this terrorist attack.
यहाँ पर थी क्या बोलते भेलपुरी खाने से मेरा पति साइड में था एक इंसान है उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे
उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है उसने उसको गोली मार दी
नहीं आप टेंशन मत लो अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो हम साथ में मैडम ये जो वहीद साहब है प्रेसिडेंट आप टेंशन मत लो
मेरे पति को बचा लो
हम बचा देगा कोई बात नहीं बेहतर करेंगे फोन दब से मन युवा डिजाइन क्या है ठीक है हम बचा देंगे ना आप टेंशन मत लो मैं आ रहा हूँ मैं कहाँ पे आपका ये हस्बैंड क्या हुआ इसको क्या हुआ
Please ask for help. We don't need.
Okay, don't worry. You okay? You need a water, sir?
Sir, we'll manage. Just ask for help.
Okay, you first you give the hands water,
Yes.
drop of water. Take a drop of water, sir, please.
Instead of abduction, the Pakistani Lashkar terrorists killed their loved ones right in front of their eyes with a heart-wrenching message.
जिस बंदे ने मेरे पति को मारा ना वो वही जा रहा था मैंने उसे बोला मुझे भी मारो तूने मेरे पति को मारा मेरे सन में भी बोला तो उसने हमें नहीं मारा उसने बोला मोदी को बोलो
उसने क्या बोला
उसने बोला नहीं मोदी को बोलो कहकर चला गया वहां से
When the women pleaded for death after their husbands were shot dead right in front of their eyes, the terrorists replied back with the words, "Go, tell Modi."
शुभम भैया से वहाँ पर उन टेररिस्ट ने उनका नाम पूछा उनसे बोला कि अगर आप कलमा पढ़ दो तो हम आपको गोली नहीं मारेंगे उसके बाद उन्होंने वहाँ पर उनको गोली मार दी और उनकी वाइफ से कहा कि आप जाकर के अपनी सरकार को बताना कि हमने आपके साथ क्या किया है
This was not just another terrorist attack in Jammu and Kashmir. This was a well-planned terrorist attack with one political objective, just like October 7th in Israel. And just like in the aftermath of October 7th, the world is standing in solidarity with India.
We still have messages coming in. We have seen certain messages from world leaders. We will update you as and when we get to know of more.
Things have escalated quickly. Even Prime Minister Narendra Modi was forced to cut short his visit from Saudi Arabia. The Home Minister is already in Srinagar, and so is the Army Chief. The Pahalgam attack is the worst terrorist attack in Jammu and Kashmir since the Pulwama attack of 2019. It took Israel 20 days to retaliate after October 7th. It took India just 12 days to retaliate after Pulwama with Balakot airstrikes. And the surgical strikes after Uri took place just after 10 days. The clock is ticking. The India-Pakistan border is on high alert. The only question remains, when and how will India retaliate?
Okay, getting in some more details right now. Breaking news updates coming in. Let's go across to the pictures from Uri, from Baramulla, the terrorists who tried to infiltrate. The first pictures of the terrorists are now coming in. These are pictures of the terrorists who were eliminated in the encounter following the infiltration attempts at the line of control. And at the line of control, these terrorists pushed by Pakistan, carrying AK rifles, carrying pistols, carrying IEDs, have been eliminated. And what it proves is that Pakistan is trying to continuously push terrorists across the line of control into India, which is proof of Pakistan trying to spread terror in the valley. Let me see if I have Major General Sanjay Soik still with us live. And Gursimran is live. Gursimran, what more? Yeah, this is the operation, right, that was carried out this morning, Operation Tikka, the details of which has been shared by the Indian Army as well. Do we have any more details of these terrorists? Specific details?
See, Niranjan, this was a group of Lashkar that tried to infiltrate into the Indian territory. Their main motive was to smuggle this ID along with the weapons into the Indian territory, but they have been neutralized by the security forces. Important to mention that they were carrying the AK series rifle along with the pistol and other ammunition with them so that they can inflict maximum damage to the security forces. But the plot has been foiled by the Indian Army, and as we speak, now the search operations are underway in the area to neutralize this threat from Pakistan. But it is clearly evident the ceasefire violations in the Jammu line of control, terror attack in Kashmir Valley, back-to-back incidents in the Kashmir region clearly shows the desperation of the Pakistan, that how they are trying to vitiate peace process in Jammu and Kashmir.
Right, Gursimran. In fact, also joining us on the broadcast is retired Major General Sanjay Soy. Sir, speak to us about the infiltration attempts. They have not stopped. In fact, 2 terrorists have been gunned down after the army thwarted another infiltration attempt at Baramulla district, in the Baramulla district.
Absolutely, yes. So in fact, I must compliment the troops deployed, because it is a 24/7 deployment in tough areas, and they have identified, killed this, because if they would have been left, they would have been able to successfully infiltrate. They could have caused another Pahalgam. I mean, that is what I say, that we prevent 100 events, but one event can cause so much of damage. And it is a joint operation normally, J&K police, army, intelligence, everybody carries out this operation. It is a big success and a very clean operation, I must say. And this is what probably the terrorists who have carried out the dastardly act in Pahalgam, they will also meet the similar fate very soon. That I am very, very confident. Gesu.
Right, Major General Sanjay Soy. In fact, also continuously, speak to us about what does this show about Pakistan in general?
General Sanjay Soy, I'm just coming back to you, sir, for a second. I have to go across to Gursimran also joining us. General Soy, stay with me, sir. Gursimran is live. He's got a live breaking input there. I'm going across straight to him. Gursimran, over to you.
In दरिंदे बुज़दिल पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादियों को चुकानी पड़ेगी.
Yes, Niranjan, Mr. Raina is speaking to us. How do you see this, Mr. Raina, this kind of a terror attacks taking place in Jammu, especially in the Kashmir region, where the tourists are being targeted by the Pakistani terrorists?
The dastardly act of terrorism in Pahalgam, Kashmir, is being widely condemned in India and across the globe. This heinous crime committed by the Pakistani terrorists is unacceptable, cannot be tolerated. The enemies of peace, the enemies of Kashmir, the enemies of humanity once again bleeded Kashmir. Hours of this act, Honorable Home Minister landed in Kashmir within hours. Honorable Prime Minister Modi Sahab has cut short his Saudi Arabia visit and landed back in India. Definitely, these perpetrators, the enemies of humanity, they will definitely be punished.
But the nation is now demanding that we need a revenge that we took in 2016 after Uri and 2019 after the Pulwama attack that has taken place.
Everybody knows the type of person is Prime Minister Modi Sahab and Amit Shah Sahab. Definitely, the Pahalgam terror attack will be avenged. Perpetrators cannot be forgiven. They will be punished.
So perpetrators will be punished. That is what the BJP leader Ravindra Raina is saying that the people know what kind of leaders Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Home Minister Amit Shah is. Yes, Niranjan.
Yeah, I'm getting into more details of, I'm cutting out of that. They will keep saying that we will have to wait and watch on the kind of action that is taken. And there's a breaking news input that's come in from the Indian Navy that has put out a statement. I'm reading that I'm reading what the Indian Navy has said, spokesperson of the Indian Navy has just put out a message saying that Admiral Dinesh Tripathi, CNS and all personnel of the Indian Navy shocked, deeply saddened by the tragic loss of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, who fell to the dastardly terror attack in Pahalgam. We extend our heartfelt condolences to his family during this moment of unimaginable grief. The Indian Navy also stands in solemn solidarity with all others that lost their lives in this act of violence. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims' families, and we pray for the swift recovery of those injured. Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, Indian naval officer, also one of the victims of the terrorist attack last afternoon in Pahalgam. That was the message that was put out. Okay, let's go back to breaking news. More inputs coming in. Let's cut across live.
काफी है. अब ये बाद में बोलेंगे सिक्योरिटी कैसा होना बोल तो सिक्योरिटी फेलियर हुआ है ना वहां पर. सिक्योरिटी फेलियर हुआ है क्योंकि आप देखिए पिछले साल रीसी एक एरिया है, ये वैष्णो देवी करीब है, वहां पर भी 9 टेररिस्ट को पिछले साल जुलाई में मारे थे. रीसी इन वैष्णो देवी लास्ट ईयर जुलाई में, एग्जैक्टली लास्ट ईयर जुलाई में 9 टूरिस्ट को वहां पे आके लोग टेररिस्ट आकर पाकिस्तान से वहां पर उनका मर्डर करे, उनको हमला करे उनके ऊपर. तो इन चीजों को रोकने की बहुत जरूरत है. अकाउंटेबिलिटी फिक्स होना जरूरी है. डिटरेंस पॉलिसी क्या है गवर्नमेंट उस पर चेक करे, क्योंकि हम सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक भी किए, बालाकोट भी किए ना हम लोग. और तीसरा यह है कि गवर्नमेंट को ये समझना चाहिए कि ये उरी और पुलवामा से ज्यादा दर्दनाक है ये, और उम्मीद करते हैं कि ये जो टेररिस्ट पाकिस्तान से क्रॉस करके आए इनको गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया सबक सिखाएगी और इंसाफ करेगी जिन लोगों की जानें गई हैं. अब हैदराबाद के हमारे एक आईबी ऑफिसर की मौत हुई, कई ऐसे उसमें ऐसे लोग हैं जो अपना मैरिज एनिवर्सरी बनाने गए, कई ऐसे लोग हैं जो अपनी शादी करके गए. तो ये तो बड़ा दर्दनाक है, तकलीफदेह बात है ये. शुक्रिया सर.
Continuously being joined by retired Major General Sanjay Sohi on the broadcast to get us more details. Major General Sanjay Sohi, we just heard, Owaisi also, and also one statement followed from the Indian Navy. We've lost one lieutenant from the Indian Navy to the ghastly terror attacks, the terror strikes. Speak to us about what this means, especially at a time when continuous border breach is ongoing from the side of Pakistani authorities. They have not stopped, they've not given up.
Yeah, Getsu, in fact, couple of things I would like to highlight. Firstly, Lieutenant Narwal got married on 16th April, just about 6-7 days back, and he and his wife were there. Imagine he being killed in front of his wife. I mean, then others also who lost their lives, somebody's father, somebody's brother, somebody's husband, and getting killed in front of them. I think it is anybody will feel the pain. Anybody could feel the pain, and I think my blood boils, and that is where probably we need to be aggressive. There's no point of leaving it. Why Pakistan is doing, your second part is why Pakistan is doing it. They're trying to infiltrate because Kashmir was peaceful, Kashmir was developing, Kashmir was getting prosperous, Kashmir was happy, Kashmiris were happy, that they could not tolerate. And Pakistan, the kind of disturbances inside the Pakistan, whether it's Balochistan or Khyber Pakhtunkhwa or POK, and their security forces were not able to control it. They were getting a lot of beating, they were losing respect, they had to do something. Why they could not tolerate how Kashmir is developing, how Kashmir is peaceful, why there is no storm flowing, why schools are open, why industry is doing, why businesses are running normal, why tourists are coming. 2 crore 35 lakhs tourists had visited Jammu and Kashmir, 35 lakhs visited Kashmir, 43,000 foreigners visited only Kashmir. I mean, this was not tolerated. Pakistan could not digest this success. They lost the narrative of Kashmir. We had G20 summit here. I mean, that is the kind of thing. That's why it was a desperate attempt. I would say that I have mentioned earlier also. Security forces are alert. Yes, one incident, which is a very sad incident, has taken place, and highest level inquiries are going on. Home Minister himself is gone out of the way and went there. On ground situation in Srinagar is there. The Prime Minister cut down. Who is who? I mean, whether Army Chief, Navy Chief, or DG Police, CRPF, everybody is on the roll, and they will be taken care of. The militants will be killed and they will be sent to Jahannam.
Right.
However, I would again say that the people behind it, the NET, the Pakistan, the ISI, we have to make it expensive for them. We cannot accept these kinds of casualties on Indian soil.
Right, sir. Thanks very much for joining in with those insights. In fact, asking you to continuously keep being with us. Viewers, in fact, just yesterday, armed terrorists opened fire on tourists at the Baisaran meadow in Pahalgam, resulting in at least 28 fatalities and numerous injuries. The Resistance Front, which is an offshoot of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, has claimed full responsibility of the attack, citing opposition to the demographic changes in the region in Jammu and Kashmir following the revocation of the state's special status in 2019. Take a look at this.
Moments of horror captured on camera. A tourist recording himself amidst the serene landscapes of Pahalgam inadvertently documented the sudden eruption of gunfire.
यहाँ पर अटैक हुआ आतंकवादियों का, हम लोग बाल बचे हैं, मगर परमात्मा रक्षा करेगा। भगवान की कृपा से जरूर बचेंगे हम।
Another chilling video. A survivor recounted how the attackers demanded to know their religion before opening fire. A woman tourist, visibly shaken, describes that how she was asked about her religion by the gunmen. Her testimony underscores the calculated nature of the attack.
यहाँ पर थी, क्या बोलते, भेलपुरी खाड़ी से मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
यहाँ पे
उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
नहीं, आप टेंशन मत लो, अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो, हम साथ में। मैडम, ये जो वहीद साहब है प्रेसिडेंट, आप टेंशन मत लो,
मेरे पति को बचा लो,
हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं। भैया तो करिए फोन,
प्लीज भगवान के लिए बचा लो।
दब से मन युवा डिजाइन क्या है, ठीक है, हम बचा देंगे ना, आप टेंशन मत लो। मैं आ रहा हूँ, मैं कहाँ पे आपका ये हस्बैंड, क्या हुआ इसको, क्या हुआ?
Please ask for help. We don't need.
Okay, don't worry. You okay? You need a water, sir?
Sir, we'll manage. Just ask for help.
Okay, firstly you give the hands water, drop of water. Take a drop of water, sir, please.
A mother, clutching her child, was seen sobbing as security forces escorted them to safety. The trauma etched on her face reflects the terror that unfolded. In another video, tourists were seen crying for help, with their voices echoing the chaos and the fear that gripped the area during the assault. The Pahalgam terror attack stands as a grim reminder of the persistent threat faced by civilians in conflict zones. As the nation mourns the loss of innocent lives, there is an urgent call for unity, resilience, and decisive action against such acts of terror.
As per defense officials, Indian Army's ALH Dhruv helicopters have been allowed to fly in the areas around Srinagar. Bringing in more details right on the other side of this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, आई लव माय न्यू फैंस। पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। एंड they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आप मुझे बताइए, क्या आप बताना चाहेंगे जो इस तरह के टूरिस्ट पर जो है अटैक किया गया?
ये बुजलाना हरकत जो उन्होंने की। मेरा नाम राकेश कोल, बीजेपी डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रेसिडेंट अनंतनाग। पेशेंट के लिए मैं श्रीनगर में था तुरंत। ये कुछ लोग रहे हैं जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर्ड है, जो नहीं चाहते कि जो नया कश्मीर का आगाज हुआ है, आपके चैनल के माध्यम से उनको कहना चाहता हूं, मौत के घाट उतारेंगे, उनकी छोड़ेंगे नहीं। हमारे जेके पुलिस, हमारी आर्मी, हमारा आज का यहाँ यूथ इनके खिलाफ है, क्योंकि नया कश्मीर जो नया कश्मीर बना ये कन्यामुल है। और उनको चेतावनी दे रहा हूं, अरे गीदड़ो, गीदड़ की मौत मरोगे जितने बाकी लोग आप गीदड़ के लोग मर गए, जैसे आप भी मरोगे। ये वादा है हमारी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का, LG साहब का ये वादा है। मौत के घाट उठाएंगे, आप निहत्तों को मारेंगे। ये किस कुरान शरीफ में लिखा है, किस भगवत गीता में लिखा है कि जो टूरिस्ट आ जाए तो ये करे, उनके साथ ऐसा करेंगे आप। आपको वहां भी, आपको वहां के दरवाजे बंद हो चुके, अल्लाह ताला ने आपके वो दरवाजे बंद किए हैं। और ये बुज़दिलान हरकत मत करो, हटो इससे। आपको कब्र भी नसीब नहीं मिलेगी, आपको कब्र भी नहीं नसीब मिलेगी।
Okay, getting in more pictures. In fact, those are live pictures of the attack site in Baisaran, Pahalgam. That was the location where the attack took place. Live pictures coming in. So we'll show you the situation yesterday versus the situation today as our forces take over the site, and investigating teams at the site in Baisaran, Pahalgam. The aftermath of the attack. The morning after the attack, the investigation continues. Gates are closed, media not allowed inside. The area has been cordoned off. So getting a shot from a vantage point there of the movement of officers going in and out as the investigation continues. Arawat is also live with me right now. I'm going across to Arawat. Arawat, over to you.
Yes, Narendra, we are outside the Government Medical College, Anantnag, and you can see here in the visuals that the continuous movement of the forces here outside the GMC, and you can see the huge deployment of the forces. Whether we will talk about the CRPF, Special Operation Group, and other paramilitary security forces are here on the ground. And also you can see that the officers are here and they are monitoring the situation, how the forces are conducting the operation on the ground after yesterday's terror attack. That the Home Minister Amit Shah will come here in some time, and he will meet the injured persons here in the GMC Anantnag, where you can see here in the police are monitoring the situation here on the ground also.
Okay, we have an issue with your audio there. Arawat will come back to you. Taking a short break over these pictures of the Pahalgam attack site this morning as investigation continues. We'll come back with the live images. At 10 a.m. we're expecting the retelling ceremony in PCR Srinagar. Last rites and the salute to all those who were killed by Pakistani terrorists. Stay tuned.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
मुझे
पर थी, क्या बोलते भेलपुरी खा रही थी, मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान है उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे।
उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
नहीं आप टेंशन मत लो, अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो, हम साथ में। मैडम ये जो भहीद साहब है प्रेसिडेंट, आप टेंशन मत लो,
मेरे पति का बच्चा लो,
हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं। बेहतर करेंगे फोन दब से मन युवा डिजाइन किया है। ठीक है हम बचा देंगे ना, आप टेंशन मत लो, मैं आ रहा हूँ। मैं कहाँ पे आपका ये हस्बैंड? क्या हुआ इसको, क्या हुआ?
Please ask for help. We don't need
Okay, don't worry. You okay? You need a water, sir?
Sir, we'll manage.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
आप मुझे बताइए, क्या आप बताना चाहेंगे जो इस तरह के टूरिस्ट पर जो है अटैक किया गया?
ये बुजलाना हरकत जो उन्होंने की। मेरा नाम राकेश कोल, बीजेपी डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रेसिडेंट अनंतनाग। पेशेंट के लिए मैं श्रीनगर में था तुरंत। ये कुछ लोग रहे हैं जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर्ड है, जो नहीं चाहते कि जो नया कश्मीर का आगाज हुआ है, आपके चैनल के माध्यम से उनको कहना चाहता हूं, मौत के घाट उतारेंगे, उनकी छोड़ेंगे नहीं। हमारे जेके पुलिस, हमारी आर्मी, हमारा आज का यहाँ यूथ इनके खिलाफ है, क्योंकि नया कश्मीर जो नया कश्मीर बना ये कन्यामुल है। और उनको चेतावनी दे रहा हूं, अरे गिदड़ो, गीदड़ की मौत मरोगे जितने बाकी लोग आप गीदड़ के लोग मर गए, जैसे आप भी मरोगे। ये वादा है हमारी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का, LG साहब का ये वादा है। मौत के घाट उठाएंगे, आप निहत्तों को मारेंगे। ये किस कुरान शरीफ में लिखा है, किस भगवत गीता में लिखा है कि जो टूरिस्ट आ जाए जो ये करे, उनके साथ ऐसा करेंगे आप। आपको वहां के दरवाजे बंद हो चुके, अल्लाह ताला ने आपके वो दरवाजे बंद किए हैं। और ये बुज़दिलान हरकत मत करो, हटो इससे।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Prime Minister Modi holds briefing meeting at the airport with NSA Ajit Doval, External Affairs Minister and Foreign Secretary. Shortly, Union Home Minister Amit Shah to go to Pahalgam to meet the victims of the terror attack. First pictures of Pakistani terrorists involved in Pahalgam attack out now. Pakistani terrorists used US-made M4 rifle and AK-47 56 rifle used in the attack. Fresh ceasefire violations by Pakistan along the line of control in the Poonch district.
Two terrorists neutralized in Baramulla, huge cache of arms and ammunition recovered from these terrorists. protests have become in Jammu, protests ongoing for the last almost 12 hours. Let me go across to Gursimran, my colleague, joining us live. In Jammu, people are protesting. There is anger. Gursimran.
Yes, Niranjan, right now we are in Jammu where the tires are being burnt against Pakistan, and now here the Bajrang Dal is staging the protest. The roads have been blocked. I'll request Sarjeevan to show you that by placing these vehicles and also setting the tires to the fire, they are staging the protest against the Pakistan. I'll request Gaurav to come this way. We'll try to speak to those protesting.
सबक सिखाने का काम मांग कर रहे हैं।
लगातार यहाँ पर विरोध प्रदर्शन जो है वो जारी है। तस्वीरें हम आपको यहाँ दिखा रहे हैं। आप लोग विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, सड़क बंद की है, क्या मांग है आप लोग?
देखिए, हमारी मांग है कि इस पाकिस्तान को सबक सिखाया जाए, क्योंकि मूल जड़ पाकिस्तान है। पाकिस्तान के इशारे के ऊपर धर्म पूछकर, नाम पूछकर टारगेट किलिंग की गई है, तो ये बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा। हमारी मांग केंद्र सरकार से है और साथ में मोदी को चैलेंज किया गया है। उसमें कहा गया कि मोदी को बताना, मोदी को चैलेंज किया गया, यानी कि केंद्र सरकार को चैलेंज किया गया है। अब इसका जो है परिणाम सामने आएगा और जल्द से जल्द कोई बड़ा एक्शन जो है वो सरकार लेगी और इस पाकिस्तान को सबक सिखाने का काम किया जाएगा।
तो आप देख सकते हैं लगातार यहाँ पर जो है विरोध प्रदर्शन जारी है। तस्वीरें गौरव आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि राष्ट्रीय बजरंग दल के जो कार्यकर्ता हैं वो यहाँ पर विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। आवाजाही को पूरी तरह से यहाँ पर बंद कर दिया गया है। पुलिस की यहाँ पर तैनाती जो है वो आप देख सकते हैं, लेकिन रोष जो है वो इन कार्यकर्ताओं में बिल्कुल साफ देखने को मिल रहा है कि किस तरह से ये लोग जो हैं आक्रोशित हैं और इनका कहना है कि जो है कड़ी कार्रवाई जो है वो यहाँ पर की जाए। लगातार जो है जिस तरह से आतंकी हमले हो रहे हैं,
मांग करते हैं सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से कि पाकिस्तान के अंदर घुसकर आधा पाकिस्तान खत्म करके लाहौर के अंदर भारत का तिरंगा करके फिर से अखंड भारत की ओर बढ़ना चाहिए। भारत माता की जय।
So that you can see that the anti-Pakistan slogans are also being raised by the Rashtriya Bajrang Dal. They are saying that the blood will be avenged with the blood only, and only a stringent action against Pakistan is the only solution. निरंजन, लगातार यहाँ पर जम्मू में जो है विरोध प्रदर्शन जारी है। तस्वीरें जो हैं हम आपको जम्मू से दिखा रहे हैं, जहाँ पर राष्ट्रीय बजरंग दल के कार्यकर्ता जो है वो सड़कों पर मौजूद है और इनकी तरफ से ये मांग की जा रही है कि केंद्र सरकार जो है
breaking news update right now that the NIA has begun investigation. NIA has begun its investigation into the Pahalgam attack. This is the breaking news input that I have. Shavan will be joining me live right now on the Pahalgam attack. The fact that the National Investigation Agency, the premier investigating agency, has taken over the investigation into the Pahalgam attack. You had the live shot of the attack site also come in to our studios a short while back. Senior officers already on the site. We are told that the NIA team is likely to visit Pahalgam terror attack site anytime today. Home Minister Amit Shah also expected to visit the Pahalgam attack site today. He will be paying tribute to the victims of the terror attack. But first up, look at that. Those are pictures of police officers, officials, army officers at the Pahalgam attack site. Shavan joining me with more input. Shavan.
Well, in fact, as we speak, the National Investigation Agency team has already reached a Pahalgam terror attack site. The investigation has already begun. In fact, the Ministry of Home Affairs is expected to hand over the case to the NIA to take over into the probe. The task is very clear, Niranjan, is basically to look out whether at all there have been local operatives who helped the foreign terrorists here. Number two, I'm told that there are some live visuals also now coming in, Niranjan, this time given to us, coming in from
I'm handing it over to Shavan. Shavan, pictures of Amit Shah, Union Home Minister, arriving at I think that's GMC Srinagar, waiting to get a confirmation. He will be paying tribute. This is the police control room in Srinagar. Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, has reached Pahalgam.
Well, okay. In fact, Niranjan, this is the police control room in Srinagar, where the mortal remains of the tourists are now being brought in. In fact, the wreath-laying ceremony is going to take place in a short while from now. Chief Minister, along with the Union Home Minister, would be present there, and thereafter, remember, 4 special aircrafts have been arranged by the government to take back the mortal remains of the tourists back to their family members. In fact, these are the latest images coming in. Simultaneously, there is also a probe that is already underway with the National Investigation Team carrying out a probe at the Pahalgam terror attack site. They are largely looking at 2 things. One, the local operatives, and secondly, remember, the 4 terrorists are still on the run, and that is the reason why the search operations are basically being carried out at multiple locations, is what we are being told, Niranjan, right now, because there were 4 terrorists part of this Pakistani terror module that carried out the dastardly attack in Pahalgam. In fact, we are being told that they had entered from Kashmir. What we do not know is that whether at all they are also the same terrorists who had carried out the attack in Kashmir a few months ago. In fact, you had fatalities in the Kashmir attack too.
Okay, Aravat is also joining us live in just a few minutes. I'm staying with these pictures right now. Okay, pictures of Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Home Minister Amit Shah has been in the valley since last evening. And these are pictures of him at the police control room in Srinagar for the wreath-laying ceremony. Let's go across straight to the audio from there.
ये सीधी तस्वीरें आप अपनी टीवी स्क्रीन पर श्रीनगर से देख पा रहे हैं। जम्मू कश्मीर के पुलिस कंट्रोल रूम पहुंचे हैं और पीड़ितों को श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करते हुए। तो जम्मू कश्मीर के अनंतनाग जिले के पहलगाम में कल हुए इस आतंकवादी हमले में 2 विदेशियों सहित कम से कम 26 पर्यटकों की मौत हो गई है। दर्दनाक, बेहद दर्दनाक, जितनी भी निंदा की जाए उतनी कम, शब्द कम पड़ जाते हैं ऐसी कायराना हरकत के सामने। और हमारे साथ हमारे संवाददाता शब्बीर डार और अखिलेश सुमन हमारे साथ 2 हमारे संवाददाता लगातार बने हुए हैं। शब्बीर।
Home Minister Amit Shah paying tribute to the 26 victims, the 28 victims, 26 of them Indians. Sushil Natyal from Indore, Syed Adil Hussain Shah from Pahalgam, Hemant Suhas Joshi from Mumbai, Vinay Narwal from Haryana, Atul Shrikant Moni from Maharashtra, Neeraj Udwani from Uttarakhand, Bitan Adhikari from Kolkata, Sudeep Nupane from Nepal, Shubham Dwivedi from Kanpur, Prashant Kumar Satpathy from Odisha, Manish Ranjan from Bihar, Ramachandra from Kerala, Sanjay Lakshman Lali from Thane, Dinesh Agarwal from Chandigarh, Sameer Guhar from Kolkata, Dilip Dasali from Mumbai, Sachandra Moli from Vishakhapatnam, Madhusudan Somishetty from Bengaluru, Santosh Jagda from Pune, Manjunath Rao from Shivamogga, Karnataka, Kastuba Ganvotai from Pune, Maharashtra, Bharat Bhushan from Sundarnagar, Bengaluru, Sumit Parmar, Bhavnagar, Gujarat, Yatesh Parmar, the father of Sumit Parmar, also from Bhavnagar, Gujarat. We have an Air Force employee, an Indian Air Force employee as well, Tega Halyeng from Arunachal Pradesh, Shailesh Bhai from Surat, Gujarat. 26 victims whose names have been released, and the Home Minister there paying his tribute to the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack. Remember the names from across India. They were targeted as they visited Pahalgam in Kashmir. The Union Home Minister held a high-level review meeting in Srinagar, and he will in a short while from now visit the Pahalgam attack site. Many heartbreaking stories coming in from different parts of India. All of them Indians who are targeted. 2 foreign nationals, according to the reports that are coming in, including a Nepali citizen. Heartbreaking stories of each of these victims of terror who were in Pahalgam with their families, most of them with their families. Arawat is also joining me live over these pictures of Union Home Minister Amit Shah paying tribute to the families, to the victims who were killed by Pakistani terrorists. The mortal remains of the 26 victims, 28 in all, 26 names have been released. Union Home Minister Amit Shah reached Srinagar last evening, and he is now paying tribute to the victims at a ceremony that is being held at the police control room in Srinagar. Arawat is joining me live with the details. Arawat.
Yeah, absolutely, Narendra. We are here outside the medical college in the Anantnag, and you can see here in the visuals that all the security measures are on place, and you can see the deployment of the forces here. And my VJ Firdaus is showing the visuals from the medical college where Amit Shah will arrive here after the wreathing ceremony which is underway here in the Srinagar, Kashmir. And we have seen that these kind of checkpoints have been established across Kashmir Valley as intelligence agencies have sounded alert for the Jammu and Kashmir that there is possibility that more attacks may take place. Also, we have seen in the Uri sector where an exchange of fire was started this morning, and in this that operation we have seen that the 2 terrorists were gunned down by the joint security forces. It's an achievement for the forces that there are desperate attempts by the Pakistan-based terrorists to create disturbance in the Kashmir Valley, and they are pushing the terrorists to the Kashmir Valley to create the disturbance in the Kashmir Valley. But outside the medical college here in the Anantnag where the injured are admitted, and you can see here in the visuals that the officers from the Jammu and Kashmir police are here. Also, we have seen that the National Investigation Agency teams are also going to spot where this incident actually happened. Also, the help from the telecom companies are also being taken at the Pahalgam where this incident took place. We have been told by the sources that the terrorists in the number of 4 to 6 were present at that time, and that's the part of the investigation which is still going on. If we talk about the ongoing operation, the air surveillance are also being done. The senior officers are at the spot where this incident happened. We have seen that the coordinated search operations have been extended to other nearby areas in the Pahalgam, Kolgam, Pulwama. Also, the anti-terror operations have also started yesterday late evening in the Shopian district, where we have seen that the forces are conducting the various operations, and the combing operation is also underway in the Pahalgam where this incident happened. Also, the wreathing ceremony is underway here in the Srinagar where the Union Home Minister Amit Shah is paying tribute to innocent 28 civilians who were martyred yesterday in the Anantnag. And also we have seen that the forces are doing the various kind of the patrollings, and the special checkpoints have been established at the various locations, not only here where the incident happened, but across the Jammu and Kashmir. We have seen that the things are happening, and you can see the movement of the forces here as of now. If you can see, these are the kind of the visuals where the operation is going on as of now. Yes, back to Niranjan.
Right, in fact, viewers, we are getting more and more updates from the entire network of reporters. I'm also reporting right now from Srinagar, where the wreathing ceremony is happening as we speak, viewers. The lives that have been lost, we will remember. India will remember. India will not forget. India will not forgive. That is the sentiment that is palpable right now. The Home Minister is right now In fact, defense expert Major Samarpal Toor is also joining us in the broadcast. Major Toor, well, we are getting these heart-wrenching visuals of the attack, the aftermath of the attack, and now the victims. And in fact, we are just around the hospital, around the Srinagar PCR, police control room, where we see back-to-back ambulances are being rushed. There are dead bodies that are coming in. It's a heart-wrenching sight. In what we have been celebrating as Naya Kashmir, the dastardly attack has once again shown the nefarious plot from across the border, the activities being carried out. So what you feel that how India should be answering back?
Well, looking at the present scenario and see, there has been a total lapse of internal administrative security. In fact, there was a ultra radio set, 3 of them, which were opened on the 15th of April at 3 different locations. And the locations are Neva, Pulwama and Hirpura. And any access to Pahalgam would have been through Avantipura. So, and it is a SITREP warning issued on the 15th of April in the morning at 9:25 hours that please be alert and vigil. And I fail to understand that a hub of a tourist spot like Pahalgam remains unguarded. There is definitely something fishy. There is something wrong. NIA has to read between the lines, because every time it has become a norm that an attack takes place, Ravinder Raina is brought in front of the camera. He does one Hindi and English version of condemnation. A small group of, people get together, burn tires and rant out slogans against Pakistan. It's done and dusted. Now is the time where the people want a body count in return for a body count. Now we need retaliation. We need results. Enough of the condemnation gimmick that has been going on. Lot of script writers have written enough messages for the politicians to be put on Twitter and on other social media platforms. It is now time to deliver. It is now time to act and, hit back right in the face of the enemy. 1 week back, there was hatred spewed from the general of Pakistan. That clearly implies that there is hatred and warmongering going on. And as a result, the terrorists and the sleepers got savage after General Asif Munir's speech, and this is the result. We have to hit back hard, and we have to be constant in this. It is not a one-day job. Yes, Rakshita.
Major Toor, we just stay on with us. We are just showing some visuals coming in from the main road here in Srinagar, right in the heart of Srinagar. There is anger amongst the people, at least what is being displayed right now as we speak. And there is anger. And of course, the police is trying to take control of the situation right now. And as we speak, we also have other... we'll try and connect with more people. So I'm unable to hear. I am unable to hear. If somebody can speak to me, I cannot hear. There is protest happening. All right, Gursimran is also showing us some visuals. Gursimran, please go ahead.
See, right now we are at the Jammu, and here you will see that the Hindu groups are staging the protest. They are staging the protest against Pakistan, demanding that strict action should be taken against Pakistan. I have with me the former Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Priya Sethi. Madam, we are witnessing that the people have come out in the large numbers to show their resentment against the terror attack.
How does it matter? How does it matter? Why don't they help to the Hindus to settle in Kashmir? We will show them. उन्होंने जात पूछी, उन्होंने मजहब पूछा हमारा. पूरे देश के अंदर से हमारा हिंदू भाई उठ के कश्मीर की इकोनॉमी को बनाता है. हमारा हिस्सा है ना कश्मीर. आज खुले मन से
आपको लगता है कि बनाया है, आपको लगता है कि
सॉलिडारिटी की जरूरत नहीं है, एक्शन की जरूरत है। वी वांट एक्शन।
किस तरह का एक्शन?
मासूम जो शरणार्थी, जो वहाँ के लोग थे, जो बाहर दुनिया से अलग अलग प्रदेशों से आए हुए थे, उनको किस तरह से उनका मजा पूछा गया, उनको नंगा किया गया। ये कोई इंसानियत है? ये इनको अल्लाह सिखाता है, ये इनको कुरान सिखाती है।
So you will see that the people here, क्योंकि हमले में
सर हम क्या कर सकते हैं? हम खुद सकते हैं। 30-35 सालों से हम खत्म हो चुके हैं, लेकिन एक चीज हमारे पास बची हुई है, वो है इंसानियत। इंसानियत जब तक दुनिया है तब तक हमारे पास इंसानियत रहेगी, लेकिन कल से इंसानियत भी शर्मसार है। कल से इंसानियत भी रो रही है। इसमें धर्म की नजर से मत देखिए, मजहब की नजर से मत देखिए।
तो देख के तो मारा आतंकियों ने, तो मजहब देख के मारा।
मेरी बात सुनिए, आतंकी का कोई मजहब ही नहीं होता है, आतंकी का कोई माँ बाप नहीं होता, बहन नहीं होता, माँ नहीं होता, बच्चा नहीं होता, उसको कोई मजहब नहीं होता है। मजहब उसके पास होता है जिसके पास इंसानियत होगी। हाँ, इंसानियत यही कहती है, चाहे हिंदू हो, सिख हो।
ये बोल के माफ थोड़ी करोगे हमेशा कि आतंक का मजहब नहीं होता है, हर बार वो मार के जा रहे हैं।
हम भी उनको माफ नहीं करेंगे। अब हम जाग उठे, आंखें खुली हो गई, हमको पता है क्या हो रहा है, कौन कर रहा है। हमारे मुल्क पर, हमारे घर पर आंखें मत दिखाइए, आंखें मत दिखाइए। हम वो आंखें निकालेंगे, हम वो आंखें निकालेंगे।
Viewers, as we are seeing that there are demonstrations happening right now as we speak. People are raising their voice. They are demanding action. They are demanding answers, and we continue to get more voices because this is right in the heart of Srinagar that we are getting these visuals. We're live from the road outside, just outside where the wreath laying ceremony is happening. We're right outside the police control room, viewers. Right outside the police control room where the wreath laying ceremony is happening. And the people here, there are local people who are right now trying to raise their voice. They're saying that we know the conspiracy behind it. We know what people are now, they're demanding that there should be justice and we do not want more bloodshed. That is the latest we are picking up right now from. And viewers, we will continue to get you more updates as we speak. We'll get more voices from ground zero. All right, so I'm told that I'm still we are showing the live visuals, viewers, so you can see the.
जी हम यहाँ प्रोटेस्ट के लिए निकले, जो कल यहाँ टूरिस्ट यहाँ उनके साथ ये हो गया, उन बेचारों को मारा। मजलूम बेचारे थे, घूमने के लिए आए थे, अपने बच्चों के साथ आए थे, अपनी फैमिली के लिए साथ घूमने के लिए आए थे, लेकिन उनको यहाँ पर गोलियां बरसाई गई है। हम उसके खिलाफ हैं। हम उसके साथ
क्यों हो रहा है, कहाँ से हो रहा है
ये? वो तो आपको पता हो ना कहाँ हो रहा है, कैसे हो रहा है, वो तो सभी देख रहे हैं ना क्यों हो रहा है, कैसे हो रहा है, वो तो हमें पता नहीं क्यों हो रहा है, लेकिन उनको तो कत्ल किए ना।
इतनी आसानी से आ जाते हैं। पुलिस नहीं थी वहाँ पर, पुलिस की तैनाती नहीं थी वहाँ पर। किश्तवाड़ के रास्ते से इतना दूर है, इतना ऊपर चढ़ जाते हैं। नहीं, अभी तक सर्च जारी है।
जी हाँ, वो गवर्नमेंट को भी सोचना चाहिए, अगर ऐसी सिचुएशन है यहाँ पर तो उनको थोड़ा।
आपको लगता है कि जो जम्मू कश्मीर की सरकार है वो मुनासिब काम कर रही है?
वो क्या हम सके, वो तो हमें पता नहीं है, लेकिन हम यही कहना चाहते हैं आपसे कि ये जो बेचारे मारे बेगुनाह मारे गए हैं, इनके बच्चे थे, ये कोई शादी वाले कुछ अफसर थे इसमें से, उन लोगों को मारा है इन्होंने। हम उसके खिलाफ हैं, उसके लिए हम आज प्रोटेस्ट के लिए निकले हैं। बस ये बात,
बस यही मैं चाहता हूँ, इनको सजा होनी चाहिए, बस जितना हो सके सजा इनको दीजिए ताकि हम अमन से रहे। हम हिंदुस्तानी हैं, आज हम यहाँ धंधा फसाद करने के लिए नहीं है, खाली अमन के साथ आए हैं। बस यही गवर्नमेंट से अपील है, दैट विल बी अ ट्रुथ अगेंस्ट दैट द पीपल।
क्यों रीजन आपको लग रहा है इस तरह से हो?
क्योंकि हम इंसानियत है, इंसानियत है। हम हिंदू भी है, सिख भी है और मुसलमान। ये चेयरमैन साहब हमारे हैं, इनसे भी रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ और भी अपील करें।
देखिए, जो ये कत्लेआम कल हुआ, इस कत्लेआम को हम कहते हैं ये किसी तबके का कत्लेआम नहीं है, ये पूरे कश्मीर का कत्लेआम है और इस कत्लेआम को हम रद्द करते हैं। ये हमारे कारोबार पे हमला है, ये हमारी इंसानियत पे हमला है, ये हमारे दीन पे हमला है, क्योंकि हमारा दीन ऐसा दीन है जिसमें सबके साथ रहम किया जाता है, जिसमें मेहमान नवाजी की जाती है। ये किन कातिलों ने किया है हमें पता नहीं, मगर मैं कहता हूँ हम कश्मीरी इन कातिलों के साथ कभी नहीं है, ना थे, ना है, ना रहेंगे। और मैं टूरिस्ट को यकीन दिलाना चाहता हूँ, हम लोग आपके साथ हैं। हमें पता नहीं था, हम बेखबर है। इन शैतानों ने क्या गेम रचाया, क्या खेल रचाया, इन शैतानों को अब हम ये काम करेंगे।
So there you have, the anger is palpable on ground. We're right outside the police control room, where we see that there is heavy security because Home Minister Amit Shah is there and the wreath-laying ceremony is underway. Of course, a very solemn moment inside. It's of course a moment of great sensitivity we talk about when we report from a place where dead bodies are coming. One after the other, we are seeing ambulances coming. But at the same time, the anger is mounting. There you have, this is the heavy security, and I think it's the Home Minister is moving out. We understand there is some movement from the police control room, Jammu and Kashmir Armed Police Headquarters, where we are reporting from. And we also have my colleague Gursimran, who is getting us more visuals of the protest. Gursimran, over to you.
Viewers, we keep getting you the ground reports, the latest that's coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. The wrestling was underway, and from preliminary sources we're learning that Home Minister Amit Shah has now left the PCR, the police control room in Jammu and Kashmir's capital of Srinagar. Just yesterday, 28 innocent civilians, most of whom were tourists, including 2 foreign nationals, were killed at the hands of terrorists who claimed responsibility for killing innocent, unarmed civilians while they were the tourists who were in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, the families of these tourists have not just demanded for justice, they've also in detail explained the horrific ordeal that unfolded, how events transpired in Pahalgam last evening when the attacks started. The attack began at around 3 p.m. in the afternoon yesterday. In fact, Prime Minister Modi, keeping the attack in mind, has cut short his Saudi visit. He's back in New Delhi. He arrived this very morning. He's held multiple meetings, including those with National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and also the Foreign Secretary and External Affairs Minister S. Shankar. He's taking full stock of the security.
Because of the attack side, where the NIA officials have reached. NIA officials have reached the attack site. Meanwhile, we are also tracking the movement from outside the police control room, the Jammu and Kashmir Armed Police Headquarters, police control room at the Srinagar, in Srinagar. And at the same time, we're getting in visuals of the NIA investigators who are at the attack site at Pahalgam, viewers. In fact, more and more vehicles are coming out as we speak from the Srinagar police control room, as Amit Shah has just concluded the wreath-laying ceremony. And we do see that there is a convoy which is heavily secured, that is moving out from, that is exiting the police control room here in Srinagar, viewers. And right now we are getting, while we are telling you all the latest updates that we are receiving here as we report from ground zero, NIA has begun its investigation this morning. That's the big update. And also we are, as I was speaking, that NIA has reached the spot and it has begun its investigation. It's the National Investigation Agency. And apart from that, the terror operation continue, viewers. In fact, the search and anti-terror operation, in fact, continue to have been, the area has been extended to 5 kilometers plus. So, in fact, none of the media personnel were also allowed to go there. We were stopped even before 40 kilometers ahead of Pahalgam, because there was a search operation, anti-terror operation that is underway. It's a massive anti-terror operation. CRPF, the army, and the Jammu and Kashmir police, the special operation groups of the Jammu and Kashmir Kashmir police is on ground zero in Pahalgam and of course the adjacent areas. And at the same time, we do know that at least two infiltrators, the terrorists have been neutralized in Uri, and these are the multiple attempts by the Pakistanis. Viewers, this is the big update we're getting in right now, and that's the big update we are getting in, and also at the same time visuals coming in from the Pahalgam side. That's what we are showing you, the NIA investigators on the site. And right now, viewers, as we speak, there is heavy security. Srinagar has turned into a fortress. In fact, the entire route from Srinagar that goes from Beach Behera to Pahalgam, viewers, there has been a heavy deployment almost every 50 meter, 100 meter, 200 meters. We see the security personnel who are hyper vigilant right now. No car is being allowed to be stationed over there, and all the there is a band in Srinagar. No shops are open today, and given the security situation, of course, all the forces are on high alert. So is the police right now as we speak. And right now I'm reporting live from the police control room, and we see more and more vehicles moving out. Viewers, there are officials who have just visited. We are just visited. All right, KC Venugopal of the Congress party is also here.
Sir, यहाँ से आइए सर. सीधा माइक लगाओ. उधर से आ जाओ. इधर आ जाइए. मैं ले लूँगा शॉट.
All right, as we speak, Congress's General Secretary KC Venugopal was just exited, and
खड़ा पंपी हुए
What could be the response?
Entire country should unitedly on solidarity with the deceased families. He is to stand up and to bravely speak against this terrorism activity. This is not a brave activity. Actually.
Viewers, now the National Investigation Agency has reached the spot where the attacks took place in Pahalgam. These are the live visuals of security forces taking stock of every inch that there is near the attack site in Pahalgam. The National Investigation Agency has begun its robust probe into what led to the attacks and for finding any cues that may lead to the terrorists, the perpetrators, whose justice hangs in balance as families grieve on the other side. In fact, just moments ago, we also saw Congress's General Secretary KC Venugopal and Home Minister Amit Shah at the wreath-laying ceremony which was taking place for at least 16 deceased people who were killed by terrorists in Pahalgam just yesterday. In the evening around 3 p.m, that's when the attack started in Pahalgam, where 28 innocent civilians lost their lives at the hands of a terror strike which struck the valley yesterday at 3 p.m. In fact, Home Minister Amit Shah is now out on the ground. He will meet with the victims, the survivors, and also the families of those who've been killed in the terror strike that hit Pahalgam yesterday in the evening. In fact, my colleague Rakshita is on Ground Zero. Republic gets you all the updates from Ground Zero. Rakshita, talk to us about what you're seeing around. What is the environment like? Give us what is the latest that you have on the attacks.
Right, well, we just had the Congress leader KC Venugopal, and we have more leaders who are here at the police control room outside Jammu and Kashmir. And right now we're just showing visuals from outside. There's heavy security deployment, as you can see, and one after the other. There are convoys that are coming out at the same time. Just right now, we had a while back a protest happening here because the dead bodies are being brought to this location, that is the police control room where the wreath-laying ceremony has happened. It's a heart-wrenching sight when you see those ambulances coming in one after the other, and the protesters, of course, enraged. The locals also demanding that there should be an action taking. So that's what we are seeing on ground. So what we are seeing is that the anger is palpable. India is demanding revenge. India wants revenge. India will not forget. India will not forgive. It will not be just some. We do know that it's not some surgical strike that is enough for Pakistan to be taught a lesson. We have to make them pay, and how? We have to understand what the Pak Army Chief had said just few days back. He had just, perhaps hinted at what's going to happen, and Rawalpindi should be made to pay for it. It's not a Lashkar-e-Taiba we talk about. It's not only Lashkar-e-Taiba. We know the masters. We know where it's happening from, and Rawalpindi has to be flattened, and that is the sentiment. What we are picking up, what we understand is that people want peace in Kashmir, and the peace was being restored. Imagine that there was tourism that was booming here. Record number of visitors this year at the Tulip Gardens, more than 8 lakh. That is a record in itself, which could not be stomached, which could not be digested by these forces who work against India, who want to destabilize Jammu and Kashmir, and that's what's been happening. Okay, so the VIP movement has stopped, I think, and that's why the civilians are being allowed to move. The common man is being allowed to move, and the Home Minister has also left from the police headquarters here in Srinagar after the wreath-laying ceremony. And as we speak, you can see, we can just pan the camera and show the Jammu and Kashmir police, the CRPF and the army have been deployed at every nook and corner of Srinagar, and all entire stretch from Pulwama to Pahalgam to Anantnag to other areas of the adjacent areas, because the entire area is on a high alert, and that's what we are reporting right now. Remember, there are anti-terror operations that are going on since yesterday. The search is still on. As we speak, the search is on for those terrorists who have been identified in those photographs that we have just run, that Republic TV has been playing since the morning. We have been showing that this will be that those terrorists, how they were marking, how they were identifying all of those civilians, Indians who have been killed, and that answer, of course, has to be given by Pakistan. Of course, has started to already, defend itself, and this is what is expected. But to give you the updates, what we know is that there is a heavy security deployment, and even for the media, the movement is very, very restricted because the search operation is still underway. The search operation is still underway, and what we know is that in Uri sector, at least 2 terrorists have been killed. Huge cache of arms and ammunition has been recovered. Pictures of terrorists killed in Baramulla have also emerged. 1 AK-47, 2 pistols, IED has been recovered. At the same time, what we know is that the infiltration continues. This was an infiltration bid that was busted. And what we know is that the Pakistani terrorists had, in fact, there is, of course, search for those who were supporting them from ground. The overground workers have to be also identified as, that is of course the part of investigation. The NIA, viewers, just for the benefit of the viewers who have just tuned in, the NIA has reached the attack site in Pahalgam. We are right now at the police headquarters, at the police control room of Srinagar Army Police Headquarters, where the dead bodies have been brought in. And Amit Shah has, of course, now paid tribute to all the victims, and their families, of course, also coming in. Yeah. And of course, it's very disheartening to see them, and those tears will not be forgotten. Meanwhile, viewers, as we speak and we report live, we have some breaking news coming in. We'll just go across. I'll just read that out, that information out for you, viewers. The breaking news is that the terrorists were equipped with some really advanced technology, viewers. What we are getting to, and these are chilling details that we're talking about, viewers. The terrorists were equipped with the helmet-mounted, so they had helmet with cameras. They had helmet-mounted cameras and recorded the entire sequence of events, viewers. And 3 of the attackers had gathered the victims, separating them into male and female groups. This is an entire planned attack, viewers. We're just showing you that dastardly attack, that plan, that evil plan, the sinistrous plot. 3 of the attackers gathered the victims, separating them into male and female groups before identifying them individually. And some victims, viewers, what we are learning, were shot at very close range, at point blank range. And they, of course, have succumbed to the injuries. They have been shot point blank, while others were targeted from a distance with sniper-like precision. And this was 10 minutes of terror, viewers. The terror that we are still reeling under, of course, if you see here in Srinagar. What you say, the paradise on earth, Kashmir, has, of course, turned. There's an abominable lull. Niranjan, my colleague, is also joining us on the studio. Niranjan, well, these are chilling details that how the tourists shot at these innocents, these people who were unarmed, the civilians who were unarmed, the Indians who were unarmed, at point blank range. Some of them also shot with sniper-like precision, and they had advanced equipments with them, Niranjan.
We're hearing that the location was also chosen very carefully. These are breaking news updates. I don't know whether we still have Major Samar Paltur, but we are hearing that victims succumbed to excessive blood loss. Investigators believe the location was deliberately chosen to delay rescue efforts, a calculated move to maximize casualties. And we look at the videos yesterday, Major Tur, it is very, very clear that there were no security forces close by. Shavan is joining me live. I have Shavan joining me with the details of this. Can we go across to him? Shavan.
Well, in fact, this is a preliminary probe that has been carried out, information coming in from the National Investigation Agency as well as the Jammu and Kashmir Police. Now, of course, this is a massacre that was carried out. In fact, information that we have is of 4 terrorists, but that number could actually change right now, because it turns out at least 3 of the terrorists, they were basically given the task of grouping all the tourists together. Male and female, they were all brought together. They were separated thereafter. What is important to point out here is that all of these terrorists were armed, completely armed. In fact, they also had advanced technology like helmet-mounted cameras that were essentially used by them to record the entire sequence of events. In fact, remember, this is a strategy that has been adopted primarily to target 2 things. Misinformation and perhaps also trying to send across a message, because most of these videos thereafter would be utilized by these terrorists to carry out their propaganda. And this is typically of what we have seen that the Pakistani army has essentially adopted. The sequence of events are like these. Once they had put together, they had brought them all together, they had identified the men, the women were separated. In fact, they told the women that they are not going to kill them. They want a message to be sent back to the government. Thereafter, remember, what happened is that, at least interestingly, another details coming in, that there were terrorists a little far away. Sniper kind of shots also were fired. Now that's, at this point in time, there's not full clarity as to whether at all this was from certain distance or whether the number, that is the reason why I'm saying that the number of terrorists part of this module could actually increase from 4, because it turns out from the latest information coming in, Niranjan, is that there were sniper-like shots that were also reported. Now that's the initial probe that has been carried out. As we speak, remember, the National Investigation Team is also at the spot carrying out the probe.
Okay, I want to go across straight up to Pune, where my colleague Satyaprakash is live. I think he's speaking to the family members there. There were several victims from Maharashtra. I'm going across to Satyaprakash. Let's go across to him now, please. Okay, we're getting in pictures of Amit Shah meeting the families of the victims. These are pictures of families, many of them breaking down on your screen. Loved ones, most of them have lost their fathers. Wives were spared, and wives were told, go tell Modi. Sons were spared. It was the fathers of these little children that you see here. Is there an audio there? I want to pick up the audio, please. Is there an audio layer there? Can we please check if there's an audio layer there? Heartbreaking pictures of families pleading with the Home Minister. 26 names have been released and 26 men have been killed. And all of them, you look at their faces, all of them asking the Home Minister one question: what have we done wrong and why were our loved ones killed? Those are the first pictures coming in. Once again, I'm reading out the 26 names of the victims as you look at these pictures. Helpless family members, most of them were there as part of a holiday. Many of them visiting Kashmir for the first time in this peak tourist season. Many of them saying they were excited to visit Kashmir for the first time. They were looking forward to seeing Kashmir. Sushil Natyal from Indore, shot dead. Syed Adil Hussain, Pahalgam, shot dead. Hemant Suhas Joshi from Mumbai, shot dead. Atul Shrikant Moni, Maharashtra, shot dead. Neeraj Udwani, Uttarakhand, shot dead. Bitan Adhikari, Kolkata, shot dead. Sudeep Nupane, Nepal, shot dead. Shubham Dwivedi, Kanpur, asked to recite the Kalma, couldn't, shot dead. Satya Prakash is live in Pune. I'm going across.
ये हुआ हादसा हुआ तभी 6:30 बजे हमारा उनसे बात हो गया था, उनकी लड़की के साथ बात हो रहा था। तब तक तो उन्होंने बोला कि ओके यहाँ पे, तो थोड़ा हम भी प्रेशर से बाहर आ गए थे। लेकिन जब यहाँ पे टीवी पे दिखाया गया न्यूज़ में कि नाम के साथ में आ रहा था, 2 जन के नाम आ रहे थे, तो अतुल मोने उनका नाम कंटिन्यूस आ रहा था वहाँ पे, तो हम कन्फ्यूजन में थे कि यही अतुल मोने। और एक थोड़ा सा हम लग रहा भी था कि अरे साथ में भी है सेब, पहले तो सेब बताया था, क्या इश्यू हो गया वो समझ में नहीं आ रहा था। लेकिन जब टीवी पे देखा 8-8:30 बजे कि उनके फ़ोटो के साथ आ गया तो हमको कंफर्म हो गया कि
लेकिन जिस तरह से नाम पूछकर मारा है आतंकियों ने, क्या डिमांड करते हैं, क्या मांग करते हैं सरकार से?
तो सरकार से वही कि हम सरकार के भरोसे वहाँ पे जा रहे हैं, तो वहाँ पे ऐसी चीज़ नहीं होनी चाहिए। ठीक है, उनको आज मज़हब कुछ नहीं रहेगा, कुछ उनको सिर्फ क्या करना है उनको भी पता नहीं, सिर्फ मार के क्या करने वाले हो। ये आज उनका भी फैमिली रहेगा, उनके यहाँ पे भी फैमिली कुछ रहता रहेगा, सिर्फ मार के क्या होने वाला है वो समझ में नहीं आ रहा है। आज ये फैमिली पूरा सफ़र करने वाला है। और आज हम बोलते हैं कि टीवी पे देखते आ रहे थे कि चलो ऐसा हादसा हो गया वैसा, लेकिन आज हमारे घर पे हो गया। आज वो चीज़ हमको समझ में आ रही कि नहीं, ये छोटी चीज़ नहीं है। तो कुछ हादसा होता था अलग से, एक्सीडेंट, वो थोड़ा सा हम समझ सकते हैं, लेकिन ये चीज़ें बहुत भयंकर हैं।
अतुल जी यहीं पे बैठते रहते थे और आप लोग से मिलते थे, और वाकया जो परिवार की तरफ से, परिवार के साथ साथ कौन कौन गया था?
टोटल 9 जन गए थे और 3 जेंट्स थे, बाकी लेडीज़ थे, और एक उनका लेले जो है उनका एक लड़का है 20 साल का लड़का, वो भी साथ में था उनके। और ये तीनों को पहले पूछा और उसके बाद में शूट कर दिया वहाँ पे।
क्या नाम पूछा?
नाम ने उनका मज़हब पूछा। अभी सुबह उनसे बात हो गई मेरी वाइफ से, तो थोड़ा सा वो जानकारी मिली कि उनको पहला मज़हब पूछा गया और कौन सा धर्म से, और सीधा शूट करते गए। उनको कंफर्म हो गया कि हिंदू है तो सीधा शूट करते गए।
परिवार वालों से और किसी से बात हुई?
उनके जो भाई है यहाँ पे कलवा में रहते हैं और एक वांगनी में रहते हैं, तो उनसे बात हो रहा था हमारा। और जो अनुष्का है उनकी वाइफ अतुल की, उनका जो भाई है वो सुबह कलवा के जो भाई है और इनके, वो दोनों यहाँ के जो राजेश कदम जी हैं उनके साथ में।
कब गए थे
ये 7 बजे निकले यहाँ से, 9 बजे वहाँ पे पहुँच गए थे श्रीनगर में। और श्रीनगर का जो हॉस्पिटल है, मेडिकल हॉस्पिटल, वहाँ पे उनको डेड बॉडी लाया गया था।
कब डेड बॉडी लेके आ रहे हैं मुंबई?
कल रात को ही वहाँ पे गए थे और वो सब क्लियर होने के बाद हर्षल ने मैसेज कर दिया कि इज़ नो मोर, और तीनों के तीनों नाम भी डाल दिए थे। लेकिन वहाँ पे कांटेक्ट हो रहा नहीं था हमको रात को। अभी उन्होंने सुबह बोला कि 1:30 बजे के इसमें वो बैठ है और यहाँ पे मेरे ख्याल से 6 या 7 बजे तक यहाँ पे आ जाएंगे।
छुट्टियाँ मनाने के लिए गए थे अतुल जी?
महीने गए, यस, छुट्टियाँ मनाने गए थे, एंजॉय, बस बाकी कुछ उनके दिमाग में था नहीं, हमारे भी कभी नहीं, यानी पॉसिबल ही नहीं। आज के इसमें हम देखते आ रहे कि नहीं है इतना, वहाँ पे इतना पॉसिबल नहीं है। और ये मैंने पहली बार देखा है कि कोई यात्रियों पे हमला हो रहा है और इतने बड़े इसमें, यानी 26/11 का उसके बाद में ये मेरे ख्याल से बहुत बड़ा आतंकी हमला रहेगा।
आपके साधु थे अतुल जी, काफ़ी बातें शेयर किया होगा, जाते जाते भी बात हुआ होगा?
यस, जाते जाते एक 8-10 दिन पहले भी बात हो गया था कि जा रहे करके। और थोड़ा सा था उनको, ये था कि घूमने का बहुत उनको अच्छा लगता था। छोटी फैमिली थी, रेलवे में जॉब में थे और अच्छे पोजीशन पे थे आज, तो थोड़ा घूमना होता था उनका। हाँ, अभी उन्होंने ये बहुत पहले प्लानिंग किया था कश्मीर का, टोटल 9 जन का प्लानिंग था।
कौन कौन था अतुल जी के साथ में?
उनके एक कज़िन बहन है और भाई है, तो वो सब रिलेटिव है उनके, तो उनके साथ में गए थे, विद फैमिली गए थे।
लेकिन जिस तरह से धर्म पूछकर, मजहब पूछकर आतंकियों ने मारा है, क्या कहेंगे?
ये हम एरिया, ये थोड़ा सा अलग चीज़ है कि ज़मीन के ऊपर से ये सब चलता रहेगा कश्मीर से लेके, लेकिन ये थोड़ा सा अलग ही आज चीज़ें आ रही कि मज़हब के नाम पे, तो नहीं, ये इसके ऊपर कुछ तो बड़ा एक्शन होना चाहिए। मैं सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से और महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट से भी मैं दरख्वास्त करूँगा कि इसको, ये छोटी चीज़ नहीं है। आज हमारा फैमिली मेम्बर वहाँ पे जा रहा है, वो चीज़ उनको ही पता है क्या है। आज वहाँ पे अंधाधुंध फायरिंग हो गई है, छोटे बच्चे भी शायद से उसमें रह गए या लेडीज़ भी रह गई, किसको, यानी अभी तक कुछ फाइनल हमारे पास आ रहा नहीं, लेकिन हो सकता है वहाँ पे। लेकिन जेंट्स को पूछ के मारा, यानी ये छोटी चीज़ नहीं है। उनके फैमिली के हेड को उन्होंने वो सब देख के ही, सोच के ही मारा है उन्होंने।
अतुल के वाइफ से बात हुआ तो उन्होंने भी ये बताया कि मतलब धर्म पूछा गया पहले?
पूछा गया था, यस।
क्या बोला उन्होंने?
बस आप हिंदू हो क्या, और वो थोड़ा सा उनको पता चल गया तो उन्होंने सीधा शूट कर दिया। जो ले थे उनके सर पे शायद से मारा है, और अतुल के इनके पेट में मारा गया था।
मतलब अतुल से पूछा गया कि आपका धर्म क्या है?
हाँ, और उसके बाद में शूट कर दिया सीधा।
डेड बॉडी को कब लेके आ रहे हैं?
1:30 बजे का उन्होंने ये किया है, सेंट्रल से एयर एम्बुलेंस किया है, और उनके जो साथ में जो है फैमिली मेम्बर, उनको साथ में प्लेन किया हुआ है, तो दोनों साथ में मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ पे 6 बजे आ जाएंगे।
अतुल की वाइफ कुछ और बताया, कुछ नारेबाजी का ऐसा कुछ था?
नहीं, एक्चुअली वो थोड़ा शॉकिंग में थी और उनको कल तक बताया नहीं था, आज सुबह उनको बताया, तो थोड़ा शॉक में थी। वो रोते रोते मुझे बोला कि मेरे सामने हुआ है ऐसा, और मेरी वाइफ से भी बात हो गया उनका, लेकिन मेरे वाइफ से थोड़ा सा डिटेल में बात हो गया, मेरा बहुत शॉर्ट में बात हो गया। हमको थोड़ा सा वो जानकारी नहीं था कि कितने बजे तक वो आने वाले हैं।
लेकिन धर्म पूछ के जिस तरह से मारा गया, जिस तरह से पहली बार इस तरह से हुआ कि आतंकियों ने धर्म पूछा, क्या आपको लगता है कि सरकार कड़ा कदम उठाएगी और बदला लेना चाहिए?
100% बदला होना ही चाहिए। जो भी रह गए, वो जितने भी पब्लिक थे, जो आतंकी थे वहाँ पे, उनको 101% छोड़ना नहीं चाहिए, और ये बड़े पैमाने पे होना चाहिए। मैं तो बोलूँगा इनके सामने होना चाहिए, से जो फैमिली मेम्बर्स थे उनके ये सामने होना चाहिए, जैसे कसाब का हुआ, ये सब, ये इनको ऐसा नहीं छोड़ना चाहिए। जब तक ये चीज़ नहीं होती, ये सुधरने वाले नहीं है।
पाकिस्तान से बदला लेना चाहिए, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान से प्रायोजित है ये पूरा कार्यक्रम।
नहीं, अभी तक तो मैं न्यूज़ में ही देखते आ रहा हूँ, यानी इसके ऊपर अभी तक खुद मोदी जी रहेंगे, अमित शाह रहेंगे या फडणवीस, उन्होंने कुछ बोला नहीं, लेकिन फडणवीस जो है उन्होंने खुद बताया कि ये हम छोड़ने वाले में से नहीं है। हम उसके ऊपर
परिवार के तहत क्या मांग करेंगे?
परिवार से तो मैं वही बोलूँगा कि एक सेटल बहुत नीचे से ऊपर आए हैं, तो ये छोटी चीज़ नहीं।
Look at those pictures, ladies and gentlemen, and look at the families who are there standing next to the Union Home Minister, and think about what each one is trying to convey to the government. When you look at the helpless cries of these victims and their families, the survivors of the terror attack in Pahalgam, The meadows of Pahalgam, moments before the attack, were filled with laughter and dreams, now echoing with cries of grief. Those are pictures that came in from Srinagar. Families broken as they visited Kashmir, most of them for the first time. Children waiting for their fathers who will never return. Most of them were visiting there with their families. Wives were spared, children were spared. Fathers will never return. The mothers clinging on to their loved ones. The tragedy of Pahalgam is not just an attack on the lives of 26 families, but all of India. It's an attack on India. We'll come back, we'll take a break, come back with these pictures. Stay tuned.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मीरज.
I have Pallavi on with us on the phone line. She lost her husband Manjunath. We spoke about Manjunath just a while back. Pallavi, my deepest condolences on your loss. Can you please tell me, Pallavi, where are you right now? And
right now I'm in Pahalgam Mountain Villa Hotel. Pahalgam Mount Hotel. All tourists we are here.
And I just want you to tell me what happened, if you can share with us at that point of time what they said.
My husband, myself, and my son have went to Kashmir trip on 19th. 3 days, everything was very nice. Today we came to Pahalgam.
Yes.
Hello. Today we came to Pahalgam, and we were in that mini Switzerland point is there now. So we went there. Just within 5 minutes, we could hear some these bullets firing sound. We thought it was army's some words, army's training something. We thought everyone we thought like that. But when I turned, all were running. I was with my son, but when I turned at my husband, he was shot dead. Just one bullet. And that terrorist, जिस बंदे ने मेरे पति को मारा ना, वो वही जा रहा था. मैंने उसे बोला, मुझे भी मारो, तूने मेरे पति को मारा. मेरे सन में भी बोला, तो उसने.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Prime Minister Modi holds briefing meeting at the airport with NSA, External Affairs Minister and Foreign Secretary. Union Home Minister Amit Shah meets families of Pahalgam victims, set to visit Government Medical College in Anantnag shortly. Multiple probe teams at Pahalgam attack spot. NIA begins probe into the terror attack. Heavy security outside police control room in Srinagar. Amit Shah pays tribute to the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack. Massive demonstration by Hindu groups in the heart of Srinagar call for swift action against Pakistan terror in the valley.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. We are live on the only story, ladies and gentlemen, that we care about right now, and that is the Pahalgam terror attack. I'm getting in some breaking news right now of a key meeting that is underway, and the key meeting that is underway in the national capital. Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, I can hear you. Rajnath Singh is chairing a meeting with National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. All three chiefs, the Army Chief, the Navy Chief, the Air Force Chief present at the meeting along with the Defence Minister. This is the big breaking news update coming in right now as we stay on those pictures. That's the most compelling picture coming in from Srinagar this morning as Union Home Minister meets the families of those who were killed by Pakistani terrorists. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is meeting all three chiefs, Tri-Service Chiefs and National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. And this is just minutes ahead of the CCS, the Cabinet Committee on Security, that is also taking place in Delhi today at the Prime Minister's residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Ahead of that, Rajnath Singh has chaired this key meeting. We're trying to get more details. And Zeenath is also with me right now. Zeenath is just about 400 to 500 meters away from that site. I'm going across straight to her. Zeenath, over to you, Zeenath. That's the location where the attack took place. Zeenath.
See, Niranjan, this is the spot exactly just 500 meters from here is the Baisaran spot, the picnic park where the attack took place yesterday. In fact, you can see the muddy tracks, there is no motorable road. The ponies are used for this track, and yesterday when the evacuation of these injured and those who lost their life in the terror, the evacuation was done using these tracks. This is a muddy track, the Kacha road where you see the deployment of CRPF, the CRPF not allowing us to go further as we are expecting a CRPF movement as we are expecting a VIP movement in some time from now. The tracks that you see here, these are all mountainous tracks, the hilly tracks, and it is very treacherous and quite difficult to trek these and to reach to the location. The town is almost 2 hours from here, and that is why yesterday during the evacuation it took a lot of time for the administration to evacuate those who were injured in this attack because of the muddy tracks. Most of the injured and those who lost their lives lost the blood while getting evacuated from this place. Mostly the ponies are used. Evacuation was done on foot, on ponies' back, and right now we are expecting that Amit Shah is going to land here in Baisaran from some time from now. In fact, the CID chief of Jammu and Kashmir, Nitish Kumar, also reached to this Baisaran track in some time, in a while, and they will also be reaching to the spot because it is very treacherous track. Although we are seeing that lot of hustle and bustle used to be the earlier in Baisaran being one of the beautiful meadows, and people would get attracted for photographs and other thing, but this has turned these meadows are wearing a deserted look. There is no hustle bustle, in fact a gloomy atmosphere all around. And when the Amit Shah will be landing here, already the army has pressed chopper services, the aerial service, the choppers are being pressed to monitor the entire area. We are seeing the deployment on ground of the CRPF and the J&K police doing the deployment. The operation, the search operation simultaneously is being conducted by the para commandos, and also the area is under scanner. The scanning is being done by the Indian Army, the chopper service and pressed. And this is one of the deadliest attacks that took place here in the Baisaran, where from we are reporting the Baisaran Park is just 500 meters away, since it's going to be a VVIP moment. That is why why the road, this Kacha road, has been completely restricted for the VIP, and no civilians or the media persons are being allowed to move. You see the wood logs that are lying here, the treacherous tracks, the ponies have also been stopped. In fact, the team of SDRF, as my VJ is showing you, the team of SDRF that is here for the further work, they too are not being allowed to move further. Restrictions have been put in the area, seeing the VVIP movement in some time from now. The surveillance is being done by all the forces. Meanwhile, we have also witnessed the heartfelt visuals from the PCR Kashmir, where the dead bodies were lying in the coffin, and Home Minister of the country paid tributes to those who lost their life in the terror attack. Prime Minister Modi also chaired a meeting once he landed in India. Then a lot of diplomatic meetings are also going on as present, because the foreign nations have also...
Action where Rakshita is. Rakshita's in Srinagar. There is some movement behind her. I need to go across to her right now. Let's go full frame, please. Let's go to Rakshita. When there's a visual, let's go full frame to the visual. Let's go to Rakshita.
Understand that... Well, we understand like at least more than 7 ambulances have left as we speak here, Niranjan, as we are seeing the security also. The victims' relatives also, we understand, are also present in these vehicles that are right now passing right across us from and exiting the police control room, that is the Jammu and Kashmir Armed Police Headquarters. So at least more than 6 to 7 ambulances have just exited the police headquarters, and we saw the some of the civilians as well. We understand that there were the family members of those victims as well. And right now you can see the heavy security deployment. There's a lot of political leaders also that have come in to, in fact, get in touch with the victims of their respective states, such that we had Bengaluru South MP Tejasvi Surya also a while back, who was here to coordinate with the authorities and help in facilitating the return of the victims who are from Karnataka. Some of them who have, of course, succumbed to those injuries, those grievous injuries as well. And we can just pan across and show the heavy deployment of the Jammu and Kashmir police, the commandos as well, the army and the CRPF. So there is heavy police deployment. Of course, there are one after the other top leaders of several parties that are coming in here. We also had the leader of opposition, Sunil Sharma, just a while back, who said that India will be avenging this. India will not forget what has happened, and that the centre is fully committed to bring to justice what has happened. And of course, once again, we will of course take you through the visuals that are coming in. I think there is some movement, because there's a lot of VIP movement as well, Niranjan, right for the time that we have come here. And this after Amit Shah, the Home Minister, also has been interacting with the victim families and consoling them. Of course, it's a very moment that cannot be really described by us, what we have captured in the aftermath of the terror attack. And when those victims have been able to, in fact, go near the dead bodies of their loved ones, that has been, of course, a sight that is heart-wrenching. And as we speak, the wreath-laying ceremony has wrapped up, and that's why we see that all those who were part of the ceremony are returning back, and so have those victims and their families have also just exited this police headquarters here in Srinagar. Niranjan.
Okay, stay with me. I have some chilling details that came into our newsroom some time back, and I want to talk about those details. I want to go across also to Zeenat. Terrorists from Pakistan were equipped with helmet-mounted cameras, which means these Sikh cowards from Pakistan and Lashkar, backed by the Pakistan government, backed by the Pakistan army, these cowards recorded the entire sequence of events, which means these cowards attacked, recorded the killings, point blank. Zeenat, we're also, and where Zeenat is the exact location. Zeenat, we are told that they chose that location because they knew there would be delay in rescue efforts. There would be a delay in security forces reaching there, which is evident in the aftermath videos that came in.
Absolutely. See, as I've been saying, and now we are showing you the tracks to our viewers, the kind of tracks that were used for the evacuation. And it took me also to reach around more than an hour to reach to this destination. I too trekked some 5 kilometers on foot to reach to this place. This is all a muddy track, no motorized road. So definitely yesterday when the evacuation process, the evacuation operation was going on, it took lot of the time because delay was caused because of not having a proper road here. और उसी का फ़ायदा जो है टेररिस्ट ने उठाया, क्योंकि कहा जा रहा है कि जो रेकी हुई है, एक बाज़ाब्ता एक रेकी हुई है टेररिस्ट की तरफ से एक पर्टिकुलर स्पॉट को चूज़ करने के लिए, क्योंकि अगर ये आड़ू या पहलगाम के मेन टाउन में ये अटैक होता तो इवैक्यूएशन प्रोसेस जो है बहुत जल्दी से हो जाता, 5 मिनट में इवैक्यूएशन प्रोसेस होता। लेकिन यहाँ तक पहुँचने के लिए आपको घोड़ों का इस्तेमाल है, या तो आपको पैदल आना है या घोड़ों पे आना है, क्योंकि जो ट्रैक्स है वो बिल्कुल मडी ट्रैक्स है, बहुत ज़्यादा सेल्फ है और जगह जगह पर जो है वुड लॉग्स बिछे हैं और एरिया जो है काफ़ी डेंजरस है, क्योंकि अगर एक बार भी आपका स्लिप हो गया तो बिल्कुल आप पूरी नीचे खाई में गिर जाएंगे। तो इसीलिए जो है इस तरह का स्पॉट चुना गया ताकि इवैक्यूएशन प्रोसेस में डिले हो और जिसकी वजह से ब्लड लॉस या कैजुअल्टीज़ का नंबर बढ़े या इंजरीज जो है वो ज़्यादा ग्रेव हो जाए। हालांकि बाइसरन का एरिया जो है इस वक्त कंप्लीट डिप्लॉयमेंट है। हालांकि कल देखा गया कि इस तरह के अटैक के टाइम कोई डिप्लॉयमेंट जो है सूत्रों के अनुसार यहाँ पर नहीं किया गया था। अगर डिप्लॉयमेंट होता तो शायद कोई रिटेलिएशन भी होता, जो कि वीडियोस में भी देखा गया है कि जब यात्री जो है वो हेल्प के लिए चिल्ला रहे थे लेकिन कोई भी हेल्प सामने नहीं आई थी। उसके बाद जो है आर्मी और जे.एंड.के पुलिस ने मोबिलाइज़ किया, लेकिन यहाँ मोबिलाइजेशन के बाद भी यहाँ तक पहुँचने के लिए कम से कम 2 से 3 घंटे लगते हैं, जिसकी वजह से इवैक्यूएशन प्रोसेस कंटिन्यूसली डिले हुआ। रात के 12 साढ़े 12 बजे जो है डेड बॉडीज़ को शिफ्ट किया गया पहलगाम से श्रीनगर रात के अंधेरे में, और डेड बॉडीज़ को भी एस्कॉर्ट किया गया पुलिस की जीप्स और सीआरपीएफ ने। और उसके बाद जो है आज रीथलिंग सर्मी जो है पीसीआर श्रीनगर में देखने को मिली। और उसके बाद जो है अभी कुछ देर में जो है अमित शाह होम मिनिस्टर जो है यहाँ बाइसरन पहुँच जाएंगे और मौके का जायज़ा लेंगे। जिस स्पॉट पे यहाँ अटैक हुआ है वहाँ पहुँचेंगे। कई ब्लड सैंपल्स और फॉरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट्स भी यहाँ पहुँचे हैं सैंपल्स को लेने के लिए कि कोई मटीरियल ऐसा है जो टेररिस्ट ने यहाँ छोड़ा है, और ख़ासकर जो बुलेट्स कल फायर हुई है उनके कार्ट्रिजेस भी जो मिले हैं, ताकि वेपन का इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो सके कि किस तरह का वेपन जो है जिस इंसिडेंट में यूज़ हुआ है। सूत्रों के अनुसार करीब 8 लोग थे, 4 आर्मी फटीग में, आर्मी की यूनिफॉर्म में, कैमोफ्लेज यूनिफॉर्म में आए थे और 4 जो है काले ड्रेस में आए थे, जिसमें से सारे लोग जो है मैक्सिमम जो है पाकिस्तानी डायलेक्ट में बोल रहे थे, जो कि आइडेंटिफाई हुआ है। कुछ जो चश्मदीद गवाह है, जो विटनेसेस है, आई विटनेसेस है, उन्होंने बताया है कि किस तरह से जो है किस तरह की बोली, किस तरह का भाषा का इस्तेमाल हुआ है। जो वीजे मेरे दिखा रहे हैं ये पूरा पहलगाम का टाउन है, और ये जो सामने वाली पहाड़ी है, इसी पहाड़ी के दामन से जो है अमरनाथ का ट्रैक जो है, अमरनाथ यात्रा जो जुलाई में शुरू होने वाली है, ये बिल्कुल वही ट्रैक है। और कई जगह पर आपको देख सकते हैं जो ग्रीन कलर के छत जो बने हैं, कुछ ये गवर्नमेंट इंस्टॉलेशन है, गवर्नमेंट की बिल्डिंग्स है। इन्हीं ट्रैक्स को लेकर आप अमरनाथ की गुफा तक पहुंच जाएंगे। और ये जो है ये बहुत पुराना ट्रैक है। तो अभी जो है गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स जो है यहाँ वेन्यू पे पहुँच चुके हैं, क्योंकि होम मिनिस्टर कुछ ही देर में यहाँ पहुँचेंगे। बाद कल से लगातार 1-on-1 मीटिंग्स होम मिनिस्टर और एलजी के बीच में हुए, साथ साथ गवर्नमेंट मशीनरी को पूछ किया गया। कल रात को जो राजभवन में मीटिंग हुई उसमें डीजी जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस नलिन प्रभात, साथ साथ एडीजी सीआरपीएफ राजेश यादव और साथ साथ बीएसएफ के आईजी और इंटेलिजेंस चीफ, बाकी सब लोग भी मौजूद थे। देखा जा रहा है तो बड़ा अटैक है, और कब तक इन टेररिस्ट को न्यूट्रलाइज़ किया जाएगा, क्योंकि आप देख सकते हैं कि जो फुटेज हम यहाँ से दिखा रहे हैं, जो विजुअल दिखा रहे हैं कि ये काफ़ी घना जंगल है। और जितने भी आप ट्रीज़ देख रहे हैं यहाँ, ये पाइन ट्रीज़ है, ये पाइन का फॉलेज है जो बहुत थिक होता है। आप दिन में भी जो है कुछ मीटर के बाद आपको यहाँ कुछ दिखाई नहीं देगा, तो इतना घना जंगल रहता है। और इस तरह का टेररिस्ट का मूवमेंट जो यहाँ कल देखने को मिला है, अब सीआरपीएफ और जे.एंड.के पुलिस आर्मी मिलकर एक कॉम्बिंग ऑपरेशन चला रहे हैं कि किसी जगह से कोई टेररिस्ट का सुराग मिले। लेकिन देखा जाए पीछे हिस्ट्री में भी हमने देखा है कि इस तरह के जंगलों में ऑपरेशन करने में कई दिन और कई हफ्ते भी लग जाते हैं। और टेररिस्ट जो है हमेशा इन्हीं चीज़ों का एडवांटेज लेते हैं कि वो एक ऐसी जगह चुनते हैं जहाँ पर ऑपरेशन करने की कैपेबिलिटी जो है बहुत कम रह जाती है। डिस्पाइट कि आपके पास बहुत मॉडर्न इक्विपमेंट है, सोफिस्टिकेटेड वेपन्स है, आपके पास बहुत ट्रेंड कमांडोज है, या तो पिन पॉइंट लोकेशन अगर किसी इनको फोर्सेस को यहाँ कहीं किसी से मिलता है तो ऑपरेशन ईजी हो जाएगा। लेकिन अगर आपको पूरा एरिया, पूरा जंगल सर्च करना है तो इस जंगल को सर्च करने में महीने भी लग सकते हैं। हालांकि सूत्रों के अनुसार जो इन्फिल्ट्रेशन हुआ है, जो पाकिस्तानी टेररिस्ट ने ये हरकत की है, ये इन्फिल्ट्रेशन जो है किश्तवाड़ से हुआ है। किश्तवाड़ की जो पहाड़ियाँ हैं वो यहाँ कोकरनाग के रिज को, सिमथन टॉप को कनेक्ट करते करते आप अनंतनाग पहुँच जाते हैं और अनंतनाग से फिर आप आगे भी निकल सकते हैं, क्योंकि ये वाला रिज जो है आगे जाके सोनमर्ग की पहाड़ियों को भी टच करता है। तो क्या ये टेररिस्ट जिन्होंने कल यहाँ फायर खोला, क्या वो अभी इसी एरिया में है? कहना बहुत मुश्किल है। अगर होंगे तो कितने दिन लगेंगे ऑपरेशन करने में, कितने दिन में न्यूट्रलाइजेशन होगा, क्या सुरक्षा बलों को कोई कामयाबी मिलेंगी, या ऑलरेडी एक रेकी करके रखा था कि जब अटैक होगा तो उनको किस रास्ते से ईजी होगा भागना, क्योंकि यहाँ तक फोर्सेस का पहुँचने में ही 2-3 घंटे लगेंगे। और साथ साथ अगर आप कोई ऐसा सामान
Breaking news aa rahi hai. Just be with me, Zeenat. I have a breaking news update that the Cabinet Committee on Security, the meeting that was due to be held, will only begin once Amit Shah is back in the national capital. Amit Shah, you saw him, is in Srinagar, paid tribute to the victims of the terror attack. Rakshita is joining me live. Rakshita, do we have a schedule on the Home Minister? CCS meeting in the national capital in Delhi will only happen when Amit Shah is back in Delhi. Okay, Zeenat, I'm going back to Zeenat. We'll reconnect Rakshita there. Zeenat, back to you. Zeenat, I'm coming back to you. Please, go ahead.
Yes, Niranjan, as I was telling you about this entire area, so जो एरिया है ये काफ़ी डिफ़िकल्ट स्ट्रेच होता है। आप देखिए कि जिस तरह की सड़क यहाँ बनी है, बिल्कुल पत्थरों वाली सड़क है जो बिल्कुल टूटी फूटी है, बिल्कुल बीच में कच्चा रोड है, बीच में पहाड़ियाँ हैं, बीच में बड़े बड़े पत्थर है। तो इनको क्रॉस करते करते जो कल इवैक्यूएशन प्रोसेस हुआ है, क्योंकि 3 बजे फायर हुआ लेकिन शाम के 6-7 बजे तक ना तो इंजर्ड्स को लाया गया, ना ही डेड बॉडीज़ लाई गई, क्योंकि यहाँ तक पहुँचने के लिए और जब से सुरक्षा बल कल ऊपर आ रहे थे, उनके साथ अपनी मशीन्स थी, स्कैनर्स थे, ऑटोमेटिक वेपन्स थे, उनको चल के यहाँ तक आने में काफ़ी टाइम। और एक टाइप का कल जो एक फेयर पैदा हुआ था कि हाँ कहीं ना कहीं टेररिस्ट यहीं पर तो नहीं है, और क्योंकि एक स्ट्रैटेजिक पोजीशन है, ऊपर टॉप पे आप है तो आप फ़ायदा ले सकते हैं, किसी के ऊपर भी आप फायर कर सकते हैं। तो बहुत संभल के जो है लोग यहाँ पर ऑपरेशन कर रहे थे। आप देख सकते हैं विजुअल्स में कि किस तरह से एरियल सर्वेलेंस चल रहा है, किस तरह से मॉनिटरिंग हो रही है, क्योंकि मॉनिटरिंग पूरे एरिया की इसलिए भी हो रही है क्योंकि वीवीआईपी विजिट है, इनपुट्स है कि कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि वीआईपी यहाँ पहुँचे और उसके बाद कोई अटैक ना हो। तो एक तरह का जो होता है एक स्टैंडिंग ऑपरेशन प्रोसीजर होता है, एसओपी जिसे कहते हैं, जो फॉलो किया जाता है, एक टाइप का ड्रिल। जब तक आपका वीआईपी यहाँ से सेफ एग्जिट नहीं करता है तो इस तरह का एरियल डोमिनेंस रहता है, फुट सोल्जर्स रहते हैं, एक बहुत नज़र रहती है। और इस पूरे रेंज में जो है चप्पे चप्पे पर जो है सुरक्षा बलों को तैनात कर दिया गया है। मॉडर्न इक्विपमेंट जिसे सर्वेलेंस की डिवाइसेस है, बाइनोक्यूलर्स है, इन सबको इक्विप करके जो है इस एरिया की सर्वेलेंस की जा रही है। और जहाँ तक कल टेररिस्ट का जो अटैक हुआ है, बॉडी फिटेड कैमरास उनके साथ है, क्योंकि लश्कर और जैश का एक मॉड्यूल रहता है कि जब इस तरह का अटैक करते हैं, इट इज़ मोर लाइक अ गुरेला वॉरफेयर दैट वी सी। जब इस तरह का अटैक करते हैं तो एक बॉडी फिटेड कैमरा होता है, तो वो कहीं ना कहीं अपने जो पाकिस्तान में बैठे उनके लोग हैं उनको एक मैकेनिज्म से वहाँ पास करते हैं कि भाई हमने ये कर दिया है, क्योंकि एक टाइप का उनको रिवॉर्ड मनी और बाकी चीज़ें वहाँ मिलती है, लोगों को मारने के लिए पैसा मिलता है, जिसको टू एस्टैब्लिश इट दैट दे कमिटेड द काइंड ऑफ क्राइम। तो बॉडी फिटेड कैमरास को भी इस्तेमाल किया जाता है। तो ये जो इस वक्त जो रिज है कम्प्लीटली कवर्ड है सुरक्षा बलों से, जहाँ चॉपर का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है सर्वेलेंस के लिए। पहाड़ियों पे नज़र रखी जा रही है, कई जगह पर जो है शार्प शूटर्स को भी रखा गया है और जो बेस्ट से बेस्ट ऑफिसर है उसको आज साउथ कश्मीर में पहलगाम में डिप्लॉय कर दिया है। नॉर्थ कश्मीर से भी फोर्स जे.एंड.के पुलिस ने मूव किया है, चाहे हंदवारा और बारामूला का जो एसओजी है, जो स्पेशल ऑपरेशन ग्रुप होता है जे.एंड.के पुलिस का, उनको यहाँ मोबिलाइज़ किया है, उनकी ड्यूटी भी यहाँ लगा दी है क्योंकि एक बहुत चैलेंजिंग सिचुएशन बन गया है पुलिस के लिए, आर्मी के लिए, एक एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के लिए, क्योंकि यहाँ जहाँ टेररिस्ट ने टारगेट किया है नॉन लोकल्स को, वहीं 2 लोकल्स भी जो है, क्योंकि एक जो लोकल है, कहा जा रहा है कि जब टेररिस्ट ने फायर करने की कोशिश की तो लोकल पूरे एक ग्रुप में से निकल के आया और उसका वेपन छीनने की कोशिश की और जिसमें उसको फायर लग गया और उसकी डेथ हुई है, जो कि एक आई विटनेस का कहना है। साथ ही साथ जो है कई बच्चे थे जो डरे हुए थे, उनको बाद में किस तरह से इवैक्यूएट किया गया, इंडियन आर्मी ने फूड सप्लाईज और बाकी चीज़ें दी गई। हालांकि जो विक्टिम्स के फैमिली मेम्बर्स थे उनको पहलगाम क्लब में स्टेशन किया गया, लेकिन आज सुबह और रात को भी देखने को मिला कि किस तरह से जो है इवैक्यूएशन प्रोसेस जो है पुलिस की गाड़ियों में और एस्कॉर्ट करके यात्रियों को यहाँ से निकाला गया। एक सेफ पैसेज दिया गया ताकि कोई भी चीज़, कोई भी गड़बड़ ना हो, कोई भी गड़बड़ ना हो। और उसके आज भी जो यात्री है स्ट्रैंडेड है, कई लोगों को आज भी यहाँ से इवैक्यूएट किया जा रहा है। वहीं देखिए यह एसडीआरएफ की टीम्स है, उनको ऊपर के लिए मूवमेंट के लिए डिप्लॉय किया गया था, लेकिन जो सुरक्षा बल यहाँ तैनात है क्योंकि वीआईपी मूवमेंट है तो आगे जाने की अनुमति नहीं दी जा रही है, तो इनको भी वापस भेज रहे हैं। और साथ ही साथ जो है ये देखिए वीआईपी मूवमेंट जो है अब शुरू हो गया है, चाहे आर्मी के कमांडर है, चाहे सीआईडी के चीफ है, चाहे जे.एंड.के पुलिस के चीफ है और बाकी लोग जो प्रोटोकॉल में होम मिनिस्टर के साथ रहते हैं, वो सब जो है यहाँ बाईसरन की तरफ पहुँच रहे हैं। कुछ आने वाले हैं और कुछ ऑलरेडी यहाँ आ चुके हैं। और वहाँ बाईसरन का जो पार्क है वहाँ पर भी सुबह से ही देखा गया कि एक ऐसी मशीनरी लगा दी है, स्कैनर्स जो लगा दिए गए, पूरे एरिया को जो है पूरा स्कैन किया गया, सैनिटाइज किया गया ताकि कोई भी चूक ना हो। और कई सैंपल्स को जो है एनआई की टीम ने यहाँ से उठाया भी है कि उनको फॉरेंसिक लैब में लेकर उनकी जांच होगी और इस केस में और कितने खुलासे होंगे ये आने वाला वक्त बताएगा। लेकिन अभी बाईसरन से जो हम ग्राउंड पे देख रहे हैं कि काफ़ी मोबिलाइजेशन है ट्रूप्स का, काफ़ी मोबिलाइजेशन है सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस का, और कोशिश की जा रही है कि जल्द से जल्द जो है होम मिनिस्टर यहाँ आए और जो स्पॉट पे जो कार्रवाई है वो हो और उसके बाद जो है एक सेफ पैसेज में, क्योंकि अभी भी जो है एक पीछे जो रिजेस में है सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस ने कॉम्बिंग ऑपरेशन चलाया हुआ, एक सर्च चल रही है जो कि पैरा कमांडोज जो है आर्मी का एक एलीट फोर्स होता है जो यूजुअली इस तरह के जंगल्स में काम करता है, बिकॉज दे आर स्पेशली ट्रेन्ड फॉर जंगल वॉरफेयर, सो दे हैव बीन डिप्लॉयड हियर टू कैरी द ऑपरेशन फॉरवर्ड.
Going across to Rakshita as well, stay with me. Zeenat, in a very detailed report, those are the pictures coming in from Pahalgam. That's the exact site where the attack took place. That's the aftermath, what's left behind at Pahalgam. These are pictures coming in, exclusive pictures. Staying with these pictures, we're expecting the Union Home Minister to arrive here next. These are live pictures. Okay, that's Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who has arrived at the attack site. The first pictures of the Union Home Minister's chopper that has just landed, and he's getting a first-hand brief at the site, taking stock of what happened about 24 hours ago in Pahalgam, Jammu and Kashmir. The Union Home Minister a few hours back, in fact a few minutes back, less than an hour ago, was at Srinagar. He paid tribute to the victims of the terror attack carried out by Pakistan. Amit Shah there at the Pahalgam attack site, met the victims, the family members of those who were killed by Pakistani terrorists. And these are pictures coming in of him earlier. These are pictures from earlier. We will also on the right side play the pictures of him in Pahalgam right now. Those were the live images coming in of Amit Shah in Pahalgam at the attack site, flanked by security officials who have been investigating on site. for the last almost 15 hours. Aravat is joining me live. Aravat with the details. Aravat.
Yes, Narendra, absolutely. We have seen that the Home Minister Amit Shah has landed at the attack site in the Pahalgam where this attack took place. Also, he has been briefed about the situation, as you can see the visuals. Also, that the Home Minister Amit Shah has landed in the Pahalgam right now. After that, he is coming to here at this location. This is the GMC Anantnag where he is coming after the visit here there in the Pahalgam. And you can see the deployment of the forces here. All the protocols have been maintained by the forces. We can see the senior officers from the Jammu and Kashmir police and other security agencies are on alert. Also, we have seen that the sources have told us that the 4 to 6 terrorists were involved in this attack. Also, in fact, they have all recorded with the body cameras while targeting the tourists in the Pahalgam. And you can see the deployment of the forces. Also, we have seen that the Kashmir Bandh call was given by the various political parties. Also, from the several politicians of the Kashmir Valley who has called today the Bandh Kashmir call. Also, we had seen that the Amit Shah has reached there. Also, he has met the family members of their who are injured or battered in that attack. Also, we have seen, and then after we have been told that the Home Minister Amit Shah will come to this location where the injured are here admitted at the medical college in the South Kashmir, Anantnag. Also, we have seen that the security has been beefed up not only here in the South Kashmir but across the Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, in the from the North Kashmir's line of control to Jammu region, where we have seen that the security has been beefed up, and we have seen that the air surveillance is also being done at the various sensitive locations, and the special checkpoints like this have been established at the various locations. Also, you can see here in the visuals that the women troopers are also, and the constable of the police man also deployed at the various locations. Also, there is a very thick transport on the road, and also we have seen that the Mahbub Mufti is also holding a protest march in the Srinagar. Also, we are being told that the multiple protests will take place in the various parts of the Kashmir Valley after the deadly terror attack in the Pahalgam yesterday. And after a few minutes now, you can see here in the visuals that the deployment of the forces, that all the arrangements have been finalized when the Home Minister Amit Shah along with the other top officials will arrive here at this location. Also, we have seen that the intelligence chief and the teams from the National Investigation Agency are also investigating the whole situation here, there, and yes.
Pictures of Amit Shah, Union Home Minister at the Pahalgam attack site, getting a first-hand brief of what happened here. Rakshita, staying with these pictures, I'll stay with the pictures, but Rakshita, I want you to take us over what Amit Shah has done in the last few hours while in Kashmir, as he now visits the Pahalgam attack site.
Visuals from attack site where Amit Shah right now. Yes, Amit Shah is right now at the attack site after he met the victims' relatives at the police headquarters here in Srinagar now, as directed by the Prime Minister yesterday, right when this news of, when he learnt about the attack. We saw that the Prime Minister had asked Amit Shah to rush immediately to the attack site in Pahalgam. Viewers, in fact, let us tell you, we had gone to that route via the Beach Behera road, and we tried to take that Pahalgam route, the Pulwama road, but there is heavy security deployment. There was aerial surveillance also. The helicopters were also doing the rounds. They were conducting aerial inspection, and no vehicle was allowed to be parked for a long time. They were dispersing people, any gathering, any person standing anywhere on the road, even from the media, were not allowed to. The entire area was being cordoned off right ahead of Amit Shah's visit to the attack site, and now we see that.
First pictures coming in. Republic has accessed pictures of the attackers. Republic has accessed pictures, sketches that were prepared of the attackers. Can we please put them in 3 windows, please? There are 3 sketches. If we can put that sketch 1, sketch 2, sketch 3. If you can make 3 windows, look at these pictures. The terrorists from the Lashkar front in Pakistan who carried out the brutal attack on tourists in Pahalgam. Victims, each of the victims targeted based on religious identity, executed in cold blood. The assault claimed 28 lives, including foreign nationals, injured over 20 others. These terrorists you're seeing, can we please put them in 3 windows, sketch 1, sketch 2, sketch 3. We have all 3 sketches, the only channel with the sketches. And can we please put a watermark over that, please? Watermark over that immediately, because we are getting in the pictures. These are the terrorists who used military-grade weaponry, highlighted the attackers. Of course, the military-grade weaponry just proves the attackers' organized training, external support. Let's put a watermark over that, please. Third suspect is similar to the first suspect. So there is another picture. We should just change that. And while we fix that, let me tell you a little bit about these terrorists. They use military-grade weaponry, which highlights their organized training and support from Pakistan, backing of Pakistan. Intelligence agencies have traced the operation. Let's put the watermark on that. Intelligence agencies have traced the operation back to handlers based in Pakistan. And these are exclusive pictures coming in, exclusive inputs coming in here on Republic TV. The last 2 years have seen a disturbing spike in terror-related incidents in Kashmir, growing focus on civilian targets. The whole idea is to have a strategic implication of destabilizing the region. And these terrorists were sent by Pakistan. Suspect 2 is same as suspect 1. Can we please fix that right now? Let me go across to Samarpal, Major Samarpal Tur. Major Tur, looking at these pictures, they were armed. These are suspects' sketches, carrying backpacks, armed, prepared for the long haul.
Yes, as you can see on the sketches and in the videos shown, they are basically Fidains. So they've not come here, to go back. So they've come here to do the job. And firstly, this. Secondly, they have a similar telltale signs of what the People's Anti-Fascist Force. Again, a breakaway, faction of Lashkar-e-Taiba. They have been videographing the attacks. They've been using it in their propaganda machinery online. So do not be surprised that within a few hours or maybe within a few days, the attack of this video is released by Lashkar-e-Taiba or a terrorist faction, which is not known, though it will be all directed and linked to Lashkar-e-Taiba. Number 1. Number 2. The modus operandi for this attack is to get the security cover from Jammu thin. They want to get the security cover from the Jammu region removed and a replay of what happened last year. And again, the Hindu belt of Jammu gets vulnerable. Why? Because of this attack and more protection for the Amarnath Yatra.
Coming in, getting more pictures. Major Tur, just hold on there, sir. Just butting you in there for a second. As more pictures come in of the Union Home Minister, these are latest pictures that are beaming in. So I'm having to cut across to these pictures. Once again, the same pictures that came in. You just had a little bit of a longer sequence of the chopper landing there. That's the first image of the Home Minister, Amit Shah, who has arrived at the Pahalgam attack site. Yes, you can go ahead. We'll stay. You can speak over these pictures. You continue, sir. Continue, Major Tur.
So, see, if you look at the terrain, I have operated in this area. The forests are so dense that even in the evening at 4:30, you move among the trees from the baseline, it will be dark. It will take an effort to look around. So it's a very thickly and densely forested area. And with the snow melting, these are telltale signs, especially, keeping in mind the infiltration bit that happened today morning in Uri, in the sector of Uri. So you see, these are telltale signs and activities of what the Pakistan establishment is encouraging. The hatred. And see, one thing is very clear by the statement of General Asif Munir, that he hates Hindus. He hates the, religion called Hinduism. He hates the idea of Bharat, Akhand Bharat, and he has encouraged these coward terrorist groups and sleeper cells to get activated and carry out these cowardly, heinous and dastardly attacks. And this is not going to go down quietly in the Indian diaspora. And this time the public wants a body count. Public wants accountability. Public will question and ask, how many Pakistani terrorists or soldiers have you killed in lieu of our 25, innocent civilians? It is a stigma on the people of Kashmir today that they failed to be upright and protect their brethren, our own Indians. And look at the terrorists. It's a very simple design. They do not care about Kashmiriyat. They do not care about Kashmiris. They don't give a damn about the reputation of the people of Kashmir. And they have literally kicked at the epicenter of their livelihood. And I'm sure, look at the cancellations. The air tickets from 15,000 have plummeted to 4,000 rupees. 35 lakh tourists, and probably now nobody is going to be there. There is a rush to move out of Kashmir. So I think it is time for the local youth of Kashmir to raise their voice, to pull these underground workers and overground workers by the neck, drag them on the streets, and have them given to the police or the SOG or the military so that instant justice can be delivered to them. Because now time for talks are over. Time for pacification is over. Time for action is now.
About, the fact that there were several intelligence officials there, people from the forces, armed forces there, right? And as someone who has served in the army, does it strike you, does it seem odd that such an attack was carried out at such a carefully planned location where there were officers of the Navy, Intel Bureau officials as well, we were told, part of the 26 or 28 who were eliminated by the terrorists in Pakistan? Does it seem odd to you? Could that information have leaked? The fact that some of these people were there, I don't know. There are questions, many questions that people have.
The first problem that happens is you go off duty as an officer to Kashmir, you must always avoid giving your rank and your profession when you are with your family in Kashmir. That is what I used to do. I never used to put in my rank or name or even speak about military while on leave. I used to carry a separate identity altogether of a businessman. So these are things that, yes, the information and data, it is a very big possibility that information has been leaked. Their leave.
Some audio issues that we're facing with Major Samar Toor there. Viewers, for now, it's time to slip into a short break, but don't go anywhere. We will continuously keep getting you the latest that's coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. Viewers, Home Minister Amit Shah met with the families of the victims and the families of those who were killed in the terrorist attack, and then even took stock of the situation where the attack actually happened. We're getting you all the details right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार. MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
आप मुझे बताइए, क्या आप बताना चाहेंगे जो इस तरह के टूरिस्ट पर जो है अटैक किया गया?
ये बुजलाना हरकत जो उन्होंने की. मेरा नाम राकेश कोल, बीजेपी डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रेसिडेंट अनंतनाग. पेशेंट के लिए मैं श्रीनगर में था तुरंत। ये कुछ लोग रहे हैं जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर्ड है, जो नहीं चाहते कि जो नया कश्मीर का आगाज हुआ है, आपके चैनल के माध्यम से उनको कहना चाहता हूं, मौत के घाट उतारेंगे, उनकी छोड़ेंगे नहीं। हमारे जेके पुलिस, हमारी आर्मी, हमारा आज का यहाँ यूथ इनके खिलाफ है, क्योंकि नया कश्मीर जो नया कश्मीर बना ये कन्यामुल है। और उनको चेतावनी दे रहा हूं, अरे गीदड़ो, गीदड़ की मौत मरोगे जितने बाकी लोग आप गीदड़ के लोग मर गए, जैसे आप भी मरोगे। ये वादा है हमारी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का, एलजी साहब का, ये वादा है। मौत के घाट उठाएंगे, आप निहत्तों को मारेंगे। ये किस कुरान शरीफ में लिखा है, किस भगवत गीता में लिखा है कि जो टूरिस्ट आ जाए तो ये करे, उनके साथ ऐसा करेंगे आप। आपको वहां के दरवाजे बंद हो चुके, अल्लाह ताला ने आपके वो दरवाजे बंद किए हैं। और ये बुज़दिलान हरकत मत करो, हटो इससे। आपको कब्र भी नसीब नहीं मिलेगी, आपको कब्र भी नहीं नसीब मिलेगी, क्योंकि अल्लाह ताला का भी सब कुछ है। इनको जमीन दोज करेंगे हम। हमारी गवर्नमेंट, हमारी आज मीटिंग हो रही है, अमित शाह जी हमारी मीटिंग ले रही है, तुरंत हमें आना पड़ा।
Getting in pictures of the 3 suspected terrorists, and these are the sketches of the 3 terrorists who carried out the attack in Pahalgam. And as we stay with these pictures, ladies and gentlemen, of the Pahalgam terror attack, representing a tragic culmination of the long-standing threats posed by Pakistan-based terror groups. And Rakshita is joining me live. We're going across to her as we get you the latest pictures. There are also protests breaking out. Rakshita, over to you.
Absolutely. Well, the updates are coming in fast, and the latest, of course, is the sketches of these men that have been now revealed. That's the big breaking news we have right now. And as we speak, the Home Minister is at the spot in Pahalgam where this dastardly attack took place. And right now we're reporting from the police headquarters. And just a while back, we had more ambulances moving out along with the families of the victims. So we assume that most of them are returning back to their respective homes or going to the hospital back. And there is, of course, heavy security deployment. There are many leaders who have just visited this area. But yes, the important part will be the CCS meeting this evening. The NIA team, of course, has begun its investigation. The forensic team is at the site. The NIA's forensic team is at the site and is gathering all the evidence possible. Is also speaking to the eyewitnesses over there, those people who had a very close shave yesterday afternoon. They're speaking to all of them and trying to ascertain the identity, as we also received the sketches of at least 3 of the terrorists involved in this terror attack. And more information coming in is that the NIA team is also asking these individuals, the eyewitnesses, that at what time and how, at what location did they come in contact with these terrorists. So every angle is being, of course, probed by the National Investigation Agency. This is just the day one. It's not even a full day, but we're already getting so many leads about it. Important point will be, of course, the meeting of the security committee that will be happening. The Prime Minister will be there and many top leaders will be there. That will be, of course, very important as to what will be the next plan of action. We have given enough strong messages, Niranjan, to Pakistan. We've given enough strong messages, but it's time for action. India will not forget. India will not forgive. Viewers, Republic TV continues with its biggest reportage right now. We are getting you each and every detail as India demands revenge. India demands justice, and India will never forgive what has happened in Pahalgam. We'll be right back with more updates. Stay tuned.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद.
अब आया स्वाद.
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें. MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला.
MDH.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
मुझे
पर थी क्या बोलते भेलपुरी खा रही थी, मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान है उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे।
उसने बोला कि ये शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
नहीं आप टेंशन मत लो। अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो, हम साथ में। मैडम ये जो वहीद साहब है प्रेसिडेंट, आप टेंशन मत लो।
मेरे पति को बचा लो।
हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं। बेहतर करेंगे फोन। दब सिमन युवा डिजाइन किया है। ठीक है हम बचा देंगे ना, आप टेंशन मत लो। मैं आ रहा हूँ। मैं कहाँ पे आपका ये हस्बैंड? क्या हुआ इसको, क्या हुआ?
Please ask for help. We don't need.
Okay, don't worry. You okay? You need a water, sir?
Sir, we'll manage. Just ask for help.
Okay, first you give the water, drop of water. Take a drop of water. हम आ रहे हैं, आप टेंशन कोई बात नहीं। हम हैं, हम आ रहे हैं। आप टेंशन मत लो मैडम, हम आ रहे हैं। मैंने खुदाया, कहाँ पे आपका बेटा, कहाँ पे है? कोई बात नहीं, हम इनके साथ हैं। ये प्रेसिडेंट है ना वहीद साहब, ये यूनियन का प्रेसिडेंट है, ये साथ में। आपको कोई टेंशन नहीं मैडम, आप कोई टेंशन मत ले, हम साथ में। अरे मैडम ये प्रेसिडेंट साथ आया है, आपको किसी चीज का डरने का नहीं, हम साथ में। आपको किसी को क्या हुआ है?
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है, शोर का
Welcome back, viewers. We continue to report on the biggest terror attack that India has witnessed in as many years, in as many decades. And the latest we have is that the breaking news, we have the forensic analysis and survivor testimony is being confirmed here as the NIA is right now investigating the attack in Pahalgam. The latest we have is that intel intercept suggests that there are direct links to these terrorists. There are direct links to the terrorist operatives based in Pakistan, and there are, okay, as we speak, there are more ambulances coming out, and I believe there are more people also coming out. But the breaking news as we speak is that the forensic analysis and survivor testimony has confirmed the use of military-grade weapons and communication devices, indicating logistical support from trained soldiers. That's the breaking news we have right now. I request my camera person to please pan the camera here. And we'll go across to Wing Commander Praful Bakshi. Wing Commander Bakshi, this is a big update that we're getting in right now, clearly exposing Pakistan's nefarious plot. How the role of Rawalpindi should be now exposed. That is the key point here. We are not just talking about the fronts that are floated by the Lashkar-e-Taiba to hoodwink people, to hoodwink agencies, to hoodwink the FATF. You know, the Rawalpindi, Asim Munir should be exposed, because the information we have is that the forensic analysis and survivor testimony have confirmed that there were military-grade weapons, helmets with camera mounted on them, and how they were recording this entire dastardly act. All that has been found out. Wing Commander Bakshi, sir.
Thank you, Rakshita. Absolutely right. This has been known to us. And let me tell you one thing. There, even the army chief and the president have made statements that they train their champions who are terrorists. They have stated their training camps. They give them training. Kasab was trained in one of the training camps. And that is how, now the Tayyur Rahman, Tayyur will be now investigated, and this will come out. So you're absolutely right. If the military-grade weapons and the telecommunication and communication equipment is available, the helmet-mounted sights, everything is there. That shows army is training them. But so what? We know army is training them. That is not a news to us. The question is, we are now taking very strong action when we have located them with Iran. How come we miss them coming in? That is the problem.
Yes.
And why did we miss? Yesterday also I spoke to you on that, and today again I'm saying we missed because our communication coordination is not there. This is our problem, and that is why I'm blatant, and I'm telling you this is a very embarrassing problem. That is how they come in. and then sleeper cells are there right under the nose. The local police thanedar knows their places. But nobody is asking him. Nobody is investigating because the sleeper cells are so well spread out that one covers for others. This is the problem. And that is how these terrorists come in, stay like guests, stay for weeks and get out very aram se. We have to now fight against that.
Yes, of course.
That is how we have to tighten our own coordination system.
Absolutely, Wing Commander
That's why
Bakshi.
I keep talking of one command
Yes,
and control.
Wing Commander Bakshi, just to add on, Wing Commander Bakshi, just to add on before we slip into a short break, we really appreciate, of course, what you're saying, and we completely agree to that. And some more information is that the Intel intercepts have suggested direct links to those based in Pakistan. Digital footprints have been traced. They have been traced to Muzaffarabad, that is in POK, and also in Karachi in Pakistan. And Lashkar-e-Taiba now clearly continues to receive the technical and the financial aid from Pakistan. Staying in Pakistan, we will continue to get all the updates, viewers, as the probe is underway at Pahalgam, and we will be getting you each and every update. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद.
अब आया स्वाद.
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें. MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला.
MDH.
अब आया असली स्वाद.
अब आया स्वाद.
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें. MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला.
MDH.
I have Pallavi on with us on the phone line. She lost her husband Manjunath. We spoke about Manjunath just a while back. Pallavi, my deepest condolences on your loss.
All right, viewers, so Republic TV continues to report from Srinagar. And viewers, as we speak, we have information coming in that the Jammu and Kashmir government has announced ex gratia of 10 lakh rupees for the family of the deceased and 2 lakh for those seriously injured and 1 lakh rupees for those with the minor injuries, viewers. So that is the latest update we have. Remember, the Home Minister is in Pahalgam taking stock of the situation. He's at the attack site while the NIA continues with its investigation. At the same time, we will be, of course, keeping an eye on that very important CCS meeting, the security meeting in the national capital. We'll be right back with more. Stay tuned.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं. बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ.
आप मुझे बताइए, क्या आप बताना चाहेंगे जो इस तरह के टूरिस्ट पर जो है अटैक किया गया?
ये बुजलाना हरकत जो उन्होंने की. मेरा नाम राकेश कोल, BJP डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रेसिडेंट अनंतनाग. पेशेंट के लिए मैं श्रीनगर में था तुरंत. ये कुछ लोग रहे हैं जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर्ड है, जो नहीं चाहते कि जो नया कश्मीर का आगाज हुआ है, आपके चैनल के माध्यम से उनको कहना चाहता हूं, मौत के घाट उतारेंगे, उनकी छोड़ेंगे नहीं. हमारे JK पुलिस, हमारी आर्मी, हमारा आज का यहाँ यूथ इनके खिलाफ है, क्योंकि नया कश्मीर जो नया कश्मीर बना ये कन्यामुल है. और उनको चेतावनी दे रहा हूं, अरे गीदड़ो, गीदड़ की मौत मरोगे जितने बाकी लोग आप गीदड़ के लोग मर गए, जैसे आप भी मरोगे. ये वादा है हमारी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का, LG साहब का. ये वादा है, मौत के घाट उतारेंगे, आप निहत्तों को मारेंगे. ये किस कुरान शरीफ में लिखा है, किस भगवत गीता में लिखा है कि जो टूरिस्ट आ जाए तो ये करे, उनके साथ ऐसा करेंगे।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
मुझे पर थी, क्या बोलते भेलपुरी खाने से मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे।
उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
नहीं आप टेंशन मत लो, अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो, हम साथ में। मैडम ये जो वहीद साहब है प्रेसिडेंट, आप टेंशन मत लो,
मेरे पति को बचा लो।
हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं भाई। तो करिए फोन दब से मन युवा डिजाइन किया है। ठीक है हम बचा देंगे ना, आप टेंशन मत लो, मैं आ रहा हूँ। मैं कहाँ पे आपका ये हस्बैंड क्या हुआ, इसको क्या हुआ?
Please ask for help. We don't need
Okay, don't worry. You okay? You need a water, sir?
Sir, we'll manage. Just ask for help.
Okay, you.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आप मुझे बताइए, क्या आप बताना चाहेंगे जो इस तरह के टूरिस्ट पर जो है अटैक किया गया?
ये बुजलाना हरकत जो उन्होंने की। मेरा नाम राकेश कोल, बीजेपी डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रेसिडेंट अनंतनाग। पेशेंट के लिए मैं श्रीनगर में था तुरंत। ये कुछ लोग रहे हैं जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर्ड है, जो नहीं चाहते कि जो नया कश्मीर का आगाज हुआ है, आपके चैनल के माध्यम से उनको कहना चाहता हूं, मौत के घाट उतारेंगे, उनकी छोड़ेंगे नहीं। हमारे जेके पुलिस, हमारी आर्मी, हमारा आज का यहाँ यूथ इनके खिलाफ है, क्योंकि नया कश्मीर जो नया कश्मीर बना ये कन्यामुल है। और उनको चेतावनी दे रहा हूं, अरे गीदड़ो, गीदड़ की मौत मरोगे जितने बाकी लोग आप गीदड़ के लोग मर गए, जैसे आप भी मर।
I have Pallavi on with us on the phone line. She lost her husband Manjunath. We spoke about Manjunath just a while back. Pallavi, my deepest condolences on your loss. Can you please tell me, Pallavi, where are you right now? And
right now I'm in Pahalgam Mountain Villa Hotel. Pahalgam Mount Hotel.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Republic TV continues to get you each and every update, viewers, and all the voices that matter. We're getting you the stories of the victims, of those people, the relatives who have lost their loved ones in this dastardly attack. In their own country, They were asked about their identity, they were targeted, they were killed by these infiltrators, viewers. Republic TV continues to get you every update, all the reactions, all the developments. First, let's start with the headlines, the top stories with regards to this attack that we're tracking. Union Home Minister Amit Shah reaches terror attack site in Pahalgam to take stock of the situation. Amit Shah meets the families of Pahalgam victims, pays tribute to the victims in Srinagar. Probe agencies put out sketches of the suspected terrorists. The NIA team begins the probe in the case. Prime Minister Modi meets NSA Ajit Doval and External Affairs Minister Dr. Jai Shankar gets a report on the Pahalgam terror attack. And protests call for swift action against Pakistani terror in the valley. We are getting in some visuals from Jammu viewers as the anger on ground is palpable. You can see that there are protests happening from different locations, from Srinagar to, you see, the locations in Jammu, viewers. We are getting visuals now from Jammu, where the people now sending out that message loud and clear that that India will not take this lying down. India will not take this lying down. India will give a befitting reply. India will have to not forgive, not forget, but in fact hit back so hard that Pakistan never forgets this lesson. That is the update we have right now. My colleague Gursimran Singh is getting us those visuals from the protest site in Jammu as we speak. Remember, there are protests happening in multiple locations of Kashmir since last night, and there has been a sentiment on ground. We can tell you, viewers, that there is an answer that is being demanded from those who are responsible. Was there any lapse, and if at all, why? The reviews are happening, but what's next? How will India hit back, and hard, where it hits the most, in a way that Pakistan never forgets? Because we are not going to forget this. The biggest attack on Indian soil by these Pakistani terrorists in recent years, viewers, in 20 years. And the protests are happening across the length and breadth, viewers. Gursimran is joining us live in the broadcast. Gursimran, take it, just tell us more about the protests that are happening. What are the people saying?
See, this protest is by the Congress party that is staging the protest against the Pakistani terrorism and also hitting at the union government. Earlier in the day, we have also witnessed multiple protests taking place from the Rashtriya Bajrang Dal to the Dogra Front to the representative of the Muslim community, all coming out open against the Pakistan-sponsored terrorism and openly against the Pakistan, stating that it is the Pakistan that is trying to target the people on the religious line. This is just to divide the people of India on the religious line and also to send a message that they are the good wishers of the people of Kashmir Valley, which is far from the reality, because they only want to turn out and also to kill the people of Kashmir Valley, but they want to send a message that they are the caretakers of the people of Kashmir, which is far from the reality. So we have witnessed large-scale protests taking place across the Jammu region, where the people are coming out, thronging to the streets, as a bandh has been called in the Jammu region today. Majority of the districts of the Jammu region, they are today observing a bandh against the Pakistani terror attack on the tourists in the Pahalgam, in which 26 tourists have been killed so far and over a dozen are injured.
Right, Gursimran, we also have my colleague Zeenat, who is live from the spot, from the attack site in Pahalgam. Zeenat, there are multiple updates that we're getting in. Of course, where you are right now, the NIA's investigation is underway, and we're getting in multiple leads that clearly exposes the role of Rawalpindi, the role of Pakistan. Zeenat.
See, Rakshita, Home Minister Amit Shah was here at the Baisaran at this very terrace where this incident had happened. And in fact, he was briefed by the security officials, the top officials from the security grid of J&K police about the entire incident. He was also shown the location where from the terrorists actually had entered this Baisaran park, and he was briefed about it for around 20 minutes. Now the Home Minister has left this place. He will be heading to Srinagar for a brief visit, and then he will be heading back to Delhi. That the more action will be seen now in the Srinagar, where the most of the teams are deployed of the Jammu and Kashmir police, the officials who will be taking the decisions on how to go further. As far as the combing operations here at the Baisaran site is concerned, the operations continues with the para force, the para commandos of the elite force of Indian Army. Then the deployment of the CRPF and J&K police is dominating the fences area. Meanwhile, this is not a motorable road, so reaching here is itself a cumbersome journey. It really needs a courage to be here, because you have to trek almost 5 kilometers to reach here, and it's a complete mountain area, and you have a lot of thick foliage itself here. So in a way, you are in the middle of the jungle where from we are reporting. And now that it has been declared that some 26 people have died, for which the Home Minister Amit Shah also paid homage at PCR, where the wreath-laying ceremony was held. And now the onus lies on government how they are going to retaliate as far as the Pahalgam incident is concerned. This is an incident that has taken place particularly on the tourists after 2017, when the Amarnath Yatri pilgrims were attacked at Batingo, Anantnag, and that time the Lashkar terrorists targeted the convoy, the Amarnath pilgrim buses were targeted, and then the Lashkar Taiba commanders who were the locals were also involved. They were neutralized. But now let's see how many more terrorists will be neutralized in this incident, and how the government of India is going to retaliate to Pakistan on their action on ground. We've been heard and picking from our sources in the Intel department, the Pakistanis must be definitely a local support to reach here the Pakistani terrorists who had carried this gruesome attack, when they will be neutralized. So bigger challenge for the government of India at present is that to provide safety and security all the tourists who are present, although the majority of the tourist spots in the Kashmir Valley, be it North Kashmir's Gulmarg, the ski resort, or the Sonmarg, where you again a meadows destination, then the Dodhpatri, which is quite close to Srinagar, or this Pahalgam. We are showing you the live visuals of the chopper of Home Minister Amit Shah. The Home Minister has just left, and he is also being followed by the army commanders and others to Srinagar. So these are the live visuals that we are beaming here on the screen. As I was mentioning, that majority of the tourist destinations in the Srinagar or in the Kashmir Valley have turned empty. Earlier, till yesterday, it used to be a lot of hustle and bustle. The shopkeepers were completely occupied with the customers. The tourist destinations were witnessing a lot of rush. The hotel bookings were at peak. In fact, the tickets, the fare has gone skyrocketing. But now we are seeing that nobody is interested to be in Kashmir. Rather, they are requesting the administration to take them out. We are seeing the additional flights being operated by Air India and Indigo for the routes like Srinagar, Delhi and Mumbai. And the tourists who have been targeted comes from Mumbai, Gujarat, Karnataka, Hyderabad, and 2 foreign nationals have also lost their life, apart from the 2 Kashmiris who tried to snatch the weapon from the terrorists, and they were also killed by the terrorists. So that tells you that the situation, how it panned, the kind of scenes that people witness, even the eyewitness are recalling their scenes, what they witnessed when this attack took place. Some of them also recorded it. Those went on the social media. But overall, we see a condemnation is pouring on from all across all corners. And it is almost after 6 years now, in 2019, when the Hartal calls were witnessed by the separatists. Now this time the Kashmiris have come openly and have called for a...
Yes, Zinat, we're getting in more sketches. We are getting in one more sketch of one of those terrorists who was in this. You can see the commander fatigue, and this is the sketch that has been drawn out. Next to it is the image. So there you have eyewitnesses' accounts have been taken, the sketches have been drawn. The investigation is right now underway, viewers, in full swing, and it's a very fast developing update that we are getting in. Fast developing updates, viewers. These are fast moving updates that we are getting in. These are the pictures on your screen, the sketch of one of those cowardly terrorists who is responsible for the killing of who was of course controlled by from across the border, but he carried out this attack. 28 people who have died, 28 innocent Indians who have died in Pahalgam. Zeenat, if you're there with me. Zeenat, there is another sketch that we have received. This is a man who I can see is wearing some... but what we see is that the other two images, one is the image, one is the photograph, and one is the sketch. Tell us more details, please. What all are we picking about these terrorists?
See, as we know that they are the Pakistani terrorists who have infiltrated into this very rich. They had come from the IB, the international sector of Jammu, and they infiltrated into the Anantnag through the Kishtwar. They entered into Anantnag through Kishtwar Ridge. This is the latest that we are getting. Apart from this, what we were told about the identity of the terrorists, we have been told that these terrorists, one of the terrorists had a study built with both ears pierced, while the other had only one ear pierced. Both wore small circular earrings. 4 of them were dressed in army camouflage uniforms, while the others were in black uniform. They all spoke Manji. A Manji is a dialect usually spoken in Pakistan that confirms the identity of the terrorists who carried this gruesome attack. And the people who have seen them on the basis of their memories, when they recalled those scenes, on the basis of that, the sketches were prepared by the artists. So these are the sketches, the identity, they have been identified by those who were there at the time when this attack took place. It was revealed, the characters, the sketch was revealed by them to the artists who performed their art, and described the look of those who carried this attack. Although all these terrorists who have been identified as Pakistani terrorists, because they had come from one of the grassland which is just few meters away from this Baisaran Park. They have entered through that grassland and indiscriminately fired upon the tourists who had come to be with the nature, because these are the meadows, one of the beautiful meadows of the Pahalgam, where people have an attraction for the meadows to be here. And in this entire incident, 26 people lost their life and some 17 people have been injured. And meanwhile,
because we also have the names. Zeenat, we also have the names. Zeenat, we also have the names. You were telling us how the sketches have been now drawn out because of the eyewitness account, but we also have the names of these 3 people. Zeenat, I'll just come to you on that. The names are Asif Fauji, Suleiman Shah, and Abu Talha. Yes.
See, these are the initial reports that suggest their names, about their identity. The important is not about name. Important is about the identity, how they look, who were these, where from they had come, who pushed them to carry this kind of attack. When they were carrying this attack, were the attack being monitored? People sitting in the Pakistan, the kind of links the Pakistani terrorists have in Kashmir, that link needs to be dismantled, because we have seen in all these years that multiple operations in the form of neutralizing the terrorists, attaching the properties.
Right, my colleague Gursimran, in fact, just stay on with us, Zeenat. We also have Gursimran from Jammu who's getting us multiple inputs now. Gursimran, tell us what you have. What are you picking up more?
See, the name of these 3 terrorists that have been identified, the names have been Asif Fauji, Suleiman and Abu Talha. That has been confirmed. And important to mention that this group is not a new group that has infiltrated into the Indian territory. This is a group that has been active in the areas of Pir Panjal and South Kashmir for last more than 1.5 years. This group has infiltrated from the Pir Panjal. That is what we are picking up. It was earlier active in the Pir Panjal region and then has has crossed over to the Kashmir Valley. That is what we are getting to know from our sources in the establishment, that this group is an old group, and the photos that we have accessed, these photos are their old photographs that have been recovered after a successful operation that the security forces have carried out in the South Kashmir. So now this Pandora box is opening, that who they are, from where these terrorists have come from. All the details are now with agencies, and they are looking forward. But there lies a probability that since this group has spent more than a year's time in the South Kashmir and Pir Panjal, they are well aware of the hideouts as well as the locations where they can go and hide, and that's why intensified operations are being witnessed. We can confirm that at least police from the 5 districts of Kashmir as well as Jammu, they are working round the clock to neutralize this group of terrorists. See how these terrorists were operating.
Gursimran, we have been talking about the Pir Panjal. Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes,
you
ahead.
mentioned the Pir Panjal, from where they have infiltrated into the Indian territory. When they infiltrated, they first had their base in the Pir Panjal, the twin districts of Pir Panjal. They were in the border area, and then they crossed over to the South Kashmir. That is what the confirmation we are getting based on the sketches. These are the confirmations we are getting, and now the photographs of these terrorists, they are also here. In a short while from now, we are hopeful that we will be fetching the photographs of remaining 2 terrorists as well. Those sketches have been released by the agencies, those who have been working around the clock since yesterday when this attack has taken place. And now as we speak, the operations are intensified to look at these terrorists, because see, these terrorists are well aware of the area. They have roamed through the dense forest of the Pir Panjal to the forest of South Kashmir. So they know that from where to sneak out and where to sneak in, so that they can be away from the eyes of the security forces. Though the security forces have got a major breakthrough when they got a successful operation in South Kashmir, and from that the Pandora box opened, that who these terrorists are, how they are operating, their modus operandi. So the forces have many things with them with regards to these terrorists that were involved in the Pahalgam attack that was carried out yesterday, and now the manhunt is underway. Rakshita.
Yes, Gursimran, we also have breaking developments. In fact, the Home Minister Amit Shah has once again posted on social media platform X after his visit to the victims' families and also the terror attack site. He has written, and I quote, "With a heavy heart, paid last respects to the deceased of the Pahalgam terror attack. Bharat will not bend to terror. The culprits of this dastardly terror attack will not be spared," unquote. So that's what the Home Minister has right now posted on X handle. And of course, the important part when he says that Bharat will not bend to terror, the culprits of this dastardly terror attack will not be spared. So the Home Minister, of course, has had a sense of what has gone on ground, what has happened last night. He was here just last evening. And we have Wing Commander Praful Bakshi also joining us. Wing Commander, we of course have the Home Minister vowing to retaliate, vowing that those behind this will be paying for this. But the information that we're getting very significantly points to the role of Rawalpindi once again, and we are also understanding the role of how these terrorists had in fact infiltrated via Pir Panjal. Pir Panjal is the same area we had been speaking about when there was a lot of terror attacks in Jammu as well, sir. And in fact, before I go across to our defense expert, we have some more pictures of the terrorists that we are right now breaking exclusive on Republic TV, viewers. We're getting in more visuals of the terrorists one by one. We are getting in more eyewitness accounts that are helping in this investigation as well. And these are the pictures also on your screens, viewers. Pictures coming in of those 4 terrorists. At least 4 of them you can see posing there in that camouflage equipment as well. Some wearing the black tops as well. These 4 coward men. Just look at them very closely, viewers. This is the photograph that everybody should know, that Pakistan should know, that we are watching, that we have seen them, we have exposed them, and we will be exposing you very soon. This is for Asim Munir, this is for Rawalpindi, this is for Islamabad to see, this is for the world to see that India will be hitting back, as the Home Minister has just visited the terror attack site and vowed that there will be retaliation, that there will be those behind this, the perpetrators will be brought to book. And these are those people, 4 terrorists, infiltrators. Aishwarya Kapoor, Executive Editor of Politics, Aishwarya Kapoor joins us. Aishwarya, Republic TV is getting those 4 cowardly terrorists who opened fire at innocent Indians.
Well, absolutely. These are the visuals which we are getting from our sources within the intelligence agency. What we are being told that one, which is on the extreme left, is said to be one of the terrorists who was a part of it. It is said that it is his group which was active in the Pahalgam area, and the agencies were trying to keep a tab on this very group. The sketch which have been made after the inputs from the eyewitnesses absolutely holds the same picture, which you can see on the extreme left of your screen, the man who's keeping a hand of a fellow terrorist. That is the man whose picture completely stands alike to that of the sketches which have been made after the details from the eyewitnesses. And that is why this is the full group of terrorists which was active in that group. The agencies were trying to keep a tab on him for the longest period of time. But at this point of time, that's the detail that we are getting in. And the Home Minister just reacted to it as well, that India is not going to budge down. Yes, we are just zooming into that visual. And these are the 4 terrorists of whose group was active in the Pahalgam area. What we are being told that they had tried to infiltrate from the Pir Panjal range. So all of those details are now coming out. So the agencies had a visual. The agencies had a picture. The agencies knew that there is a group of 4 terrorists which was active. Whether all 4 of them were involved in this dastardly attack, in this terror attack or not, that is still to be confirmed. But this is the group of terrorists which was active in that area, in the Pahalgam area, out of which one has been identified by the eyewitnesses, which is being termed as the 3rd terrorist in this group. And that's why the agencies are now looking out for the other 3 terrorists who were a part of this 4-group terror module, which was active, which was basically active in this area. Back to you, Rakshita. But the Home Minister also categorically stating that India is not going to bow down.
Thank you so much for joining us. Yes, absolutely. That's the big message that has been sent from New Delhi. Thanks so much, Ashwarya, for joining us with those details. Of course, right from the Prime Minister to the Home Minister, the message is loud and clear. And our forces, of course, are on the ground to get them the answer that they deserve, the befitting reply, to give them the befitting reply these cowardly terrorists deserve. Praful Bakshi, Wing Commander Praful Bakshi continues to be with us. Wing Commander Bakshi, we have the photograph of those 4 cowardly terrorists. We have names of 3 of them. And as my colleague Zenat was telling us, that the dialect they speak in is traced to Pakistan. The equipment and also the digital footprints, they all can be traced to Pakistan. What next do we expect? How long will we keep reviewing? We will keep holding meetings.
Please.
How and when we should act?
Picture.
That's right. Thank you, Rakshita. You have asked a very, very pertinent question. The question is, India knows very well that they are from Pakistan, and Pakistan army knows that this is not a secret information. They are from the Punjab area. Their dialect is there. From Pakistan, Punjab area, they are there. But the question is, what does Pakistan expect? Pakistan is expecting us to hit them hard. And we also want to hit them hard. But hit them hard where? The question is not, why should it be only POK? Why not Sindh? Why not other places where it pinches Pakistan? Why are we all, following tit for tat, that he has done this, so we'll only do this? It should be now, we should be aggressive. We should now hit Pakistan, not only one place, 2 or 3 places if we can. We have sufficient forces in the southwestern sector. We can hit there. Below Jaisalmer, we can hit in so many places. Also here, the question is, we have to keep the Pakistanis on run. And that is why. And Pir Panjal, as you are talking of, Pir Panjal, once you come south of it, you can break into Jammu, we can break into so many places. Where we know very well where they're coming from. And the attack on Pahalgam and Amarnath is, for the last 40 years it is going on. It is not a very new phenomena. Problem is, we have to take a very firm action against Pakistan. There is no doubt about it. I will not only say hit a few places. No, we'll have to take a very firm action, but also we'll have to take a very firm steps in finding out our weaknesses. Every Thanedar knows where these terrorists are hiding at the moment. The local Thanedar knows it. But question is who? Because there is no coordination. The command and control system of Pakistan in Jammu and Kashmir is not proper. There should be one commander and he should control all forces. This is an extraordinary situation, demands extraordinary activity. Until and unless you carry out that and break up from those rules and all, regulation, democracy, all these, they are all stones around your neck. They're holding your work. They're holding your action. And enemy is taking advantage of you. They know exactly what you will do. What is your problem? You have a political opposition. Then you sit down and discuss all those things. They all laugh about it. We have to now get out of it. This is an extraordinary situation. We'll have to break the SOPs. We'll have to get across them. That's what we have to do. So one thing is one command and control, I've told you, and then let us start straight away. Actually, when it was happening 2-3 years back, I've given the statement.
With your permission, sir, with your permission, I have some breaking news coming in. We have the names of the terrorists, the monsters who carried out the attack. I want to stay only on those pictures because all you have to do if you're watching the broadcast is go full frame to the pictures of all 4 of them. The 4 terrorists who carried out the attack in Pahalgam yesterday, 2 p.m. lasted roughly about 5 to 10 minutes. Asif Fauji, Suleiman Shah, Abu Talha. On your screen, the group of Pakistani terrorists who have been active in Pahalgam for the last 1 month. And they are the ones who carried out the Baisaran attack in Pahalgam. Each of those sketches matching the photo that you are seeing right now, the faces of the Pakistani terrorists sent by Pakistan to target Indians in Pahalgam. This is the only picture you need to look at right now because for the last almost 20 hours we have been talking about the aftermath, talking about what happened there moments after the attack, talking about everything else. But these are the 4 monsters sent by Pakistan to carry out the attack. And all 4 of them have been active in Pahalgam for the last 1 month, confirmed by agencies. We have picked up more intel details right now. And these 4 Pakistani cowards are the one who carried out the Baisaran attack in Pahalgam. This is a confirmation that we have right now, and all the 4 sketches are matching. Kritat is also with me in the studio right now. Kritat, while we stay on this picture, if you can tell us a little bit more about what you have learned so far about the 4 terrorists.
Indeed, and the moment as we see the pictures on air right now, the 3 names that are revealed by the intelligence sources at the moment is that Asif Fauji, Suleimani Shah and Abu Talha. These are the 3 people who are on your screen right now, ladies and gentlemen, who have believed to have infiltrated through the international border. Then they made their way through Pahalgam, where in Baisaran is where in the meadows this dastardly terrorist attack was taking place about 12 hours to 24 hours ago.
Okay, live pictures coming in of live pictures of Amit Shah, the Home Minister at GMC. Let me go across to Arawat, GMC Pahalgam. He's at GMC Pahalgam. Over to Arawat.
Any moment now, Home Minister Amit Shah is expected to reach at GMC in Pahalgam, now Anantnag, beg your pardon, where at the Government Medical College, Home Minister Amit Shah is set to meet the victims and the kin of the family members who were injured in the Pahalgam terror attack. Republic has been reporting continuously live in the last 24 hours from Anantnag Government Medical College. We have seen visuals coming there. My colleague Arawat will be joining us shortly live from GMC Anantnag, where Home Minister Amit Shah, after the wreath-laying ceremony that was taking place earlier this morning, will be arriving at the GMC.
Arawat, over to you.
These are live visuals coming in from Anantnag Government Medical College, as for the first time ever on Republic, the images of the 4 terrorists who were behind this attack have been revealed and unmasked. These are the 3 terrorists on your screen, all 4 of them in fact, who were behind the attack that took place yesterday in Pahalgam. And any moment now, Home Minister Amit Shah is soon expected to meet the victims and the family members of the injured who were admitted at GMC Anantnag. These are the breaking updates that we are tracking for you at the moment. Republic exclusively showing you the faces of Asif Fauji, Suleimani Shah and Abu Talha, the 3 Pakistani terrorists of the TRF-backed Lashkar-e-Toiba-backed TRF, who are these Pakistani-based terrorists who are trained in POK through launch pads. There is a deep nexus of terror funding that sprouts from the entire Pakistani establishment. alleged training directly by the Pakistani army at attack bases, same drills, same modus operandi with US-made M4 carbine rifles, the same rifles that were left behind by the United States in Afghanistan, which have made their way through Pakistan, and now all major terrorist organizations in Pakistan are using the same M4 rifle, which is also used by the Pakistan army with the same training drills, and this dastardly attack was executed in Pahalgam. Those are the big breaking updates. The faces of the terrorists unmasked, first time for the world to see. These are the 4 Pakistani terrorists who carried out the attack in Pahalgam.
What we will also do is we will now identify the sketches that came in, the 3 sketches matching with the pictures of the 4 terrorists as well. So we will put on the left side the sketch, right side the picture of the terrorist. Of all these 4 terrorists, we have that match that we have made. Look at that, look at that. Look at each one of them. The faces of Pakistan's cowardice, the terrorists who struck in Pahalgam. They're not warriors, they're not any heroes. They are cowards sent by Pakistan, masked murderers. Aramat is live.
जैसे हमने देखा पहले कल रात जैसे ही होम मिनिस्टर यहाँ कश्मीर घाटी में लैंड हुए, सबसे पहले उन्होंने मीटिंग ली। मीटिंग के तुरंत बाद वो सुबह कुछ वहाँ पर पेशेंट से मिले जो कल घायल हुए थे इस आतंकी गतिविधि पे, और उसके बाद वहाँ पर वो चले सुबह जहाँ पर ये आतंकी गतिविधि को अंजाम दिया था आतंकियों ने। हालांकि स्केच भी रिलीज़ किए हुए हैं और उनमें साफ तौर से दिख रहा है किस तरह से लोकल हैंड भी इसमें इन्वॉल्व हैं, क्योंकि सुरक्षा एजेंसीज का ऐसा कहना है, ऐसा मानना है कि विदाउट रैकी जो है इस तरह के आतंकी गतिविधि को अंजाम नहीं दिया जा सकता है। लेकिन पहलगाम में होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह का दौरा, लेकिन उसके साथ वहाँ से वो अभी कुछ टाइम में आपका ये जो पहला कैवलकेड जो है यहाँ पर आपको नज़र आ रहा होगा किस तरह से वो मेडिकल कॉलेज यहाँ पर अनंतनाग में पहुँच रहे हैं। मेरे विजय फिरदौस आपको दिखा रहे हैं विजुअल्स किस तरह से काफ़ी फोर्सेस की डिप्लॉयमेंट जो है यहाँ पर है GMC के बाहर अनंतनाग में, जहां कल कुछ घायल लोगों को जो है यहां पर शिफ्ट किया गया था। फिर यहां से जो ज़्यादा क्रिटिकल थे उनको एयर लेफ्ट श्रीनगर आर्मी हॉस्पिटल भी यहां से शिफ्ट किया गया था। और लगातार जो ऑपरेशन की अगर बात करें, ऑपरेशन लगातार जारी है। खाली वहां पर ऑपरेशन जारी नहीं है जहां पर अटैक हुआ, बल्कि और भी कुछ ऐसे एरियाज़ है बाकी डिस्ट्रिक्ट से, चाहे नॉर्थ कश्मीर की बात करें, साउथ कश्मीर की बात करें या सेंट्रल कश्मीर की बात करें, जहाँ पर अभी भी काफ़ी एंटी टेरर ऑपरेशन लगातार जारी है। रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क ने आपको कुछ टाइम पहले तस्वीरें भी दिखाए जो आतंकी इस वारदात में मौजूद थे। उनकी स्केच से यही पता लगता है कि किस तरह से एक ही सीरीज़ के साथ साथ करीबन 50 राउंड जो है वहाँ पर फायर किए हुए हैं। हालांकि उसके साथ अगर हम बात करें नेशनल इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसी की टीम भी जो है जो कि वहाँ पर पहुँची है ग्राउंड पर और वह भी एक्सेस कर रहे हैं सिचुएशंस को। हालांकि इसमें ऐसा भी बताया जा सकता है कि इस अटैक को ऐसे ही नहीं किया जा सकता था, इससे पहले उन्होंने इस पर वर्क किया होगा, रैकी किया होगा, इस पूरे एरिया के इसकी डेमोग्राफी को पहले जान लिया होगा, देन उसके बाद यहाँ पर इस तरह के जो आतंकी है अटैक है इसको अंजाम दिया गया है। हालांकि लगातार मेरे विजय आपको दिखा सकते हैं विजुअल्स किस तरह से लगातार यहाँ पर रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क पर जो है आप विजुअल्स देख रहे हैं। लगातार कुछ ही टाइम के बाद जो है होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह यहाँ पर पहुँच रहे हैं और यहाँ पर वो कुछ ऐसे लोगों से मुलाकात करेंगे और किस तरह से यहाँ पर लगातार आपको विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पर महिला पुलिस को भी डिप्लॉय किया हुआ था और लगातार पूरे इस एरिया को है सुरक्षा बलों ने जो है वो सीज ऑफ किया है और लगातार जितने भी यहाँ के एंट्री और एग्जिट पॉइंट्स हैं उनको सील कर दिया गया है। जितने भी IPS रैंक के ऑफिसर से वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है। अभी से कुछ टाइम के बाद जो यहाँ पर है लगातार आप देख रहे हैं कैवलकेड जो कि होम मिनिस्टर का जो है लगातार उनकी मूवमेंट जो है यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रही है और कुछ ही मिनट्स के बाद यहाँ पे पूरा एक फाइनल अलर्ट होगा जब होम मिनिस्टर यहाँ पर पहुँच जाएंगे। सायरन का आवाज़ आपको सुनाई दे रहा होगा किस तरह से अभी सायरन यहाँ पर चल रहा है और लगातार इसके कुछ ही मिनट्स के बाद जो है यहाँ पर होम मिनिस्टर यहाँ पहुँचेंगे और वो यहाँ पर मुलाकात करेंगे ऐसे घायल लोगों से जो कल यहाँ पर उनको शिफ्ट किया गया था। और लगातार आप देख सकते हो किस तरह से विजुअल्स में लगातार हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। चाहे पहलगाम की बात करें, ये पहला कैवलकेड आ रहा है, लगातार आप देख सकते हो विजुअल्स में किस तरह से होम मिनिस्टर का कैवलकेड जो है मेडिकल कॉलेज में पहुंच चुका है। ये रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क आपको एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पर जो आपको तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पर कैवलकेड जो है मेडिकल कॉलेज के अंदर आपको देखने को मिलेगा। और भी सीनियर अफसर है जो होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह के साथ लगातार यहाँ पर पहुँच रहे हैं। यहाँ पर जो इंजर्ड है उनसे मुलाकात होगी, उसके बाद यहाँ पर जो लोग हैं वो यहाँ पर इनसे बातचीत करेंगे, मुलाकात करेंगे, वो बताएंगे क्या कल कुछ हुआ, ग्राउंड सिचुएशन को एक्सेस करेंगे, किस तरह से कल हैपनिंग हुआ, क्या कुछ हुआ। होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह खुद इंजर्ड लोग से जो कल घायल हुए थे उनसे बातचीत करेंगे, उनसे कहेंगे कैसे ये हुआ। हालांकि हमने देखा किस तरह से अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी चल रही है, लेकिन बताया जा रहा है कि 3 से 4 आतंकी हैं जो कि इस आतंकी गतिविधि में मुलव्वस थे। हालांकि एक काफिला हमने देखा कैवलकेड का, होम मिनिस्टर का, जो कि अंदर चला गया, लेकिन अभी और भी कुछ गाड़ियां हैं जो कि लगातार जी
Okay, staying with those pictures there. Staying with the pictures that are coming in from the Anantnag Government Medical College, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who was in Srinagar, then moved to Pahalgam, getting a first-hand detailed briefing at the attack site in Pahalgam from security forces, and the NIA team, which is already on site, has moved to the PMC in Srinagar, and he's being briefed next here by security officers. And in a short while from now, hearing that he will return to Delhi, where the Cabinet Committee on Security will then take place. Okay, and as we stay with these pictures, I'd like to also go across to Major Tur, who continues to be with us over these pictures. We'll stay over the live pictures and the live updates. Major Tur saw the pictures. They had local support, and we have details of the local terrorist as well. They're calling him a local terrorist, but for all practical purposes, he's a Pakistani-backed terrorist. Now, the local terrorist is a term that Pakistan and some in India, including political parties, will want us to use. But they had local support from terrorists in Kashmir. Now, we are hearing, I'm only repeating one line that I got, that these 4 terrorists were active in Pahalgam for the last 1 month. Their identities seem to match exactly with the sketches that we had a few minutes back.
See, as one of the senior members also said, that why was there no presence of JKP at such a tourist hustling, bustling location? Where was the JK police? Not a single government official was present on site. Why? Number 2, the conspiracy. That yes, there has been local support to these foreign terrorists, and yes, there could be one odd local terrorist or a militant, as you may call him, but majority of them were, they are FTs, foreign terrorists, Pakistanis. So it is basically a matter of time where they are going to be hunted down, matter of 72 hours or maybe 48 hours. So the main modus operandi is for 1 month. If now the intelligence agencies are saying that they were active in that area, means they had done recce, they had done surveillance, they had timed everything, that in case they carry out an attack, what will be the reaction time, the first reaction time, which force will come there, how long will it take for them to go back into the forest, and from there they will leave, the decoy and deceptive telltale signs, and which actual route would they have gone back to. And they have taken a route which is inhabited, which is very difficult. So it is, the basic thing of the art of war, that you take a route which is difficult and which is not encountered by the, forces of the other person.
Indeed, Major
So
Tur, and I also
these
have,
are the basic things that have been done. So what about the surveillance? What about the local intelligence? What about the IB, RAW? What about military intelligence? It is a system failure. It is a systematic intelligence failure. Now we can't, make noise about it that everything is ticky boo. They suddenly appeared and everything happened. So we have to hold Omar Abdullah responsible. We have to hold JKP responsible. We have to hold the intelligence structure responsible. It is a whole network of people who has to now reply that why and where did things go wrong.
Yeah, Kurtat. Indeed, and Major Samatur, we also have Major General VK Datta joining us live here in the studio. And Major General, sir, it is a very critical period. We are also on the hunt of the terrorists who are behind this attack, but at the same time, the CCS is set to meet today, and there will be tactical options also into consideration. So what kind of a tactical response are we looking at, and what's the priority at the moment of the security forces? Is it first tracking down these terrorists and dealing with them, and then looking at other tactical options, or are we going to look at something that is going to happen simultaneously? What is the protocol, or what's the mindset that is right now in the military tables right now, who are the main decision makers at the moment?
Okay, now I actually do not know from where to start and where to finish. India has been at war with Pakistan since 1947, since the inception of Pakistan and since the time Pakistan came into existence, based on the two-nation theory as propagated by Asif Munir a few days back. That man, a rabid son of a mullah, who is now head of the Pakistan army, and that is what he is spreading radicalism. Now, as far as we are concerned, the Pakistan army has been constantly trying to target the Indian J&K, Indian Kashmir, starting from 1947-48, and when our forces were trying to push back the militants who had entered then in 1947-48, our Prime Minister had gone to the United Nations seeking for a ceasefire. Otherwise, there would have been no POK, J&K would have been totally Indian, and this issue would have not been there. The Pakistan army, to survive in Pakistan, to remain in power, continuously have played the Indian card that India is going to attack, India is going to attack. India had no intentions of attacking Pakistan other than resolving the J&K issue. Now, what is happening in Pakistan today, Balochistan, Sindh, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, POK agitation, the Pakistan has lost, and the Pakistan army has lost its relevance within Pakistan. The people of Pakistan are today actually throwing stones on the Pakistan army. ये जो दहशतगर्दी है उसके पीछे वर्दी है. Now to divert the attention of that, what is happening in Pakistan, the Pakistan army has now thought of targeting J&K again, and to see the places where in J&K there is harmony, there is development, there is economy vibrating, there is tourism. So they have been infiltrating and trying to infiltrate terrorists from the line of control, from the IB sector, from the Kathua sector, and they have these people waiting in the wings to be given an order to carry out a strike. So as far as we are concerned in India, what is our aim? How do we deal with Pakistan? Are we going to carry out a tactical strike and then forget about it? Are we going to sort out Pakistan once and for all? And this is the ideal time when they are being attacked in the west by Baloch, when they're being attacked by the northwest by the TTP, while Sindh is burning, POK is agitating. Now you activate the eastern border with Pakistan. Make the Pakistani army bleed, break down in pieces. This is our time. We should not lose it now. There's no question of tactical operation, kill 2 terrorists here, 4 terrorists there. We have to strike the base and the base of the tree, and that is the Pakistan army. The Pakistani chief, the Pakistan ISI, the Pakistani Punjabi-based Pakistan army. Now is the time. We have to now select our aim and strike a strategic blow to Pakistan. There's no question of now negotiations, no question of returning 93,500 PWs and without sorting out J&K. Just imagine what have we done. Blunder after blunder. 1947 running to the United Nations. 71 you have 93,000 PWs. You hand them over to Pakistan without resolving the J&K issue. You have Kargil, you say we won't cross the line of control. And now this continued terrorism in J&K. So you have to understand that J&K, we are at war with Pakistan. There are no local terrorists. It is the Pakistan army, the ISI, the jihadis being trained in Pakistan from their madrasas being sent across into India to carry out terrorist attacks. So what are we looking for? Hunting 1 or 2 terrorists here? Bullshit. We have to strike that root, cut that tree, which is the Pakistan army today. Let the Awam of Pakistan rise against the Pakistan army. Let Pakistan develop as a nation in the economy, in the well-being of the people of Pakistan. What are they doing?
Yes, sir.
It is the people of Pakistan we have to wake up. They have to wake up and throw that Pakistan army out of chair and have a true democracy in Pakistan. And as far as we are concerned, We should not have any interference from the judiciary, from the human rights activists, from various kinds. We are at war. We are at war in J&K. There's no question of a ceasefire. It should be a relentless offensive day and night till the time we achieve total recapture of POK, and only then we have to talk with Pakistan for the future. We should not stop. And Asif Munir said that J&K is the juggler. Cut his juggler now. This is the time. He has given you the opportunity. Why are you waiting for it? We should cut it now. And that is my take. I can continue ranting for the whole day.
A lot of anger, Major General Datta there, but it is an anger that is resonating across India as Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to chair a key CCS meeting later today. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned to Republic TV as we'll be right back after the short break. Live and breaking coverage continues.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I have Pallavi on with us on the phone line. She lost her husband Manjunath. We spoke about Manjunath just a while back. Pallavi, my deepest condolences on your loss. Can you please tell me, Pallavi, where are you right now? And
right now I'm in Pahalgam Mountain Villa Hotel. Pahalgam Mount Hotel. All tourists have, we are here.
And I just want you to tell me what happened, if you can share with us at that point of time what they said.
My husband, myself and my son have went to Kashmir trip on 19th. 3 days everything was very nice. Today we came to Pahalgam.
Yes.
Hello. Today we came to Pahalgam, and we were in that mini in Switzerland point is there now. So we went there. Just within 5 minutes, we could hear some these bullets firing sound. We thought it was army's some words.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking, and these are the visuals of the 4 terrorists from Pahalgam who have been identified by the forces. These are the 4 Pakistani-backed terrorists who have now been unmasked, and the forces are on their hunt. At the moment, we are standing by and waiting for Home Minister Amit Shah to arrive at the GMC hospital in Anantnag, where he is set to meet the families of the 20 injured victims of this dastardly terror attack that took place in Pahalgam. I also have with me on the broadcast live Wing Commander Major General V.K. Datta, who is also Major General V.K. Datta, who continues to remain with me in the studio. I also have retired Wing Commander Praful Bakshi also joining me live on the broadcast, as these are the live visuals that we are tracking from Anantnag's Government Medical College, where the security has been tightened as Home Minister Amit Shah is expected to arrive any moment. Wing Commander Praful Bakshi, sir, I would like to come to you for a question on this critical juncture in the initial hours right before the CCS meeting, which is set to happen in the national capital. What are the options that we are discussing at the moment, as we were talking earlier about? We have seen in the past, after Uri, it took us 10 days to retaliate with the surgical strike. In the case of Pulwama, it was after 12 days when the Balakot airstrikes initially took place, and the Air Force played a very critical role in that tactical operation. The entire Pakistani army is on high alert. They are anticipating maybe something on the land or from the air. At such a time when there is clear anticipation, has India already lost the element of surprise, or what kind of retaliation can India expect in this critical hours ahead of the CCS meeting? What are the options that will be put on the table, sir?
Thank you very much for asking me. And I answered this question earlier, and later on it was reiterated by General Datta. Let me tell you one thing, that the time of where the strike took place, okay, a surgical strike, what did we achieve? We broke 6-7 huts, killed 300 people. Then the huts came up in 3 days, the terrorists came back. What did we get? Nothing. Yes, we got some name, and we pretended that everybody knows that Pakistan is a terrorist country, which everybody knows. What are we trying to prove? Then, until and unless we decide ourselves what we are going to do now this meeting, I do not know who all will be there, whether the defense, whether the chiefs are there or not. This is an old debate which keeps going on. But we must once for all decide what is the doctrine for it now on. We have to decide. Everybody is saying that the people were there for 1 week, 1 month. They were all hanging about. Local Thanedar knows about it. But nobody can get it out of him. Why? Because there is no single command and control in the whole area. There are 15 paramilitary forces. Everybody have a director general. Everybody flying a flag. Everybody says, yes, we are cooperating. There is no cooperation. If the army commander wants to move a paramilitary battalion, they tell him about Home Ministry and Defense Ministry. This is a fact which very few people will admit it. This is one thing. Second, sleeper cells. All sleeper cells are there. They are very much active. All the Kashmiri Pandit houses which have been occupied by the people, who are they? They are supporting it. We are hesitant in getting them out because they have all got political connection. So this is, once we change our system of administration, that one command and control, and then our POK, the border, all the formation, where the form of area is there, 10, 12 kilometer within your medium artillery range, multi-barrel rocket launchers, attack helicopter. First, start destroying them and occupying them. I repeat, occupy. If you don't and you just come back, okay, you come back, you got a good photo opportunity, finish, matter ends. This is where the problem is. And then we don't have to bother about attacking POK. Why only POK? Why not Sindh? Why not other places where Pakistan gets real pain? We have Air Force, where we have meeting, 3 chiefs are meeting. Yes, everybody has a role. Let's stop pretending that debate and dialogue can get things better and all. Nothing. Last 75 years, no dialogue, nothing has happened. The army chief has laughed at you. I won't say why you said this, because all converts have got that complex, inferiority complex. He knows he's a convert. So that's why he said about Hindus. You can't blame them. So they are there. But question is, we don't bother about these small things. And then let us not keep wasting time. This terrorist organization, that terrorist organization. Any terrorist organization on my border has to be killed by the same bullet. Whether it is Lashkar-e-Taiba or this Taiba or whatever, how are we interested? We keep wasting our time on this. Their father, their grandfather, everything. Let's not waste our energy. Let's concentrate on it. Let's write our security doctrine for J&K separately. All extraordinary situations require extraordinary action. Let us not go through SOPs and democratic process, etc. Then we'll only have a millstone around our neck. We'll just
Commander Prophet Bakshi sir, sorry to interrupt you at this moment, but we are also getting a lot of live action coming in from Anantnag Government College right now, where my colleague Arawat continues to remain with us live. We are anticipating that Home Minister Amit Shah is set to arrive at any moment now. The security has been tightened and there is a lot of action in the frame. Arawat, if you can hear me, do tell us what's the latest at the moment, what's the status of the injured and the families who are at the moment present at the Anantnag Government Medical College. At the same time, what is the expected timeline of the arrival of Home Minister Amit Shah there?
Yeah, Home Minister Amit Shah is inside the medical college, Anantnag, and he met the families there and the injured persons there, and he is coming out and he will go straight to Srinagar and he will take a couple of meetings there. Also, Republic will get you all the details from the various locations from across the Jammu and Kashmir. Keep watching the Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
तो फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
आप मुझे बताइए, क्या आप बताना चाहेंगे जो इस तरह के टूरिस्ट पर जो है अटैक किया गया?
ये बुजलाना हरकत जो उन्होंने की। मेरा नाम राकेश कोल, बीजेपी डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रेसिडेंट अनंतनाग। पेशेंट के लिए मैं श्रीनगर में था तुरंत। ये कुछ लोग रहे हैं जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर्ड है, जो नहीं चाहते कि जो नया कश्मीर का आगाज हुआ है, आपके चैनल के माध्यम से उनको कहना चाहता हूं, मौत के घाट उतारेंगे, उनकी छोड़ेंगे नहीं। हमारे जेके पुलिस, हमारी आर्मी, हमारा आज का यहाँ यूथ इनके खिलाफ है, क्योंकि नया कश्मीर जो नया कश्मीर बना ये कन्यामुल है। और उनको चेतावनी दे रहा हूं, अरे गीदड़ो, गीदड़ की मौत मरोगे जितने बाकी लोग आप गीदड़ के लोग मर गए, जैसे आप भी मरोगे। ये वादा है हमारी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का, एलजी साहब का ये वादा है। मौत के घाट उठाएंगे, आप निहत्तों को मारेंगे। ये किस कुरान शरीफ में लिखा है, किस भगवत गीता में लिखा है कि जो टूरिस्ट आ जाए जो ये करे, उनके साथ ऐसा करेंगे आप। आपको वहां के दरवाजे बंद हो चुके, अल्लाह ताला ने आपके वो दरवाजे बंद कीचे हैं। और ये बुज़दिलान हरकत मत करो, हटो इससे। आपको कब्र भी नसीब नहीं मिलेगी, आपको कब्र भी नहीं नसीब मिलेगी, क्योंकि अल्लाह ताला का भी सब कुछ है। इनको जमीन दोज करेंगे हम। हमारी गवर्नमेंट, हमारी आज मीटिंग हो रही है, अमित शाह जी हमारी मीटिंग ले रही है, तुरंत हमें आना पड़ा। हम इनके साथ हैं। हमने कहा गुजरात से परेशान मत के। मैं बहुत ही यहाँ के जो हमारे स्टाफ है, जो नर्सिंग स्टाफ है, डॉक्टर्स है, आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल टू ऑल ऑफ यू, दे आर ट्रीटिंग वेरी वेल।
आप मुझे बताइए एक्चुअल क्या हुआ वहां पर, आप कितने लोग वहां पर मौजूद थे जब ये इंसिडेंट हुआ?
मानसो तो बहुत है यार, बहुत मानसो है, थोड़ा मानसा नहीं है। वो गाड़ी है ना, गाली, उसको से फायरिंग हुआ तो उसको से बाहर निकला।
Yes, we are here. We are here inside the GMC, and you can see here in the visuals we have just seen that the Home Minister Amit Shah has just left from the premises of the medical college here in the Anantnag. Also, you can see the happenings here in the inside the medical college, and you can see the senior officers from the Jammu and Kashmir police are here, who was deployed here, and you can see here in the visuals that the Home Minister Amit Shah has met the family members and the injured persons here inside the medical college, and he has assured them that the revenge will be taken, and you can see that the Republic crew is on the ground, and Republic will get you all the updates from across the Jammu and Kashmir. We will be right back after a short break.
QS&T achieved. The world's foremost university rankings organizations have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद। जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला। MDH।
मुझे पर थी, क्या बोलते भेलपुरी खाने से मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान है उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
यहाँ पे
उसने बोला कि ये शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
नहीं, आप टेंशन मत लो। अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो, हम साथ में। मैडम ये जो भहीद साहब है प्रेसिडेंट, आप टेंशन मत लो,
मेरे पति का बच्चा लो।
हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं। बेहतर करेंगे फोन। दब सिमन युवा डिजाइन किया है। ठीक है, हम बचा देंगे ना, आप टेंशन मत लो। मैं आ रहा हूँ। मैं कहाँ पे आपका ये हस्बैंड? क्या हुआ इसको, क्या हुआ?
Please ask for help. We don't
want me.
Okay, don't worry.
Please.
You okay? You need a water, sir?
Sir, we'll manage. Just
Huh?
ask for help.
Okay, you.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Pictures of all the terrorists who carried out the Pahalgam attack are out. Union Home Minister Amit Shah reaches terror attack site in Pahalgam. Union Home Minister Amit Shah issues stern warning to Pakistan, says Bharat will not bend to terror. Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and EM Jaishankar and gets the report on Pahalgam terror attack. Protesters call for swift action against Pakistani terror in the valley. And ladies and gentlemen, as the hunt continues for the 4 terrorists who carried out the dastardly terror attack in Pahalgam, over now 250 people have been detained for questioning in South Kashmir. That's the big breaking news update that we are tracking for you live from Jammu and Kashmir. About 250 people have been rounded up for questioning in South Kashmir by the security forces. They have been questioned about possible involvement in the terror nexus or helping the terrorists for their stay or providing resources. These are what the military officials officially call as on-ground or overground workers or part of sleeper cells who are operating inside Jammu and Kashmir by the Pakistani financed and backed terrorists of Lashkar-e-Toiba. Now over 250 people have been detained for detailed questioning in South Kashmir. That's the big breaking news update that we are tracking for you as the faces of the 4 terrorists who carried out the terror attack in Pahalgam have been finally unmasked and the hunt for them continues 24 hours on. Amit Shah has just left the GMC hospital in Anantnag and is en route to Srinagar. Meanwhile, over 250 people have been detained by the police now and they are being questioned over the possible support given to these 4 terrorists on your screen who carried out the Pahalgam terror attack. That's the big breaking news update that we are tracking for you live. I have my colleague Gursimran joining us live with more updates on this story. Gursimran, 250 people detained. Tell us what's the kind of questioning that they are undergoing and how critical is this interrogation at the moment to ascertain the entire modus operandi of the terrorist attack?
See, what we are picking up from the sources in the security establishment that over 250 people have been detained for the questioning in South Kashmir. In the 3 districts of Shopian, Kulgam and Anantnag, these detentions have been made so that they can be questioned with regards to their involvement in providing the logistic support as well as shelter to these terrorists and also providing them vehicles to operate in the area. Because, see, these terrorists would not have been successful without the local support. Though 2 of the terrorists are said to be local as per the reports that are flowing in, including Asif Sheikh and Adil Guru, that the details are flowing in. But important to mention that these terrorists too have taken some overground networks help, and that is what is being probed by the Jammu and Kashmir police. They are looking into that who could be the possible perpetrators who have helped them to carry out and to execute this kind of a massacre in the Kashmir Valley of the travelers, those who have come from the different states to enjoy the
from Lal Chowk, where Rakshita continues to remain live with us. A lot of action happening on Lal Chowk since early this morning. Protests have been erupting there. And Rakshita, do tell us what's the latest update there. A lot of visuals coming in from Lal Chowk where protesters are now very angry. Rakshita.
It is 2005 and we are seeing this dastardly that has happened. There are people from all walks of life, especially the trade unions that are also condemning the cowardly attack on the we see this picture, the heart-wrenching picture, which has touched the life of every Indian. आप क्या कह रहे हैं? आप ये जमहूरियत खत्म आज तक पाकिस्तान यही देख रहा है तो मरकज से सोचना पड़ेगा जो इंटरेस्ट ने किया है उनको पे चढ़ाना है हर कोई मजहब में अमन चाहता है
हिंदू मुस्लिम एक ही टांगे
Ladies and gentlemen, those are the visuals coming in live from the protests at Lal Chowk. Heavy sloganeering and lot of anger mounting in the people of Kashmir. I also have my colleague Zeenat joining us live from the exact spot where the terrorist attack took place in Pahalgam. Zeenat, you are at the exact spot where Home Minister Amit Shah was also taking stock of the entire situation in the manner in which the terrorist attack was executed. Do tell us more about it. Zeenat.
Incident took place, how the people were rushing for life. These are the articles that they have left while running for cover, running for their life. You see multiple shoes that have been stuck here due to the mud, and this is a slippery area. They were rushing from this top towards that very bowl. It's a very tricky track where this incident has taken place, and you can see the kind of situation that these people have gone through when this terror incident had taken place. I'll ask my VJ Mubashir to show you the visuals of this very entry point where this incident has taken place. You can see the group of horses. This is usually the ponies that are used for the moment people walk on, or they use ponies. Pony backs use it to transport, for the transportation or for the evacuation of the injured ones. So you see deployment of the joint forces here, the mud, the slug that is all around, and the articles that these victims or those who have been injured have left here. It only tells you about the story of the gruesome attack and the kind of horrific incident that was reported from here in Baisaran. The Baisaran, same place, same park where this incident had taken place. In fact, they have tried to get this motorbike also here, though it takes a lot of time, and seeing the cover of the mud all around, it is a cumbersome journey for anyone because of the evacuation which got delayed because of the road conditions. Definitely led to the loss of blood, with the result more casualties were witnessed on the ground. Some 26 casualties have come from Baisaran, Pahalgam. जी मैं आपको दिखा सकती हूँ कि यहाँ के विजुअल्स, ये बाइसरन का एंट्री पार्क है जहाँ पर ये वारदात कल हुई थी, जहाँ टेररिस्ट ने अंधाधुंध गोलियां चलाई थी। हालांकि यहाँ पर साइड में जो आप देख रहे हैं कि ये शॉपकीपर्स है, घोड़े वाले हैं, जिनका पूरा रोजी रोटी आज यहाँ ठप हो गया है, क्योंकि कल से जो टेररिस्ट का इंसिडेंट जिसमें करीब 26 यात्री और करीब 17 लोग इंजर्ड है, तब से यहाँ लगातार चप्पे चप्पे पर जो है सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस जो है देखने को मिल रहे हैं। अभी थोड़ी देर पहले अमित शाह होम मिनिस्टर भी इस स्पॉट पे आए थे, जहाँ मौके का जायजा लिया, और साथ ही साथ जो सिक्योरिटी के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स थे उन लोगों ने सिक्योरिटी के बारे में इनको ब्रीफ किया। सर, आप बता सकते थे क्या कौन बात करेगा आप में से? अंदर है, आप लोग आप बात करेंगे?
नहीं, हम कोई बात नहीं कर सकेंगे।
आप यहाँ काम करते हैं?
अभी हम नीचे रहते हैं, गुड़िया हमारी नीचे रहती है, हमारा प्रेसिडेंट अंदर है, प्रेसिडेंट बात कर सकेंगे, हम ऐसे नहीं बोल सकेंगे।
So the security forces have covered this very park. They are not allowing people to go inside, but I can show you the visuals from here, the kind of deployment that is come from J&K police and the CRPF. This is the exact spot. ये वही इलाका है, वही स्पॉट है जहाँ पर कल ये इंसिडेंट हुआ, जिसमें करीब 26 के आसपास का जो टोल है, जो यात्री जो है जिनकी डेथ हुई, और साथ साथ जो करीब 17 लोग हैं जो इसमें इंजर्ड है। ये वो कैफेटेरिया है, यहाँ पर कई लोग जो थे अपने स्नैक्स एंजॉय कर रहे थे, कुछ लोग अपना कैंपिंग कर रहे थे, कुछ लोग यहाँ ट्रैकिंग भी कर रहे थे। और मैं विजय मुबशर को कहूँगी कि वो उस फॉरेस्ट रिज जो आप देख रहे हैं, बिल्कुल इसी रिज से जो है टेररिस्ट ने एंट्री की थी इस वाले बोल में। तो जो इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज का मानना है कि इस रिज से जो है टेररिस्ट अंदर आने के लिए आए थे, और उसके बाद जो है यहीं पर अंधाधुंध फायरिंग हुई थी। इनफैक्ट जो ट्रैम्पोलिन आप देख रहे हैं वहाँ पर, उस पर बच्चे खेल रहे थे, गोलियों की आवाज़ सुनाई दी, पहले लगा कि शायद पटाखे जल रहे हैं, लेकिन उसके बाद जब गोलियों की आवाज़ बढ़ती रही तो पता चला कि टेररिस्ट ने अटैक कर दिया है। इसी साइड से जो है टेररिस्ट आए थे जिन्होंने अंधाधुंध गोलियां बरसाई थी। हालांकि अभी यहाँ स्थानीय लोग हैं जो बात करने की स्थिति में नहीं है, लेकिन ये बहुत बड़ा झटका जो है, एक हिस्ट्री है जहाँ टेररिस्ट ने टूरिज़्म पे इतना बड़ा हमला किया है, टूरिस्ट पे इतना बड़ा हमला किया, जिसकी वजह से पूरी तरह से जो है कश्मीर में एक टाइप का आउटरीच भी है, जहाँ पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज़ आज सड़क पे उतरी है, इसको कंडम कर रही है और कह रही हैं कि ये अटैक जो है टूरिस्ट पे नहीं है, बल्कि ये अटैक जो है कश्मीरियत पे है। क्योंकि कश्मीरियत का नारा बहुत टाइम से, कश्मीरियत, जमहूरियत, इंसानियत का नारा जो अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी ने लगाया था, आज वही दोहराया जा रहा है कि आज का जो अटैक है वो कश्मीरियत के ऊपर अटैक है। वो भले टूरिस्ट पे ही नहीं बल्कि कश्मीरियत पे भी अटैक है। हालांकि जो 2 कश्मीरियों की इसमें मौत हुई है उसमें से एक कश्मीरी जो है उसने गन छीनने की कोशिश की थी ताकि वो कुछ अपने यात्रीज को बचा सके, लेकिन उसकी मौत भी इस पूरी घटना में हो गई। आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह का एरिया है, बिल्कुल
and she's at the exact location. There's poor signal, poor connectivity in that particular area in Baisaran in Pahalgam. Zeenat, if you can hear me, I request you to just move a little bit away. We had a stable signal when you were a little away from the scene, from the attack site. Maybe it's better that you step back a little bit so that we can get a stable signal with you while you bring that live report on both Republic Bharat and Republic TV. She is exactly at that location where the firing took place. I'm going back to Zeenat. Zeenat, we're coming back to you. Meanwhile, Gursimran is also...
See, Niranjan.
Yes, he's back.
Niranjan, you see the deployment. See the that has been that is a big question for the security agencies, that when the incident took place, there was no deployment. But now we see, since this incident, there is a multiple layer deployment coming from the J&K police to CRP, SSB, ITBP. All the agencies have chipped in, although there have been the forensic teams also on the ground who try to get the some details or to get certain items or some articles they have picked up from this place for their investigation, that we will see that more and more layers of will surface in the coming time, as NIA is also investigating, the state CID is investigating. In fact, the forces from north have chipped in south, those who have expertise as far as dealing with such kind of terror incidents is concerned. So this is the bowl, this is a forest ridge where you see the kind of atmosphere at present.
अगर मेरी आवाज आ रही है तो
Niranjan, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead. You're also live on Republic Bharat. I request you to speak in Hindi for our Republic Bharat audience as well, for our viewers, so that they can, get the full commentary as you give us a first-hand narration of what you're seeing there.
Okay. See, Niranjan, this is Baisaran. This is the picnic spot where this incident has taken place. और बिल्कुल ये जो
हिंदी में
बोल
नरेशन
आपको
दे
दिखाई
सकते
दे रहा
हैं,
है, इसके पीछे जो पाइन ट्रीज है, जो झाड़ियां हैं, बिल्कुल इधर से ही जो है टेररिस्ट जो है अंदर आए हैं, जो कि इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज का कहना है, बिल्कुल अंदर आए हैं, चारों तरफ से घेरा है। एक आदमी उसमें से इस गेट के इस एंट्री पॉइंट पे खड़ा रहा ताकि कोई भी अंदर या कोई भी अंदर से बाहर ना निकले। तो एक तरह का जो है गेट उसने बंद कर दिया था, जो कि बताया जा रहा है। और उसके बाद जो है सेग्रीगेशन हुई थी। उसके बाद लोगों को अलग करके कई लोगों को पूछा गया कि इफ़ यू आर नॉट मुस्लिम, तो आप अगर आप मुस्लिम है तो कलिमा पढ़िए, अगर नहीं है तो फिर गोलियां, अंधाधुंध गोलियां चलाई गई। अभी जो है इस बोल का जो है इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रहा है। कई चीज़ें हैं, कई सैंपल्स जो है फॉरेंसिक टीम्स ने अभी उठाए हैं। हालांकि CRPF J&K पुलिस जो है मॉनिटरिंग कर रही है ताकि क्राइम सीन जो है वो डिस्टर्ब ना हो। लेकिन जहाँ तक इस इंसिडेंट की बात कर रहे हैं, कल करीब 70 लोग जो थे वो यहाँ प्रेजेंट थे। यहाँ पर कई यहाँ एक मॉस्क भी देखने को आपको मिल रहा है, यहाँ ट्रैम्पोलिन है बच्चों के लिए, एक वो माउंटेन एयर का ट्रैकर्स के लिए ट्रैक बना हुआ है। तो कई तरह की एक्टिविटीज़ जो एक टूरिस्ट को चाहिए एक टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन पे, वो सब यहाँ मौजूद है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ा क्वेश्चन जो है कि ये टेररिस्ट इस तरह के ग्रासलैंड से, इस तरह के रिज से अंदर कैसे है। जहाँ आप इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर की बात करेंगे, कई महीनों से, पिछले 1-1.5 साल से आईबी का सेक्टर जो है काफ़ी गर्म रहा, कई इन्फिल्ट्रेशन अटेम्प्ट्स हुए को। तो कहा जा रहा है कि एक आईबी से जो इन्फिल्ट्रेशन हुआ है वो आते आते किश्तवाड़ आ गया, किश्तवाड़ से वो अनंतनाग इस रिज पे पहुंचा। और अनंतनाग में आप देख रहे हैं कि जो गडोल का ऑपरेशन हुआ था 2023 में, जिसमें आर्मी के 4 सोल्जर्स और एक जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस का डीएसपी की हत्या हुई थी। और उसके बाद जो है कि इस पूरे रिज में जो है एक्टिविटीज़ बढ़ती रही, क्योंकि कई जगह पर जो देखा गया कि ऑपरेशंस लॉन्च करने की कोशिश की लेकिन सक्सेस नहीं हो पाया। वो रीज़न यही है कि ये जो रिज है इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा थिक फॉलेज है और साथ साथ इसमें सिल्प है, जिसकी वजह से ऑपरेशंस जहाँ जहाँ कैरी हुए वो हैम्पर हुए, या जो पार्टीज़ थी उनको वापस लौट के आना पड़ा। तो टेररिस्ट ने एक एडवांटेज लिया इस तरह के रिज का। साथ साथ एक रेकी जो हुई है कि, और जो अभी बताया जा रहा है कि जो आइटनरी कई टूरिस्ट की है वो कहीं ना कहीं लीक हुई है, क्योंकि जहां आपके फॉरेन टूरिस्ट है वहीं आपका आईबी का ऑफिसर है, वहीं एक नेवल ऑफिसर भी है। तो कहीं ना कहीं इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसीज इस पर भी जोर लगा रही है कि क्या होटल से, क्या घोड़े वाले से, क्या ट्रांसपोर्टर से कोई ऐसी आइटनरी लीक हुई है, क्योंकि जो लोग यहाँ प्रेजेंट थे कुछ गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स भी थे। तो उस एक एंगल पे भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रही है, क्योंकि जो स्पॉट टेररिस्ट ने इस बार चूज़ किया है ये बिल्कुल अलग थलग स्पॉट है, जो पहलगाम मेन टाउन से बहुत दूर है। एक ट्रैकर्स का ट्रैक है जिसको अगर आप ट्रैकिंग करते हैं तो करीब 2 से 3 घंटे का ट्रैक है, मडी है, और जिसमें कई जगह पर जो है पेड़ गिरे हुए हैं। तो आसान रास्ता नहीं है यहाँ तक पहुँचना। लोग घोड़ों पे आते हैं या पैदल आते, मोटराइज रोड नहीं है कि आप गाड़ी में चल दिए और यहाँ पहुँचे, ऐसा कोई पॉसिबिलिटी तो है नहीं। अगर आप पैदल भी चल रहे हो तो कम से कम 5 घंटे का जो है ट्रैक है, जहां अगर आपको यहाँ बाइसरन के इन मीडोज में आना है। तो टेररिस्ट ने एक एडवांटेज लिया, एक रेकी प्रॉपरली हुई है कि अगर इस तरह का अटैक होता है तो इवैक्यूएशन में कितना टाइम लगेगा, क्योंकि इवैक्यूएशन जहां डिले हुआ, जो इंजर्ड लोग थे उनका ब्लड काफ़ी लॉस हुआ। अगर इवैक्यूएशन जल्दी हो पाता या ये जगह कनेक्टेड होती मेन रोड से तो शायद कई लोगों की जान बच जाती, लेकिन रास्ता बहुत कठिन है, बहुत अलग है, और साथ साथ यहाँ तक पहुँचने में बहुत टाइम लगता है। और इवैक्यूएशन के टाइम भी जो अटैक 3 बजे हुआ और 7 बजे के आसपास जो है इवैक्यूएशन ऑपरेशन स्टार्ट हुआ, और जब तक वो नीचे आए कई लोग जो है अपनी जान इस पूरे इंसिडेंट में गवा गए। और जहां कश्मीर के टूरिज़्म या टूरिस्ट पे अटैक की बात करेंगे तो मुझे लगभग यही याद है कि एक टूरिस्ट का अटैक जो हुआ था वो 2017 में, जब अमरनाथ यात्रा जो चल रही थी, जब सोनमर्ग से यात्री आ रहे थे, बटिंगो के पास पहुंचे तो लश्कर के काफ़िले ने उन पे ऊपर हमला किया। हालांकि उस वक्त लश्कर के जो लोग हैं उनको न्यूट्रलाइज भी किया गया था, लेकिन वो एक बड़ा अटैक था हिस्ट्री में। उसके बाद जो है एक CRPF पे 2019 में हुआ, फरवरी के महीने में, जब CRPF पे जैश मोहम्मद ने अटैक किया, JM ने CRPF के कॉन्वॉय पे अटैक किया, जिसमें करीब 40 CRPF पर्सनल्स की डेथ हुई। और उसके बाद ये बड़ा अटैक है। हालांकि गुलमर्ग में एक अटैक हुआ, साथ में सोनमर्ग में जो टनल अभी रिसेंटली इनॉग्रेट की प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने, वहाँ पर अटैक हुआ, जो कि 2024 अक्टूबर के एंड में हुआ था, एंड के दिनों में हुआ था। लेकिन ये एक चैलेंजिंग ऑपरेशन रहेगा, बल्कि जितना इंटेलिजेंस आप इतना इन्फ्यूज़ करेंगे उसमें और भी ज़्यादा लेयर्स मिलेंगे, क्योंकि टेररिस्ट यहाँ किस तरह से पहुँचे, कौन सा रास्ता लिया गया, कितना लोकल सपोर्ट मिला, क्या कोई आइटनरी लीक हुई थी, क्या किसी की आइडेंटिटी लीक हुई थी, कहाँ कितना एक्यूरेसी था इस अटैक में। और साथ साथ जो गेट को इन्होंने बंद किया ताकि कोई अंदर से बाहर ना निकले और बाहर का अंदर ना आए। जैसे कि बताया जा रहा है कि करीब 8 लोग थे, 4 काली यूनिफॉर्म में थे, कुछ 4 लोग आर्मी के फटीग में थे। ये एक एक्सरसाइज है जो लोगों को धोखा देने के लिए कि भाई शायद आर्मी के कमांडो है या आर्मी के लोग हैं तो डरने की ज़रूरत नहीं। लेकिन बाद में जब पता चला तो वो टेररिस्ट थे जिन्होंने अंधाधुंध गोलियाँ चलाई बच्चों और लड़कियों को, औरतों को अलग करके। लेकिन टारगेट जो रहा था वो मेल जो मेल थे उनके ऊपर टारगेट हुआ, कुछ लोगों पे सर के ऊपर गोली लगी, जिससे क्लियर है कि इंडिकेशंस और उनका मोटिव खाली यही था कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कैजुअलिटी हो। जिनकी डेथ हुई है मेजॉरिटी ऑफ देम वर हिट ऑन हेड इंजरीज बहुत ज़्यादा है, और जो इंजर्ड है उनको या तो एब्डोमेन में लगी है, या तो थाई में लगी है, या तो आर्म में लगी है, कुछ लोगों को ब्रूसिस लगे हैं, कुछ लोग जो यहाँ से भागे हैं दलदल में कुछ लोग फंसे थे, क्योंकि कई लोगों के जूते हमने देखे, कई लोगों के सॉक्स हमने देखे, बैग गिरे हुए हैं, तो दैट मीन्स दे वर रनिंग फॉर देयर लाइफ। और उस सारे चीज़ में कई लोगों की जो है एक्सटर्नल इंजरीज भी हुई है जिनको ट्रीटमेंट किया जा रहा है। हालांकि J&K एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने ऑलरेडी एक्सग्रेशिया अनाउंस किया है, जिनकी डेथ हुई है उनके किथन किन्स को 10 लाख, जिनकी इंजरीज है उनको 2 लाख, और जो कम छोटी इंजरीज में भी 1 लाख रुपए गवर्नमेंट ने अनाउंस किया है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज, सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है कि पाकिस्तानी टेररिस्ट जहां कश्मीर एक पीस की तरफ बढ़ रहा है, डेवलपमेंट के एजेंडे पे चल रहा है, वहीं अचानक जो है उस पीस में एक खलबली मच गई, उस पीस को ख़त्म कर दिया ग्राउंड पे। क्योंकि आज देखेंगे 2019 के बाद पहली बार कश्मीर में हड़ताल की कॉल देखने को मिली। पहले तो हड़ताल की कॉल जो है सेपरेटिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस देती थी, लेकिन आज पहली बार जो है पॉलिटिकल और सोशल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस ने इस हड़ताल को सपोर्ट किया है। दुकानें बंद है, कारोबार ठप है, जिससे ये पता चलता है कि कहीं ना कहीं कश्मीरी भी इस वाक़े से शर्मिंदा है। ये इट इज़ अटैक ऑन द ह्यूमैनिटी और इट इज़ एन अटैक ऑन कश्मीरियत, क्योंकि कश्मीर में कश्मीरी लोग जो है टूरिस्ट को मेहमान मानते हैं, उनको घरों में रखते हैं। क्या है फ्लैश फ्लड्स का टाइम रहा, अमरनाथ यात्रा में जब क्लाउड बर्स्ट हुआ उस वक्त के आपको तस्वीरें अगर याद होंगी, तो कई लोगों ने अपने घरों में ले जाकर टूरिस्ट को या यात्रीज को अपने घरों में रखा, उनका ध्यान रखा, उनको फूड प्रोवाइड किया। लेकिन वहीं आज देख रहे हैं कि एक कश्मीर में फिर से जो है कहीं किसी की गोद सुनी होगी, कहीं किसी का बच्चा चला गया, कहीं किसी का हस्बैंड चला गया, कहीं किसी का फादर चला गया। तो एक तरह का एक पेनफुल पिक्चर जो है कश्मीर से एक बार फिर से इमर्ज हुआ है। होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह कल शाम को यहाँ आए हुए थे, श्रीनगर में लैंडिंग हुई, उसके बाद राजभवन गए, वहाँ एक मीटिंग भी हुई ऑफिशियल्स को लेकर। क्वाइट क्लियर डायरेक्शंस थी कि न्यूट्रलाइज करो, जो भी थ्रेट आपको दिख रहा है, जो भी इनपुट्स मिल रहे हैं वो काम करिए और न्यूट्रलाइज करिए, क्योंकि जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इस तरह के टेररिज्म को कभी भी बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा। उसके बाद होम मिनिस्टर का जो विजिट था यहाँ था, होम मिनिस्टर इसी जगह आए, बाइसरन के इस पार्क में होम मिनिस्टर का विजिट हुआ, उनको उस स्पॉट पे लिया गया जहाँ पर इन लोगों ने जहाँ पर टेररिस्ट ने इस तरह का अटैक किया। हालांकि होम मिनिस्टर यहाँ से तो निकल गए, बट जब देखने वाला बात ये होगी कि इसके बाद व्हाट एक्शंस विल बी फॉलोड।
Zenat, be with me quickly. I have a breaking news update right now coming in from the national capital. I'm going across straight to that. The breaking update now coming in on the Pahalgam terror attack in the meeting chaired by the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, Air Force Chief Air Chief Marshal AP Singh, along with other officials who were present. The meeting has discussed all issues related to the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir. Issue expected to be discussed in further detail in the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting likely to be held today. And as I say with those pictures, quickly from Major General Datta, if I can get a 30-second intervention from you, because in this particular meeting, Raksha Mantri, NSA Ajit Doval, Air Force Chief, 3 key officials who were present along with officials. The fact that the Air Force Chief was there, obviously all options on the table is the indication. Further will be taken up at the Cabinet Committee on Security. Quick, sir, 30 seconds if I can get your intervention.
Absolutely. See, India will definitely plan for a massive retaliation or a retaliation which is going to hurt Pakistan very badly. So Pakistan can now brace themselves for what is going to come in to them. As far as I told you earlier also, we have to hit for a strategic solution for this menace. It is not cutting the leaves or the branches. We have to cut the tree. And the tree is the Pakistan army dominated by the Punjabi Muslim. It is the Punjabi Muslim in the Pakistan army who are perpetuating this entire terrorism in India. They are the ones who want to remain in power in Pakistan. They want to put the fear of India in the people of Pakistan that India is going to attack. And what is happening today in Pakistan, whether it is in Baluchistan, Sindh or Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, now is the time to activate the eastern border and let Pakistan bleed to death. And that is my take, that I hope our CCS, the Cabinet Committee on Security, our heads of the various organizations who matter today will take or make a plan which is going to make Pakistan bleed from its nose and from every pore of theirs. Yeah. And that is what should be a strategic response to Pakistan.
Yes,
There's
sir.
no point just hunting 4 guys, 5 guys here and there. We have to strike and cut the root of that Pakistan army from where the jihadis are being sent across into India. We are at war with Pakistan. There's no bhaibandi. There's no shaking hands. There's no aman ki asha. Bullshit. He's an enemy and the enemy should be dead like an enemy.
Yes, sir. Yes, I completely agree with you. I agree with your feelings, but not with your words that you're using on air, but I completely empathize with you and the feelings are the same. Let me go across also to Gursimran joining us live on the broadcast. Gursimran is live. Those are, by the way, pictures from the Pahalgam attack site, exactly where that shooting took place. And I heard one aspect which was extremely disturbing. In that video, in that location, looking at the fencing, and that fencing leads to the main gate, the entrance, and at that entrance, the gates were locked the moment the terrorists entered, and they ensured that nobody left through those gates, and the killings began. So they locked up the tourists inside that patch of land that you see there, referred to as mini Switzerland, where roughly 200 to 300 tourists were present at the time of the attack yesterday, a little after 2 p.m., exactly 24 hours ago. And my colleague Zeenat is there. She was describing it in great detail. I'll go back to her, but I want to get in a word from Gursimran as well. Gursimran, any word on the counter operations that are underway in different parts of Kashmir?
Niranjan, if you speak of the counter-insurgency operation, it's the Northern Army Commander Lieutenant General Amit Chandra Kumar, who is himself camping in the Srinagar, and also the key press briefing that was scheduled of the Northern Army Commander for tomorrow, that has to be postponed for an indefinite time. Reason being that the commander wants to focus completely on the ongoing operations. He has met all the formation commanders, and the formation commanders have been given the clear directions to intensify the operations, not only on the LOC, the result of which we have seen today with the 2 elimination of terrorists in the Baramulla's Uri sector, but also in the hinterland to find out the terrorists and then to neutralize them. Because see what is happening, the terrorists are moving from this side of Jammu region to that side, that is from the south of Pir Panjal to the north of Pir Panjal. They are moving, carrying out the attacks and then shifting their locations. So now the Indian Army has made a comprehensive plan that how the 15 Corps of the Indian Army and the 16 Corps of the Indian Army, they will work in synchronization with each other so that the terrorists do not get a chance to escape from one location to another, taking the advantage of the bifurcation of the areas between 2 corps of the Indian Army. So a strategy is being drafted and the operations are underway, Niranjan.
Okay, I'm quickly going across to Rakshita as well. Rakshita and Zeenat both live. Zeenat is at the site of the attack. Rakshita is at Lal Chowk. I'm going across to Rakshita. Rakshita, yes, they were angry, yeah, but what was some slogans were being raised. What is their issue with the forces? They are only safe there because the forces are keeping them safe. So what is their issue there?
Yeah. See, the thing is that we are at this Lal Chowk area. First of all, the shops are shut. Of course, there is the trade that has been targeted. The economy has been targeted. Tourism, of course, has been targeted, hitting the backbone of the Kashmir Valley. Very true. And that is something that everybody is angry about. And what surmounts everything is the loss of lives, which should be the most enraging factor here. And as far as the security is concerned, yes, there are concerns about the security lapses, and which, of course, the agencies are right now on. They are trying to investigate. Republic TV is getting those inputs also from our sources, that where all these terrorists were traveling to, how they were, and we are raising those pertinent questions, Niranjan, right from yesterday, that how did this happen and how many times will this happen? What is happening? Why? We see once, just recently, the Jammu region was the one that became the focus of these terrorists. Again, Pir Panjal was in focus. Today, once again, the same Pir Panjal is being talked about for terrorist attempt to revive terror in South Kashmir. So yes, there are concerns. There are concerns, but there are also concerns about the religion factor. But the fact that all that is being said by the witnesses, and again I quote, the witnesses have said that their husbands were asked what religion you are, what caste do you belong to, what community do you belong to, what religion do you belong to, and then they were shot point blank. They were shot from point blank range, and that is what the witnesses. Are you telling me the witnesses were lying? That woman who has lost her husband, that those victims, those family members, they have said that on record. So it's our right to bring out the 360-degree view, and we have brought those voices that matter, that bloodshed that happened, those innocent civilians over here for no reason, just to live their life, a part of their country where they have full right to travel to. They have the right to travel to in this part of the country. It's very much the part of their own country. And yes, there should be questions raised as to what happened, why were these infiltrators, moving here, wrecking the area and carrying on this dastardly attack. So yes, Shravan, there is anger. Earlier we spoke to people outside the police headquarters. That is where Amit Shah was for the wreath-laying ceremony. There were people who said that we are all united and that we want an end to this terror. I just would pan and show that these shops are shut. Last time I was here, I was here, Niranjan, when it was the Jammu Kashmir elections, and we were reporting live during prime time from here, and it was so proud. It was a hustling, bustling market to see everybody very happy, peacefully. There was even a truck of the Lord Hanuman, that temple was made just like Ram temple. So that was a delightful scene that maybe decades ago, Kashmir will not imagine, India would not have imagined. So this is Naya Kashmir that people, those demons sitting across the border cannot stomach. And this is what they want. They want the trade to be affected. They want these shops to be shut. They do not want normalcy, which was being, which was visible. If you talk about the tulip garden in Srinagar, this time, record number of visitors, turnout of 8.1 lakh. That is the answer. That is something they did not like. That is something that those people, the Asim Munirs and his puppets, cannot stomach, because they can't have their house in order. They are losing Balochistan, and they have their own internal conflicts. They're losing ground. So they are resorting to such means and shedding the blood of the innocent Indians. And this is what they want, to destabilize the nation. And that is what the government has resolved, and the agencies have resolved, that they will bring to justice, they will expose them. And as Republic TV is gathering all the inputs, all our reporters are gathering those inputs, are clearly showing the hand of Rawalpindi behind this. What is really happening? The anger should be directed, Niranjan, to where it belongs to. The roots. India should be cutting the roots of terrorism. That is the Terroristan, your dear neighbor. Niranjan.
Yes. Zinath is joining me live. There's another bit of breaking news update that I quickly want to tell our viewers. The Union Home Minister is returning to Delhi. Home Minister Amit Shah, set to head back to Delhi, will board a flight from Srinagar's technical airport shortly. It's an update that we're getting in. He was at Pahalgam this morning, was in PCR Srinagar, moved to Pahalgam, and will head back to Srinagar now and head back to Delhi. From there, boarding a flight at the technical airport, and in Delhi he will be a part of the Cabinet Committee on Security, where he will of course debrief the rest of his cabinet colleagues, including the Prime Minister and top officials. Top security establishment of the country will be there when they take a final decision. That is where the decision will be taken on the appropriate response that will now have to be given to Pakistan. Okay, let me go back to Zinath now. Zinath is live at that location. Zinath, show us how it happened. It's right behind you. From where you're standing, if you can give us a detailed description, narration of what happened yesterday. You also told us briefly that the gates were shut, right? I think her line is cut. Maybe she can't hear me. She's just moving away from the camera, indicating that maybe her line is cut. So I will go back to her. And Zinath, these are pictures that she brought to us earlier from the Pahalgam attack site. And these are pictures that are coming in live, where NIA teams are also present. The NIA teams are collecting evidence. Their investigation has begun into the attack that took place in Pahalgam. 28 lives lost. And these are pictures that are coming in. In fact, I have more details, more responses coming in. Okay, the Israeli ambassador is speaking live. Let's cut across, please.
intelligence-wise, technology-wise, methodology, etc. So we will continue this cooperation
So I
in the
mentioned
future.
there can be a cross-border linkage in this, possibly the hands of Pakistan-backed terrorists. In this scenario, what will be Israel's suggestion for action, or how do you look at this situation?
As I said, Israel is not in the business of recommending other countries what to do on a particular case. I'm sure that the Indian government and the authorities here have much better intelligence about the situation in the trans-border area and how to deal with this issue. As I said, we are going to concentrate in cooperation when it comes to, in general terms, when it comes to methodology, when it comes to technology, when it comes to intelligence, and this is a very important work that we will continue doing.
Thank you so much for sparing time, sir. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you very much.
Back. Zeenat, I wanted you to take our viewers through what happened yesterday. The blow-by-blow account, where the terrorists entered from, and what they did to lock the tourists inside and try to inflict maximum casualties. Zeenat. There was a report that Zeenat sent. Maybe we can play that report out. Zeenat sent a report a few minutes back. We will publish that report and take that. She sent a fairly detailed report. There are more responses coming in. Union Home Minister Amit Shah also put out a tweet sometime back. And there are pictures that he's put out following his meeting with the families and the survivors of the Pahalgam terror attack. These are live breaking updates that we are getting in. Meanwhile, we had another breaking news update coming in of Pakistan government, Pakistan opposition, Pakistani politicians preparing for India's response. And we have a post that has also been put out by Pakistan leader of opposition. Before I read out details of that, quick news updates now that Prime Minister Modi, who was scheduled to visit Kanpur on the 24th of April, that's tomorrow, that visit stands cancelled. He was scheduled to visit Kanpur to inaugurate and lay foundation stone for development projects. He will not be going through with that project. I hope Zeenat is live now. If Zeenat is live, I'll try and go back to her this time. She's at an area where there is very little connectivity. Zeenat, blow-by-blow account. Where did they enter from? How did they ensure maximum casualties? You showed us a gate. Give us the full account. Let's go full frame to Zeenat and stay with her live.
See, Niranjan, I'll show you the visuals from the ground zero so that you understand the picture, what happened exactly here. See the ridges that you see behind this thick foliage. You see the mountains covered with, these are the snow-covered mountains, these peaks. This is Kishtawar Ridge. Kishtawar connects you to Simthon top of Kokarnag, that is again part of Anantnag. And the ridge further comes down to this Baisaran village, which is in Pahalgam. So the terrorists who carried this attack yesterday, they had come from this grassland, the very thick foliage that you see, the green color pine, long pine trees that you see, they have made their entry from that very side. There was no entry made by the terrorists from the main gate. So once they entered this, they saw the kids playing. Some of them were having the snacks, some were playing with their articles, some balls, equipments were also found here when the forensic and the other people reached, and all these articles have now in the custody of Jammu and Kashmir police. You see the trampoline there. There the kids between the young group of 8 to 12. They were also playing. Some were doing the trekking. And all these activities that you see here, people had come for this. But the main focus for this place was attraction for the meadows. That is why taking such a difficult track, walking on foot for 5 long years and reaching here for what? They came here to and they lost their life. Although challenging atmosphere, you see that the people who you see in the casuals with assisting the police, they are all from the intelligence agencies who are taking again a briefing. Some Samples were also collected by the NIA earlier. So the inside the bowl, all these are from the government departments, from the security wings. No civilian is this time allowed inside this very bowl because none of the officials want to disturb the crime scene. So the presence of the people that you see inside the bowl are all the officials from different wings, from the CID, from SBI, from SIB, NIA, and also from the other intelligence wings. They are all being assisted by Jammu and Kashmir police. This is the Anantnag district police. They are the ones who are assisting them. In fact, the crime scene since yesterday have not been disturbed. Whatever was lying yesterday at the place, it is still lying there. Home Minister of the country visited this place. He was briefed by the security officials while back about the incident that took place, how it all happened. Everything was briefed. There was a proper briefing that had come to Home Minister of the country, Amit Shah, about the Pahalgam attack. Now we see the security agencies have also released the sketch of the men suspected to be involved in the terror attack, in which some 26 people lost their life. The men all are Pakistani. They have the code names like Musa, Yunus, Asif, and have been involved in multiple terror-related incidents in the Punch of Jammu region. Their presence was also felt in the Jammu region. The sketches, as per the sources, were prepared with the help of the survivors of the Pahalgam attack. From the pencil sketch in black and white, they appear to be young and beard, although TRF, a shadow outfit of the band Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorist group, claimed the responsibility for the attack yesterday. That is there. Then we have been seeing the heartbreaking to see the exodus of the guests. Pahalgam attack. This is a line that has come from the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Umar Abdullah, saying that this is another exodus, because exodus is usually being used for the Kashmiri Pandits when they left the valley in 90s. Now again the term has been used by Chief Minister of J&K, Umar Abdullah, saying that it's heartbreaking to see the exodus of the guests from the valley following the gruesome attack in Pahalgam that has left some 26 people dead. Meanwhile, we are seeing the Jammu and Srinagar Jammu highway has also been blocked. With the result, we are seeing Air India, Indigo, and other airlines have been asked to operate more additional flights so that the passengers who are stuck here, they are able to reach their destination. Then Kashmir University students, the scholars, have called for a protest against the Pahalgam attack. Security agencies released sketches that I talked about. Then we see also the Mehbooba Mufti. She has also condemned the attack, apologizing to the nation, and it says that this is an attack on the humanity. We see traders protest in the Kangan against the Pahalgam, and then a BJP leader who's the leader of opposition, Sunil Sharma, saying that those involved in the Pahalgam attack won't be spared. This is one of the worst attack that the history has witnessed in Kashmir, when the tourists were attacked in a broad daylight. The kids, the young women, the old age people have been attacked by the terrorists. Now, this is definitely a difficult task, but challenging also to see that those who are the perpetrators who have carried this attack, when they will be neutralized. Because right now the biggest challenge for the security forces is to neutralize all those who are behind this attack, so that they don't carry or they don't penetrate into another civilian population area, or they carry any such further strike. So the main focus now will be to neutralize the ones who have been here, who have carried this kind of terror attack in the Kashmir Valley, where the two foreign nationals, IB officer, the Navy officer, among 26 tourists that were killed in the deadly attack here at Baisaran village in Pahalgam yesterday. And we see the Home Minister giving a very loud cry, saying those who are behind this will not be spared. The terrorists came into this grassland, which my VJ Mubashir is focused focusing on. They came into this grassland, separated women and children before firing. Attackers asked names before shooting down people. Father was asked to recite Islamic verse. The kalima he was asked. Para-commandos, police, CRPF searched to hunt down all those who carried this attack, this drastic attack in which 26 people, mostly tourists, were killed. Terrorists opened fire at the civilians.
Okay, these are pictures of Union Home Minister Amit Shah. We had pictures of him. That's him at the Pahalgam attack site earlier this morning. We had a different view, different shot of repeat pictures, basically repeat pictures of the Union Home Minister who was there at the Pahalgam attack site earlier today, getting a more detailed feed that is now coming in of him being briefed by commanders and at the site getting a full lowdown of how the Pakistani terrorists carried out the attack in which 28 tourists, unarmed, all of them were shot dead at that particular site. Yes, Zeenat, looking at those pictures, I'm keeping those pictures on, and I'd like you to speak over those pictures. Who were the officers who briefed the Home Minister? What was he briefed on? Do we have any more details that you're picking up of what has happened?
See, as far as the people who are the officers who have briefed the Home Minister includes the CID Chief Nitish Kumar, who was here, and now he has left to Srinagar to be with the Home Minister, because Home Minister will head back to Delhi in some time. He will be taking the flight from the technical airport in Srinagar. He was also, Home Minister was briefed by the intelligence chief from the IB. He was here. Then the Jammu and Kashmir police, other officers, the army officers, every one of them were present, and they also made Home Minister they also showed the Home Minister the spot where they got all those people together when they were fired upon by the terrorists. In fact, the group of terrorists came into the grassland and separated the women and children from men miling around eateries, taking pony rides, or just picnicking. They fired upon them, leaving them in a critical condition. Some of them succumbed here on the spot. Some of the bodies were seen lifeless. They were lying here on the floor, and later they were evacuated from here. In fact, this is those who were some of the officers from IB was also here. He was on vacation with his family when he was shot. Then he had come to Kashmir on the LTC tour. That is what we have been told. But this is one of the deadliest attacks, Niranjan, that Kashmir has witnessed. That is why we see that outrage on the ground. We are seeing the Kashmiris are condemning it in every possible way, whether it is through their hartal call, the band call, the protests that have been carried by even the student unions are carrying the protest in Srinagar. Srinagar has been quite in news because of most of the things are taking place in Srinagar. In Pahalgam, you just have this attack spot where the things are now presently has calmed down, because the venue has been taken over by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the intelligences, but the focus will be in Srinagar more, that how the meetings will pan, what will be the further direction.
I request you to stay with me,
because the terrorists who have managed from this very...
Zeenat, I request you to stay with me. I need to take a break. We'll take a short break. Have to take it now. I'll come back to you in just a few minutes. Zeenat reporting live non-stop from the Pahalgam attack site.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आप मुझे बताइए, क्या आप बताना चाहेंगे जो इस तरह के टूरिस्ट पर जो है अटैक किया गया?
ये बुजलाना हरकत जो उन्होंने की। मेरा नाम राकेश कोल, बीजेपी डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रेसिडेंट अनंतनाग। पेशेंट के लिए मैं श्रीनगर में था तुरंत। ये कुछ लोग रहे हैं जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर्ड है, जो नहीं चाहते कि जो नया कश्मीर का आगाज हुआ है, आपके चैनल के माध्यम से उनको कहना चाहता हूं, मौत के घाट उतारेंगे, उनकी छोड़ेंगे नहीं। हमारे जेके पुलिस, हमारी आर्मी, हमारा आज का यहाँ यूथ इनके खिलाफ है, क्योंकि नया कश्मीर जो नया कश्मीर बना ये कंडेनेबल है। और उनको चेतावनी दे रहा हूं, अरे गीदड़ो, गीदड़ की मौत मरोगे जितने बाकी लोग आप गीदड़ के लोग मर गए, जैसे आप भी मरोगे। ये वादा है हमारी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का, एलजी साहब का ये वादा है। मौत के घाट उठाएंगे, आप निहत्तों को मारेंगे। ये किस कुरान शरीफ में लिखा है, किस भगवत गीता में लिखा है कि जो टूरिस्ट आ जाए तो ये करे, उनके साथ ऐसा करेंगे आप। आपको वहां भी, आपको वहां के दरवाजे बंद हो चुके, अल्लाह ताला ने आपके वो दरवाजे बंद किए हैं। और ये बुज़दिलान हरकत मत करो, हटो इससे। आपको कब्र भी नसीब नहीं मिलेगी, आपको कब्र भी नहीं नसीब मिलेगी, क्योंकि अल्लाह ताला का भी सब कुछ है। इनको जमीन दोज करेंगे हम, हमारी गौ।
ये जो वाक़ा हुआ है बाइसरन पहलगाम है, इसकी जितनी निंदा की जाए, जितना विरोध किया जाए, जितनी मुखालफत की जाए, वो कम है। आज के इस हादसे पर जबकि पूरा हिंदुस्तान इसको कंडेम कर रहा है, निंदा कर रहा है, और पूरा जम्मू कश्मीर मातम मना रहा है, मातम रियली। ये मैं पहली दफ़ा देखा कि जम्मू कश्मीर में मस्जिदों में, मेरे पास कई मस्जिदों की जम्मू प्रोविंस चिनाब वैली के, और यहाँ के भी मैं उसूल करूँगा, जहाँ इमाम साहब दहशत गर्दों और दहशत गर्दी की इस हमाकत को और इस बेवकूफ़ी को और इस हरकत को कंडेम करते हैं और आवाम से अपील करते हैं कि दहशत गर्दों का साथ मत दें।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते, and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
I have Pallavi on with us on the phone line. She lost her husband Manjunath. We spoke about Manjunath just a while back. Pallavi, my deepest condolences on your loss. Can you please tell me, Pallavi, where are you right now? And
right now I'm in Pahalgam Mountain Villa Hotel. Pahalgam Mount Hotel. All tourists we are here.
And I just want you to tell me what happened, if you can share with us at that point of time what they said.
My husband, myself, and my son have went to Kashmir trip on 19th. 3 days everything was very nice. Today we came to Pahalgam.
Yes.
Hello. Today we came to Pahalgam, and we were in that mini Switzerland point is there now. So we went there. Just within 5 minutes, we could hear some these bullets.
All right, viewers, we are at reporting live from Srinagar's Lal Chowk, where there are people from the travel fraternity, there are travel agents, there are hoteliers, people from the chamber also who are protesting at the Lal Chowk, and they're raising slogans.
बंद करो, बंद करो,
कश्मीरियत का कत्लेआम,
बंद करो, बंद करो,
कश्मीरियत का कत्लेआम,
बंद करो, बंद करो,
कश्मीरियत का कत्लेआम.
So they're protesting against the shutdown and how tourists have been targeted. Sir, tourists target हुए हैं, उसको लेकर आप लोगों ने धरना भी दिया.
मैम, एंटायर कश्मीर टूरिज्म फर्टर्निटी या कश्मीर के सारे लोग स्टैंड विद सॉलिडारिटी विद द टूरिस्ट एंड वी कंडेम दिस बारबरिक इंसिडेंट. और ये किसी भी तरीके से इंसानियत के इंसान का काम नहीं है. दिस इज इनह्यूमन एट ऑल एंड वी स्टैंड विद टूरिस्ट इन दीज डिफिकल्ट टाइम्स. मैम
देखिए, एक मिनट, हम आज यहाँ इसलिए आए हैं, ये जो मेरे साथ ये तमाम भाई बरादर हैं, हम अपने बिजनेस के लिए नहीं आए हैं. प्लीज मेक इट श्योर. हम ट्रैवल एजेंट भी हैं, होटलियर भी हैं, दुकानदार भी हैं, हाउस बोट वाले भी हैं, शिकारे. हम यहाँ सिर्फ इंसानियत का खून हुआ है उसके लिए आए हैं. बिजनेस आता जाता रहेगा. डोंट टेक इट इन योर माइंड दैट वी आर हेयर, हमारी कैंसिलेशंस हो गए, उसलिए नहीं. हम कश्मीरियत को जिंदा रखना चाहते हैं. हमारे तमाम भाई, तमाम ट्रैवल हेड्स यहाँ पर हैं, इसलिए हम आए हैं. और हम इस कल के वाक़े को कंडेम करते हैं. कश्मीरी ने हमेशा टूरिस्ट के लिए अपनी जान दी है और जान देंगे. हम इस कल के वाक़े को बहुत ही ज्यादा कंडेम करते हैं.
So there you have, viewers, the anger is palpable, and we will continue with showing you the ground reality, what people are saying on Ground Zero, only on Republic TV. We'll be right back after a very short break.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला. पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला.
आप मुझे बताइए, क्या आप बताना चाहेंगे जो इस तरह के टूरिस्ट पर जो है अटैक किया गया?
ये बुजलाना हरकत जो उन्होंने की. मेरा नाम राकेश कोल, बीजेपी डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रेसिडेंट अनंतनाग. पेशेंट के लिए मैं श्रीनगर में था तुरंत. ये कुछ लोग रहे हैं जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर्ड है, जो नहीं चाहते कि जो नया कश्मीर का आगाज हुआ है. आपके चैनल के माध्यम से उनको कहना चाहता हूं, मौत के घाट उतारेंगे, उनकी छोड़ेंगे नहीं. हमारे जेके पुलिस, हमारी आर्मी, हमारा आज का यहाँ यूथ इनके खिलाफ है, क्योंकि नया कश्मीर जो नया कश्मीर बना ये कंडेमेबल है. और उनको चेतावनी दे रहा हूं, अरे गीदड़ो, गीदड़ की मौत मरोगे जितने बाकी लोग आप गीदड़ के लोग मर गए, जैसे आप भी मरोगे. ये वादा है हमारी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का, LG साहब का ये वादा है.
निंदनीय है कि धर्म पूछकर वहां पर लोगों की हत्या की गई है. एक प्रकार से भारत को डिवाइड करने का यह प्रयास है, भारत में विभाजन तैयार करने का यह प्रयास है. ऐसे प्रयासों को हम लोगों ने फेल करना चाहिए, उसे यशस्वी नहीं होने देना चाहिए. और ये जो तत्व है, इन तत्वों को कुचलना चाहिए.
आर्थिक मदद किस तरह से आप?
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र में जो 6 लोगों की मृत्यु हुई है, हम लोग 5 लाख रुपए हर परिवार को देंगे.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं. बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ.
MDH.
मुझे यहाँ पर थी, क्या बोलते भेलपुरी खाने से मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान है उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे।
उसने बोला कि ये शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
नहीं आप टेंशन मत लो, अब बेटा आप यहाँ पे रहो, हम साथ में। मैडम ये जो वहीद साहब है प्रेसिडेंट, आप टेंशन मत लो,
मेरे पति का बच्चा लो,
हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं। भाई फोन दब से मन युवा डिजाइन किया है। ठीक है हम बचा देंगे ना, आप टेंशन मत लो, मैं आ रहा हूँ। मैं कहाँ पे आप
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आप मुझे बताइए, क्या आप बताना चाहेंगे जो इस तरह के टूरिस्ट पर जो है अटैक किया गया?
ये बुजलाना हरकत जो उन्होंने की। मेरा नाम राकेश कोल, बीजेपी डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रेसिडेंट अनंतनाग। पेशेंट के लिए मैं श्रीनगर में था तुरंत। ये कुछ लोग रहे हैं जो पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर्ड है, जो नहीं चाहते कि जो नया कश्मीर का आगाज हुआ है, आपके चैनल के माध्यम से उनको कहना चाहता हूं, मौत के घाट उतारेंगे, उनकी छोड़ेंगे नहीं। हमारे जेके पुलिस, हमारी आर्मी, हमारा आज का यहाँ यूथ इनके खिलाफ है, क्योंकि नया कश्मीर जो नया कश्मीर बना ये कन्यामुल है। और उनको चेतावनी दे रहा हूं, अरे गिदड़ो, गीदड़ की मौत मरोगे जितने बाकी लोग आप गीदड़ के लोग मर गए, जैसे आप भी मरोगे। ये वादा है हमारी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का, LG साहब का, ये वादा है। मौत के घाट उठाएंगे, आप निहत्तों को मारेंगे। ये किस कुरान शरीफ में लिखा है, किस भगवत गीता में लिखा है कि जो टूरिस्ट आ जाए जो ये करे, उनके साथ ऐसा करेंगे आप। आपको वहां के दरवाजे बंद हो चुके, अल्लाह ताला ने आपके वो दरवाजे बंद किए हैं। और ये बुज़दिलान हरकत मत करो, हटो इससे। आपको कब्र भी नसीब नहीं मिलेगी, आपको कब्र भी नहीं नसीब मिलेगी, क्योंकि अल्लाह ताला का भी सब कुछ है। इनको जमीन दोज करेंगे हम। हमारी गवर्नमेंट, हमारी आज मीटिंग हो रही है, अमित शाह जी हमारी मीटिंग ले रही है, तुरंत हमें आना पड़ा। हम इनके साथ हैं। हमने कहा गुजरात से परेशान मत के। मैं बहुत ही यहाँ के जो हमारे स्टाफ है, जो नर्सिंग स्टाफ है, डॉक्टर्स है, आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल टू ऑल।
One more team of FSL is reaching to this very terror spot in some time from now. The venue has been taken over by the security agencies to get more samples, to get more leads. As far as the Baisaran terror attack is concerned, that saw some 26 civilians, some 26 tourists lost their life, and also 17 suffered injuries. More on the story, keep watching Republic TV.
मतलब इनमें अब ट्रैवल से हैं। हेलो, Right, viewers, as we speak, we are getting in visuals from more protests happening. In fact, the trade union is also going to hold protests in a short while from now. And just we give a panoramic view of all 360-degree. These are the protests happening all across Lal Chowk. People are demanding justice. They want revenge. They want a befitting reply, Niranjan. This is what they want. This is the reality of Kashmir right now as we speak. What we are showing is from Ghantaghar, is from the clock tower that is Lal Chowk. It has its own historical significance, as Kashmir has its own shares of different phases. In Naya Kashmir, this dastardly attack has of course brought about this sort of a protest that has not been seen before. There are young and the old, everybody who has come out on the streets, right from the police headquarters where we were reporting from earlier, where the wreath laying was happening, and now at the Ghantaghar we are seeing that the protests are happening. There are demands that how that how come these Pakistani terrorists intrude, and who will in fact take action against them? When will India take action against them? One of the slogans in fact read that there should be end to it, that ab bahut ho gaya. This is one of the hashtags, if you can see. Stop killing innocents. We are not the enemies, we are the wounded. We condemn innocent killings. That is what they are raising. And of course there are more voices on ground zero that we are going to. I believe my colleague, all right, I'm told that Colonel Shailendra Singh, defense expert, Group Captain, UK Devanath. And Colonel Shailendra Singh, I'll just go across to you, sir. Colonel Singh, right now, Colonel Shailendra Singh, I am right now at Lal Chowk, sir. Last time, few months back during the elections, I visited this place. It was, of course, the security was there. The shops were open. It was all hustling, bustling. The roads were, glittering, and they were all open. And it was a very safe walk all this way. Today, we see that these shops are shut. There are protests happening. That the youth have also come out and supported what has happened. They are lending support to the victims. They are saying that we all are one, that we condemn and we protest against the killings of the innocent. But the fact that you see how economy is being hit, and as we speak, viewers, live update coming in. We also have some aerial survey that is happening. I believe we should not show it, but yes, Colonel Shailendra Singh, Naya Kashmir is something that has not been digested well. It's not something that those across the border can stomach, and this is what they want. They want destabilization.
Jai Hind, Namaskar. I can only tell you one thing. What they are doing is much appreciated, but that is not adequate. What they want is from there. What I want from here is that, my dear Kashmiri brothers, only just by protesting at Lal Chowk is not enough. Tell your village, tell your houses that they should be alert against the terrorists. Any movement, any supporter needs to be reported. Everything which you can do against terrorism, you must do. Open out, be brave to bring to the security forces notice if anything is going wrong. It is only that when such a killing takes place that you want to come out. Very much I appreciate, but stand by it during normal times. The terrorism is not going to invade into Lal Chowk because you are standing there firm. We are little weaker on the outskirts. That is why they exploit that opportunity and come there. It is impossible for anybody that they cross over and without any local support or guidance, they are able to carry out such a recce or for that matter such a strike. It is
Colonel
very
Singh,
surprising.
I'll just go across to you once again. Yes, Colonel Singh, very spot on there, but we have breaking news coming in. The Defense Minister, the NSA and the three chiefs have concluded their meeting. What we know so far, it lasted for 3 hours, and there are at least three options that have been now ascertained. Three specific options that have been created, that have been decided upon for retaliation, and that as we speak, we will connect with our reporters on ground to tell us more about it. Niranjan also joins us from the studio.
Yes.
Niranjan, these three options will be laid out before the Prime Minister, and it's high time that we hit back the soonest.
Well, from the details that we've picked up, in that meeting were Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, you had the Air Force Chief, you had National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, and the security situation in Kashmir was specifically discussed, obviously, and the recommendations, they said, will be taken further to the CCS or the Cabinet Committee on Security further at 6 p.m. At 6 p.m. is that particular meeting in the national capital, expected after the Home Minister lands in Delhi. I'm getting in more details, more and more global voices. This afternoon, Anthony Albanese of Australia saying that he spoke to Prime Minister Modi to offer his condolences on behalf of Australia following the terrorist attack in Jammu and Kashmir, and that the horrific loss of life of innocent civilians is an act of senseless violence which has shocked the world. Those responsible must be held to account. Australia and India are great friends. We stand with India in this difficult time. Even Maldives has texted the Prime Minister. Maldives tweeting Muidzu, who's otherwise taken an anti-India stand in the past, saying deeply saddened and shocked by the horrific terror attack in Pahalgam, which has claimed innocent lives and left many injured. The government of Maldives remains steadfast in commitment to combating terror in all its forms and manifestations. Our thoughts are with the victims and the families during this difficult time. And as we stay with the pictures and the details coming in, I'd also like to go across to Group Captain Devnath on this breaking story. 3 hours, Service Chiefs, National Security Advisor Rajnath Singh. I don't think the people of this country, sir, and if you saw the pictures of the families and the survivors, those who were there, those who saw the attacks, those who saw their fathers, their brothers getting shot by Pakistani terrorists, I don't think they will settle for just a strike this time, a surgical strike. I'm not so sure, given the extent of what has happened.
Yes, Niranjan, the nation is in shock. My sympathies to the people who have martyred. Fact remains that CCS, when it meets at 6 o'clock this evening, will have to take very, very strong and difficult decisions. Rajnath Singh ji will be there, Amit Shah ji will be there, S. Jaishankar will be there, NSA Ajit Doval will be there. Fact remains that on ground we have to take stronger actions. One action which is required is a heavy crackdown on these insurgents, these terrorists within the territory of India. That will be domain mostly of Home Ministry, our paramilitary forces. They are doing a wonderful job. I am very sure that once they are unleashed, they will locate these terrorists from their hideouts in villages and kasbahs of Kashmir and ensure that they reach 72 Hurs. Second option definitely being considered will be an Uri-like surgical strike on ground by our special forces and commandos. They can easily penetrate within a time span of 2 to 4 hours, a distance of 10 to 15 kilometers inside POK. POK remains part of India. Definitely it is part of India. So if there are any terrorists hiding in POK, their launch pads, then India has the right to strike them from ground action. Balakot is a classic example of an airstrike being carried out against terrorist locations and it was highly successful. So action number 1 will be a harder crackdown on terrorists hiding and their supporters within India. Action number 2, a ground strike by our special forces, commandos. Probably they will be heli-borne this time so that they can go a little more in depth. And third will be a strike like Balakot, but this time at multiple locations, more in depth and probably a little more closer to the heart of Pakistan towards Islamabad, towards Rawalpindi. Yes.
Okay, some more breaking news updates coming in. This is information that people can use, our viewers can use. As far as airlines are concerned, strict instructions have been given. Quick news update that strict instructions have been given to airline companies to avoid any fare surges. Fares are being monitored, kept at reasonable levels. As many people, there is a surge, especially to move out of Kashmir to different districts or different cities across the country. In addition to the 4 extra flights already announced, 3 more flights to Delhi have been added for today from Indigo. Food and water are being provided at the airport. Extra tents set up outside for those who are waiting. Between 6 a.m. and 12 p.m., Srinagar airport has handled almost 20 departures with 3,500 passengers who have left Srinagar in the last few hours alone. There is a big traffic surge in Srinagar. And we are also picking up details of special trains that have been arranged to address transportation challenges faced by stranded passengers. A special train from SMVD Katra to New Delhi to assist stranded passengers, accommodate the extra rush. Special train service has been launched, details of which I'm getting in right now. And tickets available over the counter from Katra, Udhampur, Jammu stations. And these are also to facilitate, the huge rush, the surge of people leaving Kashmir now that could be in excess of 1 lakh. And all of them are leaving Kashmir. Now, many of them remain, but most of them have been asked to leave, at least now. The faces of terror on your screen: Abu Talha, Pakistani handler, Suleiman Shah, and Asif Fauji. The 3 faces of terror. In that picture that you see, one of them has already been eliminated, and 3 of them have been identified One of them has already been neutralized in Zmor tunnel in the past. This is an old picture that you saw of the 4 terrorists standing together. Abu Talha on the extreme right of that picture, and that is him on the right that you see. And these are pictures that are coming in. First of all, we have a breaking news update now coming in. The Defence Minister, NSA, 3 chiefs, their meeting lasted 3 hours. Some more details being picked up. Defence Secretary, other senior officials were also present. 3 specific options have been created for retaliation. So this is a new news point that I've just picked up. Aishwarya, my colleague, has shared that detail. I'm going back to Rakshita now as I share the details. 3 specific options for retaliation. I'll go across to the defence experts on that. But first up, protests continue in Lal Chowk. I'm going back to Rakshita for a live hit. Rakshita.
Yes, Niranjan, in fact, the protests are in full swing right now, and they're demanding that innocents should not be targeted. Sir, आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं? जिस तरह से यहाँ पर धड़ाधड़ गोलीबारी हुई, भरी दोपहर में हुई, और एक के बाद एक जो लोग बाहर से आए थे, उनका मजहब पूछ के उनको मारा।
मुझे एक मिनट बात करने दीजिए। ये हमारे वहाँ पर मुस्लिम भी मरे हैं, वहाँ के यहाँ पे
जो टेररिस्ट है, दहशतगर्दी
है, उनको लीगल
वही कश्मीरियत जिंदा रखना चाहते हैं। हम वही कश्मीरियत जिंदा रखना चाहते हैं। जब भी यहाँ कभी टूरिस्ट दरबंदा होते हैं तो हम अपने दरवाजे खोलते हैं, मस्जिदों के दरवाजे खोलते हैं, घरों के दरवाजे खोलते हैं। हम टूरिस्ट के दुश्मन नहीं है, हम हिंदुस्तान के दुश्मन नहीं है, हम कश्मीरियत के साथ हैं, हम हिंदुस्तान के साथ हैं। हिंदुस्तान माना जाता था, कश्मीर माना जाता था मेहमान नवाजी के लिए, माना हुआ पूरे वर्ल्ड में कश्मीर मेहमान नवाजी के लिए। टूरिस्ट हमारे मेहमान होते हैं। हम आपने पिछली बार देखा है सोनमर्ग में जब वो बर्फ पड़ी है, हम लोगों ने मस्जिदें खोली है, घर खोले हैं, दरवाजे खुले रखे हैं, हर कोई सेवा उनको दी है। हम टूरिस्टों के साथ है, उनके परिवार के साथ है। जान है, टूरिस्ट हमारी जान है। हम यहाँ पे सिर्फ बिजनेस फर्टर्निटी यहाँ पे नहीं है, यहाँ पे कॉमन मैन भी है, यहाँ पे हर कोई आया है ताकि इस चीज को मजम्मत किया जाए। हम इसको कंडम करते हैं। ये जो अमन के दुश्मन होते हैं, इन्होंने करवाया, अब थूकते हैं उस अटैक पे जिसने ये करवाया, चाहे किसी दहशतगर्द ने किया है, या किसी जहादी ने किया है, या किसी एजेंसी ने करवाया, या सियासतदानों ने करवाया। हम थूकते हैं उस सियासत पे, हम थूकते हैं ऐसी चीजों पे जो हमें सिर्फ बदनाम करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। कश्मीरियत जिंदाबाद है, हमेशा जिंदाबाद रहेगी।
किया है ना, वो टेररिस्ट है, ना वो दहशतगर्द है, वो दरिंदा है, उसका कोई मजहब नहीं है, उसका कोई दीन नहीं है। जिस बंदे ने की मैशियत खराब करने के लिए सब कुछ हो रहा है।
पहली बार हिस्ट्री में देखा होगा आपने कि हड़ताल आज किस वजह पे हुई है, वरना यहाँ पे पास में ऐसी हड़तालें हुई थी जो सारे आज
नजर आ रहे हैं। आप उनसे पूछ सकते हैं, हम कश्मीरी।
So as you can see, right, that is the anger that is on ground zero. Of course, they are giving their own side, what they feel and what they demand. And in the end, of course, the entire country unites to demand justice from north to south, east to west, across the length and breadth of the country. One demand, that we want justice. We will not take it lie down. Innocents will not be killed anymore on Indian soil. Back to you in the studios.
Yes. Colonel Shailendra Singh, what do you think those options could be, the 3 options?
Oh yes, you are asking about the 3 options. I'll give you the 4th one, which is better. Leave the CCS to take a decision, only one. Free the army to take the decision which is most suitable to kill this terrorism. There is no strike, there is no badla. What is badla? There is nothing called as badla. There is nothing called as jawab. The only jawab, badla, is only and only one thing. We need to eliminate this terrorism from where it is coming. Let us speak to those groups. Let us speak to that camp. Let us speak to that country in the language which it understands. And that only language is, if you are preaching violence, then you will be eliminated by violence. For which, what is the consideration? One is an international consideration. कि international community हमारे बारे में क्या बात करेगी? It is already known. What did they speak about Israel? They struck on Gaza. They struck on Hamas. Ultimately, everybody finally agreed that the war on terrorism is always justified because nobody in the world likes terrorism. What is the second implication? The national. You have already seen on your own channel the way the country is reacting. You have already seen how the local Kashmiris are reacting. What else are you asking? The last option is only one, that leave army and the defense forces to do a sustained operation on this, to eliminate this terrorism from where it is coming. I think the country wants it, country needs it, and I am sure not only international community, even Pakistan will be forced to accept that, because they themselves have been crying that they are the victim of terrorism. Well, we are helping you. If they are there, they need to be eliminated. You are not prepared to, I will do that. And nobody needs to teach me whether I need to do it by air force, that is ground, or by navy. I will do it the way it is most suitable. Leave it to the specialist. You have the special forces, they are capable to do the fifth dimension from what you are talking about, the three dimension. We will do something which nobody can do. And the only thing required is eliminate this terrorism from where it is coming. That's the only answer. Otherwise, you will only keep replying.
Yes. Okay, I want to go back to Rakshita. Rakshita is still live there, and she's at those protests that continue in Lal Chowk. You've seen protests from different parts of the country. Anger, as we see those heartbreaking pictures come in from across India. Karnataka, Odisha, Maharashtra. And I'm going across to Zenith now, before I go across to Zenith. Rakshita is talking to some of those protesters there. Let's cut across live.
Yeah, more and more people want to talk, it's the fact that they want to come out and they want to talk it out. They want to call out what's happening, and they want to show that they are not okay with this. I have with me, sir, your good name and your...
Faisal Kankashi, a stakeholder of tourism in Srinagar. Yes.
You are here joining the protest?
Yes, we are joining the protest because it is very condemnable act from Pakistan-based terror agencies which are running in Kashmir from last decades. They have destroyed the whole tourism industry. Again and again, they are killing the livelihood of people here, which is very high condemnable. These tourists, like they have killed them. They were here on a travel basis. Some were here on marriage purposes, honeymoons. But this has ruined the whole image of Kashmir and Kashmirian.
What do you demand? What should be the next action?
We demand justice. Who has done it? They should come. They should find them, and like everybody should follow the law. What has happened here, and justice should prevail. Who has done it? They should come forward.
So as you can see that there are more and more people are joining in from across the fraternities. We have people from the housing, the houseboats, also who run houseboats. Of course, that is one of the major tourist attractions. So they have joined in. You can see the entire Ghantaghar is now surrounded by the protesters with placards in their hand. There are the people from transport agencies, the people from the hotel fraternity, the hoteliers, from travel agencies. All of them have come together, united, and condemning the action. But yes, of course, condemnation. But then also we have to see what action does India finally take against these cowardly terrorists. Back to the studios.
Okay, stay with me. I have Soumya also live at the IGI airport in Delhi. Soumya, hearing that some of the tourists, of course, will be returning from there. Have you been able to speak to any of them?
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Soumya, if you can hear me. Soumya, you're live. If you can tell our viewers if you've been able to speak to any of the tourists returning from Kashmir.
Well, see, we are here outside T3 IGI Terminal 3. And what we are picking up at the moment is the mortal remains of Vinay Narwal, the Navy officer who was on holiday there in Kashmir with his wife and family. They have landed here, and the family is expected to be exiting from any of these gates. With that, we have some Navy officials here as well who have come here to receive the family of Narwals, and from here they will be escorting the family directly to Karnal, and as per them, the tentative plan as of now for the cremation is that it is set to take place at 5 p.m. today. So these are all the details that
Okay. The Navy officer who was killed there by Pakistani terrorists, Narwal, Lieutenant Narwal, and arrangements being made. I'm going back to Rakshita because it's a live spot right now in the heart of Srinagar. She's in Lal Chowk speaking to protesters. I'm coming back to you. We'll also try and go across to Zeenat, who's at the attack site. But first up, over to you, Rakshita.
Sir, आप कुछ बोलना चाहते हैं?
बिल्कुल, मैं मंजूर डार हूँ, मैं मीडिया इंचार्ज सेवा भारती से हूँ। तो कल जो अटैक हुआ हमारे टूरिस्टों पे, एक बुज़दिलाना अटैक है, मैं इसमें हमारी संगठन की तरफ से पुरजोर मजम्मत करता हूं ताकि ये अटैक बार बार ना हो। और मैं अपील करना चाहूँगा कि होम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया से, खासकर प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया से कड़ी जिसने ये बुज़दिलाना अटैक किया उसको कड़ी से कड़ी सज़ा दी जाए ताकि ये आइंदा अटैक ना हो। जो यहाँ पर भी जितने भी टूरिस्ट हैं वो हमारे भाई है, जैसे हमारे मुस्लिम भाई है वैसे वो भी भाई है। हम अपील करना चाहेंगे टूरिस्ट को, खासकर वो यहाँ कश्मीर को ना छोड़े ताकि बैकबोन ऑफ द कश्मीर हमारा टूरिज्म सेक्टर है। मैं ये अपील करना चाहूँगा खासकर हमारे भारतवासियों से, एकजुट यहाँ कश्मीर जिंदा है। जो मोदी जी का ये जो हम चाहते हैं कि यहाँ पर कश्मीरियत जिंदा रहे।
So there you have, we have many people from different organizations also there joining in the protests, and it's of course very, very a summery, sunny afternoon here. But all the shops are shut. The civilian movement is normal. The common man is moving very normally. There's heavy security deployment, of course, and there are slogans being raised against this dastardly attack that one should unite. But yes, the anger should also be directed at where it should be as well. And we have some people at least who are saying that Pakistan should be held responsible for this, Niranjan.
Yeah, and while you speak to the protesters, there, Soumya is also there. I'll go back to her. Getting a quick word from Group Captain Devnath. Group Captain, one aspect that I've seen just now in these pictures in the last 24 hours, one is in the past, you would first of all not see a protest like this at Lal Chowk. Secondly, looking at the surge in tourism in the last 2 years, things have been very, very good for the common Kashmiri. 60 to 70% of them who rely on tourism. And they are the worst hit. And they are the ones who are telling the likes of Omar Abdullah, his father Farooq Abdullah, who asked for talks with Pakistan, to say that enough is enough. It's for the first time I've seen that. And do you also see the change, sir?
Yes, Niranjan, I was posted in Kashmir for 4 years. People of Kashmir are peace-loving. There is a shop that they use called Kashmiriyat. They are very warm people, loving people. They love India. Yes, tourism remains a primary means of income for them. Its season starts at April till October, November. I'll give you a rough indication. Last year, about 2 crore tourists visited Kashmir. So, on an average, if every tourist spends about 10,000 rupees, conventionally speaking, in Kashmir, then we are talking about 20,000 crore rupees being pumped in by tourism industry in Kashmir. That is their restaurants, cafes, cabs, most important hotel industries, godawalas, they all guides, they all depend upon this 20,000 crore rupees being pumped in Kashmir economy every year. People of Kashmir, they know that people of POK are not happy. They are, before partition, there used to be a roti, beti ka nashta, rishta across the border. Even today, people of Kashmir, they are in touch with their relatives in POK, and they know the very, very miserable condition, lack of any development, zero infrastructure in POK. POK Kashmiris, when they speak to their brothers in Indian part of Kashmir, they are surprised that distant villages have hospitals, mobile tower connections, a road up to last village connectivity. Most important, trade and industry is being opened up. Our part of Kashmir is progressing, whereas Pakistan part of POK is regressing. Therefore, people of Kashmir want to stay with India. This trend has become very pronounced after abdication of 370. People of Kashmir suddenly have realized that after 370 has been realized, they are as powerful as any other citizen of India. Yeah. That means they can go any part of India, their children can go to any part of India, they can attempt IAS, IPS, engineering college exam. This is a wonderful opportunity available to people of J&K to become mainstream, to participate in mainstream entrepreneurship of India.
Yes.
Yes, Niranjan.
Yeah, so they're getting, I have to take a break, but if I can quickly go across to Soumya, because the naval officers are in the frame. We are expecting the mortal remains of Lieutenant Narwal to be brought back. Okay, I'm handing it over to you, Soumya.
Just one word, sir. Sir, sir, just want to understand, are you going to travel with the family all the way to Karnal?
So I'll not be able to say anything at this stage, if that's all right. We'll be receiving the family members in a while. That's about it.
Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to us. So, yes, you just heard this was CMDE Saurabh Thakur, who is here, and accompanying him are two more Navy officials. So we can expect the family to come out any moment soon. Stay tuned as we bring in more details from Ground Zero. We will be back after a short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Okay, we're getting in pictures of Amit Shah meeting the families of the victims. These are pictures of families, many of them breaking down on your screen. Loved ones, most of them have lost their fathers. Wives were spared, and wives were told, go tell Modi. Sons were spared. It was the fathers of these little children that you see here. Is there an audio there? I want to pick up the audio, please. Is there an audio layer there? Can we please check if there's an audio layer there? Heartbreaking pictures of families pleading with the Home Minister. 26 names have been released. And 26 In fact, I have another big breaking news update coming in. We have a response coming in from the Israeli Foreign Ministry. This is an on-camera response, so I will just pull up that soundbite. The Israeli government, Israeli Foreign Ministry has spoken to Republic TV. Israel Foreign Ministry, when asked a question by Republic, has said if India attacks Pakistan, whether and if and what Israel's stand would be. Israel saying that we will stand with India. This is what friends do. We stand with India. It is our principal position on the Hamas-styled attack in Pahalgam, on how one community was targeted. Israeli Foreign Ministry saying that they feel that there is a great similarity with the attack that took place on Israeli soil. The setting may be different, but the massacre is the same. And like India, we're also victims of terror. Breaking response coming in from Israel. I'm going to get that up, but let me go across to Soumya because we are expecting. Okay, right now, and as we go to those pictures, you can go to those pictures because I'll speak over Lieutenant Narwal. Lieutenant Vinay Narwal was inspired. Okay, that is the Israeli response that's now coming in. We're breaking that response from Israel to Republic TV, saying that they stand and give full support to India if and when there is a retaliation. Israel saying we will stand with India, we will give tactical support to India if required. Also making that comparison to October 7. Soumya's life, going back to the story of Lieutenant Narwal, whose mortal remains are being brought to the national capital. Lieutenant Narwal, ladies and gentlemen, was also inspired by his father, His father served with the BSF, the Border Security Force, and also the Haryana Police. He was inspired by the sight of the uniform, of military. The idea of serving the motherland is what inspired him to join the Navy. He's returning wrapped in tricolour from Srinagar. I'm going across to Soumya.
Yes, well, see, we are standing right outside gate number 1 of IGI Terminal 3. This is the domestic exit gate from the arrival. We just got the fresh visuals of the Navy officials entering inside the terminal via gate number 1. We can expect, in the next few minutes, we can expect that the family will be exiting from this particular gate. There are 5 family members who were on board that AI plane accompanying the mortal remains of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal. It's his wife Himanshi Narwal, father Rajesh Narwal, sister Srishti Narwal, and with them they also had Himanshi Narwal, the wife's parents. They were also there with the couple traveling there in Kashmir. Now we just saw the fresh visuals of the Navy officials entering. We also got the exclusive reaction from CMDE Saurabh Thakur, who said that at the moment he cannot divulge more information. However, he is here to receive the family, and right from here they will be escorting the family all the way to Karnal. And as per the Navy officials who were present here, the tentative plan as of now is that the cremation might take place today itself at 5 p.m.
You know, the most tragic aspect of this entire attack is those who are shot dead by Pakistani terrorists were all killed in front of their family members. And the story of Lieutenant Narwal, Indian naval officer, was married exactly 1 week ago. On the 16th of April 2025 is when he got married to Himanshi. And in 1 week, he was on his honeymoon in Kashmir at Pahalgam when he was killed by Pakistani terrorists. Similarly, many such stories coming into our newsroom. I want to bring you another story right now as we wait for the pictures, the mortal remains, and to salute Lieutenant Narwal of the Indian Navy. The story of Sushil Natania's family. They were on a vacation in the valley. Masked Pakistani terrorists gunned down the LIC officer. He's an LIC officer while leaving his daughter critically wounded. His family has asked for the attackers to be brought to justice. They want revenge. Here's his story.
Among the 26 defenseless tourists who were savagely gunned down by the Pakistani cowards was Sushil Nathania. Sushil was visiting Pahalgam with his son Austin, daughter Akansha and wife Jennifer when the horrific attack unfolded. While Sushil is coming home in a hearse, his daughter Akansha sustained critical injuries in the dastardly terror attack. Shattered after receiving news of his death, Sushil's extended family was inconsolable while calling on Prime Minister Narendra Modi to bring the cowardly perpetrators to justice. What was to be a jolly outing for the Nathania family in the shadows of the leaping pines of Pahalgam turned tragic as the heavily armed Lashkar men unleashed terror. As the nation mourns the victims of the biggest terror attack in the valley in 2 decades, the bereaved families await justice.
वो है भाई पूछ के टारगेट किया गया है और वो
सरकार से आप लोग अब क्या चाहते हैं?
सरकार से यही है भाई जो भी आतंकी है उनका बिल्कुल सफाया कर देना चाहिए. ऑन द स्पॉट जो डिसीजन गवर्नमेंट लेवे ऑन द स्पॉट शूट आउट, एक यही है आतंकवाद को खत्म करने का तरीका.
प्रधानमंत्री जी और गृह मंत्री जी से क्या सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक वापस से होनी चाहिए क्योंकि नापाक हरकत थी पाकिस्तान की तरफ
वो तो स्ट्राइक होनी चाहिए. स्ट्राइक इस तरीके की होनी चाहिए कि फ्यूचर में कभी भी कोई ऐसा हमला हो तो ऑन द स्पॉट उसको खत्म कर देना चाहिए. ऑन द जो पकड़े जाए ना उनको ये नहीं है भाई सजाए दें, कुछ दें, सीधा ऑन द स्पॉट ख़त्म। भाई मालूम है ये 4 आतंकी थे या 6 थे, जो भी, ऑन द स्पॉट ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए, ताकि सामने वाला फिर दोबारा कोई भी काम इस करने से पहले डर आएगा।
सर कुछ लोग कहते हैं कि आतंक का धर्म नहीं होता, लेकिन जिस तरीके से धर्म,
इस बार धर्म को निशाना बनाया गया है, हिंदू धर्म को इन्होंने निशाना बनाया है,
आतंक का धर्म को स्पष्ट
देख रहा है, और इस बार धर्म को निशाना बनाया गया है। तो ये सबसे बड़ी गुजारिश है, धर्म नहीं होना चाहिए, लेकिन जो भी हो, किसी भी कास्ट का हो, मैं तो ये नहीं कहता, किसी भी कास्ट का हो, अगर वो आतंकी है तो उसको ऑन द स्पॉट खत्म कर देना चाहिए।
ठीक है बाबू,
ठीक।
दिनेश उद्वानी।
सर किस तरह से इन्फॉर्मेशन लगी आपको, क्या कुछ सूचना प्राप्त हुई थी? और
मेरे को मेरे भतीजे ने फ़ोन किया कि मैं अभी दिल्ली जा रहा हूँ तुरंत, और मोनू उसके घर पे मोनू कहते थे, तो मोनू को गोली लगी है और शायद वो सुरक्षित नहीं है ना, तो मैं दिल्ली जा रहा हूँ, आप इधर मम्मी को संभालिए। तो
किसने सूचना दी थी?
मेरे बड़े भतीजे को, यानी मोनू के बड़े भाई को, तो मोनू की वाइफ ने सूचना दी थी।
क्या बताया था
कि मोनू को गोली लगी है, उसको हॉस्पिटल शिफ्ट किया है, हमें दूसरी जगह सुरक्षा के हिसाब से शिफ्ट कर दिया गया है। मेरे को पूरी इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं है, बट काफ़ी गोली लगी है, उसको यही बताया था।
किस तरह का अपने रोष है?
रोष तो बहुत है, हमारा बच्चा अभी 2 साल पहले शादी हुई, और अभी तो वो एंजॉय करने के हिसाब से, शादी में एंजॉय करने के हिसाब से आया था। काफ़ी जीवंत नेचर का बच्चा था, खुश मिजाज बच्चा था।
नाम पूछकर, धर्म पूछकर भी?
हाँ, ये तो बहुत ही खेदजनक बात है। ये तो ऐसा कतई नहीं होना चाहिए। इस चीज़ पे हमारे को बहुत ज़्यादा रोष है।
थैंक यू।
मेरा नाम दिनेश उद्वानी है
और
मैं नीरज का चाचा लगता हूँ।
लास्ट टाइम नीरज कब जयपुर राजस्थान आए थे, या राजस्थान से पहले वो कहाँ?
देखो, नीरज दुबई में किसी फॉर्म में सीए का काम करता था, तो छुट्टियों पे तो वो सकरात पे आया था। अभी किसी मैरिज को अटेंड करने शिमला आया था, और शिमला से 1-2 दिन एक्स्ट्रा थे, तो वो श्रीनगर घूमने के हिसाब से।
तो चंडीगढ़ आने का भी प्रोग्राम था?
नहीं, वहीं से वापस जाने का 5 दिन का प्रोग्राम था, शिमला यानी कश्मीर घूमने का। उसके बाद
उनकी फैमिली में कौन कौन है?
उनकी फैमिली में वो हैं, उनकी वाइफ हैं, और उनकी मदर हैं, और उनका एक बड़ा भाई और भाभी है।
भाई और भाभी यहाँ जयपुर में सेटल हैं?
दोनों ही इनकम टैक्स इंस्पेक्टर हैं, भाई भी और भाभी।
मदर दुबई रहती?
मदर यहीं रहती है।
दुबई शिफ्ट है?
दुबई आती जाती रहती है मदर।
शादी कब हुई थी इन लोगों की?
2023 फरवरी 2023 में शादी।
तो उसके बाद से ये साथ दुबई शिफ्ट हो गए?
शिफ्ट नहीं हुए, दुबई में नौकरी करते हैं, रहते ही दुबई में नौकरी।
किसके पास आया था इनकी वाइफ का यहाँ पे?
यहाँ बड़े भाई के पास, जो इनकम टैक्स ऑफिसर है, उनके पास कॉल आया था कि उसको गोली लगी है, और मेरे को पुलिस और या सुरक्षा बलों ने कहीं दूसरी जगह शिफ्ट कर दिया है, तो मेरे को भी आइडिया नहीं है। तो फिर इनकम टैक्स ऑफिसर और वो सब, जो इनकम टैक्स इंस्पेक्टर है उनका भाई, वो यहाँ से रात को 9 बजे श्रीनगर के लिए रवाना हुए, वो आया दिल्ली जाके फिर सुबह श्रीनगर की फ्लाइट ली है।
फायरिंग के दौरान घायल हुए थे, कोई कैजुअलिटी की बात?
ये इसका कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं है, क्योंकि उनकी वाइफ को भी कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं थी। वो क्योंकि दूसरी जगह शिफ्ट कर दिया था ना, बचाव की खातिर।
फायरिंग के दौरान मैडम कहाँ पे थे इनकी वाइफ?
फायरिंग के दौरान वहीं थी,
ओके,
है ना। पर उसके बाद उनकी मैडम को शिफ्ट कर दिया। मैडम के जो भी बच्चे थे उनको दूसरी जगह शिफ्ट किया, और इनको हॉस्पिटल शिफ्ट किया था। तो उनको, मैडम को इन्फॉर्मेशन पूरी नहीं थी कि क्या हुआ है। इसका आइडिया मुझे नहीं है, मैं क्योंकि मैडम से बात आमने सामने हुई नहीं है इतनी, क्योंकि वो भी काफ़ी डरी हुई हैं, और उनके लिए बहुत ही अप्रत्याशित चीज़ है एक तरीके से। तो
ठीक है सर, और सर जो भी होगा ना, जब आएंगे वहाँ से एक अपन ले लेंगे।
Okay, that's the story of Jaipur's Neeraj Udwani. Like Lieutenant Narwal, in his early 30s, among those killed in the terror attack, he was holidaying with his wife Ayushi. Neeraj and Ayushi, his wife, were holidaying in Pahalgam when the terrorists attacked. They were actually there for a wedding. After attending the wedding, they went to Pahalgam for a day, and from Pahalgam they were due to return to Srinagar. Srinagar, they were supposed to return back to Dubai. So he was due to return back to Dubai, where he was working, and he was killed before that. And his family has also said that they were separating the men from the women. and the men were shot dead. Colonel Shailendra Singh, so many heartbreaking stories of young couples, young men being targeted. Quickly, if I can get a word from you, I'll go across to Rakshita after that.
I'll take 10 seconds to
Yes.
tell you, they have not killed him. They have killed India. They have killed Kashmir. They have killed Kashmiriyat. They have killed Insaniyat. Now, what is the language we are talking? I will only say that gentleman started finding out कि आप हिंदू हो और हिंदू बोलकर आपने गोली मार दी. It is not Hindu, it is Hindustan. And now Hindustan needs to speak back to Pakistan. In which language? बहुत अंग्रेजी बोल ली हम लोगों ने. Let us start speaking Hindi now. Let us start speaking Hindustani, which they will understand only and only if you will be assertive enough that yes, we will sustain our operations. We will bring down such prohibitive losses to you, which are unaffordable to you. Expose them financially, isolate them financially, isolate them into the international community as to what they are doing. Isolate those terrorists, kill them, eliminate them. Take out those camps which are there. We don't have to worry about international opinion. It will go against initially, but it will expose those countries that if a terrorist camp is being eliminated and you are supporting, then whose side you are? Are you on the side of humanity? I think that is where Hindustan needs to protect its Hindu and Hindutva. And to the extent, Kashmiriyat, Hindustan hai kya? Hindustan is only one. That yes, we will tolerate, but when we have to give it back, we will give it back properly, adequately, prohibitively.
Rakshita's joining me live. I'm going across to her. Rakshita, she's at Lal Chowk.
Yeah, yes, we continue to get you more visuals from Lal Chowk. As we can see that there are people from across the country. They are still here at Lal Chowk. Of course, they are waiting for their flights, of course, to be sorted out. But you see that they are still trying to soak in, still trying to, spend time. And they have come from different parts of the country. And yes, this is the normalcy that was being restored, that has been happening for the past few years, which, of course, is something that has not gone down well with those evil mind people, with those monsters. And hence what we see, what is happening right now is that there is a shutdown of these shops and there are protests happening right as we speak. There is a protest of the trade union also right in front of us, just before the Ghanta Ghar at the Lal Chowk that we see is happening. So yes, there are many stakeholders from different industries, be it the houseboats or the hoteliers and of course the travel agencies, and also the people, the locals also. Some of them have voiced their concerns that they want normalcy, that they want everybody to come and visit Kashmir. That is the paradise on earth. They do not want Kashmir to bleed. And as Colonel Shailendra Singh said very rightly, of course, they are trying to bleed India. They're trying to bleed Kashmir. And this is what everyone, people from across the length and breadth of the country, that's the sentiment on ground, that this must stop now. Niranjan.
Yes. Stay with me. We'll take a short break here on Republic. Coming back to the live coverage, I will hopefully get Zeenat live from the attack site or play out one of the very, very detailed reports she sent us from the exact spot where 26 tourists were shot dead.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला. पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला.
Home Minister Amit Shah paying tribute to the 26 victims, the 28 victims, 26 of them Indians. Sushil Natyal from Indore, Syed Adil Hussain Shah from Pahalgam, Hemant Suhas Joshi from Mumbai, Vinay Narwal from Haryana, Atul Shrikant Moni from Maharashtra, Neeraj Udwani from Uttarakhand, Bitan Adhikari from Kolkata, Sudeep Nupane from Nepal, Shubham Dwivedi from Kanpur, Prashant Kumar Satpathy from Odisha, Manish Ranjan from Bihar, Ramachandra from Kerala, Sanjay Lakshman Lali from Thane, Dinesh Agarwal from Chandigarh, Sameer Guhar from Kolkata, Dilip Dasali from Mumbai, Sachandra Moli from Vishakhapatnam, Madhusudan Somishetty from Bengaluru, Santosh Jagda from Pune, Manjunath Rao from Shivamogga, Karnataka, Kastuba Ganvotai from Pune, Maharashtra, Bharat Bhushan from Sundarnagar, Bengaluru, Sumit Parmar, Bhavnagar, Gujarat, Yatesh Parmar, the father of Sumit Parmar, also from Bhavnagar, Gujarat. We have an Air Force employee, an Indian Air Force employee as well, Tega Halieng from Arunachal Pradesh, Shailesh Bhai from Surat, Gujarat. 26 victims whose names have been released. Okay, we have some big breaking news coming in. NSA Ajit Doval, the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval has met the Prime Minister. This is prior to the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting scheduled for 6 p.m. Ajit Doval has briefed the Prime Minister prior to the CCS meeting this evening. This is after the meeting between Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, NSA Ajit Doval and the Tri-Service Chiefs. That meeting was held earlier. Following that meeting, NSA Ajit Doval has briefed Prime Minister. Pre-CCS briefing on, and we are expecting some developments this evening. A final decision on the retaliation, the manner of retaliation, the place of retaliation, all of which will be discussed at the CCS, and of course hoping that the forces will be given a free hand. Rakshita is joining me live. I'm going across back to Rakshita. Non-stop protests in Lal Chowk, Srinagar, and she's getting us those pictures. We'll also play out a report, Rakshita. First up, I'll come live to you and then play a report that Zeenat sent us a few minutes back. Yes, please.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. When we're talking to people from various places who have come here, and of course from people who are local Kashmiris, they're all, of course, standing in solidarity. So if you want to say something about what's happening, because we are seeing protests are happening, and the innocents have been targeted. Those who were unarmed people who had come here just to spend some time in a part of their own country, they have been targeted. Sir, how do you see this development, the disruption of Naya Kashmir?
This is definitely a barrier. This is actually a bridge broken. This is actually a peace broken. This is actually we are being scrubbed. We are being targeted. And the elements who are carrying such activities, they are considered neither to be from Muslims, neither they can be considered from Hindus. So such kind of people who commit such incidents, they are not considered to be the humans. We don't have any value for the people who are committing such incidents. So we are in a state of mourn. Every Kashmiri, everyone who has love for humanity, who care for humanity, have the love for the people who have passed away. And it won't be bad to say Kashmiris who have witnessed yesterday's incident, it's a massacre of humanity, and we believe we are ourselves equally part of it, who lost their loved ones. So we feel the same. We have lost our guest. They have come to our home as a guest, and we are really feeling ashamed of this incident. And this should never happen. And neither Kashmiris, neither any Muslim should support such incidents to happen again, and neither we support in future, neither we had been supporting. We have been ourselves the victims of such terror. So we wish that Almighty Allah, Ishwar, whatever we say, we are ultimately created by one God. This is what we believe truly. And the families who lost their loved ones, please accept our condolences and never feel that you are going to a place which is disturbed. It is disturbed for everyone. It is a disaster wherein the people who are coming from different parts of India, they're becoming the victims. And if we are alive, we are equally the victims like you lost your loved ones. We are extremely sorry for this incident happened in Kashmir, but we are extremely sorry that we are helpless. We don't understand how it's happening. Who are the people who are carrying such incidents? To which religion they belong to? We are extremely feeling ashamed of these people.
So there you have, of course, there are more and more people who are joining in at Lal Chowk, and that is the sentiment on ground that we continue to get as the protests are continuing from Lal Chowk to other parts of the country. Niranjan.
Okay, I'd like to try and go across to Soumya, who's joining us live from the IGI airport in the national capital, where the mortal remains of Lieutenant Narwal will be brought. I will be going to her in just a few minutes. First up, a report that Zeenat sent, my colleague Zeenat, from the Pahalgam attack site. Take a look.
I'll show you the visuals from the ground zero so that you understand the picture, what happened exactly here. See the ridges that you see behind this thick foliage. You see the mountains covered with, these are the snow covered mountains, these peaks. This is Kishtwar Ridge. Kishtwar connects you to Simthon top of Kokarnag, that is again part of Anantnag, and the ridge further comes down to this Baisaran village, which is in Pahalgam. So the terrorists who carried this attack yesterday, they had come from this grassland, the very thick foliage that you see, the green color pine, long pine trees that you see, they have made their entry from that very side. There was no entry made by the terrorists from the main gate. So once they entered this, they saw the kids playing. Some of them were having the snacks, some were playing with their articles, some balls, equipments were also found here when the forensic and the other people reached, and all these articles have now in the custody of Jammu and Kashmir police. You see the trampoline there. They are the kids between the young group of 8 to 12. They were also playing. Some were doing the trekking, and all these activities that you see here, people had come for this. But the main focus for this place was attraction for the meadows. That is why taking such a difficult track, walking on fort for 5 long years, and reaching here for what? They came here to and they lost their life. Although challenging you see that the people who you see in the casuals with assisting the police, they are all from the intelligence agencies who are taking again a briefing. Some samples were also collected by the NIA earlier. So the inside the bowl, all these are from the government departments, from the security wings. No civilian is this time allowed inside this very bowl, because none of the officials want to disturb the crime scene. So the presence of the people that you see inside the bowl are all the officials from different wings, from the CID, from SBI, from SIB, NIA, and also from the other intelligence wings. They are all being assisted by Jammu and Kashmir police. This is the Anantnag district police. They are the ones who are assisting them. In fact, the crime scene since yesterday have not been disturbed. Whatever was lying yesterday at the place, it is still lying there. Home Minister of the country visited this place. He was briefed by the security officials. This is the picnic spot where this incident has taken place. और बिल्कुल ये जो बोल आपको दिखाई दे रहा है, इसके पीछे जो पाइन ट्रीज है, जो झाड़ियाँ हैं, बिल्कुल इधर से ही जो है टेररिस्ट जो है अंदर आए हैं, जो कि इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज का कहना है। बिल्कुल अंदर आए हैं, चारों तरफ से घेरा है। एक आदमी उसमें से इस गेट के इस एंट्री पॉइंट पे खड़ा रहा ताकि कोई भी अंदर या कोई भी अंदर से बाहर ना निकले। तो एक तरह का जो है गेट उसने बंद कर दिया था, जो कि बताया जा रहा है। और उसके बाद जो है सेग्रीगेशन हुई थी। उसके बाद लोगों को अलग करके कई लोगों को पूछा गया कि इफ़ यू आर नॉट मुस्लिम, तो आप अगर आप मुस्लिम है तो कलिमा पढ़िए, अगर नहीं है तो फिर गोलियां, अंधाधुंध गोलियां चलाई गई। अभी जो है इस बोल का जो है इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रहा है। कई चीज़ें हैं, कई सैंपल्स जो है फॉरेंसिक टीम्स ने अभी उठाए हैं। बताया जा रहा है कि जो आइटनरी कई टूरिस्ट की है वो कहीं ना कहीं लीक हुई है, क्योंकि जहाँ आपके फॉरेन टूरिस्ट है वहीं आपका IB का ऑफिसर है, वहीं एक नेवल ऑफिसर भी है। तो कहीं ना कहीं इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसीज इस पे भी जोर लगा रही है कि क्या होटल से, क्या घोड़े वाले से, क्या ट्रांसपोर्टर से कोई ऐसी आइटनरी लीक हुई है, क्योंकि जो लोग यहाँ प्रेजेंट थे कुछ गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स भी थे, तो किस उस एक एंगल पे भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रही है। अगर आपको यहाँ बाईसरन के इन मीडोज में आना है तो टेररिस्ट ने एक एडवांटेज लिया, एक रेकी प्रॉपरली हुई है कि अगर इस तरह का अटैक होता है तो इवैक्यूएशन में कितना टाइम लगेगा, क्योंकि इवैक्यूएशन जहाँ डिले हुआ, जो इंजर्ड लोग थे उनका ब्लड काफ़ी लॉस हुआ। अगर इवैक्यूएशन जल्दी हो पाता या ये जगह कनेक्टेड होती मेन रोड से तो शायद कई लोगों की जान बच जाती, लेकिन रास्ता बहुत कठिन है, बहुत अलग है और साथ साथ यहाँ तक पहुँचने में बहुत टाइम लगता है। और इवैक्यूएशन के टाइम भी जो अटैक 3 बजे हुआ और 7 बजे के आसपास जो है इवैक्यूएशन ऑपरेशन स्टार्ट हुआ, और जब तक वो नीचे आए कई लोग जो है अपनी जान इस पूरे इंसिडेंट में गवा गए। सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज, सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है कि पाकिस्तानी टेररिस्ट जहां कश्मीर एक पीस की तरफ बढ़ रहा है, डेवलपमेंट के एजेंडे पे चल रहा है, वहीं अचानक जो है उस पीस में एक खलबली मच गई, उस पीस को ख़त्म कर दिया ग्राउंड पे। क्योंकि आज देखेंगे 2019 के बाद पहली बार कश्मीर में हड़ताल की कॉल देखने को मिली। पहले तो हड़ताल की कॉल जो है सेपरेटिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस देती थी, लेकिन आज पहली बार जो है पॉलिटिकल और सोशल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस ने इस हड़ताल को सपोर्ट किया है। दुकानें बंद है, कारोबार ठप है, जिससे ये पता चलता है कि कहीं ना कहीं कश्मीरी भी इस वाक़े से शर्मिंदा है। ये इट इज़ अटैक ऑन द ह्यूमैनिटी और इट इज़ एन अटैक ऑन कश्मीरियत, क्योंकि कश्मीर में कश्मीरी लोग जो है टूरिस्ट को मेहमान मानते हैं, उनको घरों में रखते हैं। क्या है, फ्लैश फ्लड्स का टाइम रहा, अमरनाथ यात्रा में जब क्लाउड बर्स्ट हुआ उस वक्त के आपको तस्वीरें अगर याद होंगी तो कई लोगों ने अपने घरों में ले जाकर टूरिस्ट को या यात्री को अपने घरों में रखा, उनका ध्यान रखा, उनको फूड प्रोवाइड किया। लेकिन वहीं आज देख रहे हैं कि एक कश्मीर में फिर से जो है कहीं किसी की गोद सुनी होगी, कहीं किसी का बच्चा चला गया, कहीं किसी का हस्बैंड चला गया, कहीं किसी का फादर चला गया। तो एक तरह का एक पेनफुल पिक्चर जो है कश्मीर से एक बार फिर से इमर्ज हुआ है। See, I'll take you to ground zero. I'll show you when this fire incident took place, how the people were rushing for life. These are the articles that they have left while running for cover, running for their life. You see multiple shoes that have been stuck here due to the mud, and this is a slippery area. They were rushing from this top towards that very bowl. It's a very tricky track where this incident has taken place, and you can see the kind of situation that these people have gone through when this terror incident had taken place. I'll ask my VJ Mubashir to show you the visuals of this very entry point where this incident has taken place. You can see the group of horses. This is usually the ponies that are used for the moment people walk on, or they use pony backs. I use it to for the transportation or for the evacuation of the injured ones. So you see deployment of the joint forces here, the mud, the slug that is all around, and the articles that these victims or those who have been injured have left here. It only tells you about the story of the gruesome attack and the kind of horrific incident that was reported from here in Baisaran. The Baisaran, same place, same park where this incident had taken place. In fact, they have tried to get this motorbike also here, though it takes a lot of time, and seeing the cover of the mud all around, it is a cumbersome journey for anyone because of the evacuation which got delayed because of the road conditions. Definitely led to the loss of blood, with the result more casualties were witnessed on the ground. Some 26 casualties have come from Baisaran, Pahalgam. जी मैं आपको दिखा सकती हूँ कि यहाँ के विजुअल्स, ये बाइसरन का एंट्री पार्क है जहाँ पर ये वारदात कल हुई थी, जहाँ टेररिस्ट ने अंधाधुंध गोलियां चलाई थी। हालांकि यहाँ पर साइड में जो आप देख रहे हैं कि ये शॉपकीपर्स है, घोड़े वाले हैं, जिनका पूरा रोजी रोटी आज यहाँ ठप हो गया है, क्योंकि कल से जो टेररिस्ट का इंसिडेंट जिसमें करीब 26 यात्री और करीब 17 लोग इंजर्ड है, तब से यहाँ लगातार चप्पे चप्पे पर जो है सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस जो है देखने को मिल रहे हैं। अभी थोड़ी देर पहले अमित शाह होम मिनिस्टर भी इस स्पॉट पे आए थे, जहाँ मौके का जायज़ा लिया और साथ ही साथ जो सिक्योरिटी के टॉप ऑफिशियल्स थे उन लोगों ने सिक्योरिटी के बारे में इनको ब्रीफ किया. द सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस हैव कवर्ड दिस वेरी पार्क. दे आर नॉट अलाउइंग पीपल टू go inside, but I can show you the visuals from here, the kind of deployment that is come from J&K police and the CRPF. This is the exact spot. ये वही इलाका है, वही स्पॉट है जहाँ पर कल ये इंसिडेंट हुआ, जिसमें करीब 26 के आसपास का जो टोल है, जो यात्री जो है जिनकी डेथ हुई, और साथ जो करीब 17 लोग हैं जो इसमें इंजर्ड है. ये वो कैफेटेरिया है, यहाँ पर कई लोग जो थे अपने स्नैक्स एंजॉय कर रहे थे, कुछ लोग अपना कैंपिंग कर रहे थे, कुछ लोग यहाँ ट्रैकिंग भी कर रहे थे. और मैं विजय मुबशर को कहूँगी कि वो उस फॉरेस्ट रिज जो आप देख रहे हैं, बिल्कुल इसी रिज से जो है टेररिस्ट ने एंट्री की थी इस बारे बोल में. तो जो इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज का मानना है कि इस रिज से जो है टेररिस्ट अंदर आने के लिए आए थे, और उसके बाद जो है यहीं पर अंधाधुन फायरिंग हुई थी. इनफैक्ट जो ट्रैम्पोलिन आप देख रहे हैं वहाँ पर, उस पर बच्चे खेल रहे थे, गोलियों की आवाज़ सुनाई दी. पहले लगा कि शायद पटाखे जल रहे हैं, लेकिन उसके बाद जब गोलियों की आवाज़ बढ़ती रही तो पता चला कि टेररिस्ट ने अटैक कर दिया है. इसी साइड से जो है टेररिस्ट आए थे जिन्होंने अंधाधुन गोलियां बरसाई थी.
Okay, there is a very, very shameful statement coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's the last, it should be the last thing to do on a day like this when the mortal remains haven't reached home. But Robert Vadra has made a statement. Before that, the Pakistan Foreign Ministry has also issued a statement. The Pakistan Foreign Ministry, and it's an irony that the Pakistan Foreign Ministry has said that they are concerned at the loss of lives of tourists in the attack in Anantnag district. And look at the words of Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir. It's a shame. We shouldn't even be giving any credence to Pakistani Foreign Ministry statement. Let's go across to Robert Vadra. Robert Vadra has made a very, very controversial statement. Robert Vadra has made a very controversial statement right now, blaming Hindutva for the Pahalgam attack. And Robert Vadra has said, in our country, we see that this government will talk about Hindutva, and minorities feel uncomfortable and troubled if you dissect this terrorist attack that took place. If terrorists are looking at people's identity, why are they doing this? Because there's a divide that has come about in our country with Hindus and Muslims. This will make these kinds of organizations feel that Hindus are making a problem for all the Muslims. It's shameful that Robert Vadra is so ignorant that he does not know, and he's trying to give Pakistan an alibi or a clean sheet, because Robert Vadra does not know perhaps the statement given by Asim Munir, the hateful comment against Hindus a few days back. Asim Munir, the same Pakistani army chief who sent these terrorists. Shame on you, Robert Vadra. What a shame.
If you see the way this act, if you dissect this terrorist act that took place, if they're looking at people's identity, why are they looking at people's identity? Because there's a divide that has come about in our country with Hindus and Muslims and also Christians. On Easter, I saw video footage of churches being burnt, priests being troubled. You know, what is this? Why are we having, communal disharmony in our country? This will create divides. This will create these kind of organizations to feel that Hindus are making a problem for all the Muslims. We don't need that. You ask many Hindus and Muslims together, they help each other. In COVID, we saw they help each other. They don't understand all these political ways of, trying to infuse some, or win elections or infuse some kind of disorder in people. Looking at identities and then killing somebody, that's a message. Also sending a message to the Prime Minister of our country. Why? Because Muslims are feeling weakened. The minorities are feeling weakened. If you see the way this act, if you dissect this terrorist act that took place, if they're looking at people's identity, why are they looking at people's identity? Because there's a divide that has come about in our country with Hindus and Muslims and also Christians. On Easter, I saw video footage of churches being burnt, priests being troubled. what is this? Why are we having, a communal disharmony in our country? This will create divides. This will create these kind of organizations to feel that Hindus are making a problem for all the Muslims. We don't need that. You ask many Hindus and Muslims together, they help each other. In COVID, we saw they help each other. They don't understand all these political ways of, trying to infuse some, or win elections or infuse some kind of disorder in people. Looking at identities and then killing somebody, that's a message. Also sending a message to the Prime Minister of our country. Why? Because Muslims are feeling weakened. The minorities are feeling weakened.
An open justification of the attack. Robert Vadra trying to justify the attack in no uncertain terms, trying to justify the attack, saying that it happens for a reason. He says in our country, we see that government will talk about Hindutva and the minorities feel uncomfortable and troubled if you dissect this terror attack. He's trying to dissect, Robert Vadra trying to dissect this terror attack that took place, saying that if they are looking at people's identity, why are they doing this? Robert Vadra trying to justify, give a justification for why Pakistani terrorists are trying to look at people's identity, why Hindus were handpicked. Robert Vadra feels there is a divide in our country between Hindus and Muslims, and that is why he makes a justification for Pakistani terror groups. He says these kinds of organizations, Robert Vadra, it is Lashkar-e-Toiba, it's a terror group. These kinds of organizations, he says, feel that Hindus are making a problem for all Muslims. What a shame. It's a shame that such a comment was made. I want to play out that reaction once more of Robert Vadra. It is such a shame that on a day like this, where before the mortal remains have reached their homes, before the last rites are held, he tries to justify this attack. Shameful.
In our country, we see that this government will try and show that, talk about Hindutva, and, the minorities feel uncomfortable, and, they feel troubled when you have a survey on, mosques, or you tell people you cannot pray in this way or that way. These kind of things create instability, communal issues. And if you see the way this act, if you dissect this terrorist act that took place, if they're looking at people's identity, why are they looking at people's identity? Because there's a divide that has come about in our country with Hindus and Muslims and also Christians. On Easter, I saw video footage of churches being burnt, priests being troubled. What is this? Why are we having, a communal disharmony in our country? This will create divides. This will create these kind of organizations to feel that Hindus are making a problem for all the Muslims. We don't need that. You ask many Hindus and Muslims together, they help each other. In COVID, we saw they help each other. They don't understand all these political ways of, trying to infuse some, or win elections or infuse some kind of disorder in people. Looking at identities and then killing somebody, that's a message. Also sending a message to the Prime Minister of our country. Why? Because Muslims are feeling weakened. The minorities are feeling weakened.
Shameful comment being made by Robert Vadra there. And it's the last thing we need. It's the last thing we should be discussing on a day like this. Robert Vadra is nobody. And it's the last thing we should be discussing on a day like this. But for him to make that shameful comment, there's a lot of anger. People, in fact, messaging, calling on what Robert Vadra has just said. Such a shame. We'll go across to something more important right now, which is Lieutenant Narwal's the mortal remains have been brought back. I'm going across to those pictures. Lieutenant Narwal's mortal remains have been brought back. Lieutenant Vinay Narwal was inspired to serve his country. Inspired by his father, who had also served in uniform. His father had served in the BSF. His father was also a police officer. His only inspiration was to serve his country, his motherland. And he began his dream job 2 years ago. Lieutenant Narwal was commissioned with the Navy. He was posted in Kerala. And just 1 week back, on the 16th of April 2025, Lieutenant Narwal was married. He got married exactly 7 days back, and he was in Kashmir on his honeymoon. Married to Himanshi. Lieutenant Vinay Narwal was only 26 years old. Shot dead on his honeymoon by Pakistani cowards. His last rites will be held in his village of Karnal, in Karnal, Haryana. The mortal remains have arrived in the national capital. And these are pictures coming in, heartbreaking images, as even the Navy pays tribute to Lieutenant Vinay Narwal. Was promoted from second lieutenant recently. And these are pictures coming in. While studying in Delhi, he also appeared for the CDS, or the Combined Defence Examinations. But it wasn't yet his time. He completed his BTech from SRM University in Haryana's Sonipat. He then cleared the SSB, or the Services Selection Board. He was selected directly from the SSB, is what his grandfather told the media. Lieutenant Narwal was very, very excited in his new career in the Navy. Was looking forward to spending some time with his wife Himanshi, who he was married to just 7 days ago. And these are pictures coming in of tribute being paid to Lieutenant Narwal as his mortal remains are brought back to the national capital. It will be taken to Haryana from here. The 26-year-old Indian naval officer was shot dead by Pakistani terrorists in Pahalgam, Jammu and Kashmir. They both had plans to visit Europe, we are told, for their honeymoon after they got married 1 week ago. But there were some reports of the visa not going through. And because of that reason, they decided to instead change their location, honeymoon location, to Jammu and Kashmir. Family members of Lieutenant Narwal there on your screens. He was with his wife Himanshi in Pahalgam when he was shot dead. His spouse and he were both on leave and on their honeymoon. They were at that particular location when Pakistani terrorists surrounded. Okay, I'm cutting across to the Doordarshan feed that's coming in from the IGI airport.
हैं उनको नम आंखों के साथ श्रद्धांजलि दी जा रही है। लोग मारे गए पर्यटकों के परिवार को सांत्वना दे रहे हैं। और नम आंखों के साथ श्रद्धांजलि मृतकों को दी जा रही है। दिल्ली में जब उनके पार्थिव शरीर को तो इन मृतकों में से एक का
Ladies and gentlemen, he's looking at the last salute to Lieutenant Narwal, whose mortal remains have landed at the IGI airport. Naval officers paying their tribute. The country uniting in paying tribute to Lieutenant Narwal. His wife there, Himanshi, married just 7 days ago. Getting in reports that the family, both Lieutenant Narwal and his wife Himanshi, were due to travel to Europe for their honeymoon, but could not because of visa issues. Instead, they decided to go to Jammu and Kashmir because of visa complications. Hailing from the Busli village in Karnal district, Lieutenant Narwal's family presently lives in Karnal, Haryana. The Navy officer was holidaying with his wife in Pahalgam when terrorists shot him dead. The Navy also put out a message this morning saying that Admiral Dinesh Tripathi, the naval chief, and all personnel of the Indian Navy were shocked and deeply saddened by the tragic loss of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, who fell to the dastardly attack. That's his wife.
We should all be proud of him in every way. In every way.
Heartbreaking pictures, ladies and gentlemen, as you saw in that moment, wrapped in a tricolor, Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, survived by his wife Himanshi. His mortal remains have returned wrapped in the tricolor. Was inspired to serve in the forces, always wanted to serve in the military. His father also served in uniform, was a BSF officer, was in the border security force, and before that he was also a police officer in Haryana. His only aim was to serve for his motherland. Very, very, very poignant pictures. They're coming in from the IGI airport. She had a message for everyone watching. That's Himanshi, wife of late Lieutenant Vinay Narwal.
is still surviving. And we should all be proud of him in every way. In every way.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH.
Home Minister Amit Shah paying tribute to the 26 victims, the 28 victims, 26 of them Indians. Sushil Natyal from Indore, Syed Adil Hussain Shah from Pahalgam, Hemant Suhas Joshi from Mumbai, Vinay Narwal from Haryana, Atul Shrikant Moni from Maharashtra, Neeraj Udwani from Uttarakhand, Bitan Adhikari from Kolkata, Sudeep Nupane from Nepal. Pictures of the mortal remains, those are live images coming in from the national capital. Very, very moving pictures. Heartbreaking, devastating pictures from the national capital of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal's family. Was posted in Kochi, young officer, just 26 years of age, survived by his wife Himanshi, who broke down, returned with his mortal remains wrapped in the tricolour. They were on their honeymoon. In fact, it's the video of his wife that came out first yesterday. The first video of the lady in the aftermath of the attack who said that they were eating bhel puri and that indiscriminate firing began. That was the picture, the video of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal's wife Himanshi. And these are pictures of the mortal remains being moved, transported from Delhi's Ajia airport to his village in Karnal, Haryana. Lieutenant Vinay Narwal was shot dead, one of the 26 killed by Pakistani terrorists. Newlywed, the reception was just 4 days ago. Lieutenant Narwal and Himanshi, they hosted their reception just 4 days ago. They had earlier planned a honeymoon in Europe, was cancelled due to visa issues. Instead, they left for Jammu and Kashmir on the 21st of April, stayed at Pahalgam, at a hotel in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April. And then they went to the destination point where the terrorist attack took place according to family members who have confirmed the sequence of events. Married just a few days ago, 4 days back, reception was hosted. There were celebrations for the marriage between Lieutenant Narwal and Himanshi. Pakistani terrorists killing him within a week of his marriage. He had travelled to Kashmir for a short vacation, according to defence officials. His marriage was on the 16th of April, less than a week. Wedding reception on the 19th of April. And his wife Himanshi, one of the first eyewitnesses to the attack, when her version came out yesterday in that video, she was heard saying clearly, "I was eating bhelpuri with my husband when a man came and said he's not Muslim and then shot him." Lieutenant Narwal had joined the Navy just 2 years ago, was posted in Kochi, Kerala. The Navy also put out a message to pay tribute to Lieutenant Narwal. Spokesman for the Indian Navy saying that the Indian Navy stands in solidarity with the family and that Admiral Dinesh Tripathi, Chief of Naval Staff, all personnel of the Indian Navy were shocked, deeply saddened by the tragic loss of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, who fell to the dastardly attack in Pahalgam, and that they extend their heartfelt condolences to his family during this moment of unimaginable grief. Adding that the Indian Navy also stands in solemn solidarity with all others who lost their lives in this act of violence. I'd like to play that sequence out. Heartbreaking pictures from the national capital coming in this afternoon. Pictures of Union Home Minister Amit Shah also interacting and speaking to those injured in the terror attack in Pahalgam. These are pictures from earlier today when the Union Home Minister interacted with those injured in the Pahalgam attack. He was at the district hospital in Pahalgam, where he interacted with doctors and the team of doctors who are treating those injured. The Union Home Minister has last evening held a review meeting that went on until 1 a.m. in the morning, following which this morning he visited the PCR in Srinagar, the police control room in Srinagar, where he paid tribute to the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack, following which he also interacted with the families, the survivors, met the survivors, paying his respects, and then moving on to Pahalgam, where he met with the officers present there, the investigating teams, to gather a first-hand account of the attack that took place. And these are latest pictures coming in of him in Pahalgam, meeting those injured, interacting with the team of medical experts who are treating those who are injured in the Pahalgam terror attack. Not sure if we have an audio layer there, but he's interacting with the doctors and the medical teams, inquiring on the treatment, of course, and the kind of injuries, the nature of injuries that each one of them has suffered. We have details of those who are injured as well, detailed account of those who are injured and those who have been killed. 26 lives lost. We also have details of those who are injured. The full detailed account that has come in, a full list of even the injuries now being shared by the government, as we have an official account after a while. Meanwhile, just to tell our viewers on the right of your screens, those are the mortal remains of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal that was brought to the national capital. It is en route Karnal in Haryana, where the last rites will be held in a short while from now. Navy officers, the Chief Minister of Delhi, and the nation joining all of them in paying tribute and saluting his bravery. And you saw those pictures, very, very, very heartbreaking pictures of his wife Himanshi, who proudly said that she is very proud of her husband, Navy officer, married for just about 6 days, saying that she prays that his soul rests in peace, and that everybody, she says, should be proud of what he did, trying to serve the country, saying that we are all safe and surviving because of the service of people like Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, who chose to serve the country. Lieutenant Vinay Narwal always wanted to serve in the forces. His father also served in the border security force, and he too wanted to serve in uniform, following in the footsteps of his father. Had joined the Navy 2 years ago, was posted in Kochi, Kerala, and he was married. He got married on the 16th of April. And before we go across to that sequence there, I want to go across also to Aishwarya, my colleague, joining us on the phone line, as we get in these pictures of Home Minister Amit Shah meeting those injured. Aishwarya.
Absolutely, Niranjan. These are two visuals which we are beaming live right now. On the left of the screen is the Home Minister at Pahalgam Hospital, at the Anantnag Hospital, beg your pardon. He's meeting the family members of the hurt individuals, a few of them from Gujarat, from Tamil Nadu, from Kerala, from all over the country. And on the right, as you said, visuals of the officer the naval officer's mortal remains, coming back, family, the wife, whom you just mentioned, Niranjan, just got married on the 16th of this very month. Very, very disturbing visuals. On the right of the screen, and on the left, Home Minister Amit Shah meeting the family members of the hurt tourists who were there in Pahalgam at that point of time when that terrorist attack took place. India seeks justice. There is no second thought about it. India wants revenge. We want revenge. But at this point of time, very disturbing visuals coming in. We can see the mortal remains of the naval officer coming back to his home. The family members, the visuals are self-explanatory at certain point of time, and this enrages complete India. The people of this country are not going to accept this kind of cowardly and dastardly attack which has been taking place in Pahalgam and their masters across the border, who have been deliberately trying to push these terrorists across borders. Home Minister, who is in the valley today, was at Pahalgam, was at the terrorist attack site on ground zero, and right now he's at the Anantnag hospital. These two visuals, Niranjan, which we are showing our viewers right now. Niranjan.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Aishwarya. We spoke to the family of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal. They spoke to Republic, briefly giving us a first-hand account of what happened. And story of Vinay Narwal, married on the 16th of April, hosted a reception on the 19th of April. Was supposed to travel to Europe for his honeymoon, but because of visa issues could not do that. Instead, he and Himanshi, his wife on your screen, chose to go to Jammu and Kashmir in what would have been and what is today his last journey. He has returned home wrapped in the tricolour. He always dreamt of serving the tricolour, wanted to be in the forces, achieved his dream, returned home wrapped in the tricolour. Here is the family of Vinay Narwal speaking to Republic.
जैसे दिन में मतलब 2:30 बजे के आसपास लग गया था यहाँ, मतलब फैमिली को पता, पानीपत रहता हूँ मैं, तो यहाँ पे 2:30 बजे सूचना आ गई थी।
और विनय नरवाल जी, तो अभी शादी हुई थी यहाँ, इस घर में शादी की शहनाई गूंजी होगी, खुशियाँ होती?
अब खुशी का ही माहौल था जी, सारा बिल्कुल सारा खुशी का माहौल था जी।
और दोनों खुशी खुशी यहाँ से 19 अप्रैल को रिसेप्शन देकर विदा हुए थे घूमने के लिए?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
लेफ्टिनेंट थे, इंडियन नेवी में लेफ्टिनेंट थे, कब ज्वाइन किया था उन्होंने?
इन्होंने 3 साल पहले ज्वाइन किया था जी। पहले बीटेक करी थी जी, लेकिन उसके अपोजिट चल के, जैसे देश सेवा करने का मादा था इनके अंदर, बड़ी मेहनत करी इसने लड़के ने। उसके बाद यह CDS के थ्रू इसमें NDA में, इसका मतलब इसने नेवी में इसका सिलेक्शन हुआ था। आज बताने वाले तो ये बता रहे हैं भाई, कपड़े भी उतारे हैं, जेंट्स की पैंट उतार के चेक कराया है। जो इनका खतना होता है मुस्लिम का, वो मतलब खतना तक चेक किया है। जिसको डाउट हो गया ना भाई इसका नाम ये झूठ बोल रहा है, उसकी पैंट तक उतारी गई है जी। मैं
कलमा पढ़ने के लिए कहा गया?
जी जी जी, ये तो इनके दिमाग में है, ये तो जहर सारा जी।
हिमांशी से बात हुई किसी परिवार की, क्योंकि वो तो सदमे में होंगी, 5 दिन पहले उनकी शादी।
वो तो बुरी तरह से सदमे में है जी। तो
देखो जी, दुखद है इसमें, तो क्या बोले हम भी।
विनय नरवाल को कब से जानते हैं?
सभी गांव वाले मायूस हैं।
अभी हाल ही में यहाँ खुशी भरा माहौल रहा होगा, शादी की शहनाई गूंज रही होगी, और आज ये दुखद खबर। कश्मीर, जिस कश्मीर में लोग जाते हैं घूमने के लिए, वो कश्मीर जहाँ पर लोगों को लगा नहीं अब ठीक है, अब एक बार फिर से वो पर्यटकों को निशाना बनाया गया है। क्या चाहते हैं, क्या अब सरकार क्या एक्शन ले? ऐसा
सरकार तो एक्शन लेती रहती है, बताओ क्या सरकार क्या करे इसमें, बताओ, आप ही बताओ।
कश्मीर लेना चाहिए। अब सरकार ने ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर है, इसको जड़ से ख़त्म करना चाहिए। वो जो कश्मीर हमारा है उसको लेना चाहिए, तभी समस्या हल होगी, नहीं ऐसे ही मारते रहेंगे। जहाँ पे लड़के को मरा, वैसे तो पहलगाम में लेदर वैली है, उससे आगे है तराल वैली, जहाँ यहाँ तो टेररिस्ट की वैसे ही रैलियाँ होती है। यहाँ आज भी गाड़ी नहीं जाती, 2-3 किलोमीटर का पैदल रास्ता है।
These are pictures coming in of the family and the survivor of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal. He leaves behind Himanshi, that's his wife. In fact, that powerful sequence, all of us cannot get over this sequence. Heartbreaking pictures that came in from Delhi. I'd like to play that out. She had a very strong message, a very powerful message, asking for everyone to remember the sacrifices made by people like Lieutenant Vinay Narwal when they choose to serve in the forces.
That is
And as we get to the details of each one of those victims of Pakistani terror, you look at these pictures and there is the image of Himanshi, who dreamed of a lifetime with Lieutenant Vinay Narwal. Their journey had just begun, full of hope, full of laughter. Even when she spoke in that video in the aftermath of the attack, she said we were having Bel Puri when they came out of nowhere. 7 days ago, they were newlyweds. Today, she stands in silence, heartbroken, with her husband no more, and wearing and draped in the tricolour. Her husband, her partner, her future stolen by the bullets of Pakistani cowards. Many stories coming into our newsrooms, and I want to go across to another story that has just come in as the Indian Air Force puts out the details. Lieutenant Narwal served in the Navy. The Indian Air Force has put out a tweet saying all air warriors, and look at that picture. I'm staying with these pictures, in fact, before I move across to the next story that's coming in. Look at those pictures, ladies and gentlemen. That is Himanshi on the left of your screen, sitting next to Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, her husband, her partner. One brutal moment, and she said in that video yesterday that it was one bullet. They fired one bullet and they stole her husband, shattered her dreams. The pain she will carry is the weight of the nation's anger. There is Himanshi, who had a very powerful message while bidding goodbye to her husband a few minutes back, as the nation paid tribute to Lieutenant Vinay Narwal as his mortal remains were brought to the national capital. There was also a video that came in. In fact, the first video of the eyewitness account that came in was of Himanshi, where she spoke of what she saw. At that moment, we were not clear of the identity, and we'll play out that video as well. And that's the picture, the most telling picture of the Pahalgam terror attacks. A widow, just married 6 days ago. 16th of April was their wedding. 19th of April was their reception. They were due to fly out to Europe a few days back, but for different reasons, visas didn't come through, complicated, decided to go to Jammu and Kashmir instead. He had taken short leave. Lieutenant Vinay Narwal had taken short leave to be with Himanshi. Many stories coming in. I want to go across to the next story that's now coming in to our newsroom. And the next story is of Manish Ranjan. Let me tell you the story of Manish Ranjan, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Manish Ranjan was on leave. He took leave from work for a family outing in Jammu and Kashmir. And as fate would have it, he too was one of the 26 killed by Pakistani terrorists in Pahalgam. An officer who served in the intelligence bureau was posted in Hyderabad. He too was killed by Pakistani terrorists, one of the 26. Take a look at his story. Manish Ranjan.
ओए था कोई दिसता जहांगीर तो क्या बिहारियां पीछे जुलदे यार तू मौत की कसम दी
ठीक है हम बचा देंगे ना आप टेंशन मत लो मैं आ रहा हूं मैं कहां पे आपका ये हस्बैंड
Manish Ranjan, an intelligence bureau officer posted in Hyderabad, left for a family outing in the valley after securing a rare leave from office. However, destiny had something else in store for him and his family. The Bihar native was among the 26 clueless, unarmed tourists who fell to the dastardly terror attack in Pahalgam on a leisurely Tuesday afternoon. Top sources told Republic that the mortal remains of the IB officer were shifted from Pulwama to the GMC hospital in Srinagar. It was further learned that the Jammu and Kashmir administration was in the process of repatriating his mortal remains to his native place in Bihar. As the chorus for payback grows, will India avenge 26 innocent lives lost in the Pahalgam terror attack?
We're taking a short break here on Republic TV, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll come back with pictures, reports. The live coverage continues. For us here at Republic TV, we say nation first, forces first, no compromise. We have dropped all programming for the next few days and weeks. This is the only story for us. Stay tuned.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
तो फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH जो टेररिस्ट थे उन्होंने कहा कि हम आपको गोली नहीं मारेंगे, हम चाहते हैं कि आप अपनी सरकार को जाकर के बताएं। एक तरीके का जेनोसाइड वहां पर हुआ है और उसका बदला सरकार ले। आप लोगों के माध्यम से मैं यही रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी, हमारे भाई का शव हम लोगों को बस दिलवा दिया जाए।
शुभम के भाई भी मौजूद हैं, उनसे बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। सर, आप बराबर संपर्क में थे, क्या आपसे बात हुई, क्या कन्वर्सेशन थी लास्ट?
करीबन 3 बजे जब मेरी बात हुई तो मैंने भाभी को फोन किया, तब उन्होंने बताया कि भैया को गोली मार दी है और सर पे गोली मारी है। उसके बाद करीबन 2-3 घंटे बाद एक वीडियो वायरल हुआ जिससे हम लोगों ने उनको पहचाना, जिसमें ये दिख रहा था कि उनके सर पे गोली लगी है। जी।
उसके बाद आपकी जो कन्वर्सेशन अभी भी मैंने देखा लैपटॉप पे बात कर रहे थे, तो क्या परिवार वालों कहना है, क्या वो सुरक्षित वालों
के साथ ये बातचीत हो रही है? उनको वहां पर ये जानकारी दी जा रही है कि अभी 2 से 3 दिन लगेगा क्योंकि सारी फॉर्मेलिटीज पूरी करने में, इसलिए मैं
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
तो फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।